Trusting his judgment, the teammates heeded his order and retreated to a distance while leaving everything on his shoulders. Go-To-Rugi unsheathed his sword with a circumspect look on his face. "An ant. You seem to possess a pretty strong aura." Perhaps the ant monster had also sensed his power, because it wasn't budging an inch from the spot. But that was to be expected. If that creature displayed even a hint of movement, Go-To-Rugi was planning to slice it up into hundreds of fine little pieces. It was then the ant monster opened its mouth. "You are the king? King?" Go-To's eyes opened wider. An ant just spoke a human language. However, it was already a well-known fact that intelligent monsters conversed in their own languages. So, it wouldn't be a stretch of his imagination to think that a monster would succeed in imitating humans' languages. A smirk formed on Go-To-Rugi's face. "A king, is it? When Association President Matsumoto Shigeo finishes building his empire of hunters, then indeed, he was the one and only viable candidate to assume the throne, wasn't he?" "That's right. I'm the king. Ki-kak." As soon as the desired answer came out of his mouth, the ant monster fully unleashed its magic energy. Wahak! Like failing to realize how big an iceberg was from seeing only its tip, Go-To-Rugi misjudged the true power of the enemy from the small portion of its magic energy that leaked out. His eyes imperceptibly trembled. What is this? The bone-chilling cold air woke goosebumps up on his skin, and all the hair on the back of his neck stood right up. He had experienced a sensation like this only once before. Seong Jin-Woo? Slice. Almost at the same time as the ant monster made its move, Go-To-Rugi's head fell to the ground. "You-wah!" The Korean team was currently surrounded by the swarm of ants. Ma Dong-wook fought, Im Tae-gyu fought, Choi Jong-in also fought, and even the cameraman had to kill the ants. However, there was seemingly no end to the waves upon waves of ants. Pant, pant, pant. All sounds had stopped and all Baek Yoon-ho could hear was his own heavy breathing. Is this the end? He quickly wiped the blood trickling down below his eyebrow with the back of his hand. With their lone healer-type hunter gone, they had no avenue to deal with these many monsters now. This resistance was a futile one, indeed. Even then, he couldn't bring himself to give up, because two of his most precious friends had lost their lives in this disastrous MN place. He definitely didn't want to dig his grave where they were buried, too. Dash. He destroyed the head of yet another ant. However, countless more replaced the dead one and tried to pounce on him. Keechk. Kiik. Baek Yoon-ho powerfully shook off the ants and stood with his back against a wall. Like this, he at least wouldn't get surrounded from all sides now. Pant, pant. He raised his head and searched for other hunters. His colleagues, who had been fighting alongside him only a moment ago, could no longer be seen, their figures completely buried within the swarm of ants. No way. He wanted to believe that it wasn't possible. He bit his lower lip, but then was jolted out of his senses with a sudden presence appearing behind his back. He spun around rapidly and threw a punch, but stopped before he reached his target. Because the one standing behind him wasn't an ant. What? Who is this? It was, in fact, a soldier decked out in black full-body armor. This was his first time seeing one, but then again, he heard plenty of times before about this thing from Park Hui-jin, who had been involved with the Red Gate incident. Isn't this? Baek Yoon-ho cried out in surprise. Why is this thing here? It was then. From the soldier, a familiar voice came out. Exchange. Chapter 117 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. 1 year before the Korea-Japan United Raid Team came knocking on the island, the Ant Queen began thinking. We must leave this island. Other lifeforms that should have served as their food source had all disappeared from the island, and the incidents of its children devouring each other occurred frequently now. There was no source of food on this island to sustain the citizens of the queendom now that its population had swelled up to several thousand strong. This cannot continue. Abandon the existing nation and seek out a fertile land overflowing with other lifeforms to establish a new one. If the domination of the island was the Queen's first task, then this problem would be its second one. However, the Queen remembered. It remembered all the powerful invaders that stepped on the island several times before. The Queen's forces managed to repel them, but the nation had to suffer great losses as well. Far too many of the Queen's children had to be sacrificed. Would its children be able to defeat those beings if they went to another land? Need stronger soldiers. It needed a single most powerful soldier to lead the citizens of the nation. And so, the Queen decided upon the direction of their evolution. Half a year later. By gathering the magic power it already possessed, as well as all the nutrients it had amply absorbed before, the Queen gave birth to a brand new life. It was the greatest combat weapon imaginable, born solely for the sake of dealing with the strong humans. The Queen's determination to create the most powerful soldier there was, combined with the original order of killing all humans it heard in its head, created a horrifying monster that simply exceeded all common sense. The monster was born with the skill, gluttony. By consuming its opponents, this new monster could turn their magic energy as well as a portion of their knowledge into its own. I want to become stronger. The monster realized what its powers were early on and began devouring its own kin, but the Queen left it alone. What this monster wanted was the same as the Queen's desire, after all. The Queen was greatly happy as he grew stronger and stronger day by day. It was happy because he had already exceeded the power of his mother now. And without encountering a single hitch, the army he would lead was getting closer to completion as well. That was why. Just a little more time. In the midst of that, the human invaders entered this land once more. Their numbers were lower this time, but they were far stronger than before. However, the Queen laughed at them. In preparation of the ants waging war against humanity in another land, this should serve as a great opportunity to test out the powers of him. The Queen, as usual, sent out all of the soldiers guarding its castle along with him. Just as the Queen desired so, he went out and completed the first mission he was given. But when he returned, the Queen was already dead. He was enraged. And thankfully, there were enough strong humans left on this island that would serve as the outlet for his rage. First of all, the king of the humans was killed. And then, it systematically annihilated all the subordinates next to the dead king. One of the subordinates cried out before he got killed off. He asked just what the hell he was. After devouring humans through the skill gluttony, he now possessed the ability to reason. He then began thinking to itself. What am I? Up until that point, he was a soldier of the Queen. But now, with the Queen's death at the hands of the humans, what should he call itself now? A sole existence that must lead the remaining soldiers of the Queendom. He only knew one word to denote such an existence. King. He had killed off the enemy king already, so he had definitely satisfied the requirement to become one now. Grab. The Ant King bit onto the head of the remaining human. But, then. Suddenly, the Ant King's head swiveled in the direction of the ant castle. There was an enormous aura rushing out like a fierce storm from where the Queen used to live. That level of power couldn't have come from a common foot soldier. A king? Immediately sensing that an enemy that could threaten itself had appeared, the Ant King slowly rose up towards the ant castle. Just what kind of a calamity was this? The TV station's Situation Room used to be enveloped in the celebratory mood, but now, everything felt somber and dreary like a funeral. The live broadcast showing up on the viewers' TVs suddenly got cut off with the entrance of a strange, winged ant monster. Understandably, they began flooding the station with phone calls of angry complaints and urgent inquiries. Ring. Ring. One of the employees walked over to the station's director and cautiously made his report. Sir, our communication network is about to collapse from all the calls made by the irate viewers. The station's director raised his head. So what? Are you suggesting that we should broadcast live the scenes of our hunters getting ripped to shreds by a single ant monster? And no, sir. The broadcast got cut off just as the hunters were getting one-sidedly beaten up by that mysterious ant monster. It was understandable that the curiosity of the viewers would skyrocket. However, that didn't mean they could broadcast the scenes of Hunter Ma Dong-wook getting tortured, nor the moment that Hunter Min Byung-gu got devoured. The director buried his face in his hands and let out a helpless moan. It's over. It's all over. The once-in-a-lifetime gamble where the fate of his station rode on, was now going down the drain because of 1D*MN ant monster. It's over. Heavy, grim silence filled up the situation room. No one person was brave or dumb enough to open their mouths now. Except for one, that was. Ha! The producer staring at the real-time feed with an ashen complexion suddenly opened his mouth. Director. What now? Someone just appeared in the location out of nowhere. The director didn't bother to raise his head up and grimly replied. Unless it's Jesus himself, don't report to me every little thing that happens over there. Got that? However, it's all over. Realizing that talking wouldn't get him anywhere, the producer increased the previously lowered volume up way higher. Ki-ik dash. Ki-heek. The situation room was immediately filled up with the screams of the ant monsters. The director quickly raised his head up out of sheer shock. It wasn't just him, either. Everyone present within the situation room all rushed to the live feed monitor. And soon, sounds of oh came out amongst those watching the screen. The director sitting there in a daze finally managed to lift his butt off the chair. When he came in closer, the employees stepped aside to let him through. The screen of the live feed monitor was reflected in the director's eyes. Oh, dear Lord. Jesus Holy Christ. The director suddenly began calling out to Jesus, which he didn't even believe in, to begin with, and hurriedly shouted out to the rest of the employees. What the hell are you all doing here? Why aren't getting ready to start broadcasting this? Are you going to take responsibility if we lose out on the current audience rating? The producer hurriedly tried to dissuade his director, who didn't even bother to hide his boiling excitement. But, sir, if we start broadcasting again, we'll be showing the live feed instead. There won't be any delay in the transmission, and everything will be shown in real time, sir. We won't be able to do anything if another emergency situation breaks out. The delayed transmission time of 10 minutes between the feed and the broadcast had run out by now, which left the director with the decision of going with either the real-time feed, or end the broadcast altogether right here. It's all or nothing. Pardon me? We've already stopped broadcasting midway, anyway. Things won't get any worse than it already has. Well, I guess so. A hunter's sudden appearance was caught on the camera. No one could tell whether he was a Korean or a Japanese. Heck, it was unknown if he was a hunter at all, but with his appearance, the director's gamble that seemed to be over for good suddenly gained one last shot at the glory. The director issued a new order with a determined expression firmly etched on his face. Switch it on. Switch it on, now. He then pulled a chair closer to the producer and settled down there. Our station's fate rides on that man, you got that? Yook. Even though he was being pushed into the figurative cliff, the cameraman didn't regret anything. Anyone would have dreamed at least once of doing something like this when they were young. To become a hero. If that was impossible, then at least, to become a support to the true hero. During the time he did menial jobs for the TV station and earned his experience that way, he never imagined that he'd be blessed with an opportunity to do so in his lifetime. But then, he awakened into a rank A hunter, and by earning experience fitting for his rank, he was able to get to this point in his life. Thanks to that, he got to clearly capture the scene of hunters proudly representing South Korea successfully raid the boss of a rank S gate. I'm the one who caught that on film. Yes, me. And with the footage he captured, many people would come to know the valiant sacrifices these rank S hunters made for the purpose of the extermination of the ant monsters. That was more than enough for him. He felt like that all of his efforts spent in studying filming techniques and working as a hunter was finally being paid off here. But, if there was one thing he was a bit regretful about, then that would be Dad. His father, who looked after the cameraman all alone after they lost his mother to cancer. Thinking that he'd not get to see his father again, he felt a deep pain in his heart. Kwajiek. His shoulder was bitten, yet he couldn't feel a thing. His arm had stopped moving a long time ago. He was originally a tanker, so he was able to endure somehow, but this really was his limit. Plop. He knelt down on the ground. Even then, his head was filled with the thoughts of his father. Why did my last conversation with Dad have to be me asking him if he had his breakfast? If he knew this would happen, he might have talked for a lot longer. On that day, when Dad came for a visit to Seoul, I should have cleared up all of my schedule. However, time was a ruthless, unrelenting ****, and regret always arrived one step too late. The cameraman raised his head. The horrifying fangs of the ant monster were nearing his head. He no longer had any magic energy left to activate the fortification skill, so he wouldn't be able to defend against the monster's attacks now. Tears formed on the edges of his eyes. Dad, I'm sorry. It was then. Kwajiek. Accompanying the noise of the outer shell being crushed, the bodily fluid of an ant got splashed on the cameraman's face. Ha! A blade emitting a cold, silvery gleam had cleanly stabbed through the ant's head. The cameraman raised his head and followed the blade, only to find another ant with a long red-colored plumage stuck to the top of its head standing there. Why is an ant attacking another ant? No, that thing wasn't an ant. The cameraman was mistaken because both were of the same black color. What he saw was an unknown soldier decked out in black armor from head to toe pulling his sword out from the head of the dead ant. Plop. The ant monster with a hole in its head powerlessly sagged to the ground. Just what on earth is? When the black soldier stepped aside, a youthful man with a somewhat familiar face approached the cameraman and shouted at him. Open your mouth. Pardon me? This man didn't even give the confused cameraman a chance to start a conversation. He simply grabbed the injured man's chin and poured down an unknown liquid down the throat. Kiok? Kiok. The cameraman nearly coughed his lungs out, but he still managed to swallow all of the liquid. He covered his mouth and asked, Who the hell are you? However, the youthful man didn't even bother to respond and simply turned around to face the ants. What the heck? The cameraman was flustered greatly, but still, he stood back up. Wait a d*****MN second here. His legs were moving again. But, was that all? He belatedly realized it, but his arm was also fine after drinking that strange liquid. What happened here? What's going on? Did that man do something to him just now? He couldn't come up with any other logical explanation besides that one. It was then. Quite out of the blue, the cameraman finally remembered where he saw that youthful man's face. Could he be that guy? Jin-Woo calmly scanned his surroundings. Last time he got to meet the members of the Korean raid team in the association's gymnasium, he had inserted one of the shadow soldiers in Baek Yun-ho's shadow, just in case. What a relief it was that he did that. It seemed that what he'd been watching wasn't a live broadcast, as the situation here was far worse than the stuff shown on the TV screen before it got cut off. He managed to save the weakest of the lot, the cameraman, first, but the other rank S hunters were still surrounded by countless ant monsters. What should I do now? The quickest way to deal with this situation would be to summon Fangs out and sweep these pesky ants away in one go with his trademark pillar of flames. But, if Jin-Woo did that, he couldn't guarantee the safety of the rank S hunters. So, he needed another solution here. Jin-Woo quickly made his decision and turned his head towards Iron. Iron! Iron tapped his chest in a manly manner as if to say, "Leave it to me." He then strode forward, his large frame shaking to and fro, before opening his shoulders wide to roar out at the top of his lungs. Whoa dash! T-ring! Iron has activated skill, Roar of Provocation. The effect of that was rather amazing. The ants attacking the hunters all snapped their heads towards Iron's direction simultaneously. And soon, they all rushed over. Nice work! Jin-Woo lightly tapped Iron on his back and summoned the 2 short swords he got as rewards after killing the Demon King. The Demon King's short sword. The pair of short swords with a blue tinge to their blades gleamed threateningly under the light magic's glare. Kai-eek! Keechk! When hundreds of ant monsters screeched out and pounced at the same time, his entire view was dyed jet black in an instant. Jin-Woo began gripping the hilts of the short swords even harder. And then, he vanished from view. Keechk! Soon, ants collided with the soldiers in a bloody battle to the finish. In the meantime, Baek Yun-ho, whose status was still better than everyone else, managed to move the injured hunters to a safe corner. Thankfully, they were all still alive. The cameraman joined soon afterwards, and helped Baek Yun-ho out. Because Jin-Woo, or more specifically, Jin-Woo's summoned creature, attracted the aggro of all the ants present here, he was able to safely finish this task. Pant, pant, pant. Ma Dong-wook was leaning against the wall, his breathing rough and irregular. He then grabbed the arm of Baek Yun-ho, who brought him here, and asked, "What's going on? Who's fighting?" Ma Dong-wook's eyes were unfocused. His eyes were injured and he couldn't see properly. Baek Yun-ho placed his hand on Ma Dong-wook's hand. "Instructor Ma. It's fine now. Everything will be fine." He then shifted his gaze over to Jin-Woo. Other people may not have known it yet, but Baek Yun-ho had a rough idea already on how powerful Seong Jin-Woo was in reality. Baek Yun-ho might have been greatly flustered when the black soldier suddenly vanished, only to be replaced by the youth, but he still ended up shouting out loud even before he consciously realized it. He said, "Please, help us." And then, after seeing the youth move towards the ants along with his summoned black soldiers, the sense of relief washed over Baek Yun-ho, so much so that he nearly plopped down to the ground. Sure enough, Seong Jin-Woo proceeded to massacre and annihilate the ants that gave him and his teammates so much trouble at a frightening pace, as if those creatures were nothing but broken toys to be played around with. Keek! Screams of dying ants exploded out from everywhere and nearly made Baek Yun-ho dizzy in the head. But, he still sighed out in relief. It'll be fine now. He wasn't saying that to Ma Dong-wook. No, he was telling that to himself. The hope of survival was rekindled in his heart. The aid from one Seong Jin-Woo was far more reliable and trustworthy than the 20-plus rank S Japanese hunters combined. Looks like there's no need for me to step up here. Baek Yun-ho formed a smile and sat down next to Ma Dong-wook. All he could do now was to sit down quietly like this and watch Hunter Seong Jin-Woo do his thing. He then drew the cameraman's attention towards Jin-Woo. You should keep the camera pointing at him. Because you're going to witness something amazing pretty soon. The incident of the Red Gate, and the incident during the raid of the Hunters Guild. This was Baek Yun-ho's chance to personally witness the spectacle he had been hearing about all this time. Why yes. The cameraman did his best to maintain his distance so he wouldn't get in the way and tried to capture Jin-Woo's actions with his camera. The work of the raid team's hunters may have been finished now, but his own work was far from over. Gulp! The cameraman struggled to swallow his saliva. Ki-heek! At the same time, an ant was split cleanly in half from top to bottom by Jin-Woo's hands. He then took a look around him. The number of ants had decreased significantly, and there were just over half of them remaining. He killed so many ants that he had lost count now, but his breathing remained even and unperturbed. In all honesty, he found this place far easier to manage when compared to the uppermost floors of the demon's castle. Should I increase my speed a bit more? Glance. Jin-Woo sneaked a glance at the floor, and he immediately issued an order to the puffs of black smoke rising up from the corpses of the countless ants. Rise up. Chapter 118 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119. Chapter 119, Chapter 119. The cameraman felt a creeping chill crawl all over his skin. Well, what's the meaning of this? What was about to happen here? He was deep inside a cave where breezes shouldn't exist, yet this eerily chilly air inexplicably brushed past his back. Now that I think about it. Just as he began questioning whether the surroundings had become too quiet or not. Kaihi dash. Thick, heavy screams resounded out within the queen's chamber and countless black hands began shooting out from the ground. Tuck! Tuck! The hands grabbed the ground and began pulling themselves out. Heek! The cameraman unwittingly gasped out in pure fright. His eyes were open wider, and his breathing grew rough and heavy. He was a Ranka hunter, yet he could scarcely believe the things taking place, so what would the viewers at home watching be feeling right now? While the cameraman remained stewing in his own astonishment, the owners of the black hands finally emerged out of the ground. Ant monsters? At a casual glance, they looked like ant monsters, but then again, endless streams of black smokes were rising from their bodies. It was hard to tell whether these monsters were physical beings or made out of gases. Wouldn't one potentially get that sort of appearance if one carved out the statue of an ant monster using a block of black-colored dry ice? Several hundreds of such things rose up from the ground. The cameraman's heart beat so fast and so loud that he couldn't even breathe now. Seeing that scene, Baek Yunho too gasped out in shock as well. He was comparatively calmer than the cameraman, but that didn't mean he could close his slack jaw. All of those are his summons? Unlike the two speechless men, Jin-Woo was forming a satisfied grin at the new additions to his shadow army. Nice. Now, the number of his shadow soldiers easily overwhelmed the surviving ant monsters. With things like this, looks like I won't have to personally step out now. Jin-Woo stored the Demon King's short swords back to his inventory. And then, issued the very first order to his new soldiers. Go. Don't leave any one of them alive. Ki hack dash. With the same intensity as back when the ant monsters flooded into the queen's chamber, Jin-Woo's new soldiers crashed into their enemies like a tsunami wave. The once seemingly endless swarm of ant monsters was now being swept away by the black tide. Woof! A huge cheering roar broke out inside the TV station's Situation Room. The director shot up from his seat and clapped his hands in happiness. Yes! He's doing it! Seeing those disgusting ant monsters being swept away like that, it felt like his tight chest was being pried open again. It was as if the 10-year-old indigestion plaguing him had finally been flushed away. If only there were no other eyes watching here, he'd have asked the producer to screen capture that moment and have it sent over to him later, so he could relieve his accumulated stress even if it was several months later. Nay, several years later. It was indeed very regretful to see the death of Hunter Min Byung-gu. When the director saw the scene of the team's lone healer die at the hands of that D*MN monster, he thought that the heavens were crashing down on him. Even then, if the Korean hunters get out of the ant tunnels safely with the help from that unidentified hunter? That's all I ask for. The Korean team had already achieved its goal by killing the ant queen. With their only method of propagation gone, there was no need to even repeat the simple fact that the ants would eventually die out in the Jeju Island. And then, what about the Japanese? Indeed, what would happen to the Japanese team? Since they abandoned the important mission right in the middle of it all and escaped with their tail between their legs, there was obviously no need to hand over the promised share of the loot. And not only that, the Koreans could even demand reparation from them instead. And of course, the footage of the raid selling like hotcakes would be the tasty icing on the cake, too. The complexion of the director brightened like a midday sun. Just where did this massive ball of fortune fall out from? The director's expression, as he continued to stare at the face of Jin-Woo in the monitor screen, remained somewhat confused. It was then. Another employee hurriedly ran towards him. "Sir!" The director shot up from his seat, nearly freaking out of his skull. "What is it this time, Dot?" The director's expression hardened in an instant. His heart began quivering, thinking that maybe another mishap occurred somewhere just as he was beginning to soak himself in the sea of happiness. What with the situation arriving at this point in time, the director was quickly growing resentful of this dumb employee. He even wanted to reach out to cover that employee's mouth and pretend that no bad news was afoot. "Looks like I've finally lost it." Completely unaware of what his boss was thinking of at that moment, the employee spoke hurriedly with an excited face. "We discovered that man's identity." The director's eyes opened up super wide. "What was that?" Inside the office of the Hunter Association's president. "Kwajik, Dot." Go Gunhui hurriedly lifted his hand off the crushed armrest. His private doctor sitting next to him turned to look at him. "Association president. It seems that I got overexcited just now." He unconsciously gripped too tight, and this happened. However, how could he not get excited by the scenes he was seeing right now? Indeed, watching Jin-Woo's performance playing out on the giant screen made his emotions well up without him even realizing it. If only his body permitted it, he'd have gone there to fight alongside, too. "Getting overexcited is not good for your body, sir." Go Gunhui nodded his head. There was only one reason why he, as the association president, wasn't present in the mission control center. Didn't matter whether this subjugation operation ended as a success or a failure, there was a potential risk that he'd strain his heart simply by being there. Even watching the broadcast like this carried enough risk, so the personal doctor had to set up a camp next to Go Gunhui. Maybe, it would have been better to not let him watch the broadcast. The personal doctor worried about his decision for a brief moment, but after seeing the expression etched on the face of the association president, he soon shook his head. Ever since the hunter named Seong Jin-Woo appeared on the scene, that wide smile didn't want to leave Go Gunhui's face. "Hey, that man, that's Seong Jin-Woo." In that critical moment, as the despair quickly transformed into a loud cheer, the words association president cried out still rung inside the doctor's ears. Meanwhile, Go Gunhui was beaming widely. "I can't believe this is happening." He then cautiously placed his hand back on the sofa's armrest. Unless he was holding onto something, his entire body would itch too much and he'd be unable to endure it. But, how did Hunter Seong Jin-Woo get there? Initially, he was greatly intrigued by this quandary. The island must be overflowing with the ant monsters, so how did he appear there without anyone else noticing it? But, such a thing wasn't important right now. No, the truly important thing would be that Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was there. And with that, the other hunters had hope. Those two were the important things. It was then. Go Gunhui's eyes grew extra large after witnessing the spectacle of Jin-Woo creating even more soldiers by extracting shadows out from the dead ant monsters. That friend, he lied to me, didn't he? Who could have guessed that there were well more than only about 100 summons? Even at a casual glance, there must have been over 300, easy. However, Go Gunhui didn't look like someone who'd been lied to. No, a smile of contentment was filling up his face, instead. He said that he wanted to fight against the monsters, didn't he? Go Gunhui could now understand a bit more of why the youth said those words to him back then. After all, he possessed such incredible power, so no monsters out there should faze him. For sure, Jin-Woo looked like he was enjoying himself as he fought the monsters. It was to the extent that the viewers watching felt a deep stirring within their hearts. However, why did Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, who so dearly wished to battle monsters that badly, ask to be left out of the Korean raid team? He must have had an important reason behind that decision. Go Gun-hui nodded his head. Without such a reason, there was just no way that a man who formed an expression like that during battle would willingly walk away from a raid team. When his thought arrived at that point, Go Gun-hui grew very curious about what could possibly be Jin-Woo's reason. Tang. Gina was studying in her bedroom, but she heard those loud noises and hurriedly came out to the living room. Mom? I'm sorry. That was too loud, wasn't it? Gina shook her head. Mom had already lowered the volume of the TV until not much could be heard so she'd not interrupt her daughter's studies. Gina didn't feel like unduly burdening her any more than that. Besides all that, what's going on? Is the TV broken? Not sure. It just stopped working all of a sudden. Where's Appa? He's right H. Mom turned around to look, only to gasp out in surprise. Oh, my. Where did he go? But, he was here only about a second ago? Gina tilted her head and opened Jin-Woo's bedroom door. Appa? He wasn't even in the bathroom, either. Gina proceeded to scour the entirety of the apartment before turning around towards her mom. What were you watching together just now? The Jeju Island raid. Suddenly, Gina was overcome with a certain ominous foreboding. Now that she thought about it, the entire apartment building was bustling with loud noises ever since a little while ago. No way. Gina hurriedly ran back inside her room and switched on her phone. When she did, just as the vigorous, loud cheers exploded out from the floors above and below hers, Gina's eyes opened wider as she finally confirmed the scene playing out within her phone screen. Appa? After utterly massacring every single ant monster found inside the Queen's chamber, Jin-Woo stored his soldiers back inside his shadow. Even now, ants that had been spread out to the rest of the island were scurrying back to the ant tunnel. He judged that his priority should be placed on guiding the hunters out of here to somewhere safe before more ants showed up. We have the injured here to worry about, too. Jin-Woo strode towards the hunters. Beside Baek Yun-ho and the cameraman, the rest weren't in a good shape. Cha Hae-in was still unconscious, and the three others had suffered some serious wounds, as well. Jin-Woo asked while looking around. What about Min Byung-gu Hunter Nim? Baek Yun-ho shook his head with a hardened expression. Not saying anything else, Jin-Woo brought out the potions and began treating the hunters one by one. Since the potions would become useless once they leave his hands, he had to personally feed each of the hunters. After drinking the potions, hunters began regaining their consciousness. What's this? Taegu quickly raised his upper torso up, touched all over his body, and spat out a gasp of amazement. What the? Both Choi Jong-un and Ma Dong-wook recovered from the numerous injuries on their bodies in no time. Cough. Choi Jong-un had no clue on what had transpired here, so as soon as he laid his eyes on Jin-Woo, he was taken aback rather greatly. Mr. Seong Jin-Woo? What are you doing here? Let's talk after getting out of this place first. Oh. Choi Jong-un took a look around and nodded his head. They were still stuck inside the deepest part of the ant tunnel. This was no place to idly chat away, indeed. Instructor Seong. Having regained his eyesight, Ma Dong-wook was able to reach out and grab Jin-Woo's hands. Were you the one fighting off those ants? Thank you. Thank you so much. Jin-Woo replied in the same manner to him as well. Let us get out of here first. Got it. Finally, Cha Hae-in. Standing before her, a frown formed on Jin-Woo's face. Something's not right, her aura's far too weak. While feeling a sense of foreboding, Jin-Woo raised her head and cautiously poured the potion down her mouth. Sure enough, a message quickly popped up in his view. T-ring. When the remaining HP is less than 10%, it is impossible to recover HP with healing potions. Jin-Woo's expression crumpled. When he slowly pulled out his hand supporting her head, it was soaked in her blood. That ant B** starred. That creature inflicted a fatal blow to the strongest person among the Korean hunters, Cha-haen, with nothing but a single blow. The sole reason why these hunters were still alive wasn't that they were strong. On the contrary, that B** starred simply toyed with them for a little while, that was all. Jin-Woo's expression hardened. In any case, I gotta. Cha-haen's injuries took priority. If her wounds couldn't be healed by the potions, then she needed to get out of this island as soon as possible and get a healer-type hunter to heal her, ASAP. Let's hurry. Jin-Woo carefully picked her up and stood up to leave. Other hunters also stood up. As they were preparing to leave the Ant Queen's chamber, Jin-Woo, walking in front of the pack, suddenly spat out a long sigh. Baek Yun-ho could guess the reason why. Jin-Woo entrusted Cha-haen over to Baek Yun-ho. Suddenly dumped with the responsibility of carrying her around, Baek Yun-ho formed a flustered expression, and he hurriedly raised his voice. I would like to help. Jin-Woo looked at the hunters present, including Baek Yun-ho, and told them all in no uncertain terms. Do not ever step forward during the fight. It'll be faster that way. But, Mr. Seong Jin-Woo, that means. Choi Young-hoon was still oblivious to what had transpired before, so he was about to speak up his opinion, but Ma Dong-wook stopped him and shook his head. He may not have seen the situation unfold with his own eyes, but through his perception, he was able to detect how Jin-Woo annihilated the swarm of ants from the beginning until the end. Jin-Woo was right about this. However, Baek Yun-ho still butted in. Seong Jin-Woo hunter nim. Jin-Woo turned his head to look at him. I understand full well that you're strong. I can confidently say that no one here knows that better than me. However, Baek Yun-ho spoke with a serious expression on his face. However, you've already summoned far too many creatures by now. But, why would that be a problem? When Jin-Woo stared at him with a confused expression, Baek Yun-ho got flustered and quickly added more explanation. You must have had exhausted a lot of your magical energy by now. What would happen if you completely spend them? Ah, so that's what he was talking about. Jin-Woo guessed from Baek Yun-ho's words that the other hunters utilizing the summoning magic had to be using a lot of magic energy to summon even a single creature. I'm sure there aren't any real reason to reveal that my shadow soldiers don't need any magic energy, right? Even without him saying anything, his soldiers wouldn't look like ordinary summons to these people's eyes, anyway. So, Jin-Woo decided to change the story ever so slightly. My summons don't require as much magic energy as you think. You don't need to worry about me. Excuse me? Both Baek Yun-ho and the cameraman exclaimed out at the same time. He controlled that many summon creatures all at once, yet he was saying that the magic energy usage wasn't high? Then, just what was his weak point, then? Realizing that explaining would take up too much time, he simply turned towards the cave up ahead, instead. With excellent timing, the waves of ant monsters were rushing inside the chamber. Wow, there are still so many of them. Their side had someone in a critical condition. So, he couldn't afford to waste time here. Jin-Woo activated the Sovereign's territory for maximum efficiency. The ground beneath his feet was immediately dyed in black. Just as he was done with preparations to call his soldiers back out again, an ominous, creepy air blew in from the other side of the cave. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to where that eerie aura was coming from. There was this one individual among the masses of ants. It looked similar to the others, but it was a completely different type of monster compared to the others. Ah, so that's the one. Jin-Woo instantly recognized the Ant King. And likewise, the Ant King recognized Jin-Woo as well. Taking its time, the Ant King slowly walked over to him. A human, you seem to possess a pretty strong aura. It even imitated Go-To-Ruji's speech pattern. Hunters immediately recalled the nightmare of a few moments ago and flinched grandly as soon as spotting that ant monster. On the other hand, Jin-Woo showed no outward ripples and simply stared at the creature without saying a word. Eventually, the Ant King stood before Jin-Woo. "Are you the king of humans?" "Huh, an insect that knows how to speak." "Well, I'll be." When Jin-Woo replied with a less than impressed expression on his face, the Ant King's own expression crumpled unsightly. The power the queen bestowed it with, and the power it gathered through the gluttony skill, the moment the Ant King unleashed all of its magic energy, its body suddenly ballooned up greatly in size. Its height, which used to be around the same as Jin-Woo's, grew by at least 1.5 times taller. The Ant King then screeched out loudly right in front of Jin-Woo's nose. "Kai-yi-eek dash." Jin-Woo didn't even blink once, and instead, a smirk formed on his lips. "Yup, now you're acting properly like an insect, but." And then, he himself unleashed his own magical energy. Chapter 119 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120. Chapter 120, Chapter 120. All communications with Go-To and his team have been cut off? The association president Matsumoto Shigeo's complexion became ashen. The association employee next to him presented a receiver and asked politely, "Would you like to hear the last communication, sir?" Matsumoto Shigeo snatched the receiver away from the employee's hand and put it on his head, before nodding once. Soon, the recorded sound clip began playing. "An ant. You seem to possess a pretty strong aura. You are the king, ... That's right. I'm the king. Go-To-san. You walk? You walk. Kiok. You. What the hell are you, oh? Beep. That's where the communication ends, sir." Matsumoto's face, as he took off the receiver, was as hard as a rock. The creepy noises and the horrible screech the monster made in between the chatter, he couldn't picture any other situation where those sounds would come out of. An ant monster using a human language? And Go-To-Ruji was killed by that thing? Such an eventuality was not within his calculations. He and his compatriots had definitely planned everything out, and made preparations for every eventuality, so why? The ends of Matsumoto Shigeo's fingers trembled almost imperceptibly. "Sir, ... Only after he realized that the gazes of his employees were focused on his trembling fingertips did Matsumoto Shigeo carefully hide his hands. He quickly changed the topic. "Where is the monster that?" "No, where is the talking monster, right now?" He couldn't bring himself to say the words, "the monster that killed Go-To-Ruji." "It's disappeared, sir." "What do you mean, disappeared?" "It was a creature capable of killing Go-To-Ruji. So, how could the satellite equipped with the magic energy detection camera keeping a close eye on Jeju Island not pick up on such a powerful monster?" The employee seemed to have figured out what his boss was about to say, and he pointed at the monitor once more. That spot of light is the magic energy emitted from the monster at that moment, but the magic energy detection camera displayed the emitted magic energy as spots of lights. The bigger the spot of light appearing on the monitor, the more powerful the existence was. Once spots of lights belonging to Go-To-Ruji and the hunters around him disappeared, the larger, brighter light vanished quickly, as well. "Oh, my God!" Matsumoto Shigeo spat out a shocked gasp. The unknown enemy was in perfect control of its magical energy. That was why. Because it was such a monster, that was why the research team failed to notice the creature before. It was, without a doubt, a perfect failure. And as a punishment, Japan just lost 10 of her elite hunters. Among them, the best hunter in the country. For a result of a single oversight, it was very, very painful price to pay. Even worse, the price most likely hadn't been fully paid yet, either. When that nonsensical monstrosity crosses the ocean and enters the country. Even though Matsumoto Shigeo tried to shake them off, the horrifying images continued to fill up his head. It was then. We found it. The B** starred has reappeared again. Matsumoto Shigeo's eyes shot open wider. Where is the creature? It's inside the Ant Queen's chamber, sir. Only the ants returning to the ant tunnel, as well as the Korean hunters facing off against them, remained in that place. They must be fighting with everything they had, but unfortunately, their opponent this time easily exceeded everyone's imaginations. In the end, even the Koreans will be finished for good. That's what he believed, but then, Matsumoto Shigeo's brows shot up instantly. There was another spot of light that suddenly appeared right next to that horrifying monster. What's the meaning of this? Matsumoto Shigeo gasped out in sheer astonishment and quickly looked at his employees. One of the employees, affiliated with the research team, urgently shook his head. It's also our first time seeing this, sir. That spot of light was as big and bright as the monsters. No, maybe it was even bigger than that. What was even more astonishing was the fact that there were hundreds of smaller light spots swirling around that large one. Even the head researcher of Japan's research team, who had been analyzing the spy images for many years now, had never seen such a phenomenon before. Seeing the mesmerizing sight of the sea of lights repeatedly separating into tiny pieces before gathering back together, all those present couldn't help but gasp out in admiration. However, Matsumoto Shigeo didn't have the time to leisurely stew in his emotions right now. The Korean team. They must be broadcasting the raid even now, aren't they? If the Korean team was still strutting around like that, that could also mean that the broadcast was still ongoing. Matsumoto Shigeo was beset with curiosity and wanted urgently to find out just what was going on here. The Korean team's broadcast. Bring that up to the main monitor. When he shouted out, the super-large screen in the middle of the Japanese Mission Control Center was immediately filled with the image of a certain young man having a stare-down with an ant monster. After seeing that man's face, Matsumoto Shigeo nervously swallowed his saliva. The lone strand of sweat trickled down his temple and pooled on the bottom of his chin. That man. That man is the source of that massive light spot? And then, the giant ant monster standing in front of that man. That thing was at least over 1.5 times larger than regular ant monsters. They were only looking at the thing through the monitor, yet the sheer pressure emanating from that thing managed to quicken their heartbeats. Matsumoto Shigeo's expression hardened even further. It was then. The ant monster made its move. The Ant King's fist powerfully slammed into Jin-Woo's face. Slam! Jin-Woo's back nearly bent backwards, but he stomped down and withstood the hit. The Ant King had struck with all of its might behind that punch, so it couldn't help but get taken by surprise. You can withstand my power? The Ant King struck out with a simple plan to kill this puny human in one hit, but instead of sending him flying away, the whole thing simply ended with his head turning slightly away. Too bad, there was no time to remain surprised, because Jin-Woo's own fist flew in afterwards. Swish dash. Slam. The Ant King was smacked right in the middle of its face, and it flew away to crash into the wall on the far side of the cavern. Kaboom! As if a meteor had collided there, the wall caved in deeply. Although it was only for a short while, the impact force was powerful enough to shake the entire ant tunnel. What kind of an ant talks this much? When the live broadcast got suddenly cut off, and the static screen showing the message of about the station encountering technical difficulty appeared on their TV screens, countless viewers were left devastated and stunned by what they saw. The hunters. What's happening to the hunters? What was up with that ant just now? What the hell? How can you cut the broadcast off right there, The scenes of an ant monster suddenly appearing without warning, and then, it proceeding to systematically dismantle the hunters one by one. The viewers celebrating after the death of the ant queen felt like a bucket of cold water was poured down on them by that horrifying scene. Not too long afterwards, the static screen with the technical difficulty message went away and the MC appeared there, instead. "Ah! Everyone, this news just came in." With a sorrowful voice, he relayed the death of Hunter Min Byung-gu. And he also added that the safety of the hunters remaining in the ant tunnel couldn't be guaranteed, either. God d***mn it. They got the ant queen, so why are they dying now? What about Japan? Isn't it supposed to be a united team or something? Where are the d***mn Japanese? Some people raged on, some people worried about their safety, while some others grieved. The news of the hunters risking their lives potentially meeting with a grisly fate spread out like an uncontrollable wildfire. Weirdly enough, the audience rating actually rose up higher than ever before, even though the raid broadcast had been cut off for a while now. Ah! The MC's expression brightened considerably after receiving an urgent message. "I just heard the news that an unknown hunter has appeared on the scene right at this moment. We will immediately recommence with the broadcast right away." Those words were more than enough to inject much-needed vitality into the fatigued eyes of the viewers staying put in front of their TV screens. Soon, the live feed was restored, and what the heck? This? The viewers were greeted by the black soldiers filling up their TV screens, and they all shot up from their seats. They then saw those black soldiers fighting tooth and nail against the waves upon waves of ants flooding into the Ant Queen's chamber. The camera moved around to take in the unfolding events, before locking onto a single young man. He was too far away and it was hard to see what he looked like. The armored soldiers are apparently the creatures summoned by that hunter on your screen. Also, I just heard that most of the hunters are alive and safe, as well, but... The viewers watching on with nervous tension all cried out in elation from that news. And then, they began cheering for that unidentified hunter. Yes. Go and smash them all. You're doing great. Push them back. Let's go. And finally, when that unidentified hunter summoned an even greater number of soldiers to completely massacre the ants. Whoa whoa whoa. People punched the sky with their fists and celebrated wildly. Those who had lost their families and friends to the ants and sought revenge shed tears as the cathartic moment played out in their screens. As if he was waiting for the perfect timing, the MC's heightened voice came out from the speakers just in the nick of time. Ah! We finally identified the unknown hunter. The eyes and ears of every single viewer out there were now turned towards their screens. Just who was that man? Just what was the identity of a man capable of rescuing rank S hunters from a place crawling with rank S monsters? He's the 10th rank S hunter of South Korea, Seong Jin-Woo. He's a mage-type hunter specializing in summoning magic. And so, the viewers grew even more cheerful from the fact that a hunter possessing such an incredible ability was not a Japanese, but a Korean like them. Countless ants were soon taken care of in no time at all. Just as the hunters were getting ready to escape from the ant tunnel, yet another wave of ants appeared. Isn't that, The ant monster that appeared just before the broadcast got cut off the first time was now leisurely walking forward while pushing past the swarm of ants. Since there weren't that many ants with wings to begin with, and the shape of its face was different from everything else, it wasn't that hard to tell that monster apart. The viewers were instantly thrown into confusion. What the hell? I thought that *** was already dead? Why is that thing appearing again? The winged ant monster stood before Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. Those viewers who understood a bit about the compatibility of different abilities grew deeply anxious when the two stood face to face. Agu. He's going to get killed here. Why would a mage type give up on the safety of distance like that? It's not too late, so run away. That monster was strong enough to blow away Hunter Chahayan, a melee-type hunter, with a single blow. They thought that it was beyond obvious how things would turn out now. It was already distressing enough to see those two glare at each other in close proximity, but then, the D*MN ant monster suddenly grew larger and larger as well. Every viewer watching their TV screens cried out in shock. And then, pow! Those with weaker constitutions squeezed their eyes shut at that moment. They thought that the moment the monster's punch found its target, a hunter's head would explode. However, contrary to their expectations, the hunter was fine. Ha! A mage withstood a punch strong enough to knock out the tanker Ma Dongwook in one hit. The eyes of the viewers grew wider and wider. And then, slam! The ant monster got shoved deeply into the cave wall. Most viewers required a little bit of time to process what just transpired. But when the camera zoomed in on the ant king half buried in the cave wall, wah! Yet another round of loud cheering exploded out. Heek! The cameraman's jaw fell to the floor. When Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was struck by the ant's fist, he flinched in surprise. Even Chahayan lost her consciousness from that hit. But then, Hunter Seong Jin-Woo blew away the ant monster, instead. The very same monster, that toyed around with 6 rank S hunters as if it was nothing. No wonder he'd gasp out a heek. Were the rank S hunters that weak? No, of course not. The Korean hunters bravely fought and managed to defeat the rank S boss, the Ant Queen. So, the mutated ant monster that made an utter fool out of those hunters was the weird one. And Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, who blew away that weird mutated ant, was an even weirder one. Gulp! The cameraman suppressed his agitation and swallowed his dry saliva. The reactions of other hunters weren't all that different either. While everyone was staring at Jin-Woo with excited eyes, only Choi Jong-in began looking around in his vicinity. And he could see mountains of ant corpses. He initially thought that those were the result of the hunters working together while he was out cold. But now, having witnessed Jin-Woo's power, his thoughts had changed. Could it be? Mr. Seong Jin-Woo alone was responsible for. After taking a rough count of the dead ants, Choi Jong-in's eyes began trembling non-stop. Ki-heek! A beastly screech exploding out without warning caused his head to snap back. The Ant King extricated itself out of the wall and displayed its rage. The air within the Ant Queen's chamber was quivering noticeably. Ho-oh! Jin-Woo stared at the Ant King with a genuine surprise. The damage he dealt was far less than he thought. Is it because of the exoskeleton? The black, tough shell covering the entirety of that B***starred, whatever that thing was, it had already exceeded being a normal organic matter. In that case, he'd use brute force to shatter that shell. The thing that could break one's armor wasn't a sword or a spear. No, it was a hammer. Jin-Woo's shoulder and arm muscles expanded, thick veins bulging visibly on his skin. The air grew thicker and heavier as it descended all around him. The Ant King stopped screeching and shifted its horrifyingly crumpled expression towards Jin-Woo. You dare! As the two of them walked closer, the distance between them shortened faster and faster. Soon, Jin-Woo and the Ant King stood right before each other again. And then, without a hint of hesitation or mercy, they began exchanging countless attacks, each thumping hit carrying all their might. Slam! Kaboom! Boom! The hunters watching from the sideline were all stupefied into silence. The shock wave from the collision of magic energy whenever Jin-Woo and the Ant King exchanged blows rocked the ant tunnel itself. It was so severe that these top-ranked hunters, renowned for their mastery over wielding their magic energy, felt their innards tumble. Woo whoop! Are you all right? I'm fine. The cameraman was only a rank A, but he still tried his best to suppress the contents of his stomach from rising up. He was even experiencing vertigo, too. Woo wook! Even then, even as his complexion paled greatly, he could still maintain his smile, all because slam! 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 How can a lone hunter do that against such a monster? Because he saw a ray of hope. Qua-boom, dot. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo might be getting wounded from that exchange, but the outer shell of the Ant King was definitely being broken as well. Chapter 120 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121. Chapter 121. Chapter 121. The Ant King quickly sensed the changes taking place on the body that it felt so proud of. Crack! Crack! Its outer skin, most likely tougher and hardier than any known metal on this planet, began developing cracks all over the place. On the other hand, the enemy was easily withstanding the Ant King's attacks. It can't be. An impossible hypothesis quickly entered the Ant King's head. I'm losing out on physical strength? Not only that, to a human less than half its size? But, right at that moment, crack! It realized that the fresh wound on its waist from that powerful hit felt wrong. Even the sound coming from there was not too good to hear. The exoskeleton lacked pain receptors, so the Ant King had to divert its attention for the briefest of moments to confirm the status of its shell down there. Sneak! The result was rather shocking to behold. It's cracked open. The small crack that was no more than just a nick had spread out to everywhere and was growing larger and larger. It was the same thing as a warning sign, telling the creature that there wasn't a lot of time left. The Ant King quickly turned its head around. However, even if it was only for a brief moment, Jin-Woo wasn't some amateur who'd missed this golden opportunity. Kaboom! The king's face spun to its side. The Ant King staggered unsteadily for a second or two from the ridiculous impact force that ignored the Ant King's forged steel-like shell on its face. It managed to regain its balance before it took a step back, but by then, the follow-up punch was already closing in from below. Kwang! The Ant King's chin shot upwards. How dare a human, who's inferior than a bug? While its head still pointing up at the ceiling, the Ant King shot a glare full of murderous rage down below. The power this human possessed, it was indeed great. However, unlike this human, who only had his physical strength to fall back on, the Ant King possessed a variety of other powerful means at its disposal. Such as... The Ant King's head snapped back down, and at the same time, it fired a poison needle out of its mouth. A tip coated in deadly poison attached to the tongue-like tentacle shot out like a bullet. It was an unavoidable attack aimed at the enemy's face in this point-blank range. Swish dash! The human deftly tilted his head out of the way to dodge the needle, but a smile still crept up on the face of the Ant King as the result of its attack became clear. The needle still managed to scratch the human's cheek and left a small wound there. It's done! That alone was more than enough. Once, the Ant King devoured a sea snail and somewhat coincidentally, absorbed a skill called paralysis poison. One of the most fatal poisons secreted by the known lifeforms in this world had been transformed into an even more deadly substance within the Ant King's body after it became a concentrated mix that contained the magical energy of the host creature. It was indeed the worst poison imaginable, evolved forcibly by the skill, gluttony. You've really given me so much trouble, you human ****. Even the slightest scratch would result in complete paralysis in one's nervous system within seconds. The victims would lose all sensations in their bodies and lose control of themselves. The only thing remaining would be to systematically destroy the resistance-less enemy. As if the poison was doing its thing, the human formed a flustered expression. This is the power of the true king. The Ant King smiled widely and smacked the human's face. However, Kwang! The human raised his left hand and blocked it. The question of how he was still able to move lasted only for a second. Kaboom! The human's right fist flew in from the other side and struck the Ant King so hard that the monster was shoved down to the ground rather unceremoniously. Ki-heek! For the first time ever, a pained yelp shot out from the king's mouth. T-ring! Jin-Woo confirmed the system message popping up in his view as that familiar mechanical beep rang out. Detoxification has been completed. I was wondering why it was celebrating all alone, but is this why? Maybe that was the case because, for some reason, he could sense that the Ant King showed much more panic when he moved without a problem just now. What a mystifying thing this was. He wasn't talking about the all-powerful buff getting rid of the poison, no, but the fact that he could actually sense the insect-like monster's emotions. Before he had realized it, he could sense what other monsters were feeling about. Wait, was it from around the time I fought those high orcs? Back then, he thought that he was able to decipher what those creatures were feeling by looking at their facial expressions and their gestures. However, that ant monster wasn't even what you'd classify as a humanoid creature. Indeed, that thing had no other facial expressions other than crumpling it in anger. Is this because of my perception? Just as his stat values had all increased by so much lately, his perception stat also had increased by a lot, too. It was possible that some other unknown, hidden abilities to his stats were unlocked when they went past a certain threshold. However, now isn't the time to think about that, is it? Indeed, his priority lay with killing this thing and getting out of this place. Jin-Woo sprinted towards the Ant King trying to push itself off from the ground. He could definitely feel the Ant King's nervousness on his skin now. His continued pounding resulted in the creature's exoskeleton almost being cracked open. Just a little bit more now, . He thought like so and closed the distance in the blink of an eye, before jumping up slightly in the air. And then, he kicked down. Qua-boom! However, the Ant King had already vanished from the spot. Only the poor ground caved in from the impact. Where did it go? It disappeared? While the other hunters hurriedly searched for the Ant King, Jin-Woo calmly looked above him. The monster was flying in the air using its wings. Well, I guess this is convenient. Jin-Woo smirked to himself. What with him being able to sense the monster's fluctuating emotions, searching for its presence had become a step easier now. The emotion of confusion felt had changed to fear, before it changed once more to happiness. The Ant King had changed its strategy now. If that human speciality is his strength, then there's no need to face him head-on. The Ant King's true weapon was its speed. Even that foolish human who lied and said he was the king of humans, couldn't even react to the Ant King's movements and lost his neck. From the onset, the reason why the creature wanted to use physical strength to suppress the human was a type of desire to show off its kingly powers. But, right now, the Ant King had decided to throw away that selfish reasoning and focus all of its being in this battle from now on. Shuck. The enlarged body reverted back to its original size, while the claws in its hands grew even longer and sharper, like well-honed blades. Its claws, . Jin-Woo studied the changes taking place in the Ant King and realized that the creature would change how it attacked from here onwards. Shurarek. 2 short swords he summoned from the inventory landed in Jin-Woo's hands. Swish dash. The airborne Ant King shot down towards Jin-Woo. Its speed was incomparable to only a minute ago. Jin-Woo focused his senses. Time slowed down, and every single movement the monster made entered his vision. In all honesty, Jin-Woo felt most confident when it came down to the contest of speed. He easily deflected the Ant King's claw slashing down from above with his short sword. The follow-up attacks from the Ant King landing on the ground, as well as from Jin-Woo spinning around, clashed violently. Clang! Clop-on! Clang! . As they exchanged offense and defense countless times, the Ant King was now completely beset with unbridled shock. How can this be? The enemy was actually matching its speed. No, it wasn't only that, as the seconds ticked by, his movement speed was actually picking up as if his muscles had finally loosened up sufficiently enough. How? How can such a... The Ant King had been pushed back during the contest of raw strength, and now it was also being gradually pushed back in the contest of speed, too. One step, another step. As the number of retreating steps taken increased, so did the wounds appearing on the exoskeleton. The greater the monster's retreating distance became, the more confident Jin-Woo grew. I can finish this, ... The mental shock this monster, this so-called Ant King felt right now, it was being transmitted in full to Jin-Woo. Right now, that monster was greatly shaken up. Compared to the Demon King Baron, this monster's strength, speed, and abilities fell some ways behind. No, maybe, it was on the same level as the dead Demon King, or even exceeded it in some regards. Unfortunately, the current Jin-Woo wasn't the same as the Jin-Woo of back then. Indeed, he had stepped up into a far higher realm with the rewards he had received after completing the Demon's Castle dungeon. Here's the fruit of all my labors. Jin-Woo got to fully experience just how much his stats had grown through this particular opponent. Along with the satisfaction derived from knowing that his stats had been greatly enhanced now, even more stirring emotions welled up from deep inside his chest. When the Ant King took another step back, Jin-Woo took 2 steps forward. And then... Vital spot targeting. Jin-Woo's skill stabbed straight into the Ant King's torso. The vital points targeting was a skill that inflicted additional damage if he had managed to stab the enemy's weak spots. With the monster's exoskeleton broken in several places, it was not an exaggeration to say that the creature's entire body was now the so-called weak spot. Pa-biebok. Dozens of vital points targeting landed on the hapless monster. Skill, vital points targeting will now be upgraded to the ultimate version, skill, violence / Violence / Having unlocked a new skill, Jin-Woo promptly used it. It was then, his short swords immediately sought out all of the Ant King's openings and, literally in the blink of an eye, slashed out dozens of times. Ta-da-da-da-da-da. Kai-ie heck? The Ant King screamed out. As the creature writhed around in pain, Jin-Woo swung his short sword once more and sliced off its arm. Slice. The monster's long, black-colored arm fell to the ground with a dull thud. Kiik. By now, the Ant King lost all semblance of pride or desire for revenge, and hurriedly fled to the air. Its instinctive desire to survive overruled everything. Unfortunately for it, Jin-Woo didn't allow for one moment of respite. Sensing the approach of another being, the Ant King took a look behind. A human is flying? Jin-Woo flung himself up using the ruler's reach skill and proceeded to cut off one of the Ant King's wings. Plop! The Ant King crash-landed in an unsightly manner. During that short time of its fall, the Ant King constantly thought about a way to escape from this incredibly dangerous predicament, even though confusion and fear threatened to paralyze it. I need to come up with something to overwhelm the enemy. Physical strength, speed, and even its hidden trump card, poison, all failed to work. It couldn't come up with anything. Did it not possess anything that was better than what that human possessed? Just before the despair set in, the Ant King finally arrived at the right answer. It recalled the one thing that it held an advantage in over the enemy. And that would be the head count. There was only one enemy. But the Ant King possessed thousands of soldiers. Indeed, didn't it have brave warriors waiting for its orders by the entrance of the chamber right this moment? The Ant King staggered back to its feet, before pointing at Jin-Woo with its one remaining arm. Kai-ie dash. As if they were waiting for that rage-filled screech, the waves upon waves of ants began flooding into the chamber. Take this, human! Ki heck! The king continued to screech out. It was to restore its crushed pride, and also to rouse the fighting spirit of its countless soldiers, as well. And so, as it confidently glared at the impudent human. From that side, a black wave was rushing out now. Go! Jin-Woo issued an order to his shadow soldiers. The sovereign's territory he had activated prior to the battle was still active. The shadow soldiers, enhanced a step further by this skill, marched towards the ants at a frightening speed. Do. The loud footsteps reverberated throughout the ant tunnel. And then, you come out, too. Finally, Jin-Woo summoned Fangs out, as well. As if it was feeling sheepish for being summoned all alone, Fangs looked around himself and scratched the back of his head. Jin-Woo handed over the bead of avarice and warned him in no uncertain terms. Aim only at the ants. Only at them. If even a single lick of flames land on the humans sitting over there, I will never summon you out ever again. Fangs enthusiastically nodded his head as if he was confident of doing exactly that. Soon, Fangs grew super large with the song of the giant and spewed out that enormous pillar of flames. Dash. Although he had seen that plenty enough times by now, Jin-Woo couldn't help but feel impressed by the sight regardless. It's kinda like his flame pillar is getting bigger every day, isn't it? Was it because his level was also rising up? Only Jin-Woo could come up with such a reaction since he had seen this spectacle before, but well, other people were thinking of entirely different things. The hunters hiding in the far corner holding their breaths while witnessing the battle between Jin-Woo and the Ant King could only gasp out in pure astonishment at the emergence of this new monster. A rather severe reaction also came out from their midst, too. That is his summoned creature? What? That's a summon? Imtaegu pointed at Fangs and raised his voice. As for the other hunters, no one could respond to him as their jaws were still resting on the ground at that moment. However, everyone was thinking of roughly the same thing. How could that thing be classified as a mere summon? From the way it looked, or the powers it possessed, that thing no longer looked like a simple summon creature, but a demon king that had descended to this earth. Whatever the case may have been, that totally nonsensical pillar of flames roasted the swarm of ants like there was no tomorrow. The Ant King began shuddering once more. These are the human soldiers. Less than 1 minute later, hundreds of the Ant King's soldiers were evaporated into ash and dust. It wasn't some metaphor either. The ant monsters coming into contact with that strange pillar of flames really did evaporate where they stood. For the first time ever. The Ant King felt true terror towards another being for the first time in its life. It also sensed an unscalable wall. The Ant King finally learned that there was an enemy that couldn't be overcome, regardless of what power it tried to use. This was a complete defeat, in every sense of the word. But, how could such a thing be? I was born to fight against the strong humans, so why? That was its sole calling. It hurried with its growth for that purpose. It even absorbed humans' powers in order to facilitate that goal. But to think, it still couldn't win against this one human. The Ant King began shivering and turned around to run. It just had to run away far, far away from this human. At least in this very moment, the thoughts of its glorious kingdom and its soldiers had completely disappeared from the Ant King's head. Using the healing skill taken from one of the dead humans, the Ant King quickly regenerated its lost wing and took to the air again. Even if it's only a little bit further away. But, it happened then. Kuwong. Out of the blue, a powerful force pushed it down and planted the Ant King flat on the ground. Ki-eek. It spat out a mouthful of bodily fluid. Having utilized the skill ruler's reach like a fly swatter, Jin-Woo quickly walked over to where the downed Ant King was. I can't let this guy escape, obviously. It was a strong monster. He wanted to turn it into a shadow soldier no matter what. But, in order to do that, killing it comes first. After discovering Jin-Woo approaching it, the look of sheer terror filled up on the face of the Ant King, so much so that the creature looked almost pitiful to the onlookers. Ki-eek. In the end, the Ant King began crawling on the ground to get away from him. That arrogant, dignified appearance it displayed back when it proceeded to toy around with the Korean hunters, it was now long gone. Now you look like a proper insect. Jin-Woo closed in quickly, took aim at the back of the Ant King, and activated his skill, Vital Points Targeting, No Violence /. That brought up the message window. Tearing. You have killed your enemy. Level up. Level up. Nice. Jin-Woo clenched his fist. But his celebrations lasted only for a short while. Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim. He quickly turned around after Baek Yun-ho called out to him, and found the latter's complexion to be extremely poor. Jin-Woo quickly ran over to him. Other hunters rejoicing at the defeat of the Ant King stopped and shifted their gazes over to Baek Yun-ho, as well. Meanwhile, Baek Yun-ho continued to speak to Jin-Woo. Hunter Cha Hae-in is. Just as his unfinished sentence implied, Cha Hae-in's vitality had declined so much that it was hard to even sense it now. The situation had deteriorated even further than before. Jin-Woo's expression quickly hardened. Time had almost run out. Even if he rode on Kaisel, just when would he arrive in his destination and just how long would he take to find a healer to heal her? I need another way. After some brief pondering, Jin-Woo came up with a method to save Cha Hae-in. He finished checking her complexion and stood back up. He then turned towards the cameraman. Can you switch off the camera for a minute or two? Chapter 121 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122. Chapter 122, Chapter 122. Excuse me? The camera? Yes. The cameraman looked at Jin-Woo with a flustered expression. But Jin-Woo's face was solemn, deeply serious, and unmoving. But why the camera, all of a sudden? Jin-Woo remained silent at the flustered cameraman's question. The cameraman couldn't come to a decision here. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was indeed his savior. He'd gladly heed that man's request, especially when he was also saving the lives of others here, too. However, to ask me to switch the camera off. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that every South Korean citizen must be watching this broadcast right now. As a broadcaster, he found it hard to press the off button on his camera under the current situation. When he began hesitating like that, Jin-Woo chose to not waste any more time, and spoke up. If you don't, I'll just break it. Hearing Jin-Woo's icy tone of voice, the cameraman flinched grandly. If Hunter Seong Jin-Woo decided to break the camera, then would the combined efforts of the hunters present here even be enough to stop him? The why no longer mattered as he was left with no choice in the matter anymore. I understand. Hold on. The cameraman removed the head-mounted camera and switched the device off. After confirming the power light of the camera was gone, Jin-Woo took Cha Hae-in back from Baek Yun-ho. I didn't want to scare the cameraman, but it couldn't be helped if he wanted to save Cha Hae-in. While holding her, Jin-Woo quickly scanned his vicinity. He then took a couple of deep breaths and closed his eyes. What is he trying to do now? The attention of the hunters were all gathered on him now. Soon, he opened his eyes. Finding the location of what he was searching for, Jin-Woo suddenly turned around and headed deeper into the ant tunnel. His steps were brisk, but he never broke into a full-blown sprint in consideration of Cha Hae-in's current condition. Others dazedly stared at his back, before quickly recovering their wits to run after him. Finally, Jin-Woo came to a stop and cautiously put Cha Hae-in down. He then began removing the pile of ant corpses from around her. Heek! Discovering something rather unexpected, the cameraman was the first one to gasp out in surprise. Other hunters also let a stunned gasp to leak out from their mouths. Because the cold, headless body of Min Byung-gu was there. It was a gruesome sight to behold, where there was literally nothing above his neck area. Only then did they venture to guess why Hunter Seong Jin-Woo demanded for the camera to be cut off. No one out there would want to witness that horrible scene, after all. Cook. The closest person to Min Byung-gu out of everyone present here, Baek Yun-ho, squeezed his eyes shut and turned his head away. But then... Wait a minute. He suddenly thought of something. How did Hunter Seong Jin-Woo find where Byung-gu was among all these dead monsters? The answer arrived soon enough in his mind. Without the aid of a special skill, such a thing wouldn't have been possible. The magic energy emission coming from humans and monsters were minutely different, but Jin-Woo was able to differentiate between the two and managed to locate Min Byung-gu's corpse before the emission from him completely dissipated. If true, then that could only be described as an astonishing sensory perception. Such a task would be impossible even for Baek Yunho's Eyes of the Beast, which was supposed to be a specialized trait meant for that kind of job. After his thoughts reached up to this point, Baek Yunho shifted his head back in the direction of Jin-Woo. Even at the risk of the final appearance of Byung-gu being deeply etched in his nightmares, Baek Yunho wanted to witness with his own two eyes just what would happen next. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. Just what are you trying to do? Cold sweat drops formed on his forehead as he alternated his gaze between Jin-Woo, Min Byung-gu, and Cha Hae-in. In the meantime, Jin-Woo took a closer look at the status of Min Byung-gu. The black smokes were rising up from the corpse, meaning it was possible to perform the shadow extraction on it. And, sure enough, T-ring. It is possible to perform shadow extraction on the selected target. The familiar mechanical beep in the system's message informed him in such a friendly way that what he wanted to do was, well, doable. Of course, Jin-Woo was cognizant of the fact that Hunter Min Byung-gu could be turned into a shadow soldier the moment he heard of the latter meeting an unfortunate fate. Only that he didn't feel like doing it. To turn a blameless guy into an undead and use him as a soldier. Even if the corpse belonged to a rank S hunter, he'd still reject the idea outright. That was not something a human being should do. However, Jin-Woo stared at Cha Hae-in's gradually paling face. This is the best way. What if, in a situation where every second counted, he could entrust the gravely injured to the best healer in South Korea? What was there to even think about here? If the decision was left up to Min Byung-gu himself, he'd have made the same call 100 times out of 100. Jin-Woo formed a solemn expression and issued an order to the shadow. Rise up. However, the end result was different from what he expected. Tearing. The shadow extraction has failed. Confusion and anxiety began entering Jin-Woo's expression. Was this because the skill level was too low compared to the target's stat values? Or was it because he wasn't really feeling it with this particular shadow extraction? Jin-Woo quickly shook off all distracting thoughts. And then, spoke up once more, his voice now containing his will. Rise up. The desirable changes took place, then. Wah-ah! A low, heavy sound that could be described as either a victorious roar or a scream resounded out from the distance somewhere, and an eerie wind suddenly swept past everyone. The eyes of the hunters were shot open in shock as the creeping chill crawled down their spines. Oh, my God! That isn't that. From Min Byung-gu's shadow, a black hand rose up. As if it didn't want to go back inside the shadow again, the black hand powerfully grabbed the ground. And then, it began pulling itself out from the darkness. How can this be? Baek Yunho felt as if his heart would explode from what he was seeing right now. Other people might not see it, but his eyes clearly captured everything. Min Byung-gu's magic energy rising up from his shadow was slowly solidifying into the shape of a person. More specifically, a soldier decked out in jet black armor. And soon, the so-called summon creature finally revealed itself. The hunters were rendered utterly speechless and dazedly stared at the new summon creature of Jin-Woo. And from this creature, they could sense the kind of magical energy that could only be felt from a top-ranked hunter. No, wait a minute. The quick-witted Choi Jong-in flinched grandly in realization as his brows shot up. As everyone watched with bated breaths, Jin-Woo's calm eyes were studying the shadow of Min Byung-gu. When their gazes met, the new shadow soldier nodded his head. The moment his shadow was transformed into one of his soldiers, it would immediately form a mental link with Jin-Woo. They would know what their sovereign wanted from them. Without needing any further orders, Min Byung-gu's shadow knelt down and began casting healing magic on Cha Hae-in. Wang! As soon as the warm rays of light escaped from the shadow soldier's hands, Cha Hae-in's pale complexion began recovering gradually. This was the top-level healing magic at work. I knew it. Choi Young-hoon was properly freaking out now. He was completely sure of his guesses, now that he had seen those lights heal Cha Hae-in. The identity of that black soldier was none other than Min Byung-gu, but by then, other hunters were also beginning to realize what was going on here. Ma Dong-wook hadn't been able to shut his slack jaw from the moment that Black Hand rose up from Min Byung-gu's shadow, but now, he was able to collect himself enough to finally express his astonishment. Instructor Song, you weren't an ordinary summoner, I see. Jin-Woo neither agreed or denied it. However, just what kind of people were they, to begin with? Every single one of them was an excellent hunter who each represented the largest guilds in South Korea. They didn't need to hear a confirmation to understand the gist of it. By any chance, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim, you can utilize the powers of the deceased? Choi Jong-in asked with a nervous tension writ large on his face. Jin-Woo simply nodded his head, once. Now that he found himself here, there was no more reason to hide his powers, nor did he want to mask it with lies, either. Well, it's not like these folks will fall for some random lies I cook up on the spot, anyway. Actually, he felt as if a load was taken off his shoulders now that he had revealed his powers to someone else. Other people might fear it, but to Jin-Woo, he'd feel eternally grateful towards this power for helping him get to where he was. He was proud of the power of the Shadow Sovereign. Seeing that confident look on Jin-Woo's face, other hunters began to fear the extent of his powers. He can summon creatures using the powers of the deceased. Wouldn't he become stronger and stronger as the battle becomes fiercer? What a scary ability this is. I don't even know what to say anymore. To these hunters, having bore witness to Jin-Woo's ability today, this revelation left different types of impressions. However, Baek Yun-ho was privy to one more piece of secret info that others didn't know. Not only can his own powers continue to grow stronger, but he can also even control his vanquished enemies as his own summoned creatures. Wouldn't that mean Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's current level of power had already reached an unfathomable degree? But when Baek Yun-ho thought about the kind of strength the youth would possess in the future, his entire body began shuddering uncontrollably. Suddenly, the cameraman spoke up as if he remembered something just then. Ah. Then the reason why you requested the camera to be turned off was because this power was capable of making the nation's top hunters scared. Anyone could have easily guessed the reason why Jin-Woo didn't want to reveal such a power to the rest of the country. It was around then that Min Byung-gu's shadow stood back up. The treatment process must have been finished, because there was a hint of crimson color gently glowing on Hunter Cha Hae-in's face. Phew woo. After confirming her status, Jin-Woo sighed out in relief. Although she was still unconscious, her breathing and her heartbeat had returned to normal. As a matter of fact, her wounds were completely healed now. Jin-Woo patted the shoulder of Min Byung-gu's shadow. That was the gesture of appreciation for the job well done. Jin-Woo guessed what kind of person Min Byung-gu must have been when he was still alive, from the gentle eyes of the shadow soldier looking back at him. Jin-Woo slowly took his hand away from the shoulder, and then extraction cancellation. With a slight smile on his lips, he let the shadow return to the abyss. No matter what, he didn't possess the right to lord over this man as one of his soldiers, when Min Byung-gu even sacrificed his life to fight against the monster threats. Indeed, he thought that such an act was not fitting for a fallen hero. Let's get out of here. Putting aside the slight regret in his heart, Jin-Woo picked up Cha Hae-in from the ground. After losing their two leaders, the queen and the king, the ant monsters scattered and fled to the ends of the island in order to hide from the shadow soldiers. The ant tunnel, once filled to the brim with ants, was now completely empty. Jin-Woo took several steps forward before looking behind him to speak to other hunters.
Let's get going.
Their bodies in physical fatigue might have been recovered to some extent from the potions they ingested, but their mental fatigue had almost reached a breaking point by now. So, when they heard his suggestion, the expressions of the hunters brightened up considerably. It was now finally over. Their smile-filled faces perfectly expressed their current emotions. After they safely got out from the ant tunnel, they found a helicopter hovering in the air, having arrived in their location just now with an exquisite sense of timing.
There they are. Hunters are coming out.
Yes.
Well done.
The helicopter carefully descended and landed on the ground after its occupants discovered the exact location of the hunters.
The tired hunters entered the vehicle one by one until only 2 people remained. They were Jin-Woo and Baek Yun-ho.
Jin-Woo was standing closer to the helicopter.
He carefully handed Cha Hae-in over to Baek Yun-ho. What are you doing, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim?
I still have some unfinished business to take care of on this island. Hearing that, Baek Yun-ho could only smirk softly. There were still plenty of ant monsters that had escaped death roaming around on the Jeju island. If some other people said that they wanted to remain here, then Baek Yun-ho would have questioned their sanity, but the man in front of his eyes was definitely not included in that group.
To fight monsters, you needed a monster.
Baek Yun-ho thought that he wouldn't get surprised anymore regardless of what Jin-Woo was planning to do on this island.
Excuse me.
Before leaving the island, Baek Yun-ho threw out one last question.
Byung-gu. No, wait. What will happen to the summoned creature that came out from Byung-gu? Will he just stay as your soldier and continue to fight on?
Jin-Woo shook his head.
I've cancelled the summoning. It won't be possible to see him again. Baek Yun-ho nodded his head and formed a content smile. That's a relief. Pardon? That guy, he really hated fighting, you know?
I'm sure that he's thanking you right now, wherever he is. And so, the 6 warriors and 1 cameraman who had bravely fought on finally left the island of Jeju.
Their fight was over.
However, it was merely another beginning for Jin-Woo.
I need only 1 more level up to hit 100.
He'd get there no problem, considering the number of remaining monsters on this island. And besides, there were plenty of shadows waiting to be extracted back inside the ant tunnel, as well.
So, then, should he get started now?
First of all, I should take care of the ants that had run away. Jin-Woo formed a deep smile and summoned Kai-Sel out.
Inside the Japanese Hunters Association.
The association president Matsumoto Shigeo switched the giant TV screen off, his expression one of deep sorrow and defeat. A monster strong enough to instantly annihilate 10 of the best hunters from Japan was killed off by a single hunter from South Korea.
How come? Why, what is? Matsumoto Shigeo's trembling hands began tearing at what little hair remained on the side of his head. A completely illogical event had unfolded in front of his eyes just now. Thanks to that, Japan's total combat potential had declined by over half, and even his position as the association president was under threat now.
If the Koreans also failed, then he might have tried to come up with some vague excuses to gloss over this whole thing, and then ask the international community for their help, but not only had the Koreans managed to kill the Ant Queen, they even escaped safely from the clutches of the thousands of ant monsters as well as that mutated freak of an ant, too.
Seong Jin-Woo.
That one hunter was responsible for smashing everything apart.
Seong Jin-Woo. Seong Jin-Woo.
Inexplicably, the contents of the phone call he shared with Go Ruji while the latter was still in Korea played back in his mind.
In South Korea.
There's an incredible hunter in South Korea.
More than you?
More than likely, sir. I think there's a need to modify our plan a little bit, sir.
If only.
If only he paid attention to what Go Ruji was saying back then.
Wasn't he the most knowledgeable person when it came to understanding the differences of strength in hunters? For the first time ever, such a man had assessed a Korean hunter as incredible, yet why did he? Why was I so arrogant? If they had completely analyzed the capabilities of Seong Jin-Woo beforehand, they might have cooperated with the Koreans in good faith, and resolved everything without a single problem. No, wait. Even if the Japanese didn't do anything, the Koreans might have stepped forward themselves to take care of the problem instead. But then, he ended up digging his own grave just because he resorted to underhanded schemes. A association president? Sir. Seeing how wan his face had become, the association employee next to him began asking in a worried voice. However, Matsumoto Shigeo didn't bother to raise his head and simply waved his hand to dismiss the employee. The employee bowed his head and left the office as if he was running away. Matsumoto Shigeo's expression crumpled unsightly. There can only be one way out of this for me. And that would be to raise the Japanese Association back on its feet, and make it stronger than ever before. In order to do so, he needed just one man. Seong Jin-Woo. No matter what, he must reel that man in. With Go-To-Ruji dying in vain like that, there was only one way to revitalize the Japanese Hunters Association. The entirety of Korea's citizens would have witnessed live the grand feats of hunter Seong Jin-Woo, so it would not be easy, but well, there was already precedence of a top hunter abandoning South Korea, which meant there was still hope. What should I do to reel hunter Seong Jin-Woo over to this side? Matsumoto Shigeo's brain, momentarily frozen from despair, began spinning rapidly again. The Eastern United States. Ring. 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 The phone rang endlessly off the hook. Unable to endure that racket any longer, David Brennan angrily snatched at the receiver. Which insane mother Kerr is calling me at this time of the night? He was the director of the most powerful organization in the States, the Hunter Bureau. Promising himself to find the son of a B*TCH regardless of the method or cost and throw him in a jail cell if this turned out to be a prank call, he answered the call in a testy voice. Click. Who is this? Director, it's me. Deputy. David Brennan's sleep flew away the moment he heard that familiar voice and he raised his torso up. It's already pretty late. What's the matter? There's a video you must see. Right now. A video. When he checked his mobile phone, there were 7 missed calls as well as a video file. It seemed that he missed them all because he had muted the phone before going to bed. I understand. I'll give you a call after watching the clip. No need, Director. What do you mean by that? I'm already in front of your house, sir. What? David Brennan jumped up from the bed and took a look at the alarm sitting on the bedside bureau. It said 04:12 a.m. He discarded the phone on the bed and ran towards the bedroom window to take a look, and indeed, the deputy director was waiting for him outside the front of the house with his car parked right there. Once their gazes met, the deputy director nodded his greeting. David Brennan stared back somewhat dumbfounded, his head tilting to the side, before turning around. What's going on? Sensing that something big must have happened, he picked his phone up, the video clip still waiting to be played on the device. Chapter 122 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. The video clip finally finished playing on the phone. The footage of a raid taking place in a small nation to the Far East left a pretty hefty mental shock to David Brennan, the director of America's Hunter Bureau. What do you think? The deputy director cautiously asked his boss. And the director was quick with his reply. Never mind what I think. Aren't you here in these early hours because you already know what I'm about to say? Am I right? That was indeed true. It was already an uncommon occurrence for the director of the mighty Hunter Bureau and his deputy to have a meeting at 4 in the morning, but then, their meeting place also happened to be the kitchen of the director's private residence, as well. A heavy silence descended between two men sitting opposite side of the dining table. Puff, puff. The director replayed the video one more time as he sucked on his cigarette. He was still getting shocked by what he was watching. Especially when he got to the part where the hunters summoned out black soldiers to sweep away the swarm of ants, the director's entire body shuddered noticeably. What could anyone say after viewing this crazy video? And so, as he continued sucking on another cigarette in silence, the director's wife came down from the upstairs bedroom in search of her missing husband, and called out his name after spotting the light in the kitchen. "Dave? Is everything all right?" When the director wordlessly gestured with his hand, the wife looked at him worriedly for a moment or two before going back to the bedroom. Exactly 3 cigarettes later, the director quietly opened his mouth. What a waste of talent to be confined in a small country like South Korea. I agree. What do we know about him? The deputy director readily brought out a file containing all the pertinent information related to Seong Jin-Woo. The director scanned the files and formed a satisfied smile. Very good. It had been less than an hour since the raid came to an end on the island of Jeju in the country far east, yet the related data was already in his hands. Not only that, the file contained everything from that hunter's type as well as his close associates and relatives, too. Now, this was the power of the United States, the hunter's superpower in the world. On the other side of the table, the deputy was smiling inwardly to himself. We got lucky on this one. Sure, the swiftness of the American intelligence network was one thing, but luck played a big part, as well. To be more precise, the Song Il-hwan incident. An existence that could either be a human or a monster in disguise exited from a dungeon and claimed that he was a Korean hunter. The data compiled back then still remained in the database of the Hunter Bureau. In the current situation where no other nation even knew what his name was, with the exception of South Korea, of course, the Americans were able to get 2 steps ahead of everyone else. God bless America. Indeed, if this wasn't the heavens helping them out, then what was? However, it wouldn't do to get all worked up over a minor lucky coincidence like this one. No, it all depended on the abilities of the individuals involved when it came to turning a lucky coincidence into a genuine opportunity. The deputy formed a pretty serious expression. His father went missing in a gate, but he still hasn't received any proper compensation until now. And also, before he went through a reawakening process, he risked death countless times to pay for his mother's hospital fees. What an inconceivable tale that is. How could they treat the wife and the son of a hero this badly, when he lost his life fighting against monsters all for the sake of his nation? Such a thing was completely unimaginable in the US. And well, this isn't confirmed information, but... The director lifted his gaze off from the files. The deputy took his time to build suspense and finally murmured out. Apparently, he hasn't signed up with any guilds yet. Now that piece of news managed to perk up the director's ears even more. He closed the file with a somber expression on his face. This is a different matter altogether from Hwang Dong-soo's case. When that familiar name was mentioned, the glint in the deputy's eyes changed. Taking away 2 rank S hunters from a single country. That'd be akin to declaring that we are turning our backs on that particular nation. South Korea and America had been allied nations for a very long time. What the director was implying here was that the impact of this matter would mushroom into something rather substantial in the near future. However, the deputy replied with a confident tone of voice. Even still. Don't you think he's a talent worth all that trouble? Of course. The director couldn't deny that. So, he answered with a question, instead. Can you do it? The deputy answered with the exact same words he used back during the Hwang Dong-soo's case. I'll do my best. Because of those 4 words,
the deputy was able to quickly climb the career ladder to get to where he was now. As for the man that the deputy director had locked his sights on, the United States of America already boasted two of the most powerful hunters in the world, the so-called special authority ranks in their roster, but even then, the director David Brennan wanted to naturalize that youth as an American citizen. The director placed his fourth cigarette of the morning in his lips and spoke in a grave tone of voice. Regardless of what conditions he puts forth, you will bring him over to this side, but Jin-Woo rode on the back of Kaisel to hunt down and kill every single ant monster his shadow soldiers missed the first time around. Ki-ik! Yet another ant fell after getting struck by the skill, dagger throw. Jin-Woo didn't bother to step down from Kaisel and simply used the skill, ruler's reach, to easily retrieve his short sword. I must be pretty close to leveling up now. There weren't that many ants left to be found on the island. Jin-Woo really preferred that he'd get to level up by killing the remaining ants in this place. First of all, just a single level up would take him to level 100. For Jin-Woo, who loved to see numbers ending in the multiples of 5, 100 was such a fantastic level that he simply had to get there as soon as possible. Since he hadn't booked any gates, once he leaves Jeju Island he wouldn't have any other avenues to earn experience points for a while. As long as he didn't get lucky and another key to an instant dungeon popped out of the random boxes, or a dungeon break occurred near where he lived, of course. Wait, it's not cool to think of a dungeon break as being lucky, is it? If a dungeon break occurred, then that meant one or more teams had failed in their raids. So, to him, it was far more preferable to get to level 100 in this place. And, if there was another reason for doing so, then he ended up recalling a painful memory while trying to extract Hunter Min Byung-goo's shadow. The leader of the White Phantoms, Baruka. After failing 3 times to extract his shadow, Jin-Woo couldn't convert him into his shadow soldier. When he failed in his first attempt earlier in the day, his heart fell to the pit of his stomach, as the thoughts of "am I going to have another episode like that" filled his head. Well, I did manage somehow to succeed on my second try, but still. Wasn't this the case of "a burnt child fears fire"? There was no guarantee that the same thing as Baruka wouldn't happen later when trying to extract the Ant King's shadow. That guy's stat values were so high that comparing Hunter Min Byung-goo to that monster was a time-wasting gesture. Even if it was by a small margin, Jin-Woo wanted to increase his odds of successfully extracting that guy's shadow by raising his level. He was sure that, although there was only one level difference, it would definitely help out his cause. After discovering something on the ground, Jin-Woo ordered Kaisel to land. Kayak. Kaisel flapped its wings and lightly landed on the ground. Jin-Woo climbed down from his back and scanned his surroundings. It was around here. He rummaged through the tall grasses, before discovering the corpses lying there hidden. A deep frown immediately formed on his face. He had discovered the bodies of the Japanese hunters, lying here and there. There were several with their heads missing, but there was also one that got mangled beyond recognition, as well. Jin-Woo took a closer look at the bodies. Pretty strong magic energy. Without a doubt, these people were strong. They didn't look like they would die in this place in such a manner. The fact that they did die so gruesomely could only mean that an extremely powerful something had paid them a visit. Probably the handiwork of that mutated ant. He was unconvinced that something else was responsible for this massacre. Well, when he was struck for the first time by the Ant King, his jaw stung pretty sharply, didn't it? If it were any other hunters, they wouldn't have been able to endure it even once. Jin-Woo looked around the ground while feeling somewhat bitter, before his steps came to a halt on a certain spot. This aura. Jin-Woo crouched down and took a closer look at the ground. The soil here was all muddy and sticky from a prodigious amount of blood having soaked the earth. A faint trace of magical energy emanated from the wet ground. He had encountered this magic energy emission once before. Go-To Ruji. Jin-Woo searched his vicinity again. Go-To's magic energy could still be felt, but his remains were nowhere to be seen. Most likely, he had been completely devoured by the mutated ant monster. Tisk, tisk. Jin-Woo could only tut to himself at the ultimately meaningless death of Japan's strongest hunter, before standing back up again. With excellent timing, the shadow soldiers he dispatched to the all corners of the island reported back to him that the remnants of the ant monsters had been completely exterminated. In the end, I killed them all, ha. Every Korean citizen would 100 times out of 100 cry out in elation from that news, but Jin-Woo could only lick his lower lip in disappointment. Because, his level didn't go up in the end. Now that there were no more monsters remaining, he figured that the only thing left to do would be to go back inside the ant tunnel to extract the shadows of the mutated ant and the queen. But then, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Wait a second, there are still monsters remaining? His extended senses picked up the presences of monsters from nearby. Not only that, there were so many, too. A smile quickly bloomed on Jin-Woo's face to replace the look of disappointment. He lightly jumped back up on Kaisel. Let's go. Just as expected. Jin-Woo's expression brightened greatly as soon as he stepped inside the nursery area. There were countless eggs lining up the floor, pillars, and even the ceiling. Seeing that there were wiggling movements from underneath the semi-transparent shells, these things were definitely monsters, too. Not sure how much experience points I will get here, but then again, with this many monsters here, he was sure of making up for the lacking amount of experience points. Jin-Woo summoned out the shadow soldiers specialized in wide-range attacks. Gather around. Fangs and 3 magic soldiers stood in line, according to their grades. Jin-Woo handed over the bead of avarice over to Fangs, and studied each of the 4 soldiers in turn. You all understand what you need to do, right? The magic soldiers all nodded their heads in unison. Jin-Woo pointed at the eggs. Begin. Right away, Fangs grew to an incredible height and spat out the horrifying flames at the eggs. The other magic soldiers finished chanting their magic and began chucking large balls of flames here and there as well. Kawahaha dash. Kwa-boom. Boom. Eggs had no means of resisting, and in no time at all, began to burn up and explode one by one. Ki-heek. Jin-Woo took a closer look at one of the dead ant larvae leaning against the corner of the broken egg. He discovered the corpse of an ant, near adulthood, just below the melted-down shell of the larva. As it turned out, every single one of them he saw sported a pair of wings, without exceptions. If these things reached maturity and crossed the ocean with that mutated ant in the lead, then, even though the queen was successfully subjugated, both South Korea and Japan would have suffered tremendous losses. What a relief that he was able to stop that from becoming reality. BLAM. Boom. Jin-Woo noticed that his boys were breaking out in buckets of sweat, and summoned the Demon King's longsword out from the inventory. Should I have a go with this one? Every time he moved this cool-looking blue-colored longsword, arcs of electricity crackled up from the blade itself. He had stored it inside the inventory after defeating the Demon King Baron back in the Demon's Castle. There was a reason why he brought this longsword out instead of his main weapons, the daggers/shortswords. Because of the added magic attribute of the longsword. Swish dash. When Jin-Woo energetically swung the sword. Bzzzzz dash. Lightning crackled boisterously all over the place and caused the blue-colored storm to kick up. Oh! A wide smile formed on Jin-Woo's face. Although he couldn't recreate the destructive might or the added stun effect as displayed by the Demon King, it was still more than enough to burn these ant eggs, that's for sure. Isn't it too wasteful to leave inside the inventory? Because he was already far too familiar with the daggers, he would probably never use this sword again in the near future, but still, he felt that this weapon was too good to be left forgotten inside his inventory. And so, just how long did he spend wrestling with these eggs? Eventually, he got to hear the familiar and very welcoming mechanical beep. T-ring. Level up. Finally.
Jin-Woo cried out in elation. Inwardly, of course. He immediately returned the Demon King's longsword back inside the inventory and headed straight to the Ant Queen's chamber, leaving the mop-up operation to his shadow soldiers. He found the mutated ant monster still lying dead on the same spot. Jin-Woo stood next to it. His heart was already pounding hard from his intense desire to turn this mutated ant into his shadow soldier. However, he had learned that the power of concentration was critically important during his attempts to extract Hunter Min Byung-goo's shadow. I gotta calm down. Gradually, Jin-Woo's gaze grew colder, and his breathing regained its usual calmness as well. Okay, good. His condition was now back to its peak. Jin-Woo's gaze shifted lower to the ground. Thicker and greatly more ominous black smoke compared to other monsters were oozing out of the mutated ant's corpse. Was this because the creature was so extraordinarily strong? So strong that Jin-Woo didn't even know who to compare it to? While thinking like that, he calmly extended his hands out towards the rising black smoke. Rise up. Chapter 123 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124. Chapter 124, Chapter 124. Right at that moment, the light within the Ant Queen's chamber suddenly dimmed and brightened back up over and over again, as if it was being illuminated by a dying fluorescent light bulb. Jin-Woo raised his head. The large ball of light that Choi Jong-in floated up on the ceiling to help with the Ant Queen raid was flickering noticeably now. Is the magic about to come undone? At first, he absent-mindedly thought like that. However, it hadn't even an hour since the Korean hunters stepped foot inside this chamber. So, how could the spell be dissipating already? Not only that, wasn't it a spell cast by a rank S mage so he and his colleagues could safely carry out this potentially deadly raid? There was no way such a thing could be true. In that case, could it be? Could the shadow extraction he performed on the mutated ant be the cause? Just as this thought entered his mind, the surroundings became completely dark. He'd still be able to see around him thanks to his perception stat if there had been a sliver, a trace of light coming in from somewhere. But this all-encompassing darkness didn't even permit that. It must have been a second or two later. The darkness lingered on only for a briefest of brief moments before receding away, to reveal the mutated ant standing right in front of his eyes. Jin-Woo flinched grandly and took a step back. If it weren't for the system message saying shadow extraction was a success appearing almost at the same time, he might have lashed out while thinking that the ant had come back to life or some such. Phew! That surprised me. Jin-Woo spat out a sigh of relief. Now that he calmly took another look at the creature from a step away, it sure did look a bit different from when it was still alive. From its body, streams of black smoke were continuously rising up. So, this is that ant monster's shadow. He couldn't tell just how much of its original stats had changed, but at least, the ominous aura it gave off seemed to have gone up a few levels. Jin-Woo stood before the ant's shadow. He could clearly feel its enormous magic energy reserve. The mutated ant becoming his soldier finally felt real to him now that he could stand right before the creature and sense its magical energy like this. He wanted to remain calm, but the corners of his lips continued to curl upwards. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. His heart was pounding away madly like a child who got his hands on a toy he so badly wished to own. Soon, the shadow's information popped up in his view. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit as he read the info floating above the shadow's head. LV.1. Commander Grade. Jin-Woo began clenching his fists tightly after confirming its grade. A new one just made its appearance. Which could only mean this guy possessed the kind of power that was on another realm compared to his other soldiers. Well, that's obvious when considering its original abilities while it was still alive.
Just the name of the new grade alone implied that this soldier was not your average, common soldier. This was the fruit of his labor for having worked so hard to own this shadow. It was then. Shuwook. The shadow knelt down after meeting his gaze with Jin-Woo's. Without a doubt, that absolute loyalty that affected all the other shadow soldiers also applied to this guy, as well. Nice. Next stop, the Ant Queen. Jin-Woo formed a satisfied smile and turned around. But, then. Oh, my king. Jin-Woo's steps came to an abrupt halt after he heard that voice coming from behind him. He never thought that he'd got scared that easily, but at least in this moment, he did feel like his heart had taken a nasty tumble down to the pit of his stomach. Could it have been auditory hallucination? Jin-Woo looked behind him. Even without doing that, he could tell with his acute senses that there was nothing there besides the ant's shadow. That shadow was still kneeling on the ground, his head deeply bowed. Jin-Woo studied the shadow as he slowly turned around. Was it you? The shadow opened its mouth as if he was waiting for this moment. Please grant me a name. Although it sounded a little inarticulate, the ant's shadow was definitely speaking back to him. The helicopter containing the hunters headed straight back to the city of Seoul. The association president Go Gun-hui had been anxiously waiting for their arrival, so when the helicopter landed on the landing pad located on the Hunters Association, he quickly went over personally and opened the vehicle's door. How is Cha Hae-in Hunternim's condition? The gazes of the hunters all shifted towards where Cha Hae-in was. She still hadn't recovered her consciousness yet, and was lying on top of a blanket laid out on the helicopter's floor. Hurry! This way! Two Ranka healers, waiting just outside the landing pad, hurriedly sprinted forward as soon as Go Gun-hui issued his order. But, when they began checking out her condition, they exchanged puzzled glances with each other. What's going on? When Go Gun-hui asked them, they answered almost at the same time, making it hard to tell who was the first to open his mouth. She's not injured anywhere. She's perfectly normal. Are you saying that there's no need to treat Hunter Cha now? The healers nodded their heads. They also explained themselves a bit further. Not sure who did it, but truly incredible healing magic was cast on her. Because of that, we don't need to do anything here, sir. Go Gun-hui was feeling genuinely flustered now. When he last confirmed Cha Hae-in's condition through the live broadcast, her injuries looked quite severe. And also from a report he received, her condition was so bad that she failed to regain her consciousness until now. That was why he had urgently searched for and found a couple of Ranka healers, and had them on standby here. But now, there's no need to heal her? Go Gun-hui swept his gaze all over the unmoving Cha Hae-in. For sure, her complexion didn't look so bad. It was almost as if she was fast asleep. Just what transpired after the camera was turned off? Go Gun-hui tilted his head in confusion. They didn't have a healer over there, too. After all, their sole healer, Min Byung-gu, met with a grisly fate, didn't he? Go Gun-hui asked the team leader, Ma Dong-wook. Just what happened back there, Hunter Ma? That is. As Ma Dong-wook fell into a dilemma, wondering how he should go about explain this situation, one of the healers hurriedly shouted out. She's waking up. Everyone's attention was focused on her in an instant. Go Gun-hui carefully sat down near her head and asked her. Cha Hunter-nim, can you hear me? Cha Hae-in slowly opened her eyes. Where? You're inside the helicopter. Currently, it's landed on the Hunters Association, and we are planning to escort you to the hospital very soon. A hospital. Cha Hae-in briefly looked around her, before taking a deep breath. The scent of Hunter Seong Jin-Woo had permeated throughout her body. She stared at Go Gun-hui with unfocused eyes. Did Seong Jin-Woo Hunter-nim show up there? She was supposed to be unconscious all this time, so when she mentioned Seong Jin-Woo's name, other hunters were all inwardly taken by surprise. Instead of a verbal answer, Go Gunhui slowly nodded his head. A thin smile formed on Cha Hayan's face.
I knew it wasn't a dream.
Cha Hayan had briefly woken up, but she fell back into a deep slumber again. After confirming that her breathing was stable, Go Gunhui ordered his subordinates to take her to the hospital, so she could get some much-needed rest.
Only then did he notice that Hunter Seong Jin-Woo wasn't in the helicopter. He shifted his gaze back to Ma Dongwook. By the way, where is Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim?
Having heard that question from the side, Baek Yunho quickly butted in to provide an answer.
Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, he chose to stay behind. What do you mean, stay behind?
Go Gunhui formed an expression of someone who couldn't understand. As far as he knew, this helicopter fitted with the magic energy engine flew non-stop from Jeju Island to get to this place.
It didn't make any pit stops in the middle of the trip, so exactly where did that man chose to stay behind? Go Gunhui asked again. Where did he choose to stay behind?
He told me that he still had business to take care of on Jeju Island.
Are you saying that he didn't even get on the helicopter in the first place?
While Go Gunhui asked, sounding quite flustered, Baek Yunho smiled sheepishly and nodded his head.
Yes. How is it that you're able to talk?
I just
can. The ant's shadow kept answering Jin-Woo's questions, but regretfully, none of them were much of a help. The ant monster could talk as a shadow because it knew how to talk when it was still alive. Could that be it?
No, wait.
Jin-Woo shook his head.
Before he was turned into the now trustworthy Knight Iron, the former hunter Kim Cheol not only knew how to speak, but he was actually a human being in the first place. Even then, having a conversation with Iron was still impossible. It was the same story with Min Byung-gu. He was unable to say a single word before he returned to the void. And then, Fangs also shut his mouth for good after becoming a shadow soldier, even though he used to be such a chatty monster while still alive.
So, how come? How come only this guy could talk? There was only one obvious difference between this guy and those who couldn't talk. Grades.
Unlike his other soldiers with grades of Elite Knight or simply Knight, this guy came with a new grade called Commander. It was possible that one would be able to talk after reaching a certain grade.
As he didn't have any solid proof yet, this was the most plausible explanation he could think of.
That means, my boys will all start talking as soon as they level up high enough. It seemed that yet another reason was added to the list of why the levels of soldiers must be raised up higher. Jin-Woo thought for a little while, before throwing that one question to the ant's shadow, the one he always wanted to ask his soldiers before.
I'm the one who killed you.
Yet, you still wish to serve me?
A
completely unexpected reply came from the ant's shadow. I didn't die, but, through the power of my liege,
I am reborn.
The shadow then raised his head. And while meeting Jin-Woo's gaze, it continued on. Within me, elation overflows. I shall follow my liege for eternity.
Ba-dump.
Why did it happen?
Was it because he felt the shadow's true feelings?
Jin-Woo's heart pounded powerfully right at that moment when the ant's shadow swore his eternal loyalty. He placed his hand on his chest to somehow calm his wildly beating heart.
It quickly regained its usual calmness.
It was then, the ant's shadow lowered his head again and pleaded with Jin-Woo once more.
Oh, my king. Please, grant me a name.
The talk had reverted back to the beginning. This sure came across as a rather different experience to Jin-Woo, now that he was hearing the plea of the subject directly from itself, rather than from some prompts of the system.
A name.
From the get-go, he didn't pay all that much attention to the naming of his soldiers, but
even then, it's a bit too much to call it ant this and ant that, right?
There were already hundreds of similar ants like him now in Jin-Woo's army, so it wouldn't do for a knight commander to be saddled with a name like Ant, now would it?
That was why.
Jin-Woo pondered for a little while, before a smirk formed on his face.
Baru.
He recalled the name of an author who became famous through the novel called Ants.
TL note at the end.
He readily made up his mind after only thinking about it for a very short time.
Your name will now be Baru. After Jin-Woo granted him the new name, Baru lowered his already lowered head even further to the ground as if he was truly moved by the gesture.
I am grateful, my liege. The information floating above Baru's head had already been amended by then.
Baru LV.1. Commander grade. It's done.
Feeling genuinely pleased with his choice of the name, Jin-Woo turned towards the Queen's corpse. Now, it really was the turn of the Queen to get her shadow extracted. Maybe he got a confidence boost from successfully transforming Baru into his shadow soldier, because the Queen's shadow extraction turned out to be a rather painless affair.
Rise up. Kaya walk dash, dot.
Accompanied by the scream that sounded like the death throes, the beast soldier resembling the Ant Queen emerged out from the shadow.
Nice.
Jin-Woo expressed his delight at the continuous successful extractions, but then began tilting his head after discovering something rather odd.
What's this?
His connections to the shadow soldiers who were originally ant monsters suddenly grew fainter after the Queen's shadow materialized. It almost felt as if a pale gray fog was covering up the threads connecting them.
Baru.
Even before he finished calling it, Baru had already approached Jin-Woo's side.
Step.
If it weren't for his perception stat that had climbed past the 200 mark, Jin-Woo would never have followed that movement properly with his naked eyes alone. Such a creature was one of his loyal soldiers now.
Jin-Woo felt his confidence soaring up even higher from that realization. You know what's going on here? Jin-Woo asked while pointing at the Queen's shadow with his chin.
Baru knew everything there was to know when it came to the inner workings of the ant army, so it made sense to ask him.
He politely made his reply.
The ruling of the ant army, it's the Queen's innate ability.
Aha. So, did that mean the authority to control the army of ant shadows would automatically be handed over to the Queen? But that is a bit.
Even though the Queen was subservient to him, he thought that it wasn't okay to entrust the control of all of his ant soldiers.
Because he'd have to issue orders through the Queen every single time.
Jin-Woo scratched his chin for a bit, before asking Baru again.
Okay, what about the reason for the decrease in the Queen's magic energy? Most of the Queen's magic energy is for propagation. Propagation is impossible. Without a body, that is why.
Jin-Woo cut him off there.
That's why it only has half of its original magic power?
That is correct, my liege. By piecing together what Baru had said, the Queen didn't seem to have much of a use for Jin-Woo. After a short deliberation later, he decided to cancel the summoning altogether.
He didn't have any reason whatsoever to keep around a subordinate who had no use but only continued to drain his limited resources, now did he?
Ki-he, dash. The Queen's shadow instantly became smoke and scattered in the air.
Number of stored shadows, 570 out of 570.
His shadow was now packed to the brim with soldiers, so the only things remaining here are the magic crystals.
Jin-Woo took a look around him.
Top-grade magic crystals only seen within rank S-gates were rolling on the floor like common pebbles. Since there was no one watching here, and he was the one who killed the majority of them, he could have swept them all up if he wanted to do so. However, Jin-Woo gave up on that idea. He heard that these crystals would be used to compensate the victims, as well as to rebuild the Jeju Island to its former glory. Jin-Woo wasn't exactly hurting for cash, so he wouldn't covet after other people's stuff. Still, I'm sure no one will mind me taking this one, Jin-Woo took out the magic crystal from Baru's original body. It was a beautiful pitch-black magic crystal that resembled a gemstone. After pocketing the magic crystal, Jin-Woo summoned out Kaisel.
Kaya Ajk.
Kaisel flapped its wings and finished getting ready to fly in an instant. Jin-Woo lightly jumped on his back and took one last look at the Queen's chamber.
The place once filled with unbridled chaos was now enveloped in this eerie silence. The Jeju Island expedition was now over.
Jin-Woo's gaze shifted away from the interior of the chamber and towards the exit.
To home. And then, Kaisel powerfully flew up in the air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125. Chapter 125, Chapter 125. Kaisel landed in front of the Hunters Association building. Kayak dash.
Naturally, stunned folks of the association all came running outside when a massive monster suddenly descended in the middle of Seoul. Not only that, right on the front lawn of the Hunters Association, no less. Hunters of the Monitoring Division, normally tasked with detecting the approach of all beings possessing magical energy, also ran outside with various weapons in their hands. But their complexions all lost color after Jin-Woo hopped off from the back of the creature.
Return. Kaisel heeded Jin-Woo's order and immediately disappeared into his shadow. Meanwhile, people gathered here began recognizing who he was. Was that Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's summoned creature? He can even control a monster like that, too?
All these people had seen Jin-Woo's ability through their TV screens. So, it didn't come as much of a surprise that he could control a monster. Jin-Woo walked over to an association employee he recognized and addressed him. This person was a hunter working for the Monitoring Division and was often seen accompanying the association president.
I'd like to speak to the association president. You wouldn't normally get to meet the president just because you wanted to.
Even a government minister had to wait for a whole week for a meeting with Go Gun-hui.
However, who here was brave enough to tell that to the young man in front of their eyes?
A hunter, who wasn't originally a member of the raid team, suddenly appeared out of nowhere and easily disposed of the ant monster, a monster so powerful that it toyed around with several rank S hunters.
So, wouldn't the association president be dying to speak to this man more than anyone else right now? The association employee quickly replied. The association president is in the hospital at the moment. Is he feeling unwell? Jin-Woo asked while remembering that the association president's health wasn't so good, to begin with. It was possible that he somehow worsened his condition because he watched the raid broadcast. No, not at all. He went over to observe the situation with Hunter Cha Hae-in. Jin-Woo nodded his head. Did that mean it'd be hard to meet him today? Just as he was preparing to leave, the employee continued on. Let me call the president on the phone.
If you will, please wait for a little while at the reception room.
Got it.
Jin-Woo felt relieved. There was something he wanted to tell the president as soon as possible, actually. Cha Hae-in was admitted to the largest association-designated hunter hospital there was. Go Gun-hui quietly waited for the examination results, and soon, his personal doctor approached him with some news.
The association president hurriedly asked. How does she look, Dot?
We haven't performed an in-depth examination yet, but she seems to be 100% normal, at least outwardly speaking. She's resting comfortably at the moment.
I see.
Go Gun-hui nodded his head, thinking I thought as much to himself. The doctor was alongside Go Gun-hui when they watched the raid together. Cha Hae-in's current condition was as much of a mystery even for him. Her complexion was really poor from the massive hemorrhaging, so how did her condition improve in such a short period of time? Go Gun-hui had already been debriefed by the Korean raid team members, but he chose to keep his mouth shut here.
Would he even believe me if I tell him?
The fact that Hunter Seong Jin-Woo borrowed the power of the dead hunter Min Byung-gu to heal Cha Hae-in. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo wanted the camera turned off, because he didn't want to reveal his powers. The association president wasn't stupid enough to reveal that information so carelessly to other people.
Other hunters were thinking along the same line as well.
The Ranka healers I had on standby managed to save her. She looked to be in such a precarious position. Well, it's a relief that the treatment was carried out in time. Thankfully for Go Gun-hui, the doctor seemed to have believed him.
Ah.
The personal doctor opened his mouth again after recalling something just now.
Sir, it's regarding Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. Go Gunhui's ears perked up after Seong Jin-Woo's name was brought up. What about Hunter Seong Jin-Woo?
The doctor was quick to continue, having seen the light glinting in Go Gunhui's eyes change like that.
You know that his mother was a patient in our hospital, yes?
The eternal sleep disorder, right?
That's correct.
Go Gunhui did get to read up on Jin-Woo's family back when the investigation to the youth's background was still ongoing. He suddenly thought of the worst possible scenario and asked, his expression hardening rapidly.
It can't be. Did she pass on?
The doctor shook his head.
It's the exact opposite, actually.
The exact opposite? I heard that she actually woke up from the final sleep stage and was discharged recently.
Are you telling me the truth?
Those in the know are in a huge uproar over this whole thing, sir. We may not have made any official announcement, but well, it did happen in our hospital, so. The higher-ups of the hospital naturally saw today's raid, as well. And that meant they continued to talk about Seong Jin-Woo's matter, and eventually, even Go Gunhui's personal doctor got to hear about it.
But, eternal sleep was cured? Was that even possible?
I believe this is the first time ever in the world, sir.
When did she wake up?
Most likely. The doctor confirmed the date in his head.
About 5 days ago. Now it made sense.
The day he asked Jin-Woo to join the raid, and the day the youth's mother woke up, were almost the same.
Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's father went missing inside a gate, didn't he?
A wife who lost her husband to the gate. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo would have found it very hard to leave such a mother behind all alone to participate in the Jeju Island raid. Not to mention, to participate in the subjugation operation that had failed 3 times in the past as well. Go Gunhui reflected on his carelessness for failing to check upon his situation. That's why he couldn't participate in this raid. Jin-Woo's situation, and the feats he performed today, combined to wash away the misunderstanding that almost managed to block up his chest.
Go Gunhui's heart began racing once more.
He really liked this young man. Such a man was a rare breed, indeed.
It was then, an association employee approached him.
Sir.
Did something happen?
We couldn't get in touch with Hunter Min Byung-goo's family, but.
You mean? His mother?
Yes, sir.
That was to be expected. She learned of her son's passing through a D*MNTV.
She then called the association on the phone, her voice trembling non-stop. The association had no choice but to be honest with her.
I'll go and see her personally.
Sir, you're planning to go there personally? A parent is about to hold a funeral for her child without his body.
You really think she's in any state of mind to pick up a phone?
But, sir. I'll go and speak to her personally and inform her of everything that happened. And I'll express my condolences as well.
Understood, sir.
The employee turned around with a hardened face. But then, his phone began ringing quite noisily and made him stop. He saw that the call came from the association, so he got permission from the president to answer it.
There's someone who wishes to speak to the association president?
What?
It's him?
Go Gunhui shook his head.
Tell them I'm not meeting anyone today.
The employee covered the phone with his hand and quickly spoke up. Sir, the person who wishes to speak to you is
Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo?
Go Gunhui opened his eyes wide and retracted what he said just now right away.
Tell them I'll be there shortly. Jin-Woo got to the association president's office under the guidance of an employee. He was then asked rather affectionately as soon as he settled down on the couch. Would you like something to drink?
Jin-Woo was about to decline the offer, only to feel a bit of thirst creeping up on him. Now that he thought about it for a sec, He hadn't taken a sip of water even though he had fought such an intense battle.
Water will be fine. Thank you very much. What was he so thankful about?
The employee's face reddened after blurting his words out from sheer nervousness. He placed the bottle of water in front of Jin-Woo and deeply bowed his head.
If you need anything else, please don't hesitate to call me. I will.
Jin-Woo thought the employee's attitude was far more cautious and sincere than the last time he came here.
It's probably because of the raid broadcast, but
he guessed that the attitude of many people, as well as the way they looked at him, would change greatly from now on.
Not too long afterwards, Go Gunhui entered the office. Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim.
Jin-Woo tried to get up, but the association president Go Gunhui dissuaded the youth from doing so.
Jin-Woo just returned from Jeju Island.
And he even fought a mutated ant monster that almost annihilated a team of rank S hunters.
So, the current Jin-Woo was a VIP among all VIPs.
Go Gunhui was definitely not planning to treat with disrespect a person who saved the lives of South Korea's rank S hunters. Go Gunhui settled down on the couch opposite to Jin-Woo, rather than in his usual spot at the seat of the honor.
I've heard what transpired inside the ant tunnel, but... Ah, I see.
In that case, this talk should proceed quite swimmingly, then. Jin-Woo felt that this was for the better. Go Gunhui continued on. Also, I've been informed on how you got here, as well.
Countless witnesses saw Kaisel flying now.
There was no way the president of the Hunters Association wouldn't hear about it.
Did you get to Jeju Island while riding on the back of that creature?
Well, Jin-Woo used Shadow Exchange to reach the island, but was there a reason to reveal all of his cards here?
Jin-Woo was rather economical with his words. Something like that.
This was the same thing as him making a confession that the flying monster appearing in Seoul a few nights ago was his doing. But, this would prove to be more convenient if he were to continue riding on Kaisel from now on. So, that was the case. It was as expected.
The association president nodded his head.
Jin-Woo was able to utilize the powers of dead monsters. So, it'd not be such a strange thing for him to ride around on the back of a creature if he managed to kill a flying monster somewhere.
Go Gunhui's curiosity had been satisfied now. And it was time to get to the main topic. You said you wanted to speak to me.
Yes.
Is something the matter? I've taken care of all the ants on the island. Excuse me?
Go Gunhui jumped up from his seat.
You managed to kill every single one of those ants?
Yes.
Jin-Woo confidently replied. You won't encounter any problems when entering Jeju Island.
But,
how?
No, Go Gunhui could already guess the how of it.
The TV camera caught the sight of hundreds of Jin-Woo's summons.
If those things combed every inch of Jeju Island, then it wouldn't be a problem for him to annihilate every single ant in such a short period of time. The important point here was, of course, entry into Jeju Island was possible now. And it also signified that they would be able to retrieve Hunter Min Byung-goo's remains resting deep within the ant tunnel, too. Go Gunhui was greatly troubled by the fact that the remains of Hunter Min Byung-goo had to be left abandoned there until the ant monsters were all gone, but now... The ends of his eyes reddened up with emotions.
He then wholehearted thanked Jin-Woo. Thank you very much, Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim.
Inside a suite of South Korea's top luxury hotel. Although his presence had been buried under the huge news of the Jeju Island raid recently, it was still an undeniable fact that one of the world's most powerful hunters had taken up a temporary residence there.
Thomas switched off the monitor still playing the video of the raid.
He had already seen that recorded video 3 times by now. Laura, who stood next to him, asked him. She accompanied him to Korea as his sole subordinate.
What do you think, sir? Well, it's as you can see.
He leaned against the couch and placed his legs on the coffee table. Thomas had fair blonde hair and a high nose. A seemingly never-ending happy smile was deeply etched on his sunglasses-wearing face.
So, are you sure that's the hunter Mr. Huang was investigating? Yes. And he asked you what would happen if he killed someone in Korea? Yes. Thomas ordered the potential connection between Huang Dongsu and Seong Jin-Woo to be secretly investigated as soon as Laura made her report. And, as it turned out, there was only one connection between the two. That would be Huang Dongsu's older brother, Huang Dongsuk. He and Seong Jin-Woo entered the same dungeon together, but only the latter walked out alive, while the former went missing. No one would question what happened inside a dungeon. That had become common sense throughout the world now. So, it's revenge, is it? Most likely a dot. And here I thought that he had no family. He hid it pretty well. I heard that Mr. Huang's brother was meticulous in hiding the family connection, sir. Probably because he was involved in shady stuff, that's why. So shady, in fact, it'd greatly affect his own younger brother if the word got out. Laura used her silence to indicate her agreement. And then, the Jeju Island raid happened. I guess it will become far harder to meet Seong Jin-Woo now, what with an incident like that taking place. I believe so. Laura replied confidently. There was only one reason why the master of Scavenger Guild, as well as one of the most renowned hunters in the world, Thomas, gave himself some time off and came to this small nation. And that was to meet Seong Jin-Woo. More specifically, he wanted to find out what might happen if Mr. Huang did get to have a go with Seong Jin-Woo for real. He told the management of the guild that he was coming here to scout yet another rank S South Korean hunter. I really wanted to meet him, too. What a shame this is. Thomas's voice was thick with the emotion of wistfulness. Laura cautiously asked him from the side. As I thought. It'd be for the best to prevent Mr. Huang from encountering hunter Seong Jin-Woo, yes? Well. Thomas slowly scratched his chin, before replying to her with a smirk. The South Korean government did save Mr. Huang's life, that's for sure. The Korean government immediately blocked Huang Dongsuk from entering the country. After all, he did abandon his mother nation to emigrate to the States as soon as he was evaluated to be a rank S, didn't he? The whole thing could have turned into an international incident, but Thomas was able to utilize the time earned that way to come and visit Korea first. Too bad, Mr. Huang wasn't someone who'd simply give up just because he was refused entry to a country. Especially so, if his purpose was revenge. In all honesty, Thomas didn't have a stuffy personality. He had no thoughts of stopping Mr. Huang at the risk of being on the end of his hostility when the latter wanted to avenge the death of his family member. But then, that man was an important asset to Scavenger Guild. And that was precisely the reason why Thomas thought of finding out the exact skill level of Seong Jin-Woo, who was also ranked S. Because, it had proved to be troublesome if Mr. Huang ended up kicking the bucket, instead. However, the impression Thomas got from seeing Seong Jin-Woo was that the American should be thanking the lucky stars right about now. No matter what, never let Mr. Huang step a foot inside South Korea. With that, hopefully, these two won't run into each other. Understood. I'll also withdraw the legal procedures. I should be the one to talk to Mr. Huang. That friend's got a fiery personality, so I guess I'll have to do my best on this one. Laura studiously jotted down everything her guild master said on a memo pad. But then, a question popped up in her head. What if, even after we did all this, the two of them end up fighting? What will you do then, sir? Laura. Don't you know me? Thomas grinned deeply. Mr. Huang is Scavenger Guild's asset. And Scavenger is my property. His lips might be smiling, but the eyes hidden beneath the sunglasses certainly weren't. He always wore a pair of sunglasses to hide his incredibly sharp eyes. He sat back up straight and lowered his voice. I will never forgive anyone who dares to touch my property. Even if that's the American government itself. One person's power equaled that of an entire country. His name was Thomas Andre. One of only 5 in the entire world. This was the confidence that only a special authority rank hunter, an international powerhouse, could possess. Chapter 125 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126. Chapter 126. Chapter 126. Let us escort you back home, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. The association president Go Gunhui hurriedly made that offer as Jin-Woo stood up to leave. If you wait for a minute, one of our agents will bring a car around. How about going home with that, instead? Jin-Woo had fully understood that the Hunters Association, and especially its boss man, Go Gunhui, were feeling extremely grateful towards him. However, that didn't mean he wanted to be treated like royalty even in something as minor as this. It wasn't as if his home was too far away and he needed to borrow a car, either. If he wanted to save on time, he might as well ride on Kaisel. Or run all the way back home, which would actually be quicker, instead. That's why Jin-Woo declined the offer. Thank you, but I'll be fine. However, Go Gunhui shook his head and insisted on it. I believe that it'll be more convenient for you to get a ride home. What do you mean by that? Go Gunhui approached the window and spoke to him. Could you please come over this way? Jin-Woo also walked over to the window, and that's when he saw it. Outside the window. Less than 1 hour ago, the front entrance of the association used to be sparsely populated. But now, a huge crowd of people had gathered there and he couldn't see any openings at all. All these people came here to see you, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. They have heard that you came for a visit in the association. Jin-Woo didn't have to ask how these people knew. Well, I did fly on Kaisel to get here, so... In this day and age, everyone walked around with a minimum of one camera on their persons. The images of Jin-Woo riding on Kaisel and disembarking in front of the association spread through the medium of SNS like wildfire. And sure enough, online reporters were also among those who heard of the news. Just one headline was all that's needed. The article itself wasn't even that long either. Who is the owner of the monster that landed in the association? The article stated that the monster was definitely not what one would call average, and that it was jet black like a shadow. Finally, the article went on to posit that it was most likely one of Jin-Woo's summoned creatures, as it looked similar to what millions saw on their TV sets. Those who heard the news and came here to confirm the truth, and those who only wished to meet Jin-Woo in person, combined to create this massive throng of people gathering right on the front lawn of the association building. A flood of emotions welled up inside Jin-Woo as he stared at all these people. Go Gunhui also stared at the crowd in silence for a while, before he calmly opened his mouth. I'm sure that you're aware of it by now. Our countrymen had been thirsting for a victory. South Korea became the sole nation on Earth who lost a part of their land to monsters after a catastrophic dungeon break occurred on Jeju Island 4 years ago. Many countries outwardly expressed their solidarity, but inwardly, they were mocking the Korean hunters for their uselessness. By the time the third subjugation operation ended in failure, that sentiment reached its peak. 2 years of humiliation later, people learned of the news that the fourth subjugation attempt would be a joint operation with the Japanese. There were some skeptical voices mocking the Koreans for their inability to deal with the monsters without the aid of the Japanese. Unfortunately, that was the actual hard truth. But then, the mighty Japanese and their 20-plus rank S hunters turned tail and ran away from the raid. Yet, Jin-Woo suddenly made his appearance along with his black soldiers. It was understandable that people would go absolutely crazy about him. Exactly like how one would quench his thirst in an oasis, the citizens witnessed Jin-Woo's feats and threw away their sense of powerlessness. Many viewers had to pour out onto the streets, unable to contain their unbridled joy. And when they heard of Jin-Woo's whereabouts, they ended up running over here. Of course, I'm sure you can also fly away using your monster. Go Gunhui gently chuckled from the side. However, I believe that you should go downstairs in consideration of the crowd. Because, the people, need a hero, you see. Jin-Woo pushed open the glass door and exited from the association building. All chaos suddenly died down right away. Everyone gathered here kept their mouths closed and quietly stared at Jin-Woo. Many areas of Jin-Woo's clothes still sported traces of battles he fought. There were blotches of ant monster's bodily liquid, and some part had been torn open at the hands of the mutated ant monster, too. However, not one person here made fun of Jin-Woo's current appearance. No, the citizens simply stared at him in silence while feeling a certain boiling something well up from deep within their chests. Jin-Woo quietly stared back at them as well. Just as the heavy silence descended between him and the citizens. "Hunter Nim, please. This way." Woo Jin-Cheol was now tasked with guiding Jin-Woo, and he faithfully carried out his duty. The agents of the monitoring division went ahead and created a path forward while asking the crowd for their understanding. Citizens moved aside without any complaints whatsoever. However, there was a sole exception. A grandpa walked in front of Jin-Woo when there wasn't that much distance left to the waiting car. "Hunter Nim, dot." One of the monitoring division's agents tried to stop the grandpa, but he hesitated somewhat after seeing the tear-soaked face of the old man, before he had to take a step back. Because Jin-Woo held the agent back, that's why. The grandpa was finally able to stand before Jin-Woo. Thick tears streamed down his face and he called out to the young hunter in a choked-up voice. "Hunter Nim. Thanks to you. My son, he can close his eyes and rest now." The grandpa faltered as strength left his legs. Jin-Woo quickly supported him before he fell. The grandpa held on to Jin-Woo's hands and arms and kept bowing his head over and over again. "Thank you, Hunter Nim. Truly, I only did what had to be done. Please, do try to stand up. Woo Jin-Cheol helped with assisting the grandpa, and then entrusted the still-crying old man to his subordinate. He leaned in closer and whispered to Jin-Woo. "Hunter Nim. The crowd is getting larger. Perhaps we should get going." "All right." Jin-Woo nodded his head. Woo Jin-Cheol opened the car's rear door and held it there. Jin-Woo took one last look at the crowd before climbing into the car. It was unknown who started it first. Someone within the crowd quickly lowered his head as soon as meeting Jin-Woo's gaze as a sign of a thank you, but then, everyone followed suit and did the same. Greetings filled with genuine appreciation came back to him wherever his eyes swept by. "Hunter Nim, dot." Woo Jin-Cheol's anxious voice woke Jin-Woo up and only then did he fully climb into the car. Woo Jin-Cheol entered the front passenger's seat while his subordinate settled into the driver's. Eventually, the car drove slowly away from the association's grounds. Without saying a word, Jin-Woo gazed outside the window. The crowd kept looking at the car right up until it could no longer be seen. He leaned back on the seat and placed his hand on his pounding chest. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. His heart was beating fast as the wonderful sense of accomplishment filled him up. He initially felt at a loss when the association president suggested that he should meet with the crowd. But now, he was glad that he didn't just walk past them. It felt like every single gaze he met were his reward for a job well done. It was then. Ah! Woo Jin-Cheol hurriedly looked behind him after Jin-Woo inadvertently cried out. "Did something happen, Hunter Nim?" "No, it's nothing important." Jin-Woo remembered only now that he broke the TV without an explanation, just so he could reduce the shock his mom might feel. He helplessly massaged his forehead. "Just how am I supposed to explain all this?" Sure enough. He switched his phone back on to find 13 missed calls from home. It was pandemonium in online forums, too. But that was to be expected. The Jeju Island subjugation raid was the very first time Jin-Woo made his public appearance, ever since getting his Rank S license. It was the same thing as him making his public debut. And during his first public appearance, he overwhelmed the mutated monster ant that freaked out everyone, and then,
swept away thousands of ants, blocking the escape route with his summoned creatures. Like the excited fans pouring out into the streets after a match, those who witnessed the raid broadcast all logged online to voice their opinions.
Wow! I'm speechless. But, I thought that you can't call out that many summoned creatures? My 10-year-old tumor got cured from watching the assault of Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim's summoned creatures. By the way, mister?
That tumor must have been a minor one since you had it for only 10 years.
It was so cool. It was the best. I lost my parents 4 years ago on Jeju Island.
I know that Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim won't read this, but the operation managed to capture the interest of all South Korean citizens. It was no wonder that various online forums were overflowing with the stories related to the raid. And Jin-Woo's name always cropped up in those discussions. Also, a hot debate regarding how high Jin-Woo's skills should be rated opened up among the netizens famed for their love of comparisons.
With his powers, shouldn't we say that our country now also has a special authority rank in our midst? Eii. With only that?
You should limit your intake of kimchi soup per day.
TL, a Korean idiom, drinking kimchi soup,
means you're putting the cart before the horse.
But, why not? He almost solo cleared a rank S dungeon, and the gap between him and other rank S hunters is pretty vast, you know? Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's record isn't extensive enough.
If his skills are for real, then people will acknowledge him sooner or later.
In any case, man, he was so freaking awesome. A rank E is only a bit better than a regular person, so how can someone like that become so strong? Is Hunter Seong Jin-Woo a reawakened? Lots of people don't seem to know that Seong Jin-Woo is a reawakened.
He applied to have his private information protected right away, so... Of course, there were some people among many who felt mighty uncomfortable about Jin-Woo as well.
But, hold up.
If Seong Jin-Woo participated in the raid from the get-go, Min Byung-gu wouldn't have died, right?
He wanted to be left out in the beginning, so why did he show up in the middle?
Looks like guys above mine haven't seen the article put up by the association explaining themselves yet.
What article? Links please. The contents of the article went like this. Even though he was ranked S, Jin-Woo lacked experience in entering high-ranked dungeons.
Therefore, the association chose to keep him in reserve nearby in case of an emergency, instead of making him join the raid team from the beginning.
Once the situation became dire, they decided to insert him right away.
It was a hastily cooked up story, but it proved to be enough to convince the masses.
This is the best I can do for Hunter Seong Jin-Woo.
Go Gunhoe's quick response was able to stop the sharp arrows of criticism from pointing at Jin-Woo, while also managing to keep the latter's private affairs out of public limelight. Thanks to that, some people denounced the inability of the association to properly gauge the capabilities of their own hunters, but no one pointed the fingers of blame in Jin-Woo's direction. No, Jin-Woo's acclaim only rose even further in the eyes of the public.
The situation was at its worst point, with the Japanese team tasked with buying time having withdrawn from the island and the Korean team facing certain annihilation.
Yet, he didn't complain once and jumped into the ant tunnel all alone. I wouldn't have been able to go in there, even if someone pushed me from the back, 'cause I'd get scared ***.
Other rank S hunters were getting massacred in there, so why should I? Agreed. What did he think about when he entered there? Shouldn't Seong Jin-Woo be the true role model of all the hunters out there? Shouldn't those idiots slagging off Seong Jin-Woo for not participating beg for his forgiveness right about now? Lol, that's why you shouldn't yap on like that when you don't know anything.
Jin-Woo was fast becoming the most famous hunter in South Korea, much to his fluster. Even though he had requested for the protection of his private information early on, his fame continued to soar higher. 2 days later, military personnel and hunters landed on Jeju Island to recover the remains of Hunter Min Byung-gu. They were from the Yeongnam District's guild, the Night Order. Although they were one of the 5 large guilds representing South Korea, they lacked a rank S hunter in their midst and therefore couldn't participate in the raid. They sensed their reputation diminishing from this event, and volunteered for this mission. Thanks to that, the matters had progressed rather swiftly. Hunters had to take the lead after seeing the specially trained soldiers hesitating somewhat. "Oh, stop it and come on, already. I'm telling you, there isn't a single detectable magical energy on this island. Arg, you guys are far too distrusting, . Hunters walking forward far up ahead waved at the soldiers. The hesitant soldiers cautiously followed from behind, but they still kept their guards up. From the hunters' perspective, that sure was one frustrating sight to see, but there was no helping it. Regular people couldn't sense magical energy, nor were they able to fight against the monsters. So they could only be overly cautious like that. Tisk, tisk. The guildmaster of the Night Order tooted unhappily, and placed his hands on his waist while scanning his surroundings. Ha! His jaw dropped all on its own. The closer they got to the vicinity of the ant tunnel, the greater the number of dead ants strewn about on the ground. Nay, they resembled small mountains now, instead. The vice guildmaster, a close friend and a fellow hunter who he fought alongside for a long time, helplessly shook his head. "Young Nim. Can you believe this? You telling me that a lone hunter did all of this?" The Night Order Guild also took part back during the third subjugation operation along with countless other hunters. That's why they knew better than anyone here how scary these creatures could be. To think that those ants ended up in this sorry state. Wow. That kid, Seong Jin-Woo or whatever his name was, he's no ordinary man, that's for sure. The vice guild master continued to look around at his surroundings and spoke while sounding a bit fed up. How did he even manage to wipe out every single ant on this huge island? I wonder about that myself. The elite members of the Night Order, pretty well versed in all things monster-related, could only gawk in astonishment at the piles upon piles of dead monsters. Eventually, though, their astonished steps brought them to the entrance of the ant tunnel. "Young Nim, I can see it." "Yup, me too." Hunters came to a stop in front of the ant tunnel so they could enter it together with the soldiers. The latter group was still a bit of distance away. Since there wasn't much to do during the wait, the guild master lit up a cigarette. The vice guild master also lit one up for himself. But then, the guild master furrowed his brows after seeing that lit cigarette powerlessly fall from the vice's lips. "Oh, I. What's the matter? Young Nim. The vice guild master urgently slapped the master's shoulder as he pointed to the front. The latter finally realized that something was off and quickly turned his head to the front. Heek! A distinct shadow of a man appeared in the entrance of the tunnel. The wide-eyed guild master flinched in surprise, before opening his mouth up to speak. "Why you, who are you?" Chapter 126 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127. Chapter 127, Chapter 127. The master of the Night Order Guild, Park Jong-soo, had to doubt his own eyes. Because, there was a good-looking foreign man leisurely strolling out of the ant tunnel's entrance at that very moment. But, that was just impossible. The ants being completely wiped out should still be a top secret, so how could this be? Everything found rolling around on the ground was literally the top-grade magic crystals. So, the association decided to keep the annihilation of the ants a secret in order to prevent those enterprising souls from taking their chances here, at least until they could come up with a suitable solution to this problem. So, only a few select people knew that there were no monsters left on this island. It's only to the extent of the association entrusting the mission to us, the military, and then, Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. However, Park Jong-soo could confidently bet his entire life savings that the man standing in front of the ant tunnel was definitely not Seong Jin-Woo. How could anyone forget that man's face? Not only was he the most talked about hunter in South Korea, but he also occupied the top spot on the Night Order's must-scout list.
Park Jong-soo asked again. I asked you who you are. Why are you coming out from there?
It was unknown whether the foreigner didn't understand a single word coming out of his mouth or wasn't planning to answer in the first place.
No, that man just stood there, smiling brightly. The night order's vice master, Jong Yun-tae, got right next to Park Jong-soo, his suspicious eyes firmly locked on the foreigner. Hyun Nim. Is that guy even a human? I'm not sure, myself.
They couldn't sense any magic energy emission from the mysterious man, so he couldn't have been a hunter nor a monster. But, for some reason, he was also emitting this strange aura. Jong Yun-tae always had been the act first, talk later type of a guy. But even he had to take a step back and cautiously observe his surroundings after sensing the ominous aura. Unfortunately, soldiers didn't possess the hunter-like sensory perception. They belatedly discovered the foreigner's presence and hurriedly raised their firearms.
Park Jong-soo quickly dissuaded them, fearing that they might end up inadvertently killing someone.
Oi.
Don't shoot. He's not a monster. Is he a human, then?
Well, that is.
Maybe. Park Jong-soo could only nod his head with a somewhat unconvinced expression. You can only be a human being if you're not a monster.
Park Jong-soo's limited scope of knowledge meant that he could only arrive at this faulty conclusion. The military commander briefly nodded his head.
Understood.
From here onwards, we'll handle the affairs of that person.
Pardon me? I thought you guys came here to take Hunter Min Byung-goo's remains back home?
Our orders were to secure the remains of Hunter Min Byung-goo, as well as to control the situation on the island itself.
Park Jong-soo stepped back, having understood the gist of it.
If they weren't dealing with monsters or other hunters, then the night order didn't have to get involved here.
Besides, they wouldn't get mired in unnecessary headaches this way, too.
The commander shouted at the mystery man.
You are currently inside a restricted area. Please follow my orders to the letter or you'll be fired upon.
The mystery man continued to smile, not a single hint of nervousness visible on his face.
Gulp.
Soldiers swallowed their saliva while thinking to themselves, are we really going to open fire at him? This was an expected response from these soldiers who had never pulled the trigger on another human being before.
Hunters were also carrying tense expressions now.
They began thinking that there was something strange going on with this situation when that mysterious man continued to smile like that. It was then, the man slid his hands inside the trouser pockets.
That man. Is he really a human being? Could anyone stay so nonchalant when these many guns were pointing at them? Park Jong-soo's expression gradually hardened.
Meanwhile, the nervousness of the soldiers reached their peak when they could no longer see the mysterious man's hands.
Hold your fire. Hold your fire. Not yet.
A thick vein popped up on the commander's neck as he shouted at his soldiers.
But, then. Commander, look.
The commander quickly turned his head towards the mysterious man as soon as he heard that urgent call. That man was slowly opening his mouth. He couldn't understand the language being spoken here. It wasn't that he had never heard of it, but more like it didn't even originate from Earth, to begin with, judging from the way that man sounded and how he enunciated the words.
What? What is he saying?
While the soldiers were at a loss from this situation they had never encountered before, Park Jong-soo's lips were busy flapping open all on their own.
Monster language?
One could sometimes meet intelligent monsters in higher-ranked dungeons. What that man said sounded almost like the language spoken by those creatures.
Which means, is that? Before the commander could finish his sentence with, is that a monster?
The mystery man pulled his hands out from the pockets.
Blam dash.
An ear-splitting boom reverberated throughout the land. When that mysterious man behaved in a suspicious manner, one of the well-trained Special Forces soldiers ended up reflexively squeezing the trigger.
Heek.
The commander's stunned eyes quickly locked on to the man.
The bullet, failing to dig into the man's smooth forehead, fell to the ground with a light thud. The smile on his face was already gone. It's a monster. It's not a human. Their cries lasted only for a brief moment because, as soon as that man's eyes changed color to red, everyone here felt an incredible pressure tightly squeezing down on their hearts. Dash. Arg. But, then. Snap. Like puppets with their strings cut, the soldiers and hunters all collapsed to the ground along with the sound of a crisp finger snap. That mysterious man wasn't responsible for this event. He looked behind him and testily spoke up. "What do you think you're doing?" There was a short-statured middle-aged man standing behind him now. "There's no need to make a commotion here. I just put them all to sleep." The middle-aged man also wasn't speaking in the language of humans. Indeed. The mysterious man sounded rueful, but still agreed with his new guest nonetheless. The middle-aged man shifted his gaze towards the interior of the ant tunnel and asked, "Did you confirm it?" The mysterious man nodded his head. "It's definitely his power." "How strange." The middle-aged man's gaze now shifted over to the collapsed hunters. "Why is he helping out these humans? Who knows what he is thinking? If you're curious, why don't you go ask him personally?" "I'll decline." The middle-aged man shook his head before continuing on. "We commence with the hunt as planned. Nothing has changed." "Got it." The middle-aged man lightly twirled his hand in the air. A black gate small enough to let a person through opened up there. "Oh, by the way." The middle-aged man stopped briefly and looked behind him when the mysterious man called out to him. "I think one of them is here." "You mean, here in South Korea?" "Since we're here, how about we take care of that guy first?" The middle-aged man closed his eyes slightly. Soon, the information the mysterious man was talking about flowed into his head. However, the middle-aged man didn't look wholly convinced. "If it's around here, let's leave it to his hands." "You don't want to get involved, is that it?" "It's fine to think of it that way. It doesn't matter." The middle-aged man and his trailing voice soon disappeared along with the gate itself. After confirming that the black gate was closed for good, the mysterious man muttered to himself, "What a coward." He took a look at all the unmoving humans lying on the ground. They were only knocked out for a little while and should regain their consciousness soon enough. "Poof." The man snorted derisively and extended his hand towards the humans. However, he quietly withdrew his hand. "Well, there's no need to raise a commotion. He also entered a small gate and disappeared from the spot, as well. Late at night, Jin-Woo was sitting on his bedroom floor, busy taking a closer look at his shortsword. Currently, he was holding the Demon King's shortsword, a weapon that proved its worth several times over during the battle against the mutated ant monster. Item, Demon King's shortsword. Rarity, S. Type, shortsword. Attack, plus 220. A shortsword taken from the Demon King, Baron. Using 2 Demon King's shortswords will activate a set effect. Set effect 2 becomes 1, extra attack power equal to the current strength stat will be added to each shortsword. His eyes almost bulged out when he first saw that attack power, as well as its additional attribute. In fact, he now forgot how many times he reread that information. His reaction was justified, though. The Baruka's dagger, a rarity A item, only boasted the attack power of 110, after all. He searched through the store just in case, but not many of the rarity S daggers being sold there exceeded 200 in their attack power. Not only that, he really liked the fact that, when wielding both Demon King's shortswords at once, his strength stat would be converted and added to the weapon's existing attack power. His current strength stat had far exceeded the 200 mark, and was fast closing in on 250. And now, such a high stat value would be added to the weapon's attack power as well,
If he omitted the last digit and added up the numbers, then he'd still get to a frightening 4 times the attack power of what Baruka's dagger possessed. This is why it felt so good when I swung them around back then. Other hunters would froth in their mouths like madmen and pounce on these short swords, if they were able to see the item's information like he could.
What about the longsword specs, then? Item, Demon King's Longsword. Rarity, S. Type, Longsword. Attack, plus 350.
A long sword containing the power of the Demon King, Baron. Swinging the sword will activate the effect, Tempest of White Flames.
Effect Tempest of White Flames summons a persistent thunderstorm within the designated area.
A long sword had to be wielded with both of his hands, while he could hold one short sword each in his individual hands. This meant that, quite obviously, the former would boast better attack damage than the latter. However, the additional effect the long sword had been blessed with was not obvious at all.
I can perform an AoE attack just by swinging this thing? It was a weapon that would no doubt prove its worth during a fight against multiple opponents.
He still felt chills run down his spine whenever he thought back to how Baron's magic attacks rendered his shadow soldiers into a bunch of helpless sitting ducks. Of course, the sword's effect wasn't as good as Baron's magic, but it was still an excellent trump card to hold on to, nonetheless.
If it weren't for my dagger skills, I might even consider using this longsword instead.
Jin-Woo was about to take a swing with the sword, only to stop himself in time. The hours were getting late, but then, you'd still wake up from your sleep in sheer fright when a lightning strikes in the room next to yours, now wouldn't you? He didn't want to shock his mother any more than he had already. So, he cautiously put the sword down. Well, what a relief it was, at least. Indeed, it was a relief that his mother didn't object to his decision. That day, Jin-Woo explained everything that happened to him to his mother, minus the stuff about the system, of course. He told her that he coincidentally went through a reawakening and became a rank S hunter, and that he'd like to continue working as one in the future, too. Mom was worried about him but eventually decided to support her son all the way.
Mom wants to see you do what you want with your life, my son.
The sole condition his mom put forward was that he was forbidden from pushing himself too far.
But, well, if I'm in a situation where I have to push myself to that extent, then...
Jin-Woo shook his head since his imagination was about to take him to a pretty dark and horrifying place. It was then, he abruptly remembered something else his mom told him.
Was that why he showed up? Because he knew something like this would happen? Who's he?
While I was asleep in the hospital, I heard your father's voice.
What did he say?
Well, he said.
Mom added that she had never heard of someone else's voice before and after that day, as well. I guess Mom still hasn't gotten over Dad yet.
Even then, his mother didn't try to stop her only son from being a hunter. It was proof that she trusted him. Jin-Woo didn't plan on betraying that trust anytime soon. Survival. That had always been his priority, his end goal. He only got to this place precisely because he didn't give up and struggled right till the end during one of the most dangerous moments in his life.
All right.
Now that his biggest worry, his mom saying no, had been addressed, there was nothing stopping him from entering dungeons now. He'd establish his own guild, monopolize high-ranked dungeons and quickly raise his levels even higher. Jin-Woo's heart began beating faster and faster.
Well, now I have a different reason to raise my levels, don't I?
Shurarek.
Egret revealed himself after Jin-Woo called him out.
This guy had been with him for the longest time out of all his soldiers.
Not only that.
He was also the lone night-grade soldier the system gifted him with. In other words, one could say that Egret was the closest to the system out of all his soldiers currently.
I'm sure you'll be able to talk once your grade goes up, right? Jin-Woo had so many things he wanted to ask Egret.
Of course, he couldn't hear any answers from his trusty knight yet.
Egret replied with silence, as usual.
If silence could be seen as words, then wouldn't this guy qualify to be the most talkative soldier in the whole world? Jin-Woo smirked to himself and scratched the side of his head. He then carefully picked up the Demon King's weapons to store them back in his inventory. But then, Jin-Woo's eyes caught a flash of light being reflected off an object. What was that? Jin-Woo's eyes opened wider. An item was gleaming brightly inside his inventory. Chapter 127 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128. Chapter 128. The mystery item was a black key. The key he found inside the cursed random box was shining brightly as if to remind him of where it had been hiding all along. Jin-Woo stared somewhat dazedly at that arresting sight before he cautiously put the weapons in his arms down on the floor again. He then reached into the inventory and tightly grasped the black key. And, when he opened his hand again. Item, key to the Karutenon Temple. Rarity? Type, key. You have met the required condition. A key allowing you entry into the Karutenon Temple. It can be used at the designated gate. The location of the designated gate will be revealed after the predetermined time has been reached. Remaining time, for 17:06:52. The item information he couldn't see before was now filling up his view. Karutenon Temple, ... Jin-Woo began tilting his head in confusion. What was going on here? He was pretty certain that he had never heard of that name before. So how come it sounded so familiar to him? No, hold on. I have heard of it before. He carefully combed through the maze of his memories until he finally recalled what he was searching for, and his brows shot up in response. The Dual Dungeon. More specifically, that name was etched on a stone tablet held by a statue, found in the ancient temple located right at the end of the Dual Dungeon. The memories of that fateful day were coming back to him one by one. Right, definitely. The voice of Seong Jin-Woo, as he read the first line of that stone tablet, suddenly rang so vividly around in his ears. The laws of the Karutenon Temple. Indeed, that stone tablet's texts indicated that the name of the temple filled with those terrifying statues was none other than Karutenon. It couldn't have been a simple coincidence that the name carved into that stone tablet, and the name of the temple in the key's information, was exactly the same. Which could mean, I can go back inside that place with this key? Jin-Woo's eyes grew wider in stunned silence. The memories of that day, indistinct and hard to recall as if they were enveloped in a veil of fog, suddenly returned to him in their full, gory detail. Could it be? No, this was no longer in the category of could it be anymore. The system was definitely summoning him back to the place where it all began. The key that emitted the bright light all on its own, perhaps fearing the distinct possibility of him never bothering to read its information, and then, there was the name of the location where this key was supposed to be used, written so clearly that he'd never miss it. No matter how he tried to slice it, there was little doubt that the system was summoning him there. Oddly enough, Jin-Woo was getting curious about something else as well. Why was this happening now, of all times? Is it somehow related to the quests I received from the demon's castle? This black key, and the cursed random box it came from, was the unknown reward he chose to receive at the end of the Collect the Souls of Demons 1 quest. Hoping that maybe there was a connection here, he quickly checked the unknown reward he got from the Collect the Souls of Demons 2 quest. Title. Along with the familiar tearing of the mechanical beep, the information regarding his new title, the one he got as the reward, rose up to his view. Title, Demon Hunter. You have not satisfied its conditions. He hoped that something might have changed, but well, too bad, it was the exact same story as the first time he received that title. Okay, so that one wasn't it. Next up, he began reading the item descriptions of the Demon Sovereign's accessory set, which he got to complete after killing the Demon King, Baron. Item,
Demon Sovereign's Ring. Rarity, S. Type, accessory. Perception plus 20. Intelligence plus 20. When worn together with Demon Sovereign's earrings and Demon Sovereign's necklace, set bonuses will be unlocked. Set bonus effect 1. All stats plus 5. Set bonus effect 2. All stats plus 10. He took a closer look at the information provided, wondering if another, hidden, set effect had been unlocked, but that wasn't it either. In that case, there was only one other possibility remaining now, and Jin-Woo shifted his gaze towards the information appearing above his title column, towards the final suspect. Name, Seong Jin-Woo. Level, 100. Class, Shadow Sovereign. Title. Out of all of those, his gaze stopped moving at his level. There it was, his level 100, the one he just barely got to reach after massacring every single ant monster, as well as every egg and larva found on the island of Jeju. The condition this key's been talking about has to be this. That was the most plausible explanation he could come up with. Because he could take out, or put back, any item inside inventory with nothing but his thoughts, he'd never really paid much attention to what was inside his storage. Unless he got a new toy he needed to put away, of course. That was most likely why he only got to discover the changes to this key a couple of days after he reached level 100. Heck, if it wasn't for him suddenly coming down with an urge to spring clean his inventory after he took out those weapons from there earlier, he wouldn't even have discovered the key's presence, at least not for a long while. Good thing that he discovered it before it was far too late. 417 hours, that's about 17 days from now. I still have over 2 weeks left. The system hadn't lied to him once until now. So, the gate in question would definitely open up in the location as noted in the item's information. I gotta start preparing myself. Just as those thoughts raced past in his head, Jin-Woo gasped out in surprise. Hold on, was I really planning to walk in there again? Ha, ha ha. A wry chuckle leaked out of his mouth without him realizing it. Sure, they were lower-ranked hunters working for the association, but still, over half of the raid team got killed in there. Not to forget, he himself nearly died several times, too. I even lost my leg towards the end, didn't I? What a horrifying memory that was. He used to break out in an uncontrollable shiver just from recalling the emptiness below his knee he saw back then. But now, fighting spirit began burning powerfully in his eyes, instead. I'm different now. He felt utterly confident of his chances now. Heck, he even felt a certain expectation bubbling up inside him, wondering if he'd be able to turn those stone statues, or even the god statue itself, into his shadow soldiers. There was also something else to consider. He might be hit with an unknown penalty if he decided to ignore the system's summons. Didn't he already realize the fact that, depending on the choices he makes, the system would either become his ally or an enemy? Didn't he learn his lesson back when he ignored the first daily quest or when he was issued an emergency quest? When his thoughts reached up to that point, his hand holding the key suddenly became soaked in his sweat. Gulp! He was so tense that his dry saliva scratched his throat as it slid down. Jin-Woo slowly shook his head and closed his eyes. No, let's not get too worked up over this. He needed to calm down. His pounding heart gradually slowed down as he worked hard to find stability in his emotions. After his chaotic breathing had regained their normalcy, he ever so slightly reopened his eyes. All right. If the system has business with me, then it could very well be another opportunity for me. Didn't the cursed random box's description say that it would give him what he needed the most? Still, it'd be prudent to make some preparations in advance. Jin-Woo began thinking about the preparations he'd have to make, just in case. That led him to remember something else he'd been delaying for a little while now. And that would be the establishment of his own guild. Having a guild would certainly make it simpler to enter various gates, and it'd also make his and his soldiers' leveling up process that much easier, too.
He had left the very motivated Yu Jin-ho in charge of the initial process of founding a guild, at least for the time being.
I wonder, how far along is he now?
Jin-Woo decided to give Yu Jin-ho a call, but after checking the time, he sheepishly put the phone down.
It was 2 in the morning. It's already this late.
Since he had stuff to do on the following day, he figured that it'd be simpler to just go and pay a visit to Yu Jin-ho at the same time.
Yeah, I'll stop by the office tomorrow.
Yu Jin-ho's glares became a level sharper. Like the eyes of a hawk locking onto a prey, his glare scanning the computer monitor was filled to the brim with unbridled sharpness. And then, proverbial flames erupted out of his eyes next. I shall never forgive those trying to obstruct the path of Hyung-nim. Yu Jin-ho quickly screen captured the offending online forum post in question, as well as the comments appearing below it, and then proceeded to write up a formal letter of complaint with lightning speed.
He moved so expertly and quickly that he must have had more than enough experience doing this thing.
And, in the blink of an eye, his work was done. Phew! His hand departing from the computer's keyboard lightly wiped away a single bead of sweat rolling down his forehead.
He had done it again.
Today, he was indeed successful in rooting out an insidious group trying to slander his Hyung-nim. Hyung-nim was the face of their fledgling guild, not to mention its guiding light. The B** stards that tried to speak ill of Hyung-nim, or even spread false rumors about him, were unforgivable sinners that deserved to be put to death. Of course, he also needed to be even more proactive in taking them down when he thought about the future of the guild.
After all, wasn't this the guild where he'd become its vice master? That's why his personal feelings had nothing to do with what he was doing right now.
It was all a part of official business he had to perform for the sake of their guild. Unfortunately, Yu Jin-ho was reminded of the sad truth that the guild he'd be the vice master of still didn't have an official name yet. This was a serious problem requiring a speedy resolution. Hyung-nim hadn't said a word about this problem until now, so Yu Jin-ho decided that it was his duty as the guild's vice master to come up with a suitable name. How about putting the song of Seong Jin-Woo and you of Yu Jin-ho together to name the guild Seong Yu? He quickly shook his head, though.
It's got a nice meaning, but it sounds a bit.
If he were to consider how it sounded, then it was indeed better to flip the two words around to make Yu-song, but then again, he'd never be able to accept the fact that his own surname would come before his Hyung-nim's. I must discuss this with Hyung-nim when he stops by. It had been 2 whole days since they moved into this office. Hyung-nim had become the center of the world's attention after his heroic feats during the Jeju Island raid got broadcast live, while Yu Jin-ho found himself manning this big office all alone a lot more than he'd like to.
No, hang on a minute. What if I just take the last part of our names and name the guild Wooho? It was then.
Hey, what are you so deeply worried about? Heek. Yu Jin-ho jumped up like a scalded cat. He quickly got up from the chair and looked behind him, only to discover Jin-Woo standing there.
Hyung-nim? Jin-Woo shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly as if he couldn't understand why anyone would be that surprised. Meanwhile, Yu Jin-ho was busy patting his pounding chest down.
Seriously, if he doesn't want you to know that he's here, you wouldn't even realize it.
He wasn't even paying attention to anything particular just now, too.
It sure felt like Hyung-nim's penchant for suddenly appearing and then disappearing seemed to have gotten worse with every passing day. Embarrassed by his own over-the-top reaction, Yu Jin-ho sheepishly scratched the back of his head and asked Jin-Woo.
When did you arrive here, Hyung-nim?
Just now. After making a simple reply, Jin-Woo leaned in and took a look at the computer monitor that captured Yu Jin-ho's attention until then, but before he got a proper look, the latter quickly covered up the screen with his entire body. Hyung-nim, you don't have to worry about B***stards like them. I'll take very good care of them, so you can rest easy, Hyung-nim. Jin-Woo looked at that determined face of Yu Jin-ho and an expression of dumbfoundedness formed on his. So, it was you. Jin-Woo heard that there was someone out there that pounced on any negative comments or false articles about him online like a wild beast and, while relying on the threat of legal action, demanded them to be taken down immediately. But to think, that person was someone so close by.
Jin-Ho's complexion reddened from embarrassment now that his secret activity had been inadvertently exposed to the open. Hyung-Nim. I'm supposed to do things like this for you, you know?
Jin-Ho's eyes sparkled like an expectant kid waiting for a praise, and Jin-Woo could only chuckle at that sight.
Right. Thanks.
Mistakenly thinking that the smile on Jin-Woo's face was one of satisfaction, Jin-Ho secretly made up his mind to become even more hands-on, all for the sake of his Hyung-Nim.
But then... Hyung-Nim, are you going somewhere today? Jin-Ho asked Jin-Woo after finally discovering a different set of duds on the latter's body. Jin-Woo was nonplussed in his answer. I have some business to attend to today. Aha! Jin-Ho was feeling really amazed at that moment.
He had only seen Jin-Woo wear clothes that were easy to move around in, so seeing his Hyung-Nim kid out in a black business suit from head to toe like this, he was struck by a sense of unfamiliarity and amazement at the same time. Too bad, Jin-Woo didn't have enough free time to explain himself. He took another quick look at his watch.
I'm running way too tight.
Jin-Woo lifted his head away from the watch and asked Jin-Ho.
Are there any other documents that I must bring with me when getting the Guildmaster license? Not at all. When you get to the association, you'll be asked to take a simple test. Your license will be issued right away afterwards, Hyung-Nim.
Okay.
So, his Hyung-Nim was headed off to the association?
But, isn't his attire a bit too much, considering he's only going to the association? Jin-Ho incorrectly guessed Jin-Woo's destination and began tilting his head, but soon enough, he accepted it as a fact. Well, Hyung-Nim's a celebrity now, so I guess he'll have to watch what he wears in public. There were good sides to being famous, but on the flip side, there was also a tiresome aspect to it, as well. Jin-Ho thought about the stress and the burden carried around by folks surrounding him from all sides, the famous folks that every Korean citizen would immediately recognize with their names alone, and briefly sympathized with their plight. Not really caring either way, Jin-Woo pointed to the car keys placed on a desk a bit of distance away from him.
I'm going to borrow the van for a while. Use it as much as you want, Hyung-Nim.
Jin-Ho reached out to pick the keys up. However, he was taken greatly by surprise as the keys slipped out of his reach and flew into Jin-Woo's hands.
Hyung-Nim, what was? Jin-Woo cut him off abruptly. It's a skill. Jin-Ho was rendered speechless yet again.
Even if Hyung-Nim declared that he could fly around using another one of his skills, Jin-Ho was confident of not finding that strange at all.
Is there anything Hyung-Nim can't do?
Hyung-Nim was like an onion that had so many layers still left to peel.
The more you knew about him, the more he'd surprise you. Wait, now isn't the time for this.
Jin-Ho abruptly woke up from his daydream, remembering that he's still a few things to ask Hyung-Nim.
Since he was in the office, now was the perfect opportunity to do exactly that.
Jin-Woo stopped walking away after sensing that Jin-Ho had something else to say from the way the kid was looking at him.
Yeah? Hyung-Nim, it's only been a day since we started advertising on the online job marketplace.
But we've been swarmed by the applicants wanting to become our fellow founding members, so I went ahead and compiled a list for you to take a look.
Oh, that. Let's talk about it after I come back.
He was running short on time, to begin with. Jin-Ho felt his own urgency kick in, having seen how badly Jin-Woo wanted to be on his way.
Hyung-Nim. Have you decided on the name of the guild?
Indeed, this was the most pressing issue of them all. Because, you'd need a name of the guild if you wanted to place job postings on the bulletin boards, or even when conducting other official businesses, now wouldn't it?
Does he have something in mind for the name of the guild? Jin-Ho's heart was pounding in anticipation for Jin-Woo's answer.
He was fully prepared to suggest the names he had thought up if Hyung-Nim was unable to come up with one.
Seong Jin-Woo.
I hope he finds one of them to his liking. Jin-Woo pondered for a bit while Jin-Ho continued to gaze at him with eyes glinting with the light of expectation. A smirk found its way to Jin-Woo's lips and he finally made his reply. How about Solo Play Guild? TL, in the raw, it's Sol PLE. Which is solo play but shortened. Jin-Ho blinked his eyes several times. Was he supposed to start laughing here? But didn't Jin-Woo's expression look like he wasn't joking at all? Jin-Woo didn't expect to see a reaction anyway, so he quickly turned towards the door to leave. See you later. Jin-Ho fell into a train of thought while watching Jin-Woo make his exit from the office. So, there was something Hyung Nim couldn't do, after all. As expected, his Hyung Nim was a human being, just like everyone else. Although he was afraid that the solo play would get stuck as the guild's name, Jin-Ho also felt just a tiny bit more reassured after being reminded of Jin-Woo being a human like him. The location of Hunter Min Byung-goo's funeral ceremony. Originally, the plan was to hold a small private ceremony with only the close relatives invited to attend the event. However, there were far too many people who wished to pay their respects and so, the funeral had to be changed to a public one. Countless people showed up to the funeral parlor to pay their respects and remember Hunter Min Byung-goo's valiant sacrifice. Jin-Woo was among them. Isn't that Heek? Isn't he Hunter Seong Jin-Woo? It's really him. The funeral goers soon discovered Jin-Woo's presence and began whispering to each other as their excitement heated up. Chapter 128 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129. Chapter 129. Jin-Woo didn't particularly mind the gazes of other people, unless he was talking about some special circumstances. As long as no one bothered him, it didn't matter to him if he got famous, either. That's why he didn't really care when the mourners discovered his presence and started whispering among themselves. However, at the very least, you all should know that now isn't the time nor the place. Jin-Woo furrowed his brows unhappily. Wasn't this the place to remember and honor the valiant sacrifice of Hunter Min Byung-goo? Jin-Woo didn't want this solemn occasion to fall into some noisy chaos because of him, so he briefly unleashed a portion of his magic energy, no, not even that, but an amount so tiny that it didn't even qualify to be called a portion. The desired effect took place right away. The air suddenly became incomparably heavier and oppressive silence descended to the place. Even the breathing of the mourners became incredibly cautious. All those people noisily yapping to each other promptly shut their mouths up at once. All right. Jin-Woo succeeded in creating an acceptable atmosphere with nothing but a quiet display of power before he started walking forward again. He didn't get to walk for long, though, as a middle-aged lady, who was too young to be called a granny but too old to be called an auntie, stood before him. She was none other than Hunter Min Byung-goo's mother. People began gasping softly as they looked on at the mother and Jin-Woo standing in an apparent face-off like that. Wait, she isn't going to scold him and chase him away, right? Fortunately, the outcome people were worried about didn't come to pass. The why of it was simple enough. You've arrived. Thank you for coming. Thank you for inviting me, ma'am. It was actually Hunter Min Byung-goo's mother who pleaded with him to come by here today. There was something I'd like to speak to you in person and that's why I had to make that call. I hope I wasn't troubling you. No, not at all, ma'am. Hunter Nim, I heard you got rid of all the monsters in that place so that my son could come home. Min Byung-goo's mother stopped there and gazed up at Jin-Woo, perhaps wanting to confirm the story she was told straight from the man himself. Jin-Woo had various personal reasons for hunting down the ants of Jeju Island. However, it was also true that a part of him didn't want to see Hunter Min Byung-goo rot away forgotten somewhere in the darkness of that ant tunnel. So, Jin-Woo quietly nodded his head. Yes, ma'am. You helped my son so he won't sleep in that dark, damp place. Min Byung-goo's mother finally began shedding the tears she'd been holding and continued on.
I was able to meet my son for the last time with your help. Thank you very much, Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim.
There were no words that could console a parent grieving for her lost child.
Jin-Woo could only remain silent with an agonized look on his face.
In the meantime, the relatives of Min Byung-goo's mother came over and carefully escorted her away deeper into the funeral venue. Even then, even as she was getting further away from him, she never stopped bowing to him to express her gratitude. For a moment there, the face of Min Byung-goo's mother overlapped with that of his own mom's from 10 years ago in Jin-Woo's eyes, back when she heard the news of his father going missing inside the gate.
A thick lump formed in his throat.
Just like how his father sacrificed his life to save a countless number of his colleagues, Hunter Min Byung-goo's sacrifice wasn't in vain. Without his dedicated effort to heal his comrades, it'd have been really difficult for the Korean hunters to walk out of the ant tunnel alive. Not only that, he used his powers to save the life of one more hunter even in death. Min Byung-goo's shadow actually felt relieved after it confirmed the color of life gradually seep back into Hunter Cha Hae-in's complexion. From that alone, Jin-Woo could sense how much the healer cared for his comrades.
Coincidentally, Jin-Woo spotted Cha Hae-in in the distance as he quietly approached the black and white portrait of the deceased to lay down the flowers.
But when their gazes met, she suddenly flinched and fell into a panicked state.
Did they come together?
The members of the Korean team around her sent him a silent greeting with a slight nod of their heads, but Cha Hae-in looked as if she had no clue which expression she was supposed to make right now.
So that woman can make a face like that, too? He couldn't recall any other times when she didn't carry that expressionless face of hers.
Indeed, one should get to know somebody for a longer time before passing judgment, that's for sure. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze away and stood before the portrait. Hunter Min Byung-goo within the black photo frame was smiling brightly without a care in the world. Jin-Woo placed the flower in front of the portrait and closed his eyes for a brief moment.
I hope you find yourself in a better place.
Finishing up with the prayer for the departed, he turned around to see a familiar figure approach him from the distance.
Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim.
The low, bassy voice naturally belonged to the association president, Go Gun-hui.
Sir.
I was actually planning to give you a call later, but it's good that we have run into each other here.
You wanted to see me?
It was pretty obvious why the association would look for a hunter. Thinking that he might find himself with an opportunity to raise his level, Jin-Woo gazed at Go Gun-hui with anticipation, but regretfully, the association president gently laughed and shook his head.
It's not what you're thinking about, Hunter Nim.
Oh.
I see. How deflating, that.
Jin-Woo could only ruefully smack his lips.
In any case, I'd like to speak to you for a moment or two. Will that be fine with you?
Jin-Woo was planning to stop by the association after leaving here to resolve his guild master license problem anyway, so he said yes immediately.
I have business in the association, so why don't we go and speak there? You have business in the association. May I inquire what that is?
Oh, actually, I need a guild master license, you see.
Pardon? A question mark floated up above Go Gun-hui's head.
Why do you need the guild master license when you already possess a rank S license?
Wait, does that mean a rank S can establish a guild without a license?
Of course. Go Gun-hui formed a good-natured smile and continued on. If you wish to form your own guild, all you have to do is to give the association a call. We'll take care of the rest. The rank S was a realm he never expected to step into half a year ago. So, it wasn't surprising to see Jin-Woo greatly underestimate all the cool benefits this rank came with. He was inwardly flustered after learning of something he didn't know until now, but this is actually for the better, isn't it? Let's find out more about all the benefits a rank S hunter enjoys while I'm at it. Also, seeing that he could directly get in touch with the association president Go Gun-hui, he might be able to establish his guild right away as long as he met the minimum requirements.
Was this the reason why the old saying went on about finding the right backer if you wanted to succeed in life?
Most people would never get to meet the president of the Hunters Association in their lifetime, yet such a man had already become a dependable backer for Jin-Woo. Go Gun-hui continued on. What I'd like to speak to you about won't take long, so we don't have to change the venue.
Jin-Woo nodded his head, leading Go Gun-hui to quickly ask him a question. By any chance, have you cast some kind of a barrier spell over Jeju Island?
What do you mean, ?
Where was this barrier magic thingy coming from, all of a sudden? Did something happen in Jeju Island after he killed every ant there and left for home?
Go Gun-hui calmly explained what had happened. During the operation to retrieve Hunter Min Byung-gu's remains, there was an incident of the military personnel and the accompanying hunters losing their consciousness in the same location. Rather than losing consciousness, it'd be more appropriate to say that they had all fallen asleep instead.
Everyone within the same location, all fell asleep?
Jin-Woo could only tilt his head slightly.
Sounds like an AoE abnormal status magic, doesn't it?
It sounded similar to the thunder magic of the Demon King Baron that inflicted stun effect to all the shadow soldiers caught within the attack range. However, the problem lay with the fact that the folks present during that incident weren't your average hunters.
I thought the elite members of the Night Order were asked to go to Jeju Island?
Jin-Woo's question elicited a nod from Go Gun-hui. They were either hunters in the top of the rank A pile, or rank BS who were very close to rank A in terms of their abilities. To be able to put not just one, but several dozens of such people to sleep all at once, a regular rank S mage wouldn't even dare to try performing a spell of that magnitude. That's why I had to ask you about it, just in case. I was hoping that maybe you cast a barrier there but forgot to tell us about it. Here was the solid proof that both Hunters Association and its boss, Go Gun-hui, rated Jin-Woo's abilities incredibly high. Unfortunately for them, Jin-Woo's speciality didn't lay in casting debuff or abnormal status magic. And, perhaps more importantly, there was just no way that he'd forget about activating such a magic spell in the first place.
Jin-Woo promptly shook his head. I'm sorry. I haven't done that. I see. I guess so. Traces of worry slowly entered Go Gun-hui's expression.
The most optimistic explanation he could think of turned out to be wide off the mark in the end.
What did the hunters say, sir?
That is, ... Go Gun-hui formed a troubled face of a man finding it hard to explain something, before continuing on his explanations with some difficulty. Not only the soldiers, but even the hunters can't remember anything that happened before they lost their consciousness. His voice sounded even more dispirited next. Actually, we can't even figure out whether they were victims of a magic spell or not in the first place. If it were just the soldiers, who were simply regular people, it'd be possible to knock them out with something like the sleeping gas, but even the rank A hunters and their exceptional physical abilities fell victim as well. So, it couldn't have been a conventional weapon of some kind.
Could it have been a trap left behind by the ants?
Jin-Woo was really tempted to summon out Baru right now and ask him about it, but if he did that, this funeral venue might morph into a blood-splattered battlefield in no time at all. The thing was, Jin-Woo could see a few dozen high-ranked hunters around here just from a quick head count. Of course, he wasn't worried about Baru at all. Nope, he was only concerned about the hunters rashly trying to pick a fight with the former ant monster.
It was then.
A young man who must have been an association employee approached them in hurried steps and whispered something to Go Gun-hui's ear.
The association president formed a rueful expression as he spoke to Jin-Woo.
A guest has arrived sooner than expected, and unfortunately, I must be on my way now.
Thank you for your time, .
You too, sir. After sharing brief goodbyes, Go Gun-hui hurriedly left the venue and disappeared from the view along with that unnamed employee. Now that he no longer had any reason to go to the association, Jin-Woo figured that he might as well go home instead. He too left the venue and began walking towards the location of the parked van.
But then, what's this?
He seemed to have picked up a somewhat puzzling tale since from a short while ago. Jin-Woo tilted his head in confusion. Aren't you supposed to do your best not to get discovered when tailing someone? Not only that, any regular folks wouldn't even dare to dream about tailing a rank S hunter, too. Step. Since he couldn't hear the roll of a camera, the person following him didn't seem to be a reporter. Heck, this person wasn't even trying to mask his presence, either. Getting curious about how long the tail would follow him, as well as what would this person do after catching up to him, Jin-Woo chose to keep walking over to the van without saying a word. And sure enough, the tail diligently followed after him. Ha! Well, I'll be. Jin-Woo was getting more and more dumbfounded here. He even realized for the first time that he didn't want to deal seriously with someone who was this unprofessional at what he was supposed to do. However, just as Jin-Woo was about to grab the door handle of his van, he heard a voice calling out to him from behind. Are you Mr. Seong Jin-Woo? Jin-Woo smirked slightly and turned around while thinking to himself, well, you've finally revealed your true colors, haven't you? Yes, I am. But then, Jin-Woo was momentarily taken aback after confirming the face of his opponent. He's a foreigner? That man's Korean was so perfect that Jin-Woo didn't expect him to be a Westerner at all. Meanwhile, the young Westerner, sporting a business suit so slick that it bordered on being a fashion statement, formed a smile as bright as his golden hair color. This is who I am. The man pulled out a business card and presented it to Jin-Woo. His name, the organization he worked for, as well as his contact numbers, were all printed in large, legible letters on the card. Senior Agent Adam White, Hunter Bureau, the United States of America. Hunter Bureau? What did an elite agent from the most powerful organization in the U.S. want from him now? No. There's only one reason why the Hunter Bureau would want to speak to a hunter. Jin-Woo tore his eyes away from the card and looked straight at the agent, prompting the American to introduce himself with a sunny smile. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. Please call me Adam from now on. Chapter 129 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130. Chapter 130. Jin-Woo locked his gaze on the young American man named Adam White, who turned out to be an agent of the Hunter Bureau. Judging from the glint in that man's eyes, he obviously had no ill intentions towards Jin-Woo whatsoever. The Americans spending an exorbitant sum of money to bring in top hunters from all over the globe was already a well-known fact. So, Jin-Woo figured that the guy would start extolling the virtues of coming to America soon after making his introduction. However, what Adam White said next went wildly against his expectations. There is a piece of information we'd like to share with you, Hunter Nim. Information, is it? Yes. And you won't ever hear about this information from any other existing country or organization in the world. Except ours, of course. Jin-Woo tilted his head slightly. What would be their reason for revealing such highly classified information to a foreign hunter like him, a complete stranger? Why are you willing to share such information with me? Jin-Woo's probing question only managed to elicit another round of a refreshing smile from Adam White. We certainly will get something in return by revealing this information to an exclusive group of a specially chosen few. Specially chosen few, he said. Which meant that the Americans considered Jin-Woo to be eligible to enter that category now. Sure enough, that roused his curiosity rather greatly. Okay, let's hear it. That is as far as I'm permitted to tell you, Hunter Nim. As for the rest, you'll have to hear it from our deputy director. The deputy director of the mighty Hunter Bureau? A man who possessed more political clout than a minister of some government actually was in South Korea right now? Sounds like it can't be some run-of-the-mill info, then. Adam White must have thought that he was successful in stoking the flames of Jin-Woo's curiosity, because he finally delved into the main topic at hand.
We have a car ready nearby. How about accompanying me to meet up with the deputy director?
Unfortunately for him, though, it was Jin-Woo who had the final say in the matter.
Information, is it? It could only be one of two things. Either it was info that would benefit him in some way after learning of it, or a tip of someone coming after his life. Funnily enough, he didn't feel all that compelled to get to the bottom of this matter at the moment. For the time being, he wanted to focus on the preparations for the Black Key, even if this info proved to be beneficial to him. If it was the latter and someone indeed wanted to take him out, then he was pretty confident of emerging victorious from that, too. Also, most importantly, it's not like I can fully trust the information these guys will furnish me with, in the first place. This whole thing about sharing information could be just a ruse, too. He wasn't even sure of the opponent's hands being useful to him, or for that matter, if the opponent held any useful hands at all. So, was there a reason for him to be led around by the nose here? He quickly arrived at his decision. I'll sleep on it, and give you a call later. Adam felt like someone had just punched him in the back of his head as this unexpected turn of the conversation left him reeling in shock. What? The deputy director of the Hunter Bureau came all this way to share information, yet he's ignoring that and wants to go on his way? Jin-Woo didn't look like he was bluffing here, because he was already opening the driver's door of the van. Cold perspiration immediately coated Adam White's forehead. If Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was allowed to slip through his fingers now, then who knew when he'd get another chance like this? No, there was even a distinct possibility that this could be the very last time. It was unknown whether the Korean intended for this reaction or not, but without a doubt, the ones ruining the missed opportunity would be them, not him. Well, have a nice day. Just as Jin-Woo was about to climb into the van, the restless Adam White urgently cried out. Please, hold on. Jin-Woo shifted his disinterested gaze over to Adam White. Hoping to rouse Jin-Woo's curiosity further, even if it was only by a fraction, Adam White hurriedly continued on. Upgrader. An upgrader, dot. Adam formed an expression of a defeated man and explained the meaning behind the word he just spat out. Did you know that there is an awakened who can enhance the abilities of other awakened? Yup, you should have started with that from the beginning. Right away, Jin-Woo realized that the stuff being shared by Agent Adam White, no, the deputy director of the Hunter Bureau, was actually of far greater importance than mere information. An awakened who can enhance other awakened, is it? Finally, Jin-Woo felt compelled enough now. He pulled the half-entered leg out of the van and closed the door. Adam could sigh a sigh of relief after seeing that. Phew. When he raised his head, though, Jin-Woo was already standing a couple of inches away from him. Jesus H. Christ, dot. The startled Adam White took a step back in fright, but Jin-Woo didn't care about that and simply asked the man. Where am I supposed to go? Screech dash. The black saloon carrying the two men came to a stop in front of a famous luxury hotel. We're here. Jin-Woo noted that the name of the hotel was the same as the one from the memo Eugene Ho handed over to him not too long ago. Wait, that English-speaking foreigner Eugene Ho was talking about, could it have been one of these guys? Jin-Woo followed after Adam White and climbed up to the suite where the deputy director was waiting for him. The deputy director of the Hunter Bureau, Michael Connor, failed to disguise his excitement at the sight of a certain Oriental man standing behind his subordinate. Very good, dot. One of the more difficult aspects of negotiation was bringing the other party to the negotiating table. One could even declare that half the battle was won already by doing so. The deputy director smiled brightly and extended his hand to Jin-Woo for a cordial handshake. My name is Michael Connor. I'm the deputy director of the Hunter Bureau. His self-introduction was translated into fluent Korean with the speed of lightning by Adam White. Jin-Woo took the deputy director's hand and lightly shook it. I'm Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. Now that their brief introductions were over, they settled down on the opposing sides of a table. Adam remained standing next to his deputy director. Before we start, have anyone claiming to be from foreign hunter-related organizations tried to make contact with you before us? The deputy director directly fired the opening salvo. No one, so far. Once that anticipated answer was given, the deputy director formed a smile of pure satisfaction. But, of course, there shouldn't be anyone else on Earth quicker than the United States of America. Only the striker a step ahead of everyone else could score the winning goal, indeed. The deputy director didn't plan on wasting this golden chance that no one else had the luxury to enjoy yet, especially when his target was someone his superior officer ordered to reel over to their side, no matter the cost or the method. He didn't even try to beat around the bush and went straight to the topic at hand. Allow me to be frank with you, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. With a solemn, determined face, the deputy director pushed a rather sizable mountain of files towards Jin-Woo and continued on. We, at the United States of America, want you, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. These are all the documents needed to emigrate to America. Now normally, you'd need at least 1 or 2 years for these papers to be processed. However, it'll be a different story for you, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. The deputy director then raised his index finger. Just a single second. He declared in a very confident voice. If you agree to immigrate, then you'll become an American citizen in 1 second. And not as a simple, regular citizen either. No, you become eligible to receive the equal treatment as the nation's existing top-ranked hunters. Everything so far had been what Jin-Woo expected to hear from this man. However, what he wanted to find out about was the information related to this awakened called Upgrader. He shifted his gaze over to Adam, causing the American agent to flinch slightly and avert his eyes away. Jin-Woo looked back at the deputy director. But, I only came here because Adam said something about some information, not. The deputy director let out a burst of genial laughter when he heard that. That isn't entirely unrelated to what I was talking about. I don't understand. Hunter Nim. If you give us your word that you'll become the next American hunter, then we will definitely enhance your abilities to an even higher realm. The so-called upgrader. It seemed that this awakened could really do what that moniker implied. Still, Jin-Woo was not entirely convinced, even if the deputy director said roughly the same thing as Agent Adam White. Could there really be an awakened possessing such a power? That's why he decided to make D*MN sure. To enhance one's abilities, can such a thing be for real? Jin-Woo's apparent interest caused the deputy director to become even more excited. Actually, she's here with us, right now. Jin-Woo already knew that there was someone else within the hotel suite. From a while ago, he had picked up on the minute amount of magic power leaking out from the gap of the closed door just over there. Because the magic energy emitted didn't seem all that powerful, he was inwardly thinking that person was too weak to be a bodyguard of someone as important as the Hunter Bureau's deputy director. And now, his suspicion proved to be correct. The deputy director quickly issued an order. Please bring Madame Selner here. Click. Almost immediately, the door was opened and 2 agents escorted a middle-aged African-American woman out from the room beyond. Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed slightly after picking up on a strange vibe coming off of her. Somehow, she gave off a different aura from other, regular awakened. The African-American lady stood next to the table, and the agent quickly pulled out a chair for her. She then elegantly settled down on the end of the cushion. She immediately recognized who Jin-Woo was and floated a smile of genuine interest. So, you are that man from the video. She was already familiar with all the important information on Jin-Woo and needed no introduction, so the deputy director's job became a bit easier. This is Madame Norma Selner. She is the lone awakened, the only one of her type in the entire world, who can enhance the abilities of other awakened to even greater heights. At the end of the introduction, Madame Selner did a simple nod of her head as a greeting to Jin-Woo. He reciprocated the greeting with the nod, as well. Madame Selner.
Please, if you will, briefly explain what you can do to Seong Jin-Woo Hunter-nim. She formed a teasing smile while staring at the still unconvinced Jin-Woo's face. Everyone has the same look as you, in the beginning, Hunter-nim. However. She then leaned in closer to Jin-Woo and whispered softly to him. Once they have a taste, they have no choice but to beg me for more. Madam, please. The deputy director furrowed his brows a little, prompting her to laugh out and wave her hand about. I know. Don't worry, Director Connor. I know that he's a very important man. Still with an alluring smile, Madame Sellner began with her explanation. Seong Jin-Woo Hunter-nim. As you may know already, all awakened face a limit they can't breach. No one can overcome it, but. That was why the ranks of the awakened would never change, unless one was lucky enough to go through a reawakening process. This was common knowledge that all living hunters out there knew all too well. But, madam, you can. Even before Jin-Woo could finish his question, Madame Sellner formed an expression of a little kid picking up the final piece of strawberry on top of a cake that she'd been saving up for the very last. You're correct. Jin-Woo's eyes grew progressively wider. I can increase that limit even higher in 3 separate stages. I don't know whether to call it a forced reawakening, or simply waking up the latent potential sleeping within the subject already, but yes, I can do it. What an incredible ability that was. The things she said just now were explosive enough to shake the very cores of every top-ranked hunters found throughout the world. Jin-Woo's gaze shifted over to the deputy director. He nodded his head to reaffirm what she said. What she said are all true. It's just that, once she uses her powers once, she needs to take a lengthy break to recover her energy. So, only around 3 to 4 lucky awakened get to enjoy this benefit in a single year. How effective is it? It depends on individuals, but once one goes through all 3 stages, they say that they grew stronger by a minimum of 20% and as much as 30% over their original powers. 20 to 30%. With the average of his stat values nearing the 250 mark, if Jin-Woo got that mystery enhancement, that average value would shoot past the 300 mark instead. Without a doubt, that would be an enormous leap up. As long as these guys weren't lying to him, of course. Is she casting a buff that raises one's powers? Or, is it more like raising the fixed level cap? Regardless of what it was, the ability she possessed would be like a precious treasure for all the hunters out there. Which also meant that there should be no shortages of people aiming for her, too. If the knowledge of such an ability is made public, then. The deputy director nodded his head. That is why Madame Sellner is with us. She too worried about the exact same thing as Jin-Woo had thought of, and after lengthy deliberation, she joined the Hunter Bureau who'd guarantee her safety while also letting her use her powers as often as she wanted to. We ensure her absolute safety and reward her accordingly, while she enhances the abilities of those hunters we deem worthy of joining us. We have been maintaining this symbiotic relationship for a long time now. And so, that's where the deputy director bookended the explanation. Now, the time for the fireworks to begin. Madame Sellner's ability, that is precisely the gift we wish to give to you, Hunter-nim. A gift, is it? Indeed, could there be a gift even more valuable than this one? If you become a hunter of the United States of America, you will be the first in line to receive this benefit. Also, we will make sure that you get the best possible terms when negotiating with any guilds you wish to join. From the perspective of an ordinary hunter, these were simply too good of conditions to say no to. Only now could Jin-Woo understand why Hwang Dong-soo didn't even hesitate once and emigrated to the States when everyone was criticizing him for it. The enormous sum of money the Americans reportedly paid him was most likely a cover-up story to hide the real reason. Regular hunters would lose their collective sh*t if they ever heard of such a tale. So, if you told a top hunter that his or her abilities could be enhanced even further? Who in their right minds would say no to that? However, can you prove that she really possesses such a power? Everything they said so far were just words, and there had been no proof to back them up yet. It was her turn to butt in next. No need to rush. Today, I'm only here to undo the first button, you know. Jin-Woo finally realized what she meant earlier. One taste, and people beg her for more, was it? Just as she had alluded to, every hunter seeing her powers with their own eyes chose to head to America right away, 100 times out of 100. Her sky-high confidence was based off on that. The deputy director quietly asked a question to Jin-Woo. It is as she says. So, will you let us unlock your first stage? Without anything in return? Think of it as a service from us, Hunter Nim. Madame Selner lightly grasped Jin-Woo's wrist. When he turned to look at her, she formed a gentle smile and gestured to him to get closer. Please, look into my eyes. Look deeply into them. That will be your first step. Was she telling the truth? To confirm if this Madame Selner really did possess the power the Hunter Bureau was swearing by, Jin-Woo decided to follow her instructions for the time being. The deputy director leaned against the back of the chair and crossed his arms. It's done. He's ours now. The game was already over. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo had been constantly maintaining that cold, indifferent expression until now, but that was only because he hadn't yet experienced what this lady's power had to offer. Once the first lifting of the natural limit was completed, Hunter Seong Jin-Woo would call them on his own volition sooner rather than later. No, if he had an impulsive personality, then he might sign the immigration documents right here, right now. The deputy director's curiosity shifted onto something else now. Just how high will his limit be, I wonder? The deputy director uncrossed his arms and rubbed his chin, his eyes of anticipation firmly locked on Jin-Woo. But, it was then. Heek! Madame Selner sucked in her breath, as her eyes began to quake quite violently. Chapter 130 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131. Chapter 131, Chapter 131. Her name was Norma Selner. An African-American woman of 46 years of age, and often referred to as Madame Selner or Mrs. Selner, the Hunter Bureau offered her a higher degree of protection than the president of the country. Meaning, if both her and the president's lives were under threat, then the Hunter Bureau would prioritize in rescuing her first and then worry about the president later. But, how could such a thing even be possible? When the previous director of the Hunter Bureau retired from the office and handed over the responsibility to his successor, he described her with the following words. Doesn't matter who becomes our next president, our position as the world's greatest hunter nation on earth will never change. But, if she's no longer with us, then America will start worrying about the gates appearing in smaller cities around the remote regions of our country. That's how it was. Because she managed to attract the world's elite rank S hunters here, the American citizens were able to rest easy every night knowing that they didn't need to worry about high-ranking gates opening up somewhere within this massive country of theirs. The top-ranked hunters who changed their nationality because of her was already 26. This was already a number far exceeding other so-called hunter superpower nations and their roster of rank S hunters. The Hunter Bureau also carefully selected their targets as well, so it went without saying that their hunters were of far superior quality, as well. So, one could say that Madame Selner was the guardian angel looking after America from behind the scenes. Regardless of how high a rank S hunter's position was, or the treatment he or she received, none of them were seen as being as important as Madame Selner at the end of the day. She was the top classified secret that not even the American president could easily approach. Quite obviously, the rank S hunters allowed to meet her were selected via the most strict, rigorous vetting process. They were the specially chosen few, as coined by Agent Adam White earlier. We certainly will get something in return by revealing this information to an exclusive group of a specially chosen few. At first, Jin-Woo had no clue what it meant to be included in that exclusive group of the chosen few. Not just him, but most of the rank S hunters, too.
However, they would come to a realization after Madame Sellner broke open their limits, the realization of who chose them, and what it meant to be chosen. One of the hunters was so moved by the overflowing power coursing through his body, he even knelt down before her to shed tears of gratitude. On the following day, his nationality changed from Congo to America. That always happened, didn't it? And that was why the current serving deputy director of the Hunter Bureau, Michael Connor, didn't believe that anything would go wrong. He was sure that Hunter Seong Jin-Woo would cry out in alternating emotions of elation and shock, maybe even search for his god, just as everyone else before him did. Then, he'd beg for more. Was there any other, more fitting description than that? He confidently thought like that, not even a hint of suspicion within his mind. But, then, the cry of shock actually came out from someone else's mouth. Wahak. Madame Sellner stared deep into Jin-Woo's eyes for a long time, before she screamed at the top of her lungs as if she had seen something she shouldn't have. She fell off the chair onto the floor. Almost right away, two agents here to guard her whipped their pistols out and took aim at Jin-Woo. Stop! Have you all lost your minds? The deputy director witnessed the agents and their recklessness, and cried out in alarm. Loud cussing exploded out of his mouth as he jumped up from his sitting position to push down the pointed pistols of the agents. Do you not know who this person is? How dare you point at him with such a thing? But, sir, the madam is... You idiots! If you're that worried about Madame Sellner, then check up on her first. My apologies. The agents quickly put their guns away and supported the shivering Madame Sellner off from the ground. Her complexion had become so pale that she looked quite pitiful right now. Meanwhile, the deputy director bowed his back 90 degrees to Jin-Woo. I'm truly sorry, Hunter Nim. My agents committed a grave blunder. Judging from the previously relaxed voice of the deputy director tremble like that, he must have been frightened out of his wits rather greatly just now. They are trained to put the safety of the madam above all else, but to think they'd be stupid enough to point a gun at a rank S hunter. If their opponent possessed a fiery temper, then never mind the two foolish agents, even their boss's neck wouldn't have remained in its original place. He couldn't even come up with an excuse to explain away the agents shoving guns in the face of a top-ranked hunter in a country where carrying firearms was illegal. The deputy director's heart still loudly pounded in his chest, unable to calm down from the fright he felt when Madame Sellner screamed and fell, and also, when the agents pulled their guns out without any warning. Funnily enough, though, Jin-Woo was also deeply flustered by what transpired just now. Just what the hell is up with this situation? That lady suddenly screamed out and fell down, the Hunter Bureau's agents pointed guns at him, and finally, their deputy director jumped up and down in a huff before apologizing with a deep bow of his head. At first, he was dumbfounded. Next up, he was speechless, and finally, it's fine. No one got hurt, after all. He didn't even feel like getting angry here. He kind of figured that angrily threatening the other party was a pretty disgraceful thing to do, especially when the second most powerful man from another country's top organization was quick to admit the mistakes of his subordinates and apologized like this. A part of him also didn't feel much of anything when guns were being pointed at him. Rather than weapons, they looked more like children's toys to him now. That was how wide the gap between them and Jin-Woo was. Thank you for your understanding, Hunter Nim. Only after Jin-Woo let it go did the deputy director raise his head back up again. He then sneaked a glance at Jin-Woo's face and confirmed that the Korean wasn't being sarcastic or anything. He felt that he had really dodged a bullet here. If something like this happened in front of either Thomas Andre or China's Liu Zhigum, then the hearts of those two agents pulling out their guns would have stopped beating long before he had the chance to apologize. What a relief that Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was such an understanding gentleman. The deputy director sighed out in relief and wiped the pooled sweat off his nose. He managed to put out the most pressing flames first. Next, it was time to focus on the other matter. The deputy director bowed his head one more time and then,
urgently checked up on Madame Sellner's current condition.
Madam? What happened? M. Michael. Madam? You're sweating so much, are you feeling unwell somewhere?
The deputy director may have shed a few cold sweat drops over the volatile situation just now, but she was completely soaked from head to toe at the moment.
What's going on here?
Worried about her condition, Jin-Woo got up from the chair and cautiously made his approach, but she didn't want to look him in the eye and began shivering even harder. Seeing her react like this, the deputy director could only chew on his lower lip.
With her condition, we can't.
He had succeeded in bringing Hunter Seong Jin-Woo to the table with much difficulty, but now, the most important negotiating hand was no longer available to him.
Madam was in no condition whatsoever to use her ability.
The deputy director turned around and, while carrying a heavy, distressed expression, spoke to Jin-Woo.
Madame Sellner's condition isn't very good today. May I give you a call at another time?
Around the same time, an important guest was waiting inside the president's office of the Korean Hunters Association.
It was none other than the president of the Japanese Association, Matsumoto Shigeo.
Two presidents of the respective organizations settled down on the opposite sides, with no one else except their interpreters accompanying them. Go Gun-hui was the first to open his mouth.
I've heard about what happened to Mr. Goto. It's truly a lamentable thing.
An expression of bitterness briefly flashed past Matsumoto Shigeo, before his complexion recovered. However, I didn't come here to discuss what happened in the past, but to talk about the way forward.
Go Gun-hui nodded his head.
There were a few matters between these two men, between the nations of Korea and Japan, that needed to be settled. First of all, splitting up of the magic crystals. The original plan was to divide the loot 1 year later, when all the ant monsters would have died out on the island.
But Jin-Woo had completely exterminated every single one of them before that.
Japan did discover his utterly unbelievable actions through their spy satellite and its high-tech camera, so they were aware of this fact, too.
What is that man trying to do? The ants.
The ants near Seong Jin-Woo are disappearing one by one. The summons he controls have begun hunting down the ant monsters. His summons are spreading to all corners of the island.
Could he be?
The old idiom said that uncertainty would kill a man. In the proverbial blink of an eye, all traces of magic energy disappeared from the island of Jeju. With the sole exception of one, that was, the massive bundle of magic energy suspected to be that of Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. Incredible physical strength.
Unpredictable movement patterns. And the ruthless streak to hunt down every single monster, even though it's no longer necessary.
Where would one find a hunter more suited to a life in Japan than that man in this wide world? Matsumoto Shigeo smirked to himself after recalling the atmosphere of the mission control room back then. He then pushed forward several documents to Go Gun-hui.
And these are?
Go Gun-hui asked as he picked them up. This is the official declaration that Japan will give up on the rights to our share of magic crystals from the Jeju Island. Feeling not entirely convinced, Go Gun-hui browsed through the documents, and eventually, his brows gradually rose up higher.
Matsumoto Shigeo was telling the truth.
But, why? Why was the Japanese Association, who had suffered heavy losses themselves, willing to give up on such a massive revenue source?
His answer arrived soon enough. In return, hand Mr. Seong Jin-Woo over to us.
Hoo. Go Gun-hui guffawed out and leaned against the back of the couch. Regretfully, he's not affiliated with the Korean Hunters Association. Of course, even if he was, Go Gun-hui never planned to hand over such a hunter to anyone, to begin with.
We know. Matsumoto Shigeo replied as if he was waiting for this moment.
However, he has a very close relationship with the Korean Association. And it's currently impossible to get in contact with him unless it's through your association. It was truly unfortunate, but the Japanese didn't enjoy the kind of information network the American Hunter Bureau did. Which meant that, if Matsumoto Shigeo wanted to get in touch with Jin-Woo, then he needed to get permission from the Korean Association first.
I didn't mean to imply that you are being forced to do something.
No, just give me an opportunity to negotiate with him, that's all.
Are you throwing away this astronomical sum just for that chance? Nod. Matsumoto Shigeo readily admitted to it. Japan lost 10 of her top-ranked hunters through this incident.
In the current situation where Japan needed to import top-ranked hunters quite urgently, her association was blessed with ample cash reserve to pay out the compensation meant for the victims of the raid. Indeed, they had so much money that it was practically rotting away in the bank right now. So, if Matsumoto could get his hands on a hunter of Seong Jin-Woo's caliber, then he didn't give a rat's ass about those magic crystals anymore.
Unfortunately, I refuse.
The reply Matsumoto Shigeo got was different from what he expected.
What do you mean, you refuse? The Japanese man was stunned by that answer. He was deeply confident of winning hunter Seong Jin-Woo over to Japan's side, but just in case, he told Go Gunhui that he only wanted an opportunity to negotiate with that young man. But, to think, his counterpart would say no to the offer first. Are you turning down an opportunity like this because you're afraid of losing hunter Seong Jin-Woo to Japan? Not at all.
Go Gunhui slowly shook his head. No, I'm saying that, from the beginning, you people have no right to claim even a single magic crystal from us. The Japanese interpreter quickly looked at Go Gunhui after he made that bombshell of a declaration packed full of hidden implications.
Sir, should I relay that in full?
Of course.
Don't miss out on a single word and translate them in full. Matsumoto Shigeo's complexion reddened considerably the moment he heard the interpreter. President Go Gunhui. What nonsense are you spewing now?
His voice naturally rose up higher.
But then, Japanese unhurriedly flowed out from Go Gunhui's mouth.
I wish to speak to you without the presence of the interpreters.
Matsumoto flinched and gasped in surprise. You know how to speak Japanese? My father used to run a small company in Japan when I was a young lad.
It's been a long time, so it'd be difficult to hold a conversation, but...
The two interpreters left the office soon after Matsumoto agreed to the suggestion.
And he fired the opening shot first. We lost over 10 of our rank S hunters for you people, but... Japan's top hunter, Go Ruji, was also included in that list.
If you do not wish to accept my suggestion, then there's nothing we can do. Not only will we demand the agreed-upon half of the magic crystal haul, but we will also claim compensation from the Korean government, too.
Go Gunhui simply snorted in derision.
President Matsumoto. Looks like you still mistakenly believe that you hold an upper hand here. President Go. Matsumoto shot up from his seat, his glare getting fiercer. Is that something you're supposed to say to someone who fought for your people?
Unlike the agitated Matsumoto, though, Go Gunhui remained collected throughout.
I couldn't understand this one thing. Go Gunhui's calm demeanor managed to cool Matsumoto's own rage, and the latter slowly settled back down on his couch, waiting until he was completely seated. Go Gunhui carried on.
And that would be, why did your people, who enjoyed showing off in front of the world, decide to entrust us with what was arguably the core part of this raid, the hunting of the Ant Queen? That's obviously because the Koreans lacked the means to buy the necessary time from the Ant Army. If that's what you were thinking of, then wouldn't it have been better for you to insert the Koreans as a part of the distraction, like how you had split up yours into 4 different groups?
And then, hunt the Ant Queen with some of your top elite hunters, instead? He is as I expected. The
light in Matsumoto's eyes changed.
So, what is it that you want to say to me, President Go Gunhui? For some reason, he was enunciating Go Gunhui's name as clearly as he could. And the timing of your people withdrawing. It looked as if it was your plan all along, regardless of the mutated ant monster or not. You have gone crazy.
It's you who have gone crazy.
Just what were you planning to do after driving the Korean hunters to death? Go Gunhui's eyes narrowed to a slit. It was then Matsumoto burst into a fit of loud cackles. Ha 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 ha. He then pulled out a voice recorder from his pocket. He slowly shook his head and continued on. Everything you said just now, it's been captured in full. Your sins of insulting the Japanese hunters without proof, and using that as an excuse to back out of the earlier agreement, everything is here. An odious smile formed on Matsumoto's lips. You shall be judged by the international community. Just this little sound file containing Go Gunhui's voice was more than enough to cover up the fact the Japanese hunters withdrew in the middle of the operation. As for the public opinion, that would come around soon enough. This was clearly a slip-up on Go Gunhui's part, because he doggedly pursued his conviction and nothing else. What if he lost his cool completely and laid a hand on Matsumoto right now? Now that would be seen as even more irrefutable proof. The sound file was already transmitted to the computers in the Japanese Situation Room by now. Too bad for him, though. Proof? Of course, I have it. Go Gunhui pulled out a black-colored object the size of a stamp from his inner pocket and left it on the table. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo found it on the location. Sensing something ominous was about to go down, Matsumoto's attitude had softened a tad. What is this? Go Gunhui smirked at the sight of the puzzled Matsumoto Shigeo. It's a black box attached to your communication equipment, the one Goto's team was using. Right away, the color of Matsumoto's complexion changed to ash. Not missing out on this opening, Go Gunhui also brought out an MP3 player and proceeded to play the sound file extracted from this black box. Click. How long has it been since the Koreans went inside? Hold on. They say it has been less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes, is it? Time to start the withdrawal process. The voice of Goto Ruji, one of the most famous Japanese in the world, could be heard clearly from the recording. Go Gunhui switched the player off and continued on. Do you know why I didn't reveal the existence of this file to the rest of the world, President of Japanese Hunter Association, Matsumoto Shigeo? Matsumoto slowly shook his head. The ashen complexion of his was now getting paler than a sheet of white paper now. It's simply because I didn't want to dampen the joy of my fellow countrymen basking in the glow of a hard-fought victory with this bullshit you people managed to cook up. Do you get it now? I've only delayed its release for the sake of our people, not you. The recorder fell from Matsumoto's hand with a thud. Meanwhile, Go Gunhui relentlessly pressed on. I'm sure that you get what I'm saying to you, President Matsumoto. Go Gunhui then crushed the player in his hand to pieces with his physical strength of a rank S hunter. Get the F***CK out of this office. Now. After Jin-Woo had left, the deputy director found himself alone with Madame Sellner in the hotel suite. Madam. What happened back there? They had worked with many hunters before, and this wasn't Madame Sellner's first rodeo either. Meaning, this would be the first time something like this happened. She suppressed her pounding heart and managed to squeeze out her trembling voice. He is a king. A very powerful king. The deputy director's eyes grew wider and wider. Those who knew how her power worked were the director of the Hunter Bureau, the deputy, and of course, Madame Sellner herself. Only these three. And she confirmed that Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was a king. Ba-dump, B-a-dump. The deputy director sensed his heartbeat pick up pace. Which means he's on the same level as the special authority rank hunters? Shake. She shook her head. No, I don't. This was my first time experiencing such a phenomenon, so I can't be sure at all. He is definitely a king, but he's also different from the other kings. Excuse me? Please, explain it in simpler terms. When I looked into him, it too was looking back at me. But, other hunters also. No. Not Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, but the endless darkness hiding within him was staring back at me. Madame Selner hysterically cried out. Her complexion paled again and her body shuddered greatly. This was the display of an instinctual fear all living organisms possessed, the fear of death. But that wasn't important at the moment. No, the truly important thing was, even though her entire body continued to shiver in terror, she still managed to recall one more thing. And he. The deputy director focused on her words again. Her lips parted with so much difficulty. He doesn't have any limits. Chapter 131 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132. Chapter 132. Plop. Matsumoto Shigeo fell down on his knees. A boss of an organization, not only that, a man representing the opinions and positions of every hunter in the country called Japan, was kneeling in front of another person. Even in this brief moment, countless thoughts raced through Matsumoto's brain. However, no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't come up with a way to get out of this predicament. This was not the time to worry about his pride or honor. If any of this got out, then its ensuing aftermath wouldn't end with him just losing his position. President Go Gunhui. Please, forgive me. Unfortunately for him, Go Gunhui's glare remained icy and unmoving. This man was shouting blue murder when there was no proof of his wrongdoing, but as soon as the situation turned disadvantageous, he immediately lowered his tail. Who'd look at such a man with sympathetic eyes? Get up. Go Gunhui's icy voice advised his Japanese counterpart to stop wasting time with this hollow apology, but Matsumoto didn't heed that and slammed his forehead on the office floor repeatedly. Thud. Thud. Our nation, Japan, has lost half of her top-ranked hunters and we will soon have to beg the international community for their aid. No matter how excellent the hunter system in Japan was, they would eventually see the gaps in their defenses opening up sooner or later with half of their rank S hunters dead. Their remaining combat force would be enough to deal with rank A gates for the time being, but Japan would have to be on their toes the moment a rank S gate opens up somewhere in their territory. Even worse, the repeat of the tragedy that occurred on Jeju Island could happen in Japan, too. If that sound file gets out, then we'll be completely isolated from the world. I beg of you, President Go Gunhui. Please, think about the innocent Japanese citizens and forgive our transgressions just this once. Think of it as your due punishment. Go Gunhui ruthlessly cut Matsumoto's words there. Think of it as the punishment for the sin you and your hunters tried to commit and gladly accept it. Carry around a bomb that might go off at any given moment, and wait for the hour of reckoning. That's what Go Gunhui was implying here. However, Matsumoto didn't show any sign of lifting his head off the floor. President Go Gunhui. Until I appease your anger, I shall not rise up again. I beg of you, please. Consider it one more time. You leave me with no choice. With a displeased expression firmly etched on his face, Go Gunhui pulled out his mobile phone. You have 5 minutes. What could he mean by that? Unable to win against his curiosity, Matsumoto raised his head and looked up at Go Gunhui. The Korean man slowly waved his phone around. If you don't get out of here in the next 5 minutes, a message will be sent to the numbers of every reporter saved on this phone. It'll be a message about the president of the Japanese Association groveling before me. If you cling on to me in fear of the bomb going off at any second, then I'll just let it go off. Right now, he wasn't threatening anymore. No, it was a declaration. But that... Matsumoto bit his lower lip. Go Gunhui's determination wasn't soft enough to be shaken up by nothing but a pitiful plea for leniency. Matsumoto belatedly realized this fact. And this was also the moment his last-ditch attempt to save this situation at the cost of his pride ending up in total failure. Powerlessly, Matsumoto stood back up. Go Gunhui's glare remained icy, his phone gradually being lowered. He then spoke to the unsteady Japanese man. "You should thank Mr. Seong Jin-Woo." The light of pure anger flickered dangerously within Go Gunhui's beast-like eyes. "Not at the hands of that mutated ant, no, but if my hunters got hurt from the schemes of your people, then you wouldn't have walked out of this room alive." Matsumoto's trembling hands packed up his belongings, and without taking a single look back, he escaped from the Korean Association's building in a hurry. Not one lick of his former pride and confidence he displayed during his last visit here could be seen from his departing back now. Fu. Meanwhile, Go Gunhui was leaning against the back of the couch. It felt like all of his pent-up stress was cleared away in one shot. Of course, he wasn't planning to end things here. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he now held the lifeline of the Japanese Hunter Association. If you committed a crime, then you get punished for it. From early on in his life, Go Gunhui was taught how to treat his friends and enemies accordingly. It was then, his mobile phone resting on the table suddenly issued a loud racket. "MM?" He tapped on the answer icon, and an urgent voice came out from the speaker. Go Gunhui quietly listened to what happened, and his eyes progressively grew wider and wider. "What? A gate formed in the middle of a road?" Not only that, it was rated to be a rank B gate that no regular raid team could do something about, too. "Where is it located?" The best course of action for this problem was to contact a major guild and have them send over a capable raid team. But, then... Hold on. Having heard the report from the agent on site, Go Gunhui's expression became a bit strange. Didn't Hunter Seong Jin-Woo get an office for his guild around there? The road suddenly became really clogged up. Jin-Woo was in deep contemplation as he found himself stuck in the middle of an unmoving sea of traffic. That lady, she definitely saw something, but... That woman called Madame Norma Selner. She must have faced countless powerful hunters, yet she couldn't even meet his gaze because she felt a crippling fear of him. Just what did she see in him? Was it the traces of his system? The system would make a few ridiculous demands from him every now and then, sure, but it was certainly not a scary existence. Instead of being scary, that thing's my greatest ally. However, how would it look like in other people's views? The deputy director asked him back then if it was fine to get in touch at a later time. The thing was, though, the woman regaining some calm behind him suddenly got startled again and began shuddering as soon as he asked that question. Even if Jin-Woo wanted to see that woman again, she'd avoid him of her own volition. Her entire body displayed her unwillingness quite clearly. Jin-Woo then came to a realization. Maybe, that woman's power didn't work on him. He was very different from normal hunters, after all. Well, I guess there's no need to waste more of my time with those folks, then. That was why he already told the American deputy director that there wouldn't be a need and tactfully declined their invite. The frozen stiff expression of the deputy director was particularly memorable, to say the least. Besides all that, what is up with this traffic, man? Jin-Woo furrowed his brows at the road ahead, utterly mired in congestion as far as his eyes could see. This is why taking the subway is so much more convenient. Just as he began wondering if there was an accident up ahead or something. VRRRR. His phone stuck in the car charger vibrated rather noisily. Jin-Woo checked the ID of the caller. It's the association president? They saw each other in the funeral venue only a few hours ago, so what business did he have in calling him so soon? Jin-Woo tapped the answer icon. Hunter Nim. It's Go Gunhui speaking. The association president explained the situation taking place in the middle of Seoul in a calm voice. Excuse me? A gate opened up in the middle of the road? He was beginning to think that this traffic jam was far too heavy to be normal. But there was a good reason behind it, as it turned out. Hoping to turn the van around, Jin-Woo scanned around the vehicle. Unfortunately, there were simply too many cars tightly packed around him and it was not possible to move an inch. He helplessly shook his head and returned his gaze to the front of the road. It was then.
A welcoming piece of news capable of washing away the wave of dissatisfaction rising up from the traffic jam jumped out from his phone. Our agents have evaluated it as a rank B gate. Would you like to take care of it for us, Hunter Nim? Jin-Woo struggled to suppress the giggles of joy this truly excellent news managed to awaken. As a matter of fact, he shouldn't be pleased about something that was greatly inconveniencing so many citizens like this. Yes. Jin-Woo managed to straighten his voice and cautiously asked. I don't have the raid permit, so can I just enter like that, sir? Who? Hunter Nim, who issues the raid permits? It's issued by the association. And who am I? Jin-Woo suppressed his laughter again and replied seriously. You're the president of the Hunters Association. Who? That's why, don't worry about anything and please take care of it. Well, in that case, thank you for the me. No, I mean, thank you for the opportunity. Jin-Woo clenched his fist. He climbed out of the van and began walking after the trace of the magic energy leaking out from the gate. Because of the cars packed tightly on all sides, he didn't even need to park the van somewhere else, too. Yes. Everyone, the black hole in the air you see behind me is the gate that has appeared in the city today. According to my sources, this gate has been ranked at B, a high-ranking gate that requires the participation of a large guild. Reporters had already formed a cordon around the gate by the time he got there, and the association employees, as well as the members of the local police force, were restricting the access. Jin-Woo brushed past the wall of the reporters and approached the gate, but then, a female association employee with a by-the-book demeanor abruptly blocked his path. Please hold it. What do you think you're doing? She pushed at his chest and spoke loudly. You can't just barge your way in here like this, Too bad, no matter how hard she pushed with her small hands, Jin-Woo didn't show any signs of budging from the spot. Only then she belatedly realized that the guy standing in front of her was a hunter, and a pretty high-ranking hunter at that. Are you a hunter? Jin-Woo pulled out his license and showed it to her. Naturally, her eyes grew super large. ARR rank S? Seong Jin-Woo? Wasn't he the same guy who killed all those ant monsters on Jeju Island? Finally learning of Jin-Woo's identity, the female association employee raised her head to take another look. Jin-Woo looked a lot different from when he appeared on TV, so even though she was an association employee, she ended up failing to recognize a rank S hunter. However, it was also natural for people with discerning eyes to exist within the large crowd gathered here. Isn't he? It's Seong Jin-Woo. I think Seong Jin-Woo came here to deal with the gate personally. People feeling fed up from being stuck here began recognizing Jin-Woo, and their complexions brightened greatly. Some people among them with appointments to get to even cried out in elation, too. However, the female employee completely disregarded the reactions of the citizens and showed no signs of backing down. She hesitated slightly before asking him. What? What brings you here? What did she even mean? What brings him here? There would be only one reason why a hunter chose to stand before a gate, wouldn't it? Jin-Woo figured that there was no need to explain, so he simply pointed at the gate beyond her shoulders. She looked behind her for a second or two, and then, formed an expression of pure determination. Many hunters ended up losing their lives after placing too much faith in their skills while disregarding the established rules and regulations. It should be the same story with a rank S hunter, right? The association existed to prevent such accidents. This fact had been drilled into her head over and over again. Hunters and their safety were the top priority of the association. Especially when the person in question happened to be an exceptional individual ranked S, her duty was to prevent any mishaps from happening to him no matter what. That's what she thought, and so, she expressed her belief with a plucky attitude. Even if you're a rank S hunter, sir, I will not tolerate any behavior that ignores proper procedures. Jin-Woo was lost for words and blankly stared at her face. He didn't expect her to come out like this at all. She thought that she had succeeded in persuading a rank S hunter, and continued on with her next question.
Did you obtain the raid permit?
Jin-Woo shook his head, which led her to.
No, wait.
Even if you did obtain the permit, since you haven't met the minimum required number of team members, you can't be allowed in.
The female employee was impressively unyielding.
Jin-Woo could tell from the look in her eyes that she wasn't doing this out of spite. No, she just seemed to be the type to stick as close to the rule book as humanly possible.
Jin-Woo scratched the back of his head.
Well, there's no helping it, then.
Hold on for a sec.
Jin-Woo immediately called somebody on the phone. After the call connected to the other side, he pushed the phone to her.
Here.
When the female employee looked at him puzzled, Jin-Woo spoke to her in a clear voice.
Please, take it. The call's actually for you.
She maintained her puzzled expression while asking him.
Who is it on the phone? Someone else you may not tolerate as well.
She inadvertently took the phone from him, but when she discovered the name of the call's receiver appearing on the screen, her brows shot up really high.
Go Gunhui. If the person on the line was really hello. The female employee's nervous voice was greeted by a deep, heavy voice from the phone speaker. This is the association president speaking.
Sure enough, it was him. The female employee's eyes trembled noticeably, before she began nodding her head over and over again.
Yes. No, sir. Yes.
I shall do as you say, sir.
Click.
She returned the phone with a crestfallen expression on her face. When Jin-Woo walked past her, he whispered to her in a hushed tone.
Thanks. Pardon me? For worrying about me. Why you knew.
Jin-Woo hurriedly disappeared into the gate. Greatly annoyed by his antics now, the female employee shuddered from dissatisfaction and she threw, not a curse, but more like an unhappy grumble at his departing back.
Father in heaven.
Sprain that guy's ankle or something inside the dungeon, please.
However,
Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was a man who walked away safely from the Jeju island that was completely overrun with rank S monsters.
Such a guy won't have much trouble inside a rank B dungeon, probably?
But then, it happened at that moment. Screams were rising up from here and there.
What's going on here? Why is it changing to red color?
Right after Jin-Woo stepped past the gate, the eerie color of blood slowly spread over its black surface.
It was a red gate. A terrifying event was unfolding right now. The female employee felt utterly devastated after seeing the red gate appear. Was it because I prayed for him to get that sprained ankle?
Of course, that wasn't it. However, she couldn't get rid of the voices in her head telling her that it was her fault. She was taught that the Red Gate, a portal to another world, was one of the most dangerous places there was. She also heard that even the high-ranked hunters weren't guaranteed to get out of there alive.
It can't be.
Suddenly, her head was filled with the images of the worst-case scenario, and her complexion paled instantly.
If that hunter Nim gets injured for real, what then? Just how many minutes went by like this?
She continued to stew in self-guilt, but when she felt a presence near her, the female employee tore her gaze away from the asphalt below to look up. And found Jin-Woo standing before her.
Mommy?
She got royally frightened out of her wits as if she saw a real ghost just now. Jin-Woo simply threw a grin at her way and walked right past her. The face of this female employee was in a deeper shade of red than when she was talking to the association president earlier. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo searched around for something, and eventually, made his way over to a driver of a truck filled with sacks of potatoes.
Excuse me, Juicy? Can I buy a sack from you? Pardon? You wanna buy some potatoes?
Jin-Woo shook his head.
No, just the sack. The vice master of the tentatively named Solo Play Guild, as well as its chief recruitment officer, its sole lawyer, and even its accountant. Jin-Ho smiled brightly as he saw Jin-Woo entering the office. "You came back, Hyung-Nim. Nothing happened while I was gone, right?" "Yes, Hyung-Nim. However, an applicant wanting to become a founding member is." "Okay. Show me the list. Let me go through it as well." Seeing that Jin-Ho was pressing him with the same stuff they'd been talking about in the morning, the kid must have been desperate to establish the guild as soon as possible. Thankfully, Jin-Woo was thinking the same thing. They only needed one more person for the spot of the founding member. The minimum of 3 people was needed to satisfy the requirements to establish a guild. Even if we're trying to fill in the headcount, it's better to pick someone hardworking and trustworthy, I think. It's not like we'll be seeing each other only once, after all. Jin-Woo nodded his head, convinced by his own thoughts. But now that he took a closer look, Jin-Ho's complexion seemed a bit cloudy for some reason. Did something happen? The thing is, Hyung-Nim. Yeah? As you may well know, you need a lot of capital in order to establish a guild. The bidding prices for higher-ranked gates all start at astronomical sums. We gotta pay the signing fees to the newly joining hunters, and most importantly, the person applying to become our founding member. Jin-Woo cut him off there. Is this enough capital for now? Thud. Jin-Woo placed the potato sack he carried into the office on the floor. What's this? Jin-Ho's puzzled gaze peered into the open gap of the sack. And he found it packed full of expensive magic crystals. Hyung-Nim. What are these? Jin-Woo was nonchalant in his reply. There was an open gate on the way to the office, so I made a pit stop. He went out only a couple of hours ago, yet during such a short period of time, he found a high-ranking dungeon, cleared it completely, and brought out all the magic crystals found within? As expected of you, you're amazing, Hyung-Nim. Jin-Ho stopped thinking about this matter there. It was ultimately a fruitless endeavor to pigeonhole Hyung-Nim with common sense. Jin-Woo watched Jin-Ho celebrating the acquisition of their seed money with a content smile, before shifting his gaze over to the conference suite. By the way, why is she here? Pardon? Ah. I was about to talk to you about her a minute ago. Well, someone applying to become a founding member is waiting for you, Hyung-Nim. Jin-Woo's eyes widened. An applicant? Yes, Hyung-Nim. Who is? The person waiting for you in the conference suite, Hyung-Nim. That's what she said? Yes, Hyung-Nim. What on earth was this kid even talking about? Jin-Woo quickly strode over to the conference suite as soon as Jin-Ho was finished and opened the door wide open. Clunk. And then, inside this mostly empty conference suite, he found a woman sipping on a can of coffee all alone and in silence turning her head to meet his gaze. Incidentally, Jin-Ho had to quickly dash outside to get that coffee because they hadn't even bought proper office equipment yet. What brings you here, Hunter-Nim? Jin-Woo asked his guest with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Then, Cha-Hae-in opened her own mouth, still looking up at him from her sitting position. I came to join your guild. Chapter 132 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133. Chapter 133, Chapter 133. Did he hear that right? Jin-Woo ended up doubting his own hearing, then. Cha-Hae-in was the vice master of South Korea's top guild, and her skills were ranked to be among the very best, but she willingly walked into a guild that hadn't even taken its first baby step yet? Unless she was being threatened into coming here, how could this situation make any sense? But then again... well, just who'd be brave enough to threaten her? Jin-Woo decided to bring up the one person with enough clout to potentially threaten her in South Korea. Did the association president order you to do this? Cha-Hae-in formed a confused expression,
evidently not understanding why Go Gunwi was being brought up in this discussion. Why would he? It was Jin-Woo who couldn't understand what was going on here, so why was she making that face even though she was the reason for all this confusion?
No, hang on. Let's calm down.
It was a situation where most people would have been left too stunned or get overexcited, but Jin-Woo was able to stay calm as he pulled out a chair to sit on Cha Hae-in's opposite side. He then wordlessly stared at her. He only needed to focus for a short while. As the time visibly slowed down in his perception, various bits of information about her flowed into his brain, one at a time. She's restless. Her heartbeat, her breathing, even the glow within her eyes. She was doing her best to look composed, but there was no fooling Jin-Woo's sky-high perception. So, the question was, why was she forcing herself to this extent in trying to enter the tentatively named solo play guild? Jin-Woo had to ask her.
Don't you still have some time left in the duration of your contract with the Hunters Guild?
Now normally, the guild would negotiate contracts with hunters in 5-year terms. Cha Hae-in joined the Hunters Guild 2 years ago when she was evaluated to be a rank S, so at a bare minimum, she should still have 3 years left in her contract. I have enough money to pay the penalty for breach of contract. Cha Hae-in's collected answer only elicited Jin-Woo's head tilting. Most of the time, such a penalty fee would be between 2 to 3 times the original signing fee. Thinking about the exorbitant sum the Hunters Guild must have forked out in order to sign up a rank S hunter like her, one didn't need to be a genius to figure out that the breach of contract penalty fee would be absolutely horrendous, as well. Since he was about to speak to her about harsh reality, Jin-Woo's attitude became very businesslike. Our solo play guild simply can't afford to pay the kind of signing fee your skill set warrants, Cha Hunternim.
The name of your guild is solo play? You have a problem with the name that the Vice Master and myself came up with?
No, not really. Cha Hae-in let a soft sigh escape from her and continued on.
It doesn't matter. It's fine if you don't pay me the contract signing fee, She didn't mind signing a contract without any payment, even though she'd have to pay an enormous breach of contract fee to the Hunters Guild? What is she scheming here?
Jin-Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit. When their eyes stayed locked for a while, Cha Hae-in could no longer endure the silent pressure and averted her gaze. Her heart was beating a step faster than before, too.
Jin-Woo's ears perked up.
His acute sense of hearing didn't miss out on a single change taking place inside her.
Is she hiding something?
At this point, he simply had to ask her or he'd die of curiosity. Why are you willing to go through such a wringer just to join our guild?
As expected, Cha Hae-in couldn't easily answer him and kept her mouth resolutely shut.
And seeing her face redden like that, it became also obvious that she was hiding something from him, too.
Wait a minute.
Now that he thought about it, he remembered sensing that something was different about her even back in the funeral venue. He couldn't tell what she was thinking of, but she could have been planning to do this for quite some time already.
Jin-Woo quietly waited for Cha Hae-in's answer.
However, she kept her head lowered and for a long while, didn't say a single word.
But, how can I even explain myself to him? That I sensed your presence next to me even after I lost my consciousness from the attack of that mutated ant monster? That, I felt safe and warm after picking up on your scent as I sank deeper into an empty and endless dark void,
There was no word in this world adequate enough to describe what she felt back then. Even if I explain it, he'd only say that I've gone mad. Her heart began beating faster after she learned of Hunter Seong Jin-Woo really being there. She felt so relieved, knowing that she wasn't imagining things.
And also, what if?
She discovered that she wanted Jin-Woo to be by her side in the worst-case scenario of her being unable to escape from the cold blade of death. To think, it'd be like, please be right by my side until my final moments. How could she even attempt saying that, when just thinking about it made her blush uncontrollably? That was an impossible task for Cha Hae-in, who didn't know anything about a normal girl's sensibilities. That was why she finally spoke up an answer she cooked up before coming here.
To be more comfortable.
She raised her head to meet Jin-Woo's gaze and continue on with the rest. I wish to live more comfortably. Although it wasn't exactly what she tried to say, it wasn't a complete lie either. She couldn't even lift her head properly from all the horrendous stink when high-ranked hunters were standing next to her. But, in contrast, she felt her mind getting peaceful in the presence of Jin-Woo. The meaning of Cha Hae-in's comfortable was precisely that. Jin-Woo didn't interpret the meaning that way, but still, he could understand where she was coming from. He slowly nodded his head from her answer. She apparently wanted to leave a big guild like the Hunters, and spend a more comfortable time in a far smaller guild like his. According to Jin-Woo's knowledge, Cha Hae-in was either 22 or 23 years old. I'm sure the burden that a rank S must carry would be pretty heavy for a woman in her early 20s. Especially more so, after she felt the threat of death during the Jeju Island raid. Jin-Woo could easily understand her feelings as he too felt like abandoning everything and running away from it all countless times, back when he still worked for the association. Unfortunately for her. Although her plight is pitiable, but he couldn't just accept her like that. Why would he have named the guild solo play? That was because he planned to book dungeons using the name of his guild and clear them all by himself. If the minimum number of team members proved to be a stumbling block, then he'd simply hire temps to fill the headcount, just like how it was back when he cleared those rank C gates with Eugene-ho. That was the smartest thing to do in his quest to level up higher. However, if Cha Hae-in entered the picture, things would become rather complicated in many ways. Even if they forget about her contract signing fee, wouldn't she still need money for her daily necessities? By hiring a rank S hunter with huge salaries, someone he didn't even need in the first place and wasn't planning to put to work either, he'd be committing a massive wastage on a national scale. However, if I reject a rank S hunter who's willing to waive the contract signing fee and join my guild without a proper reason, it's going to look pretty suspicious. That was why Jin-Woo quickly came up with a plan. Actually, our guild has an admittance test you need to go through. Pardon? But, the job posting didn't specify anything, Lee. Jin-Woo quickly cut off Cha Hae-in's flustered words. This rule is pretty new, so it's possible that the vice master may have made a small error. The glowing Cha Hae-in's eyes became quite serious at the mention of a test. What kind of a test is it? Jin-Woo was inwardly taken by surprise from her reaction. This gal, she was really serious? Because of her professional pride, he expected her to quit after being told about taking a test. However, Cha Hae-in acted the exact opposite. No, she was actually burning up even hotter with the desire to win. He could sense her fervor hidden behind that expressionless mask of hers. Is she the type to face any fight coming her way head-on? Or, was this the case of misplaced pride? Whatever the case may have been, Jin-Woo couldn't back off now while saying it was all a misunderstanding. It's to win against the summoned creature I pick. Crack! He swore that he heard the physical sound of a crack forming on her ego. Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim, is that how low your assessment of me is? What a mysterious thing this was. He only looked into her eyes briefly, yet it felt like her voice could be heard so clearly inside his head. However, Cha Hae-in didn't display any of her thoughts and asked in her usual collected manner. Which summon will you pick? For you, Cha Hunternim, I'll especially have to pick the strongest one. All right. She wasn't backing down here. Most likely, she wouldn't have dreamed it in her wildest imaginations, regarding who became the latest addition to Jin-Woo's summoned creatures, no, his Shadow Army collection. Jin-Woo thought that, since her will to win was so strong, she'd give up on her own after tasting defeat. He immediately agreed to the bout. Okay, let's do it. When will the test be? Right now. Jin-Woo wanted to establish his guild as soon as possible, so he didn't want to waste any more time on Cha Hae-in. Since he came up with this idea, might as well do it now. The location would be the gymnasium of the Hunters Association. A rank S hunter could rent out the gymnasium whenever he felt like it. It was one of the many special privileges afforded to rank S hunters.
Got it. Chae-Haen nodded her head. She too wanted to move things along as quickly as possible. They both stood up at the same time as if they made a promise to do that. Hold on. It was then, a certain thought flashed past his brain. He quickly called out to Chae-Haen as she was about to turn the door handle. Cha Hunternim, please wait. Pardon? There's no need to go that way. Chae-Haen formed a confused expression. There was only one door in the conference suite. He obviously wasn't suggesting that they should jump out of the window, so Jin-Woo quickly walked over to her unmoving frame. I have a quicker way of getting there, actually. Excuse me? But, I must be touching you if I'm to use this method, so will it be alright with you? Oh. Chae-Haen recalled what Baek Yunho told her about the situation back then. He said that, as all the members of the Korean assault team found themselves in a life-or-death situation, Hunter Seong Jin-Woo suddenly popped up behind him. Is he trying to show me that skill? She quickly swallowed her dry saliva and looked up at Jin-Woo's face that was now much closer than her initial expectations. Sorry about this. Jin-Woo lightly embraced her. He thought that such a light hug wouldn't mean anything to her since he had carried her unconscious frame around inside the ant tunnel, but Chae-Haen's face was rapidly dyeing in a beet red color. However, she didn't struggle or try to get out of his embrace. His nice scent. While her face was getting progressively redder and redder, Jin-Woo cautiously held her to make sure they wouldn't get separated and finished getting ready. Okay, all done. There was this thing he wanted to confirm. And he wouldn't find as good an opportunity as this one in the future. It might get a little dizzy, Well, he felt that the first time, so there. Chae-Haen only then wrapped her arms around Jin-Woo and whispered her reply. Okay. Jin-Woo raised his head up to his front and issued a command in his mind. Shadow exchange. Shururu. Two of them soundlessly got sucked into the shadow beneath their feet. It was right at that moment Yoo Jin-ho opened the door and entered the conference suite. He ran out to the local convenience store to buy some refreshments after thinking that the talk might go on for a bit. Please, drink these while you two ch. A high-orc shadow soldier met Yoo Jin-ho's gaze, and as if he was feeling a bit sheepish over something, scratched the back of his head. Clank. The tray in Yoo Jin-ho's hand crashed to the floor, and cups of liquid refreshment shattered from the impact. What the hell? Yoo Jin-ho freaked out grandly and blinked his eyes, but the high-orc soldier was gone without a trace. But, I definitely. He rubbed his eyes hard and shook his head to regain his composure. He took another look at his surroundings, but he couldn't spot a single trace of the monster anywhere. I guess I've been working too hard recently. Yup, that must be it, what with seeing a hallucination and all. Yoo Jin-ho tilted his head and scanned the conference suite one more time, before turning around to find a mop to clean up the mess on the floor. But then, a thought entered his mind and stopped his feet from moving again. Where did Hyung-nim and Chae-Haen Hunter-nim disappear to? Chapter 133 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134. Chapter 134. The moment the ground disappeared and they got sucked into the shadow, Jin-Woo looked at Chae-Haen falling together at the same time. As I thought. His expectation was on the money. He wondered if the skill shadow exchange worked in this manner while using it a few times in the past, and he was right. The identity of the skill shadow exchange was actually a gate. That theory was proven correct when Chae-Haen traveled alongside him through the shadow. The entrance is generated below my feet, and the exit is where the determined coordinates are. And those coordinates would be the location of a shadow soldier. Even though there was a limitation of the 3-hour-long cooldown time, he was still able to create a gate with this skill. If he wanted to, then wouldn't it be possible for him to move to the other side of the planet every 3 hours? Jin-Woo unconsciously swallowed his saliva. But his stunned state lasted only for a brief while longer. His view, covered up by the inky darkness, reverted back to normal almost right away. And the two of them found themselves inside the association's gymnasium. The last time he came here, Jin-Woo left behind a shadow just in case he found himself in an urgent need to visit the association. Ting! 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 The overhead lighting system sensed the magic energy from them, and the bulbs came on one by one, brightly illuminating the gymnasium's interior. Cha-Hae-in opened her eyes after sensing the brightness through her closed eyelids. But how? Her brows shot up as she failed to hide her astonishment. They were already in a familiar place. She sensed only about 1 second passing by, yet the surroundings were completely different when she opened her eyes. How is this even possible? She had never heard of such a skill existing in the world. Cha-Hae-in looked around in utter amazement before shifting her gaze back to Jin-Woo. You? She had so many things she wanted to ask, but in the end, she couldn't open her lips to voice any of them. The first reason for that was because she didn't even know just where to start her questions, and secondly, their distance was far too close for a spot of civilized conversation. It's safe now, so? Jin-Woo lightly grasped her wrists and unwrapped her arms around his waist. You don't have to hold on to me anymore. Nod. Cha-Hae-in lightly rubbed her wrists he had grasped and wordlessly nodded her head. Okay. Let's get started. Jin-Woo walked out of the corner the high orc shadow soldier was probably hiding in, and strode towards the center of the gymnasium. All right. She too followed behind him, only to remember that she left her sword back in her car. Although a weapon was an indispensable tool for her trade, it would be quite rude to visit someone else's office fully armed, now wouldn't it? Cha-Hae-in quickly spoke to him. I left my weapon back in my car. Oh, you mean that pickaxe? Excuse me? You know, the one you were carrying around back in the Rankhead dungeon with high orcs in it. Her face reddened as soon as she remembered a small detail she'd been wanting to forget. And no, my weapon is. She then spotted Jin-Woo giggling to himself, and belatedly realized that he was teasing her just now. Jin-Woo waved his hand after seeing Cha-Hae-in's reddened complexion. I was just joking with you. Time to stop kidding around, however. Seriously, though. What should I do? Even if it was Cha-Hae-in, she wouldn't be able to fight against the soldier he was planning to summon out. Of course, he wanted his soldier to win, but that didn't mean he wanted to see her get hurt either. It'll be fine. Cha-Hae-in shifted her gaze towards the storage located within the gymnasium. I'm sure there will be a weapon I can borrow in the storage. Oh ho! A light gleamed within Jin-Woo's eyes after learning of something new. She walked up to the storage and diagonally swiped her hunter license on the electronic lock found on the side of the door. That prompted the storage door to automatically slide open. Rows of not too shabby looking spare weapons were displayed inside the storage. Looking into the interior from a bit of distance away, Jin-Woo was inwardly impressed by the preparedness of the Hunters Association. So, there was even stuff like this inside the association. He wondered where all those high taxes hunters had to fork out over the years ended up, but it looked like they were being put to good use. Cha-Hae-in scanned the displayed items before picking up a sword similar in length to the one she'd been using and exited from the storage. I'm ready. Will that be fine? It's not a sword you've been using before, so wouldn't it feel off in your hands? Cha-Hae-in shook her head. It doesn't really matter what weapon it is. Monsters don't care about what weapons hunters are wielding when they fight us, after all. Those were some wise words. Jin-Woo carried the same opinion as her, so he didn't argue with her there. At the very least, he found her straightforwardness rather likable. So, calling out my soldier is next, right?
As if to prove that she wasn't joking about being ready, a sharp, focused aura oozed out of her. Against someone like her, any regular soldier would be sliced up into tiny pieces in no time. That's why Jin-Woo called for the best card he could bring out under the current circumstances. Come out. A small portion separated from Jin-Woo's shadow and moved away a couple of steps from him. Then a black knight rose up from the unmoving shadow. The jet black armor and the helm, the red plumage attached to the helm, extending all the way down to his waist. The best sword-wielding shadow soldier in his army. It was Ygritte. I told her that I'd be summoning the most powerful guy out, but he thought that calling out Baru was a bit too much. Before he was turned into a shadow soldier, Baru was the terrifying creature that nearly drowned the entirety of Korean team members in the pit of pure terror. Hell, even Cha Hae-in herself almost died from his attack, too. Jin-Woo couldn't bring Baru out when considering the potential mental shock she could suffer after seeing him again. As for Fangs, he might end up destroying the gymnasium, so he was excluded. That's why he chose Ygritte. Yup, at the end of the day, it can only be you. Jin-Woo knew he made the right call when looking at the wide, dependable back of Ygritte. But then... Mr. Seong Jin-Woo. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to Cha Hae-in. What are the conditions for victory and defeat? When he heard her icy voice that was cold enough to instantly freeze the listener's heart, his belief began wavering somewhat. Jin-Woo pondered a bit before making his reply. Either my summon is destroyed, or Cha Hunter-nim admits defeat first. Nod. Cha Hae-in briefly nodded her head. Then, unsheathed the sword she got from the storage. She was only holding a simple, plain magic sword one could buy pretty much anywhere, but even then, the aura oozing out of her was still quite incredible to behold. Yup, she's definitely strong. Jin-Woo could sense it. Her surging aura, after she decided to get serious, was definitely fitting for a woman whose skills were rated as the best even among the rank S hunters. Ygritte also unsheathed his sword. As a matter of fact, he was now holding a longsword each in his hands. Even then, Jin-Woo couldn't help but think that Ygritte would be defeated by her at this rate. But then... Wait a sec. Didn't she say that it doesn't really matter what weapon it was, right? Jin-Woo recalled what she said just now and a smile floated up on his lips as he asked her for a small favor. Can you turn around for a second, please? Cha Hae-in tilted her head for a bit, but didn't complain and turned around as he asked. Using that gap, Jin-Woo summoned the Demon King's longsword out of his inventory and handed it over to Ygritte. Use this. By saying that she didn't mind what weapon she used, it could also be interpreted as she didn't mind what weapon her opponent was using. Having been bestowed a sword straight from his sovereign, Ygritte tried to kneel down to express his profound gratitude, but Jin-Woo quickly stopped him. I'm telling you, you don't have to stand on ceremony all the time, you know? If only Iron could learn half of Ygritte's attitude. In any case, the preparation was done, so Jin-Woo called out to Cha Hae-in again. It's fine now. She turned around and spotted Ygritte now holding a brand new sword that crackled with blue arcs of electricity. Which he clearly wasn't holding a minute ago. Will it be fine if we start now? Jin-Woo pretended to not notice anything and asked her if she was good to go. Yes. Cha Hae-in, having already agreed to do this, could only say yes again with a begrudging expression. Okay then, begin. Soon after Jin-Woo signaled the beginning, Ygritte swung the Demon King's longsword to activate its passive ability as his opening attack. Crack! A strand of lightning flew in a straight line at Cha Hae-in. She flinched for the briefest of brief moments. But then, like an agile cat, she bent her upper body back and evaded the lightning. Crackle! The wall of the gymnasium was scorched jet black after getting struck by the stray lightning. Shudder! Cha Hae-in righted her torso and sent her sharp glare in Jin-Woo's direction, but he averted his gaze to stare into the distance, still pretending to not notice a thing. Without saying anything, Cha Hae-in gripped the sword tighter in her hands. It was right then. Ygritte rushed towards her at a frightening pace from her front to heed his sovereign's order to bring her down. However, she didn't even blink once and also flung herself forward towards her opponent. The office of the association president, located on the top floor of the main building. One could clearly see not just other association buildings but the surrounding scenery when sitting inside this office. The association president was in the middle of going through a report, but then, his gaze abruptly shifted over to the window. There should have been no one inside the gymnasium, but the lights there came on just now. Go Gunhui tilted his head slightly, before picking up his phone to speak to his PA.
Yes, sir? Did someone book out the gymnasium today?
Sir, I confirmed and no one has booked it today.
Is that so?
Go Gunhui covered the phone's receiver and organized his thoughts for a bit, before speaking to his subordinate again.
Can you send the CCTV feed from the gymnasium into my office?
Yes, sir.
Please hold on. Shortly thereafter, the live feed was displayed on the giant TV occupying the entire wall of his office.
And that's when he got to see Seong Jin-Woo and Cha Hae-in hugging each other inside the gymnasium.
Cool.
Stunned by what he saw, Go Gunhui hurriedly coughed to clear his throat.
He looked over and over again, but it was definitely those two.
He then tilted his head again. Did those two people have such a relationship? But then again, the very first person Hunter Cha Hae-in searched for when she regained consciousness briefly inside the helicopter was none other than Hunter Seong Jin-Woo.
It seems that I was very slow on the uptake, huh?
A content smile spread on Go Gunhui's face as he gazed at the two young people on the TV screen. Both of them requested for their private information to be protected as soon as they got their Rank S licenses. Even then, there was not one person in this country who didn't know Cha Hae-in, or for that matter, Seong Jin-Woo. So, if two such people wished to spend some quiet time together, there would be no better place than the association's gymnasium after the closing time.
To think, they chose a gymnasium as their date venue, quite unlike the youths of today.
What a wonderfully wholesome date this was. Go Gunhui maintained a heartwarming smile and shook his head wryly.
Yup, being young is indeed wonderful.
He reached out to the resting phone's receiver and picked it up once more. I'm sorry about this, but I want you to switch off all the CCTV feed coming from the gymnasium.
Sir?
But?
Just say that today was the maintenance day in the records.
I understand, sir.
The giant TV screen in the president's office showing the CCTV feed switched off as soon as he ended the call.
Go Gunhui took one last look at the gymnasium and returned to perusing the report, a grin still etched on his lips.
But, it was then.
Rumble. The surface of the water in his cup vibrated softly as he sensed a minute tremor coming from the gymnasium's direction.
Hoo. Go Gunhui didn't bother to look at the gymnasium and simply carried on smiling. Indeed, being young is the best.
This is... Jin-Woo massaged his aching forehead. It seemed that he had been greatly underestimating Cha Hae-in's actual skills up until now. Ygritte's strength had been boosted overall by the Demon King's lone sword, but in the end, he couldn't win against her skills.
Right after Ygritte's left arm flew away from being cut, Jin-Woo ended this match.
Stop. Even though they would regenerate back to full, he still couldn't stand the sight of his soldiers getting destroyed.
Cha
Hae-in reined in her rough breathing and let out a long sigh. Her opponent must have been tougher than expected, because she was soaked in sweat from head to toe. Her slender, white fingers wiped the droplets of sweat forming on her forehead.
Jin-Woo looked at that with a rueful expression, inwardly accepting his loss today, and called Ygritte back. It's my loss.
Shurarek.
Ygritte returned back inside his shadow.
However, Cha Hae-in spoke directly to him, her hands not letting go of her sword.
No. Please, this one doesn't count. What did she even mean by that, out of the blue? Didn't count?
Cha Hae-in explained herself.
Didn't you say that you'd bring out the most powerful summon? Cha Hae-in walked closer and only stopped when she was one step away from Jin-Woo. Was that Black Knight really your strongest summon? She wasn't asking him here.
No, it sounded as if she was just trying to confirm what she knew already.
Jin-Woo quietly shook his head.
As if she was waiting for that, Cha Hae-in immediately carried on.
Please call out your strongest summon. We agreed to do from that get-go, didn't we? But, you may get injured. It's fine.
I wanted to fight it at least one more time, anyway. Jin-Woo's eyes widened from her declaration.
Wait, you knew? Nod. I saw the video footage.
Cha Hae-in had watched the raid video starring Jin-Woo several times by now. The giant monster that made its appearance during the clip, she definitely remembered seeing that monster shooting out the pillar of flames from somewhere. That summon creature, that was the High Orc Shaman, the boss of that ranked dungeon.
Am I correct?
If that was the case, then the mutated ant monster he hunted down this time would also have become his summon creature, as well. From the word go, she chose to go through the test while thinking of fighting that mutated ant.
There is no meaning in a victory like this.
She wanted to defeat the summon creature that used the powers of the mutated ant monster, and thereby get Jin-Woo to acknowledge her true value. He pondered for a little bit, before nodding his head.
Baru.
Right away, a shadow soldier enshrouded in jet black smoke rose up behind Jin-Woo. Cha Hae-in instinctively jumped back and created some distance as soon as she saw Baru's entrance. Back then or now, that guy carried a truly horrendous aura. Jin-Woo got genuinely worried when all color drained out of her face and quickly asked her,
will this really be fine?
Even if Baru had gotten weaker compared to when he was alive, this guy was originally a killing weapon born solely for the purpose of eliminating hunters. Cha Hae-in's lips were squeezed shut in a straight line, as she weightily nodded her head. Baru had been staring at her quietly for a while, before lowering his head to whisper a question to Jin-Woo.
Oh my king! How should I deal with this female?
Cha Hae-in must have been unable to hear what Baru was saying, because she showed no particular reaction at all.
Defeat her without injuring her. It shall be done.
The former king of the ants and the current shadow soldier turned towards the deeply tense female warrior.
Gulp!
Cha Hae-in swallowed her dry saliva. She felt goosebumps break out on her skin from the enormous amount of magic energy emitted by her opponent.
Mr. Seong Jin-Woo fought against a creature like this and won?
Her eyes that showed no signs of hesitation while fighting against Ygritte were now trembling greatly. Baru was done with the necessary preparation to follow his sovereign's order, and suddenly, spat out a mighty screech.
Kaieawak.
Blade-like claws began extending out from the ends of Baru's fingers, so Jin-Woo standing behind him sent over an unhappy glare.
Retract the claws.
The high-spirited Baru immediately retracted his claws.
Jin-Woo drilled one more instruction into his soldier's head. If you injure that woman, it won't be nice for you, either. Got that? I shall follow your will. Only after hearing that definite answer from Baru did Jin-Woo declare the start of the second bout. Begin. Chapter 134 Fin.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 135. Chapter 135. Chapter 135.
Baru was the first to make his move. His sovereign had given him only one order.
Defeat the enemy without harming her.
Baru once stood at the peak of his species, and he knew what the best method to perfectly fulfill that order was. And that would be this: make the opponent lose her will to fight by imprinting the clear gap in power between them and her mind.
Pot.
Baru disappeared from Cha Hae-in's view the moment he moved, before reappearing right in front of her nose even before she had the chance to realize it. Cha Hae-in's animal-like instinct kicked in even as the astonishment at Baru's speed nearly overwhelmed her, and she swung her sword at her opponent.
She followed that up with dozens more. However, Baru stood in the spot and evaded all of her attacks without taking a single step. It was a precise movement that eliminated all necessary motion. He was so bloody quick that afterimages were left behind in his wake. This was the display of an unbridgeable gap in their power levels. This is impossible. Cha Hayan's eyes shook hard every time she missed. It can dodge all my attacks at such a close distance without moving its legs once? Just one more time. She took aim at the neck of her opponent and took a swing, but the creature lightly evaded it by leaning back slightly. No matter where she attacked from, or how she changed her attacks, her opponent easily dodged them all. How can this be? This thing wasn't even alive anymore. This thing was a summon borrowing the powers of the dead monster, so how could it still be this strong? And also, Mr. Seong Jin-Woo, who can freely control such a summon, just what, but... Cha Hayan's movements became a tad dull from the vague fear invading her, and Baru seized upon this opportunity to smack her incoming sword away with the back of his hand. And then, pressed his face closer to hers. Cha Hayan froze up on the spot as the stench of death blew right into her face. This is the end. She inadvertently gasped out the moment those huge mandibles filled up her view. Ah! However, the creature didn't crush her head by snapping shut its maws but instead, chose to screech out loudly right in front of her face. Kai-ee! She was knocked away ungainly from the screech containing his magical energy. Kayak! Jin-Woo grimaced while watching that. Indeed, there was no way he'd start enjoying the sight of someone else getting knocked around one-sidedly like this. However, she stood back up again and fixed the grip on the sword as if to show that she wasn't giving up at all. Jin-Woo tilted his head. What is she trying to do? The Cha Hayan he knew wasn't a low-class hunter who didn't want to accept the difference between her and her opponent even after confirming the truth with her own eyes. And she's definitely not reckless enough to keep attacking when she knows of the gap, too. In that case, could she still be in possession of one more card up her sleeve? Whatever it is, I hope she's not making an incorrect call, Jin-Woo was mentally linked with Baru, so he could feel how much his soldier was suppressing its killing intent at the moment. On the other hand, Cha Hayan's will remained unyielding, even though she found herself in an absolutely disadvantageous position. He was getting a bad premonition here. Jin-Woo's expression became even more serious as he watched the two of them. On the hand, Baru had failed to understand Cha Hayan's decision. He had displayed their overwhelming gap in power several times by now. So, why hadn't she stopped her challenges yet? The former king of ants, a being who lorded over others at the apex of the food chain, was beginning to get displeased by the human female's stubbornness. The basis of his anger stemmed from the past memory of him being a ruler. How dare! The moment Baru made up his mind, he arrived before Cha Hayan in the blink of an eye. He then pressed his face closer to glare straight into her eyes. Any life form still breathing would have immediately realized who was the predator and the prey in this situation just from their gazes meeting like this. It would be a warning from one's primal instinct. Baru planned to awaken that instinct of his opponent and make her lose her will to fight in that manner, but unfortunately, his ploy wasn't as effective as he thought. Just as Jin-Woo had predicted, Cha Hayan still held one last trump card to fall back on. The skill, sword dance, one she was most proficient in wielding. Her movements sped up as if she was performing a deadly dance, and the tip of her sword drew splendid arcs in the air. Pot! 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 Too bad. Baru used his claws to easily defend against all those smoothly flowing attacks that had no interruptions in between. At the end of the barrage, his expression crumpled unsightly. No more playing around. Baru snatched the sword flying at him with his bare hand and crushed it. Kwajiek. She only had half a sword left, but rather than falling into despair, her glare became icy cold, instead. I have only one last chance. Every single drop of magic energy in her was poured into the broken sword to activate her skill, Blade of Light.
The magic energy expenditure for this skill was far too great and she could only use it as the final hurrah. And for the first time during this fight, she revealed it in its full glory. The blade of light shone brilliantly. Baru had lowered his guard for a moment after breaking her sword, and she used that opening to jump into his front and stabbed the blade of light forward. Jin-Woo's eyes widened. No. Of course, he wasn't worried about Baru. Utterly disregarding his worries, the blade glowing in golden light pierced deeply into Baru's tummy. Kiek dash. In that brief moment, Baru's mind spun quickly. This woman is an enemy. It'd not be a problem for him to die. However, if he fell here, then this woman's sword would point towards his sovereign next. It was then. An instinct buried deep within all Shadow Soldier's psyche, one designed to activate in times of great distress and override everything else, wiggled back into life. Protect the sovereign. In that moment, inside of Baru's head blanked out into a reset state and the order Jin-Woo gave him, defeat the enemy without harming her, was wiped away completely. Baru transformed into a terrifying monster in order to protect Jin-Woo. His body ballooned up to giant proportions. His mandibles split wide open as if he was getting ready to chew on steel, and finally, his claws extended out to resemble a group of sharp blades. Stop! Baru finished getting ready to rip apart his owner's enemy, and swung all 10 of his claws and their sharp edges at his target. Swish dash, dot. Just before all 10 blades reached Cha Hae-in. Grab! Jin-Woo managed to make it just in time. I told you to stop, didn't I? Jin-Woo stopped both sets of Baru's claws with his bare hands and began glaring at his soldier. Baru met that enraged glare and began shuddering. He quickly leapt back and, while not even bothering to pull that sword of light from his midriff, prostrated flat on the ground and begged for forgiveness. Oh my king! Mercy! Jin-Woo knew what this guy was thinking of the moment he was about to act. Hell, the singular thought of protect the sovereign was ringing really loud inside his head, too. Jin-Woo glared at Baru for a little while, before shifting his gaze away. Plop! Cha Hae-in was completely spent and, unable to stand any longer, plopped down to the ground. She knew that she just came face to face with death again during that brief moment. Are you all right? Jin-Woo walked closer. She was trying to push herself back up, but gave up in the end and, while keeping her gaze rooted to the floor, nodded her head. I am fine. Fine, my foot. Jin-Woo supported her up and asked. Why were you pushing yourself that hard? I mean, you shouldn't have any reasons to enter my guild while putting yourself through a ringer like this, right? Indeed, this was supposed to be a simple test. More than that, this was a test he cooked up to reject her tactfully. But, to think, she'd be this obsessed about winning, even to the extent of using such a dangerous skill, too. This couldn't be chalked up to her desire to win at all costs. That was why. Could it be? Jin-Woo cautiously asked her, so as to not damage her ego. Are you perhaps interested in me? Excuse me? Cha Hae-in got flustered and formed a dazed expression of someone getting hit in the back of her head. Jin-Woo tilted his head. That wasn't it, either? But then, Cha Hae-in carefully reorganized her thoughts and corrected her answer. Yes, I think so. Within the United States Hunter Bureau. The director was feeling rather unhappy after receiving the news of Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's recruitment ending in failure. Instead of getting a report, he summoned the deputy director to the conference chamber. The deputy director brought Madame Selner with him. Explain what happened back there. The director asked even before they had the chance to sit down. This was the first time since the founding of the Hunter Bureau that their scouting offer, accompanied by Madame Selner no less, had been rejected by the subject. The deputy stood up with a darkened expression and lowered his head. I'm truly sorry, sir. I didn't call you here for your apologies, Michael. The director pressed a certain button, and all the glass walls were covered up and the exit was locked tight. The interior had become perfectly soundproof. In order to prevent the leakage of information, all matters pertaining to Madame Sellner were never discussed over the phone or through emails. That was why the director was still unaware of what went down in South Korea until now.
Now, please explain to me what happened.
The deputy director glanced at Madame Sellner for a moment or two. She slowly nodded her head, and only then did the deputy open his tightly shut lips once more.
Madame Sellner was able to observe Hunter Seong Jin-Woo.
What was the result? The director knew how her power operated, so the result of her observation was as important as the result of the recruitment itself.
Hunter Seong Jin-Woo is...
The deputy licked his dried-up lips from tension and continued on. Is apparently one of the king's...
What?
The director jumped up from his seat. Of all the powerful hunters she had met over the years, she described only 3 people as kings. And all 3 of them were powerful enough to shake the world by the scruff of its neck, too.
Quite literally, they were the zenith of hunters.
And the man named Seong Jin-Woo had to be included in that list now, as well. The director shifted his gaze over to Madame Sellner and asked her.
Does that mean Hunter Seong Jin-Woo possesses the level of power equal to other special authority rank hunters? Strangely enough, she promptly shook her head.
Excuse me?
Frowns formed on the director's forehead.
The deputy could amply understand how his boss must be feeling right about now. He, too, had displayed a similar reaction back when he heard the exact same answer, after all.
Madame Sellner let out a long sigh.
Looks like... I'll have to explain myself a little. Her talk began from those words. First of all, I'll assume that both of you know just what kind of an ability I possess. The director and his deputy both nodded their heads simultaneously. The former spoke first. You said that the awakened are people connected to the powers of the other side. By staring into the eyes of the awakened, Madame Sellner could sense the passageway connecting said awakened to the other side. However, she said that there were certain awakened who were receiving so much incredible power from the other side that it ends up resembling a blinding flood of light, instead. These were precisely the kings she talked about.
So, what is different about Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, then? He doesn't have a passageway.
Madame shivered in fear again. When I looked into his eyes, the darkness within him was staring back at me.
Oh, my God.
He was the darkness itself. The deputy director refuted this immediately. But, he has helped out a lot of people during his tenure as a hunter, and I can't see him as someone as evil as you describe him to be. If Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was indeed a vicious, evil individual, he'd have immediately killed the 2 agents who pointed guns at him where they stood. However, he just let that slide without caring too much about it.
Madame shook her head.
I wasn't talking about whether Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was a good or evil man, deputy director. The light shining in her eyes was determined. No, I'm talking about the origin of his power. The director had been listening to her with his hands pressed below his chin until then, but he finally raised his voice.
There's no mistaking that he's a powerful hunter, yes?
Madame nodded her head.
Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, he's not borrowing someone else's power. He only relies on the power residing within him, so he's not restricted by the passageway. Which means there's no limit to his power.
The deputy director muttered absently before breaking into an abrupt shudder.
He couldn't even begin to imagine how absurd the level of power gushing out without any limit could potentially be.
The director fell into a deep thought after he heard both of his guests. And a short while later, he nodded his head, evidently having made his mind up over something.
Madam, thank you for your hard work.
After seeing Madame Sellner off, the director headed down to the underground floors of the Hunter Bureau with his deputy in tow.
Director, where are we going?
9th basement floor.
Isn't that where we store old records? We have something else secured there besides the records.
The director watched as the number on the elevator's display panel steadily decreased and continued on. If we can't rely on Madame Sellner's power, then we should use a different method to bring him in. That man was still so young. And he possessed unfathomable power. If Hunter Seong Jin-Woo indeed possessed incredible power just as Madame Sellner had alluded to, then it no longer mattered whether that was the power of light or the power of darkness. A knife you picked up to protect yourself would look like a deadly weapon from someone else's perspective. And the director wanted to possess the knife called Seong Jin-Woo. They arrived at their destination, and while unlocking a series of electronic door locks, steadily walked deeper into the 9th underground floor. A few bureau agents greeted them as they walked past, but the director didn't even spare a single glance. Do you still recall the very first rank S gate ever to appear? Of course. How could anyone forget the worst dungeon break in history that destroyed a portion of the western United States? The American government summoned in the world's most powerful hunters with an unbelievably huge amount of reward on offer, and eventually, they succeeded in killing the boss-level monster that emerged from that rank S gate. However, only 5 survived that encounter. Meaning, just a single monster managed to kill dozens of the best hunters out there. Without their sacrifice, the nation of the United States of America might have ceased to exist altogether. That was why the American government bestowed the 5 remaining saviors the rights equaling that of the country itself, and that's where the term special authority rank originated from. The director mouthed the name of the monster that brought upon one of the worst tragedies in the history of mankind. Kamish the dragon. Didn't the mage-type hunters say that Kamish meant an undying flame? They entered the deepest room on the floor, and the director opened the safe found in there. And that's when a single runestone, under a heavy guard and being monitored constantly, revealed itself. The deputy director flinched in surprise. In that case, could that thing be? Your guess is correct. The director placed his hand on top of the reinforced glass shielding the runestone and formed a smile. This runestone came out from that Kamish's corpse. 2 of the special authority rank hunters settled down in the US after the end of the Kamish raid. In a way, they were the gifts that Kamish managed to deliver to the US. To avoid another calamity like this, the Americans established the Hunter Bureau and focused all their might on improving the strengths of the hunters. Around 8 years passed by since then. Simply because no mage-type hunters were among the surviving special authority rank hunters, Kamish runestone was tucked away in this cold underground storage beneath the Hunter Bureau, waiting for a new owner to come along. The director formed a meaningful smile as he peered into the glass case. Kamish will present us with yet another invaluable gift to our beautiful country very soon. Chapter 135 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. Chapter 136. Hyung Nim, I heard that it might be difficult for us to get the permit for the gate that appeared yesterday. The first thing that the chairman of the Night Order Guild, Park Jong-soo, did after arriving for work was to harden his expression. What was that? The vice chair Jong Yoon-tae hurriedly explained himself. The result from the association folks measuring that thing apparently came out higher than they expected. What? It's a rank S. No, not that. They say it's a rank A, but right at the top of the scale. Gimme a freaking break, man. Really now. If it was a rank S gate, then they could have given up on it without hesitation. The Night Order Guild didn't have a single rank S hunter in their midst, so it wouldn't make much sense for them to attempt clearing a rank S gate, after all. Just like back in the Jeju Island raid, the association would have to summon every rank S hunters in the country just to deal with such a gate. However, the story would change drastically if the magic energy emission measurement came out to be rank A. The Night Order Guild would be ridiculed for being unable to deal with a rank A gate, even though they were supposed to be one of the 5 major guilds in South Korea. Their already thinning presence could become even more invisible at this rate. Hyung Nim, what will you do?
Not sure yet. If we don't get involved, then the folks from the Shining Star would definitely show up. The Shining Star Guild from the district of Honam. Fine blood vessels bulged within Park Jong-soo's eyes when he heard that name. You want to gift that big gate hovering right in front of our house to the hands of Ma Dong-wook? No, I'm just saying, Hyung Nim. I won't let that happen, even over my dead body. Then, you want to take it on, Hyung Nim? The previously agitated Park Jong-soo suddenly closed his mouth shut. His reaction was obvious, though. Just one word from him would decide the fate of not just him, but the rest of the raid team members, as well. Even if he was agitated, he shouldn't mutter whatever he felt like. A migraine crept into Park Jong-soo's head. The Ranka hunters in my guild can stand toe-to-toe with the Rankas from other large guilds. No, if one were to consider the number or the overall quality of the Rankas in the Night Order's roster, then his outfit easily equaled the best guild in South Korea, the Hunters. The only issue was to do with the lack of Rank S hunters. Because they didn't have any Rank S hunters in their roster, the Night Order was in real danger of being kicked out of the so-called 5 major guild of South Korea. For the same reason, the elites of Night Order were more than good enough to deal with regular Rank A gates. However, if it was a gate measured to be at the top end of the Rank A spectrum, then as they didn't have a Rank S hunter, the Night Order had to risk the lives of their raid team members when attempting to clear it. Even though it was rated nominally at Rank A, the difficulty of clearing such a dungeon would be a lot closer to a Rank S in reality. The Hunters Association also knew of the dangers, and that was why they hadn't decided on whether to issue the raid permit or not to the Night Order. As Park Jong-soo's silent deliberation grew lengthier, Jong Yoon-tae cautiously voiced his opinion to his boss. Hyun Nim. If that thing turns out to be a red gate, then we'll all die for sure. I'm sure we will. It was already tough trying to deal with the highest rated Rank A gate, but if it were to morph into a dang red gate? Even thinking about that horrified him. If Lady Luck was on their side, half of the team would survive. If not, the whole of the raid team, including himself, would perish inside the dungeon. If I think about it objectively, then I should give up on this one. But then again, he should consider the fate of the Night Order as good as finished if the story of them giving up on a Rank A gate gets around. Just which newbie would want to join a guild that didn't have a single Rank S hunter, and couldn't even deal with a Rank A gate? In that case, Hyung Nim, how about forming an alliance with another guild? Park Jong-soo shook his head. Who'd want to form an alliance with us when they already know we can't go at it alone and need help? Especially when they monopolize everything a Rank A gate could offer if the Night Order was removed from the picture altogether? And, even if they formed an alliance, it'd prove to be problematic, still. It's the same as us walking around advertising our incompetence. Deep frowns of worry drew upon their faces. It was then. If allying with another guild is a problem, then how about working with a freelancer? The two men's heads snapped in unison towards the direction of the woman's voice, coming from their side. It was from the Rank A healer charged with mending the elite raid team, Jong Yurim. A healer was given a lot of say in the matters of a raid. And if that healer just so happened to be a Rank A possessing various skills, then there was no need to even mention that. However, as the fate of the Night Order Guild was hanging in the balance here, Park Jong-soo couldn't easily hide his troubled expression. We want to go inside the hardest Rank A gate, so how could a single freelancer help? But then, Park Jong-soo stopped his words right there. Because, he just remembered a certain someone in the middle of his own speech. A man capable of sweeping away Rank S monsters all alone, never mind Rank S. Unable to suppress his excitement anymore, Park Jong-soo shot up from his seat. If Mr. Seong Jin-Woo joins us, then, That man easily brushed off a monster that the combined might of the Korean Rank S hunters couldn't do anything about. If he chose to participate, then the safety of the raid team members was as good as 100% guaranteed. And, was that all? They could also avoid the ignominy of having to borrow another guild's power to clear a Rank A gate, too.
On the contrary, the fame of the Night Order would increase, instead. Allying with the best hunter in the country to complete a raid would not negatively affect the guild in any shape or form. The guaranteed safety of the team members, as well as a boost to the honor of the Night Order Guild itself, this was a wonderful way to catch two birds with one stone. Feeling really excited now, Park Jong-soo spoke with an eager voice.
What is Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim doing right now?
Both Jong Yerim, who originally came up with the idea, and Jong Yuntae, quietly listening from the side, shook their heads. Since he cleared the gate appearing in the middle of the road not too long ago, he's gone pretty quiet nowadays. Jong Yuntae recalled seeing Seong Jin-Woo on one of the TV news broadcasts recently, and pulled his phone out.
Should I find out the contact number for Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim, Hyun Nim?
No, don't bother.
Put your phone down.
Do you think you should try to solve something this important over a phone call? No, we gotta meet up with him and discuss it face to face.
Aha!
Jong Yuntae agreed with that opinion immediately, and Park Jong-soo continued on with a smile.
Let's go up north. That evening,
Cha Hae-in was lying on her bed with sheets pulled right up over her head. But she was writhing around in great distress at the moment.
Why did I go and say, I think so?
Just why?
Wasn't that the exact same thing as confessing?
She wildly kicked the sheets away, and finally stopped moving only after a thought popped up into her head out of the blue.
Then, how was she to decipher Mr. Seong Jin-Woo's reply, then? In that case, isn't there a better way than to join my guild?
She wanted to quickly escape from that situation and told him that she'd think about it before leaving in a hurry, but simply from recalling that moment caused such distress that her thought process ground to a complete halt almost immediately.
Blush. Her face blushed from the memories she remembered yet again. Back when she looked into the maddened eyes of the enlarged summoned creature, she predicted her unavoidable death. She felt absolute terror.
This was the fate of the prey. Cha Hae-in even squeezed her eyes shut as 10 claws descended upon her from both sides.
But, then,
she felt the warmth coming from her back. At the same time, a familiar scent gently wrapped all around her.
Ah!
Cha Hae-in cautiously opened her eyes and looked behind her. And she found Jin-Woo standing there, busy glaring with angry eyes at the summoned creature while stopping the claws with his bare hands. It was true that her heart skipped a beat in that moment.
But then, are you perhaps interested in me? Wasn't it patently unfair to ask a question like that in that sort of a situation?
No, wait. Cha Hae-in shook her head hard as if to shake off all the distracting thoughts. Even if he asked her like that, she shouldn't have answered him truthfully. He might start seeing me as a strange person, after all. Even though she knew she shouldn't, her lips parted on their own. Maybe because her mind felt more relaxed when she was around Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, she ended up revealing a side to him that she always kept hidden. It was as if she wasn't herself anymore.
As if I wasn't myself?
Those words sounded rather familiar for some reason.
Where could it have been from?
She could vaguely remember hearing a similar expression from somewhere. It was then, a piece of memory once erased from her mind brushed past her brain.
Please, pass it on.
Cha Hae-in quickly bolted upright. She finally recalled that voice, a voice that seemed to slowly fade away to the other side, just like a waking dream. Even though it couldn't have been that long ago.
Please, pass this message on.
Cha Hae-in did her very best to remember the contents of the voice as well as the owner of it. The full scope of the memory, blurry and indistinct as if a thick veil of fog was covering it, slowly regained its former glory. Please, pass on the message that he needs to be wary.
I met with Hunter Min Byung-gu.
Back when she lost her consciousness and was being dragged into the endless void, Hunter Min Byung-gu appeared out of nowhere and pulled her back by her wrist. She felt momentarily displeased from her peaceful rest being interrupted back then. She remembered being puzzled by the black armor covering the entirety of Hunter Min Byung-gu. Only his face was visible outwardly. Even that face seemed quite sad for some reason, which was unlike his usual self. As the memories of those moments slowly crept back into her mind, Cha-hae-in felt a chill run down her spine. Hunter Min Byung-gu spoke to her, his expression barely holding back his tears.
To Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. To Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, what?
Please pass on the message that he needs to be wary of the power he possesses. After ending the shower, Jin-Woo stood before the bathroom window. He sure looked okay from where he was standing, but to think that he was so good-looking that a beauty like Cha-hae-in felt enough interest to try switching guilds.
Am I really that good-looking? Jin-Woo peered deeper into the mirror.
And a smirk leaked out of his mouth.
He wasn't planning to drown in narcissism even if no one told him to. He was confident of only one thing about himself, and that would be his taut muscles, getting progressively firmer through repeated daily quest routines, as well as his height that suddenly grew up much higher than before, probably due to the influence of the system. That was about it.
Meaning, all he had was his body and not much else.
As for his face, well, minus his sharper than normal eyes, wouldn't it be on the level of an average man commonly seen on the streets?
It was at this point that he noticed something.
Hold on. Jin-Woo's expression became serious as he stared into the mirror.
He leaned his head slightly to the side, and took an even closer look than before. The Jin-Woo of the mirror's reflection and the Jin-Woo of reality stared at each other for a long while.
A
strange light flickered in Jin-Woo's eyes. His gaze swept all over his face.
And as he thought,
he really did change. Those small scars, spots, and nicks that couldn't be seen normally and needed to be looked at really close, had all disappeared from his face even before he had time to notice it.
Is this because of the will to recover buff?
One of the buff effects he got as the reward for becoming a player said that all his damaged body parts would be recovered back to their original state. This buff even managed to regenerate the leg that got cut off by one of the stone statues, too. So, it wouldn't be so strange for those little skin damages to be healed completely, as well.
However, what really came across as mystifying was, I think I've actually grown younger? He was originally in the middle of his 20s. But the him in the mirror looked 2-3 years younger, in his early 20s. Now that was a surprising thing.
The magical energy apparently could delay the aging process of the awakened to a certain degree. So could this be a similar effect to that?
Gimme a break.
Jin-Woo thought that it was a funny notion for a grown man to stare at himself in the mirror like this, so he decided to leave the bathroom. With excellent timing, his younger sister also emerged from her bedroom, and the siblings got to have a brief reunion in the living room.
Jin-Woo grinned and called out to Jin-Ah. Hey, sis? Ing? How do I look to you? What do you mean?
Like, my appeal as a man.
Ha?
Jin-Ah furrowed her brows.
And where did you find your baseless confidence from? Because, you're still the same stay-at-home appa in my eyes, you know?
Alright, thanks for that. Jin-Woo grinned and pinched her cheek lightly, and she too threw a rather sharp kick to his shin as a retaliation.
Of course, the one jumping around in pain was Jin-Ah. You forgot what kind of a person your appa was? Can you even study properly with that head of yours?
What was that? Jin-Ah pouted and narrowed her eyes at him.
I was ranked first place in the mock test in the entire school, I'll have you know. Jin-Woo really enjoyed his sister's reaction and had a hard time swallowing back his laughter.
One of the best things about having your family around was that, even if you changed, they still treated you the same with exactly the same attitude as before. Jin-Woo used the towel to rub his wet hair and walked past Jin-Ah.
Work hard.
You too, appa. Just before he slipped into his room, though, he remembered something and looked behind him.
Ah, right. I'm thinking of creating a guild soon.
Oh.
Jin-Ah's expression brightly and her eyes sparkled brilliantly as well. Appa, are you going to be called a chairman from now on, too? If it all works out. What's the name of the guild? That's what I wanted to hear your opinion on. Oh. What is it? What is it?
Jin-Woo cautiously asked his little sister, busy looking at him with eyes full of expectations.
What do you think of Solo Play Guild? Chapter 136 Fin.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 137. Chapter 137, Chapter 137. Ha?
The answer sounded the same, but its nuance was rather a lot different than the one that came before. If she was kidding around just now, then she was dead serious this time.
What's wrong? You think it's weird? Appa, why are you naming your guild like that? Because I like moving around solo. It does sound like you, but still, isn't it a bit strange to name your guild like that? Why? Isn't your ability summoning out those black armored soldiers? Yeah. So, if you get technical about it, you aren't fighting alone, right?
Now that he heard her opinion, that made some sense.
Jin-Woo nodded his head. I may think of it as just another one of my skills, but it won't look that way to other people, is that it? Indeed, she had a point there.
This guild might end up accompanying him for the rest of his life, so he wanted to give it a name that best represented who he was.
And that's why he went with Solo Play, but now, if the true meaning doesn't come across all that well, it'll be useless. What could be another term that could describe him the best? Jin-Woo asked his sister's opinion again. How about Ajin Guild? Ajin?
Gina mouthed the name for a bit, before asking him back with a smile.
I kinda like it, 'cause it sounds like my name but flipped around. But, what does it even mean?
Means myself, and Jean means moving forward.
Meaning, only he could tread on this road.
And it was a name he wanted to give to the guild that would grow alongside him. Combine them together, and you get the meaning of I shall progress forward.
That's Ajin. Oh. Gina came up with the best praise she could think of. You know, that doesn't sound bad at all. Next day,
Jin-Woo went to the office armed with the new guild name.
Hey! It's about the guild's name. Eugene-ho had been in the office since early morning, working.
When he heard the new name from Jin-Woo, a brilliant smile formed on his face.
That is an excellent name, Hyung-Nim. Didn't they say that a swan floating elegantly on water was kicking furiously under the surface? Eugene-ho had been feeling as desperate as that old saying. Whatever it is, everything will be fine as long as it's not solo play. He imagined it so many times already. And that would be him introducing himself as, "Hello, I'm Eugene-ho, vice chairman of the Solo Play Guild." That seriously tormented him. He couldn't be sure of why, but a corner of his heart ached every time he imagined himself saying those words. However, how could he dare to rebel against a name that Hyung-Nim had worked so hard to come up with? He resigned himself to that fate, but then, a heaven-sent opportunity came knocking in his way. Hyung-Nim, let's go with that as our guild's name.
Jin-Woo made his decision after receiving his partner's genuine consent this time.
Okay, so we decided on the guild's name, finally. Eugene-ho began crying out in elation inwardly after hearing Jin-Woo make that declaration.
Meanwhile, the latter rubbed his chin and muttered out.
The remaining issue is the last founding member slot, isn't it? Oh, that. Hyung-Nim? Yeah. What happened to Cha Hae and Hunter Nim yesterday? I don't think it'll work out with Hunter Cha. She's not exactly who I've been looking for. Kiok?
Eugene-ho hastily swallowed a shocked gasp. He expected his Hyung-Nim to hold a high standard, but to think that he'd not be satisfied with a hunter on Cha Hae-in's level. Hunter Cha Hae-in was a rank S, she was still very young, her records were excellent, and to top them all off, she was beautiful as well.
No matter from which angle, she was pretty much perfect. At least, from the perspective of an average Joe, that was. However, would the word average even apply to his Hyung Nim? I mean, he almost swept away all the rank S monsters by himself in the first public raid he participated in as a rank S, after all. It'd be oh so obvious that regular rank S hunters wouldn't even be able to catch his attention. But, if that was the case, then just what kind of a hunter would satisfy Hyung Nim's strict judging criteria? It felt as if the hundreds of applications this yet-to-be-named guild had received recently, all due to the name of Seong Jin-Woo, were about to be thrown into a trash heap now. But, I don't think anyone will be better than Hunter Cha Hae-in among the rest of the applicants, though. Eugene Ho was suddenly beset with worry that the guild might never get to open its door at this rate, and he cautiously asked Jin-Woo. "Excuse me, Hyung Nim. What kind of a person are you looking for, anyway?" "Someone with a hunter license who doesn't care much about the guild's activity but we can still place our trust in." Eugene Ho thought up of a person meeting that criteria perfectly right away. "Isn't that?" It was then. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the office's entrance. "Who is it?" Eugene Ho stood up from his seat and opened the door. And he found two unfamiliar men standing there looking somewhat awkward and all. They were none other than Chairman Park Jong-soo and his deputy, Jong Yun-tae of the Night Order Guild, who rushed up to Seoul to have a chat with Jin-Woo. Park Jong-soo recognized Jin-Woo first and formed a bright smile. "Oh. You're here." Jin-Woo got up from his seat and asked them. "Who are you?" Where are my manners?" Park Jong-soo hurriedly walked up closer and extended his hand out for a gentlemanly handshake. "I'm Park Jong-soo, the master of the Night Order." Jin-Woo nodded his head in acceptance. Indeed, he thought he had seen this man's face from somewhere before. Even if he wasn't all that interested, he'd still recognize a master of one of the 5 major guilds in South Korea. Such a guy would constantly pop up in news and in television shows, after all. However, the Night Order was a major guild based in the city of Busan, so... After that brief introduction, Jin-Woo could only tilt his head in confusion. "By the way, what brings the representatives from the Night Order to Seoul like this, if I may ask?" The thing is, Park Jong-soo hesitated slightly before exchanging a couple of glances with Jong Yun-tae. With some difficulty, he opened his mouth. "We got assigned a pretty big fish among the rank A gates, and..." Hesitation disappeared from his eyes almost immediately as he carried on. "Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim, you won't regret it from hearing us out, that much I assure you. Would you mind taking some time out of your day and listen to what I have to say?" Citizens cowering in fear at the super-large gate appearing before the Gwanginri's coastline. The Hunters Association, still deliberating on the raid permit. Will the Night Order Guild give up on the raid of Gwanginri's gate? Will the nightmare of Jeju Island repeat itself? Park Jong-soo picked one out of the many online news articles and then played the video clip embedded in it. "Hey, look at that. Over there. Are you filming this?" Wow, how is that even possible? How can a gate be that huge?" The video footage, obviously taken by a civilian, contained the crowd's scared voices as its BGM. But, that was understandable, the gate in the video was just nonsensically too large. It was taller than a 10-story building, even. This particular gate was so big that it managed to terrify even those citizens who were now pretty much numbed by the smaller gates popping up almost everywhere without warning these days. The size of a gate and its ranking don't always line up, but... Park Jong-soo ended the video playback and further explained himself. As befitting its nonsensical size, it's also apparently busy dumping out a massive amount of magic energy as well. Jin-Woo's eyes began gleaming from this rather interesting piece of news. "Is it a rank S?" "We've been told that it hasn't reached the rank of unable to measure, but just below the threshold, apparently. It's supposed to be the largest gate to ever appear in Busan. Meaning, although it was nominally a rank A, it was far closer to being a rank S, instead. If that's the case, I can expect a fair bit of experience points, can't I? In contrary to Jin-Woo's heart quietly gearing up to pump even faster, Park Jong-soo's voice sounded quite bitter as he carried on. As you can see from those headlines, the association doesn't want to issue us the raid permit, Is it because it'll be too dangerous? Our guild lacks a rank S hunter, as you might have heard. From the perspective of the Hunters Association, they can't trust us to get the job done. Park Jong-soo stopped talking there and sneaked a glance at Jin-Woo. If you are still searching for a guild to join, then how about? Before Park Jong-soo had the chance to finish his sentence, Jin-Woo pointed at the cover of a file lying on the top of the conference table. One could quite clearly see the title written on the upper half of the cover. List of applicants for the guild founding member spot. Park Jong-soo embarrassedly scratched the back of his head and nodded once. Aha, . And with that, Park Jong-soo's hope against hope attempt at reeling Jin-Woo to the Night Order Guild went down the drain. In that case, it was time to get to the meat of the story. The elite hunters of our Night Order are in no way inferior compared to those from the Hunters Guild. It's just that we don't have a rank S who can lead our rank S. That's all. They had done well up until this point, but anything could happen during this particular raid. In case that worried anything happens, they definitely needed the presence of the top-ranked hunter. Just a single rank S hunter would be enough to reverse any situation. Right now, there was no need to search for one from afar. Because, he was sitting right here. Just as the hunters of the Korean team were facing complete and utter annihilation, this young man appeared out of nowhere and overturned the situation all by himself. Such a man was sitting right in front of him. More than that, now that he could see Hunter Seong Jin-Woo up close. Even though they were the same hunters, this man simply instilled trust and confidence in others. An autograph. If I ask him, will he give me one? Suddenly, Park Jong-soo could understand where the healer Jong Yerim was coming from, back when she asked him to get at least an autograph even if Seong Jin-Woo said no to the idea of cooperation. Is there something on my face? Oh, no. Not at all. Park Jong-soo smiled and waved his hand about before carrying on. Actually, I believe that we'll get the raid permit for this gate if you decide to cooperate with our assault team, Hunter Nim. Jin-Woo crossed his arms and leaned against the back of his chair. Before his pondering could get any deeper, though, Park Jong-soo hurriedly added on. Of course, we will definitely make sure not to treat you poorly. With a smile still etched on his face, he pulled out the prepared contract. We will hand over 20% of the revenue generated from this dungeon. He was saying that one of the major guilds was prepared to submit 2/10 of the potential profit from a gate to a freelancer. Now that was an unimaginable offer for a regular hunter. Now typically, a rank S hunter would only command around 10% of the overall revenue when a large guild raided a dungeon. But the Night Order was offering up double of that norm. As Park Jong-soo had said, this certainly wasn't a poor treatment by any stretch of the imagination. Unfortunately, Jin-Woo's thoughts were a bit different. 50-50 split. Park Jong-soo's hand flinched momentarily as it was about to pull out a pen that was supposed to help Jin-Woo sign the contract. If you agree to consider me not as a freelancer but as a guild, then I shall cooperate with you. Jin-Woo made sure that declaration was heard loud and clear. An earthquake erupted within Park Jong-soo's eyes at the suggestion of splitting the revenue in half. Kohyuk. However, he didn't have any means to come out as strongly as Jin-Woo here. It was not an exaggeration to say that the fate of his Night Order guild depended on this raid. Meanwhile, Jin-Woo was inwardly clicking his tongue. I mean, 20% is just not on, don't you think so? He wasn't trying to exploit the urgent situation the Night Order guild found themselves in. But, when calculated from all possible angles, the most sensible ratio of splitting the loot was 50-50. Even if they are the elites of the Night Order, are they as good as my shadow soldiers? Either in number or even in quality, they were incomparable. Not only that,
his side even included a rank S hunter, too. If the commission received for all that potential was measly 20%, then that was as good as working for free. Was there a reason why he should give up on what was rightfully his when both sides were making a straightforward deal in the name of mutual benefit? Besides, Jin-Woo also didn't want to lower his own worth, as well. In that case, how about 40 to 60? Apologies, but I'm not trying to negotiate with the Night Order Guild here. Does that mean you won't accept anything less than 50:50 split? Instead of a verbal answer, Jin-Woo nodded once as his reply. Groan. Park Jong-soo fell into deep thought. I thought things would work out easily enough because he's still young and looks friendly, but I see now that he is no pushover. But that made sense. He was someone that not even the combined might of South Korea's rank S hunters could defeat. Park Jong-soo was trying to add such a hunter to his assault team. He suddenly realized that this young man's demand might not be as outlandish as it sounded initially. No, that's not right. Park Jong-soo shook his head. An outlandish demand? If the other party decided to come out hard and unforgiving, then forget about 50:50, he'd have demanded 80% of the loot for himself, instead. Regardless of what, the one in the bind was not Hunter Seong Jin-Woo in this situation. The losses to the Night Order after giving up on this raid would be too enormous to even properly take a guess. But, what would this young man lose in return? Absolutely nothing at all. Actually, this was the same thing as this young man unwillingly being dragged into the negotiation table by the other party. But then, he was only demanding half of the share, so wasn't he being quite considerate here? Is that all? If this deal does go through, then the Night Order would be taking out the most trustworthy insurance policy in South Korea, otherwise known as Seong Jin-Woo. Inexplicably, Park Jong-soo recalled what Jong Yoon-tae told him yesterday. Hyun Nim. If that thing turns out to be a red gate, then we'll all die for sure. However, what if Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was accompanying them? This young man didn't even bat an eyelid as he faced off against thousands of rank S monsters. And, didn't Park Jong-soo personally confirm how the ants of Jeju all ended up, that? Right, that happened, didn't it? Only now did he remember that the man responsible for wiping all those ants out was sitting right in front of him. Gulp. Dry saliva painfully slid down Park Jong-soo's throat. He witnessed with his own two eyes the killing field filled with massacred ants, but here he was, busy yapping on about 20-80 split with the man responsible. Yup, the rude one was actually me, wasn't it? Park Jong-soo finally admitted to his oversight. And then, he became deeply grateful for Jin-Woo's gracious counteroffer. However, being grateful would have to wait. The offer from the other side meant that he'd be taking a step back, so in return, he needed to take something away as well if the fairness of the deal was to be reached. So, then, what should he do now? After a lengthy bout of deep deliberation, Park Jong-soo cautiously raised his voice. All right, we will accept. In return. In return? Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim, can you take on the boss monster by yourself? Chapter 137 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138. Chapter 138, Chapter 138. Park Jong-soo's expression became somber as he resolved himself to at least get this much out of the negotiation. The boss-level monsters were responsible for the majority of losses suffered in dungeons. And to minimize the potential losses to his raid team, Park Jong-soo made an aggressive move and asked Jin-Woo to deal with the boss monster instead. With the strength hunter Seong Jin-Woo displayed back inside the ant tunnel, he should be able to deal with the boss monster all by himself. Feeling nervous that this offer would be rejected, Park Jong-soo kept his mouth shut and waited for Jin-Woo's answer. However, in a complete contrast to Park Jong-soo and his gradually stiffening face as time ticked by. Cool huff. In order to hide a smirk trying to break out of his lips, Jin-Woo lifted the hand previously supporting his chin right up below his nose and covered the entirety of his mouth. Then, formed an impressive frown. He wanted to look as if he was giving it a very serious consideration here. And it worked wonders. Park Jong-soo forgot all about the passage of time and solely concentrated on Jin-Woo's decision, as his hands were soaked in sweat. After a long while, Jin-Woo let out a soft sigh, and then, "All right," continued on with what he wanted to say. "We'll do it that way." Park Young-ho's two hands, hidden under the table, clenched into tight fists. "Yes. It's done." Just from hearing Jin-Woo's consent, Park Jong-soo felt that all his worries and burdens weighing down on his shoulders were being washed away. Why did he even waste his time worrying about this problem until now? He should have done this from the very beginning. For the first time since leaving Busan, the frozen stiff face of Park Jong-soo broke out into a bright smile. The only remaining thing now was to contact the association and get the raid permit. What with Hunter Seong Jin-Woo agreeing to cooperate, there was no point in hesitating anymore. It's been some time since the gate first appeared, so at the latest, we need to start the raid tomorrow. Then, I'll see you tomorrow. Ah. Park Jong-soo stopped packing his stuff and hurriedly made a suggestion. Instead of that, how about we travel south together in our car? Since they were going to meet again tomorrow anyway, wouldn't it be more efficient to move around together, instead of making a promise like this? Park Jong-soo made his suggestion with that in mind. We'll guide you to the best hotel in the city, and we will also pay for your lodging. However, there was no reason for Jin-Woo to travel a long distance inside a cramped car. All he had to do was to insert one of his shadow soldiers inside Park Jong-soo's shadow, and that'd be it. With that, he'd never get lost and would never be late, either. He sneaked a glance at the circular-shaped shadow crawling away on the floor and came up with a suitable excuse. I already made a prior arrangement for this evening, so it'll be difficult for me to go with you. Aha! But, don't worry. I'll definitely make it in time. There was no way a master of a guild like himself would be late to a party, after all. It was then. Jong Yun-tae, the vice chair of the night order, had to leave the conference suite briefly to take care of some personal business earlier on. He was just about to walk back inside, but he stopped and screamed at the top of his lungs. Hyung-nim. Park Jong-soo panicked and jumped up to take a wild look around him. What? What now? The shadow. It just moved. From that side to this side. Park Jong-soo froze up for a second, before he stood straight back up and glared at Jong Yun-tae. Hey, Yun-tae. Are you drunk right now? Sensing the atmosphere had suddenly gotten a bit chilly all of a sudden, Jong Yun-tae forgot what he wanted to say and rubbed below his nose with his index finger. I said, are you drunk right now? I had a couple of beer as an appetizer back in the motorway service station, Hyung-nim. Didn't I say that you gotta be more mindful when we're trying to conduct official business? I'm sorry, Hyung-nim. Jong Yun-tae bowed to Park Jong-soo, before bowing to Jin-Woo as well. I'm sorry, Hunter-nim. Park Jong-soo proceeded to push the back of Jong Yun-tae's head further down and bowed himself as well. This guy here, he means well, but he also sometimes spews out nonsense with a couple of drinks in him. I apologize if we ended up making a fuss. No, it's fine. I mean, shadows can move around sometimes. And so, as the meeting was coming to an end in a friendly atmosphere, Jin-Woo's phone resting on the conference table suddenly vibrated. VRRRRR. Who's this? He took a look at the caller, but he couldn't recognize the number. Excuse me. I'll have to answer this call. Ah, yes. Jin-Woo asked for his guest's understanding like a gentleman and made his exit from the conference suite. Both Jong Yun-tae, responsible for making a bit of racket just now, and Park Jong-soo with his nervous heart, spat out a long, long sigh of relief. Soon after that, though, Jong Yun-tae tilted his head and softly muttered to himself. Arg, but the shadow really moved.
Imma just. You. Jong Yuntae finally shut his mouth up over this matter after being subjected to Park Jong-soo's fierce glare. After a short silence, Jong Yuntae grew curious about the result of the negotiation and opened his mouth again. Hyung Nim, so, what happened, What do you mean, what happened? He agreed to cooperate. Now that's great news. The previously tense face of Jong Yuntae brightened up immediately. A wide grin still attached to his face, he asked some more. By the way, did you ask him about joining our guild? Don't even bring that up. He shows me this, saying that he's making a guild for himself. Just like what Jin-Woo did earlier, Park Jong-soo picked up the file, list of applicants for the guild founding member spot, and showed it to his companion. Jong Yuntae cackled to himself. The guild situation in Korea has more or less been stabilized by now, so how big would his guild get by making one at this stage? If he just joined up with ours, he'd be treated like a king, yet he's willing to go through so much pain for nothing here. Yeah, what a shame that is. Park Jong-soo licked his lips in regret over the missed opportunity and tried to put the file back in its original position, but then, an application form slipped out of there. He got startled and quickly picked it back up only for his expression to freeze up right there. Ha! A photo of a rather familiar-looking woman was attached to the application form. Kiok. Even Jong Yuntae's expression froze up as well. Hyun Nim, isn't she, Jong Yuntae couldn't believe it even though he saw it with his own two eyes. Park Jong-soo nodded his head as a confirmation. You're right. That's the vice chair of the Hunters Guild. Jong Yuntae silently observed Cha Hae-in's photo for a bit, before sneakily checking out Park Jong-soo's mood. Hyun Nim. Shouldn't we also do stuff like mergers and acquisitions? Right away, Park Jong-soo's expression crumpled. You dang idiot. After making his way out of the conference suite, Jin-Woo tapped on the answer icon. Then, a familiar voice came out of the phone speaker. Son? After confirming who it was, Jin-Woo felt rather relieved but at the same time, felt a bit rueful as well. Mom, did you buy a new phone? Ing. I wanted to hear your voice as soon as I got it, so I called you abruptly like this. I hope that I didn't interrupt you while you were doing something important. Jin-Woo glanced at the conference suite with two people from the Night Order Guild still inside and smirked slightly. Nah, it's fine, Mom. That's a relief. By the way, I don't know if I bought the right phone. I'm just not used to this sort of things. Did you go to the store alone? Why didn't you take Gina along with you? She's busy with her studies, so I shouldn't disturb her. It had been nice if Mom thought of herself instead of her children every once in a while. Jin-Woo ended the call with his mom and sighed softly under his breath. However, why did he feel a bit disappointed when he found out that the call was from his mom? What was I waiting for? Jin-Woo smirked to himself and pocketed the phone, before raising his head up. Renewed vigor was gleaming brightly in his eyes. He was about to breathe in the dungeon air again tomorrow, all thanks to the nice guys of the Night Order coming to visit him like this. A rank-a-gate that's close to being a rank-ass, is it? It felt as if he hadn't cut loose and went all out in a long while now. Hadn't it been a week already since the end of the Jeju Island raid? Besides entering that rank B gate, he hadn't done anything worthy of mention lately. Ba-dump, B-a-dump. His heart began pounding away again after a long while of nothing much happening, and Jin-Woo hyped himself up for tomorrow's raid. The cream of the Night Order's crop had gathered in one place. They were all in a buzz right now from anticipation and excitement. It couldn't be helped, though. They would probably have had to take a big gamble with their lives by going on this raid. And if it turned into a red gate, then avoiding a complete annihilation would have been impossible. But then, Hunter Seong Jin-Woo agreed to join them on such a raid. Kayak. The one to come up with this idea, Jeon Yerim, cried out in happiness when she first heard the news of Seong Jin-Woo's participation.
Other hunters also rejoiced in their own ways at the knowledge that a powerful safety net was about to cast below them. There was only one person among them feeling mighty nervous at the moment. And that would be the master of the Night Order Guild, Park Jong-soo. He couldn't stay still and paced up and down in nervousness as he waited for Jin-Woo to show up. Ah! I should have just brought him along with us yesterday. Park Jong-soo confirmed the time through his watch. It was 5 minutes before 11 in the morning. According to their schedule, the raid was supposed to get underway in 5 minutes. It was a little wonder that he was suffocating from anxiety, since the promised person hadn't shown up yet. Without him, this raid couldn't even get underway. The Hunters Association immediately issued the raid permit as soon as the Night Order let them know of Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's participation. It was as if they were waiting for this chance all along. There was little doubt that Seong Jin-Woo's name had proven its worth there. But then, to start a raid without him around? Even if I put that aside. Park Jong-soo took a look at the faces of the raid team members. Would you look at those eyes filled with anticipation? This raid might not get underway not because of the association, but because of his own guild members, instead. There are 3 minutes remaining. Park Jong-soo pulled his phone out of sheer anxiousness, but he pocketed it again after mustering up a superhuman level of patience. It'd be a bit rude to call someone who said he'd be here shortly about 10 minutes ago, now wouldn't it? However, he couldn't sense anyone possessing great aura approaching this location, nor did he receive the call from Jin-Woo saying that he arrived at the vicinity. Park Jong-soo looked for something else to chew on instead of his innards, and eventually settled on a cigarette. Just where are you, Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Neem? Around the same time. Jin-Woo was stepping outside his apartment. He was kitted out in easy-to-move clothing and a pair of sneakers. He looked at his watch, and it said 1 minute before 11 a.m. He raised his head up to see an overcast, gloomy sky. I wonder, did Gina take an umbrella with her in the morning? Such thoughts only lasted for a short while. Okay, time to make my way there, then. Jin-Woo pulled up the hood to hide his face as a smile crept up on his lips. First of all, he activated stealth, and then shadow exchange. He immediately swapped his position with the soldier currently in the shadow state. Meanwhile, somewhere in Gina's high school, 3 male students and their faces were currently full of unhappiness at being asked to run an errand for their art teacher. Isn't this clearly exploitation of labor force? Yeah, I wonder about that myself. I mean, why are we doing something that guy was supposed to do it himself in the first place? The male students continued to complain bitterly as they unlatched the bulky lock of the second art classroom, currently serving as their school storage unit. Arg, look at all this dust. Blurred. The thick coating of dust befitting a disused, forgotten storage greeted the trio of students. Several worn art supplies, pieces of paintings thrown away by their original owners, and plaster statues once used for sketch exercises lay discarded in this place. Hey, how many of these plaster statues were we supposed to take with us? There are 6 of them here, so it must be 6. Arg, come on. That means we have to come back here again. Why don't you carry 4 of them at the same time, then? The male students rolled their sleeves up in order to carry the plaster figures away. But then, the student picking up the dusty figure tucked away at the deepest corner ended up discovering something else. After hearing his surprised-sounding voice, his friends quickly walked over to take a look. Isn't this? There was a large hole in the wall. It was a gate about the size of an adult human. The biggest student among the trio smirked after taking a look at the gate. And here I was, wondering what was up. The male student pressed his hand on the surface of the gate and carried on. A closed gate like this one is safe. Only hunters can go inside, and the things inside can't come out, either. It was then. Crack! A crack suddenly formed on the surface of the gate, and at the same time, a hand shot out to grab the head of the male student. Ha! The male student struggled fiercely to get out of the grip, but the hand didn't even budge an inch.
And then, Kwajiek dash.
Accompanying the sound of a hard surface of a fruit shattering into pieces, blood splattered all over the dust-filled storage.
You wakuk?
Jun Suka. And, as the two blood-soaked male students screamed out, the black curtain covering up the entrance of the gate shattered like glass, and the monsters trapped inside began pouring out.
Chapter 138 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 139. Chapter 139. Chapter 139.
Orcs were natural-born hunters. Their level of intelligence fell some way short of that of humans, but they easily exceeded humanity when it came to tracking and hunting prey weaker than they were. And now, the doorway had been shattered. The wall blocking the dungeon from the rest of the world was gone, and these hunters began pouring out from the gate.
Kururuk.
Cook. The orcs shoved away the annoying corpses of the high school boys and scanned their surroundings.
Sniff, sniff.
Kuruk. These hunters had been trapped inside the dark dungeon for the whole week, quietly waiting for this day. It was rather obvious that they would get excited from all the smell of blood and flesh coming from their surroundings. However, this group was merely advanced scouts. Even if their blood was boiling, they weren't supposed to act as they pleased. Dozens of their brethren were waiting impatiently for their reports just beyond the roundish doorway.
These orcs looked around and spotted straight walls with many doors and windows.
The orc in charge of the advanced scouts immediately realized that they were standing inside a complicated artificial structure like a castle.
Kururuk. Its nostrils twitched. There were two choices here to make. 1. Leave this castle and kill every prey they could find with utter impunity.
Or, kill every human found within this castle and turn it into a fortress, and then, commence with their hunting in earnest. There was no need to even consider which one was the safer choice. The leader orc ordered its underling.
Summon our brothers.
And then, it raised its head to glare at the ceiling above. The monster's ears twitched and caught onto the noises coming down from upper floors. Above, and then, more above that, still, this structure was seemingly filled with prey. Its head was currently ringing painfully with a voice that kept telling the creature to kill every single one of those prey.
Good.
The monster's maw parted and its yellowing fangs were revealed to the world. First, we cleansed this place completely. There was a sizable crowd of people gathered in the coastline of Gwanganri. Even though the weather was overcast and gloomy, there was this one thing that made these people show up here in morbid fascination. And that would be the gigantic gate floating above the beach. The members of the local police force, whose assistance had been requested, and the employees of the Hunters Association, Busan branch, had cordoned off the area and strictly prohibited civilians from approaching the location. But, for some reason, the number of folks gathering around hadn't lessened at all.
Senior.
A newbie female employee, who enjoyed the misfortune of being knocked around by the waves of people, formed a tearful expression and asked her senior as she sought shelter from the storm of curious humans.
Do we have to repeat this same thing every time a gate appears?
The senior employee was also feeling flustered over this matter as well. This would be his first time seeing a commotion of this level around a gate. Well, I guess it can't be helped, since this gate is the biggest one ever to open up in Busan. He then sneaked a glance behind him. There it was, the ginormous hole, silently floating in the air. Just looking at it made him feel like he was being sucked inside, so he was consciously trying to ignore its presence. But, of course. I know that thing can't harm people unless there's dungeon break, but still. Even then, he still disliked these gates just like how some people irrationally feared outer space or the depths of oceans. That was why he always prayed in his mind that hunters would quickly take care of the ominous hole every time he was dispatched to a gate's location. In a way, though, there was this thing that made him feel a lot more reassured about this raid. The newbie must have remembered the reason too, because she suddenly began talking to him.
Ah. Senior, did you hear?
Hear what?
A rank S hunter from Seoul is supposed to come today, right? Was anyone here who didn't know that already?
Probably, half out of everyone here came solely to see the rank S hunter with their own eyes, while the other half, to spectate on the gate itself.
You mean, Hunter Seong Jin-Woo?
Yes, him.
Why are you so happy? You personally know him or something?
And no, not really. The newbie quickly shook her hands around and began writhing her body with a hyped-up expression on her face.
Actually, it'll be my first time seeing a rank S hunter, so...
The senior employee formed a disappointed expression instead.
Hunter Seong Jin-Woo is a newbie, and you're also a noob, yet how come the two you could be this different?
Senior.
If you still have this much energy left to fool around, then why don't you go over that side and lend them some help? But, I came here to take a short break, you know? I've been standing around since the early morning and my legs are killing me, you know. The senior agent tooted unhappily.
Seeing her narrow her eyes angrily like that, she must have felt that he was being unfair to her, but he couldn't quite trust what she was trying to sell here.
Still, it wasn't as if he couldn't understand where she was coming from either. Well, yeah. I'm also a little bit curious, too. Everyone's been talking about him lately and all. See? Even you too, senior. I mean, he solo hunted a boss from the rank S gate, didn't he?
Originally, the true boss monster of the rank S gate appearing on Jeju Island was the queen ant. However, many of those who watched the broadcast thought that the mutated ant monster was the boss instead, all thanks to the visceral visual impact that creature had left behind. Killing the boss-level monster meant that the gate itself would close up soon. And that young man was a hunter who could close shut a rank S gate. It wasn't for nothing that the noises of Hunter Seong Jin-Woo being a potential special authority rank were gaining momentum recently. It was only natural that the attention of the public was focused on him.
A rank S hunter, of all people.
I wonder, what will be like seeing one for real,
The senior employee looked at the sparkling eyes of his junior and his thoughts became complicated in an instant. This kid, maybe she applied for a job in the association not because she likes the work, but because she hankers after hunters or something?
The newbie employee didn't care how her senior was looking at her.
Her eyes continued to sparkle brightly and her voice remained all giddy from anticipation. Senior. What now? I hear that you can't even look the really strong hunters in their eyes. Right, I hear you once saw a rank S hunter in the past? Is that true?
The senior employee recalled his business trip to Gwangju last year.
Yeah, I have. Wow.
Suddenly, the senior employee felt his shoulders straightening up a bit after seeing his junior display her admiration like that.
So? What was it like, senior? Was it really scary? Hey. Don't even mention it, okay? Last year, I had a chance to meet Hunter Ma Dongwook of the Shining Star Guild because of the work from the association, and... Excuse me, coming through. Ah, sure.
The two association employees quickly stepped aside to create a path for a young man, and came back together again.
But, then...
The senior agent looked behind him at the youth wearing a hoodie.
What's wrong, senior?
No, well, I thought that guy kind of looked familiar.
Really? That's so weird. I was thinking the exact same thing, Is he also a staff member from the association? Hold on, where was I with my story? That was... Hunter Ma Dongwook from the Shining Star. Right.
I had a chance to meet Hunter Ma Dongwook in person, and well, that guy was so huge that his shoulders were thigh-highs wide.
Wow.
These two senior and junior employees sure got along so fabulously well, it seemed.
Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Neem. Park Jong-soo welcomed Jin-Woo with a tearful voice that certainly didn't suit his late 30s age group.
That just went to show how much was riding on this particular raid.
Jin-Woo quietly confirmed the time even as he was subjected to Park Jong-soo's passionate reaction.
The numbers as indicated on the phone screen switched from 10:59 to 11 o'clock.
Very good. Jin-Woo grinned brightly.
In order to avoid raising chaos, he remained in stealth and got to somewhere a bit away, before walking back here, but he still managed to make it in time nonetheless. The raid was yet to start, but he was feeling good about it already. And when he raised his head to looking at it for real now, it kinda looks bigger, doesn't it? He could see the gate right in front of his eyes that looked way bigger than the one from the video clips. The amount of magic energy leaking out of that thing was as serious as what the association had told the Night Order Guild, too.
What kind of monsters will I find inside?
A smile unconsciously bloomed on his lips. Besides that nonsensically huge gate, though, everything else looked the same, more or less. Just like how it'd be with raids being taken on by other guilds, there were two groups of low-ranked hunters nearby.
That's the retrieval team, and that's the mining team.
And the old saying said that you'd see as much as you knew. He could easily tell apart their roles through the attire and their equipment. This was indeed all thanks to participating in the raids of the Hunters Guild in the past. And, back then or now, the guild's officials are running around and keeping themselves busy, too. He felt more relaxed now compared to back then, when he was still clueless and didn't know which end was up. Indeed, experience proved to be the best teacher there was.
Ha! He really came. It's Mr. Seong Jin-Woo.
The elite hunters began gathering around after hearing Park Jong-soo's call sign, and began forming bright expression after they recognized Jin-Woo. He shared simple greetings with them and observed each and everyone present here.
30 high-ranked hunters had gathered for today's raid. Like Park Jong-soo's confident declaration, the numbers and quality alone didn't lose out to the Hunters Guild at all. As expected. Should he say, as expected of a guild representing this part of the country?
And they were all kitted out in proper metal armors or special defensive equipment imbued with magical effects, so they certainly fit the bill of Night Order rather well.
To think, such a guild would be underestimated solely because they lacked a rank S hunter. What a regretful thing that was.
Jin-Woo could now understand a little bit of the mindset of Park Jong-soo, who asked him out of nowhere if he was interested in joining the Night Order. While he was thinking of this and that, it didn't take long for the hunters to gather all around him.
Excuse me.
They sneaked glances at each other before engaging in a competition to see who could start talking first.
Hunter Nim. The Jeju Island raid was really amazing.
How do you summon those black soldiers?
Wait a sec, are they even summons? Will you be taking the lead in today's raid, Mr. Seong Jin-Woo? Just as Jin-Woo was feeling progressively lost from the outpouring of all these questions. Arg, stop. Will you just stop?
Healer Jong Hirim, responsible for coming up with the idea of bringing Jin-Woo in the first place, pushed aside other hunters and stepped up to the front.
Why are you trying to trouble Seong Hunter Nim to this degree? You aren't some country bumpkins either, so why?
Her eyes glaring at her wayward colleagues were as sharp as a pair of blades. A high-ranked healer was comparable to one's own mother in a way, because she was responsible for the raid team's overall well-being. The team members had to swallow their dissatisfaction and keep their mouths shut, as if they were being scolded by their mother.
Phut. Jong Yirim formed a grin.
She then airily spun around and extended her hand to Jin-Woo for a handshake.
I'm the main healer of the Night Order's elite assault team, Jong Yi-Rim. It's a pleasure to meet you.
She formed a soft smile with her eyes and continued on. I don't know about others, but seeing that you're about to lead the team, and the fact that I'm the main healer, we should be at least on the same page before we start, yes? Jin-Woo avoided meeting her ulterior motive-filled eyes and looked at Park Jong-soo instead.
You haven't explained to them already? Oh, that. Well. Park Jong-soo scratched the back of his head as if he was embarrassed about something. My schedule had been just too tight, you see. I was so busy with going through all the formalities and summoning these guys out here that I've ended up forgetting about it. Sorry about that, Edot. He sheepishly smiled and swept his gaze over the hunters. Well, it was certainly nice that he didn't have to repeat himself over and over again, what with the members of the assault team having gathered in one spot already. Park Jong-soo, will take the lead for today's raid. Team members began murmuring to themselves after Park Jong-soo declared himself to be the leader of this raid. Chairman, it's you again? But, we have Hunter Seong Jin-Woo here, so why? Is it okay to even do that? Park Jong-soo was a tanker at the very top of the rank A, so it was definitely not a strange occurrence to have him lead a team. Excluding those times that he couldn't participate due to his condition being less than ideal, the majority of the raids happened under Park Jong-soo's leadership. However, didn't they have a rank S hunter among the team now? The strongest hunter present taking up the lead, this was one of the commonly accepted rules in raiding a dungeon. Park Jong-soo quickly offered up an explanation for the sake of his confused teammates. Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim will take up the role of guarding our rear, and will ensure our safety during the raid itself. Watch the assault team from the back and take care of the safety of the team members, this was Park Jong-soo's demand. This was for the safety of the team, of course, but also for the sake of the guild's honor, as well. It was true that the hunters with high physical combat abilities stood in the front of the team. The rear of the formation would usually be taken up by the hunters ill-equipped to deal against ambushes, such as mage types, healers, or support types. Night Order was finding it hard to recruit new blood to their roster recently, so the survival of these hunters was essential to the fate of the guild itself. And, by placing Hunter Seong Jin-Woo there, the assault team could commit to a speedy raid of the dungeon without worrying about their rear being attacked. No, hold on. If enemies did show up from the rear, now that would be a cause for celebration, instead. Just who was this man standing there for them? It was none other than Seong Jin-Woo, who forcibly broke through thousands of rank S monsters without so much as batting an eyelid once. If enemies kept appearing behind the team all the time, then well, they could even aim to end this raid early and go home. That was Park Jong-soo's first reason. And, the much more important second reason was... Gulp. Park Jong-soo looked at the throng of reporters gathered just beyond the police line and swallowed down his dry saliva with some effort. That was proof that a lot of people were interested in this raid. If he wasn't careful here, then all those people might end up thinking that the Night Order Guild was leeching off on Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. Well, that might be true, but... whatever the case may be, he couldn't allow others to see the situation that way. To the Night Order, the true aim of this raid was to let the world know that the guild was still going strong, that it was still at its peak. That was why Park Jong-soo desperately pleaded with Jin-Woo. And this was the result. I've already discussed the matter with Seong Hunter Nim and agreed to do the raid this way, so if you have any complaints, save it until we finish the raid. Park Jong-soo finally got to tell the rest of the team members the result of the negotiation. However, this happened then. Yo, hold up. I really don't get something here, so I gotta ask. A rank A hunter suddenly stepped forward. He was a rookie who hadn't been working for the Night Order Guild for long. Since when did we become such weak hunters that we need protection from someone else? That one sentence caused the complexions of the senior hunters to go utterly pale. Ki-ok. And no, Junior, don't. The young hunter, who looked to be around the same age as Jin-Woo, formed an expression overflowing with confidence. Don't you agree with me? Hyung Nim? No Onim? TL, no Onim, a respectful way to call an older female. Because, this rookie just so happened to receive the second most attention from the potential suitors after Kim Cheol in this year's crop of new hunters. Indeed, he had a reason to be confident of himself. Unfortunately, there was a problem, and that would be the guy he was talking to. Do the elites of our night order look that weak to your eyes, Mr. Seong Jin-Woo?
Jin-Woo suppressed the rising fit of laughter to the best of his abilities and silently stared at this newbie Ranka hunter. It was the task of other hunters to feel their blood all dry up, not him, so it was fine. What the hell, with what idiotic confidence is that kid trying to? No, wait. That punk? I knew that he's a country bumpkin from Busan, but could it be that he has never even seen a Rankess in action? Someone, please stop that guy. But, you can only stop someone who knows when to spew nonsense in the right time and at right place. Seeing that his seniors were all rendered speechless, and that Jin-Woo was maintaining his silence, the newbie hunter's confidence swelled up even more.
Besides that, Chairman, you went too far, you know.
What, me?
Why is it me this time? Park Jong-soo dumbfoundedly pointed to himself. Even if the name value of a Rankess hunter is high, how can you agree that easily to the condition of a freelancer taking away a guild's worth of the loot?
A migraine had developed in Park Jong-soo's head by now, and he sent a quick glance to Jin-Woo.
Son Hunter Nim.
I leave our junior in your capable hands. Jin-Woo nodded briefly. Whatever the case may be, I simply can't understand this nonsensical contra.
It was then.
Right in front of the rookie making his passionate speech, Ygritte was summoned.
Heek.
The Ranka newbie flinched from the massive magical energy emanating from the Black Knight and hastily took a step back. However, he ran into something hard on his back even before he could take a second step. Stunned silly now, he quickly turned around only to find another knight, several heads taller than the one before, looking down on him. It was Iron, of course.
Heek.
The gasp he tried to hide jumped out of his throat all on its own. And then, it came from the side. Someone tapped him on the shoulder, and the newbie slowly turned his sweat-soaked face to find a figure draped in black robes standing there this time.
You walk?
The newbie lost all of his leg strength from the ominous magic energy oozing out from fangs, and plopped down onto his butt. He looks way too pitiful, so I shouldn't summon out Baru, no, but... Jin-Woo flicked his hand once and the 3 night-grade soldiers surrounding the newbie hunter quickly returned to their shadow state. Jin-Woo walked over to the pale-faced newbie and reached out with his hand.
You still can't understand anything yet?
The Ranka newbie took his hand and unsteadily stood back up, before nodding at the speed of light.
Chapter 139 Fin.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 140. Chapter 140.
The handling of trivial matters was now over. Along with the members of the Night Order Guild, Jin-Woo moved to the front of the gate. Before they were about to enter, though... Please wait. Chairman Park Jong-soo and his deputy, Vice Chair Jeon Yoon-tae, began going through their equipment as well as the conditions of the team members for the last time. Maybe because they were now standing before the entrance, the noisy atmosphere from before was now long gone, replaced by weighty silence. He wasn't sure from when it started, but Jin-Woo began liking this state of tension just before entering a dungeon. It felt as if the inside of his head was settling down. Such a thing would have been totally unimaginable back in the past when he avoided answering phone calls out of the fear he felt for the Hunter Association's periodic call-ups.
Hyung Nim, there are no problems.
Very good. Park Jong-soo nodded his head and walked over to Jin-Woo, standing a step away from the rest of the raid team. The latter shifted his gaze to the leader of this raid.
Seong Jin-Woo, Hunter Nim?
Yes? Jin-Woo uncrossed his arms and stared directly into Park Jong-soo's eyes, and the older man lowered his head right away.
We'll be in your care from now on. Although short, those words contained many of Park Jong-soo's feelings and worries.
Jin-Woo used similar words as his reply. I'll be in your care, as well. Park Jong-soo and Jeon Yoon-tae entered the gate first, and the rest of the hunters entered one by one after them. And after confirming that the hunters had all gone inside, the last person still standing outside, Jin-Woo, slowly walked into the gate as well.
You have entered a dungeon.
As usual, the system message no one else could see beside him welcomed Jin-Woo before anything else could happen.
But then... Jin-Woo tilted his head. He was greeted by a dungeon with passageways large enough to accommodate giants passing by. He hadn't entered a lot of high-ranked dungeons before, but he was lucky enough to be inside one this huge. That was why Jin-Woo wasn't puzzled by the size of the dungeon.
No, it had to do with this strange feeling he got from the air of the dungeon itself.
What's this?
For some reason, he felt incomparably comfortable inside here. He felt ominous sensations being carried in the air of the dungeons countless times, but this would be his first time feeling like this.
However, it's the ogre.
Somewhat different from Jin-Woo's own premonition, the assault team was greeted by huge trouble from the entrance. Instead,
it's the twin-head ogre. Everyone, be careful. A monster that would typically appear as a boss in other high-ranked dungeons was standing in the entrance, its bloodshot eyes glaring at the hunters.
Gruor. A twin-head ogre was about twice the size of a regular ogre. But it was difficult to quantify how many times greater the creature's powers were. If it were any other regular assault team that had to face off against a twin-head ogre in a dungeon, they would have been utterly frightened out of their senses and have tried to escape right away, but...
Let's go!
It was a different story with the elites of the Night Order. Park Jong-soo the tanker raised his shield up and rushed towards the ogre. Discovering the human approaching it, the monster raised above its two heads a huge club that looked as if it was made from a tree yanked straight out of the ground, roots and all.
Slam! The impact force actually shook the interior of the dungeon.
However, Park Jong-soo activated his skill in time to balloon up his muscle mass and managed to endure against the incredible physical strength of the twin-head ogre without being brought down to his knees.
Hyung Nim. I'm fine. Then, I'm coming, too. The subtanker, Jong Yuntae, stood next to Park Jong-soo.
Succeeding in his mission to get the ogre's attention locked firmly onto himself, Park Jong-soo yelled out loudly, veins in his neck standing up.
Attack!
With that, the counteroffensive of the Night Order commenced. Arrows, magic spells, swords, and spears rained down on the twin-head ogre.
Cruor! The twin-head ogre became agitated and began rampaging around.
However, Park Jong-soo didn't give the monster a chance to divert its attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, Jong Yuntae quickly ran over and defended the others whenever they were targeted by the ogre.
Thud!
Just now, Jong Yuntae defended against the ogre's kick and was shoved back greatly as two lines were gouged on the ground by his feet.
Thanks to him, though, other hunters suffered almost no damage at all.
K-Kror, Koark. The body of the ogre was gradually shaved away due to the combined attacks of the damage dealers.
It was a spectacular teamwork.
From this spectacle alone, Jin-Woo could now understand why the Night Order Guild managed to lock down on the position of Yeongnam District's #1 for such a long time.
Gyo-a-urk. Eventually, the ogre fell backwards, bubbles foaming in its mouths. Thud! It was the moment when a boss-level monster fell without injuring a single person.
A perfect victory, in other words.
We did it! The leader of the team, Park Jong-soo, tightly clenched both of his fists. Was it because they had a guest today?
Not just him, but even the rest of his teammates were much more motivated than usual. How would they have looked in Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's eyes just now? I'd be beyond ecstatic if he got moved by our teamwork and suddenly decides to join our guild.
Sneak!
Park Jong-soo sneaked a glance and immediately encountered Jin-Woo's gaze. Feeling as if his inner thoughts had been laid bare, Park Jong-soo became a bit sheepish and began wondering what he should do next, before deciding to approach Jin-Woo with a warm smile.
We'll stay here for a bit longer to recheck our equipment before advancing forward.
Ah, okay.
Please do. Jin-Woo nodded his head.
While he only needed to drink potions to refill his magic energy or stamina, other hunters clearly suffered from a physical limit to their magical energy reserve or fatigue.
It was a must to take a break, even if it was a short one, after fighting against a powerful monster like that. Park Jong-soo was now standing next to Jin-Woo. He stared at the dead body of the ogre and spoke with an awkward look on his face. This is going to be big trouble. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to Park Jong-soo. The latter continued on. It seems likely that this raid won't be easy, unfortunately. To think, we'd end up running into a twin-head ogre right from the start. He rubbed his chin before turning to look at Jin-Woo with a grin. Do you know what the nickname of a twin-head ogre is, by any chance? Jin-Woo shook his head, and the older man replied as if he expected that answer. It's the Gravekeeper. Did that nickname come about because it was such a powerful monster that killed a lot of people? However, Park Jong-soo's explanation was far off Jin-Woo's estimations. The thing is, the older man cast his gaze deeper into the cavern's interior. An ominous aura seemed to be oozing out from the other side of the cavern, still enshrouded in darkness, at least in his eyes. When you meet one as the boss of a dungeon, it's fine, but when you run into one right at the beginning, then well, you'll find that this dungeon. Park Jong-soo sounded worried as he finished his sentence. This dungeon is full of undead monsters. An urgent call came through to the Hunters Association emergency hotline. The caller's voice belonged to a young teenage girl. Is this the association? The call center employee heard the scared sobbing coming from the other side of the line as soon as the call got connected, and realized something was wrong. Yes, it is. Please speak. I'm in, sob, my school, but there are monsters outside. Outside? Where are you making this call from? I'm hiding. I was with my friend, but my friend, I'm in the bathroom. Her sobbing meant that her words were constantly being cut off and it was hard to carry on a conversation. However, the call center employee was experienced enough to piece together those stuttering words and figured out what this girl was trying to say. Immediately, an urgent message was sent to the association's main building. Monsters appeared in the local school, one confirmed victim, the informant in hiding. Could it be that a dungeon break occurred inside a school? The employee shuddered from the horrifying images taking root in his head and focused all of his being in trying to keep this female student alive. How many monsters are there? Are they any near you right now? I don't know, I really don't know. I hear screams. Sob. I can hear so many screams. Am I going to die? Please calm down and listen to my voice. This employee knew very well from his extensive experience about how weak-kneed humans could get when faced with life-threatening situations. He knew he had to be calm and collected in such situations while answering the call. He had to calm the caller down sufficiently enough and then had to suggest some kind of a plan for the current situation. That was his role. Right now, hunters from the association are headed your way. These hunters will not give up on you guys. That is why you need to stay calm and rational, okay? Can you hear me? Really? In that case, sob, can I survive? The voice coming from the other side of the line was gradually recovering from the panicked state. That was a good sign. The employee thought that he succeeded in calming the female student down, and then asked the question that could prove to be most important in saving the girl's life. By any chance, those monsters, do you know what kind of monsters those are? Yes. I know. I saw them. On TV. Which monsters are they? If the monsters possessed weak senses and chased after humans using their eyes, then hiding in a bathroom would work as a suitable solution for the time being. The employee prayed that such monsters had invaded the school instead. They have human bodies, but they have ugly faces. And their skin is green. Can it be? The eyes of the employee grew wider and wider. Orcs, are they orcs? Yes, I think it was what they were called. Orcs. And no, this can't be.
The employee shot up from his seat before he realized it and cried out.
You need to run away from there. Hurry. Orcs can. It was then.
Despite the employee's earnest prayer, he could hear the sound of the bathroom door being destroyed, followed soon by a sorrowful scream.
Kaiowak. The night order's raid was trucking along quite smoothly.
As a matter of fact, things were working out so well that the hunters felt the whole thing was strangely too easy. For instance, they encountered yet another monster, but
Kawak.
A rotting creature the size of a house tried to escape from the assault team, only to get ensnared by the restriction magic spell cast by the mage-type hunter, and soon, it too met with a grisly end. And when the exact same thing repeated itself over and over again, the hunters were getting progressively more puzzled.
Isn't this weird? Why are these monsters running away when they see us? Isn't it like they were being chased away?
Powerful undead creatures, such as vampires, liches, dreadworms, red ghouls, etc., continued to pop up inside this dungeon. Undeads were difficult opponents to fight against.
Not only were they difficult to kill, but even after killing them, hunters couldn't let their guards down. Because no one knew when they would regenerate or get revived to start attacking again.
However, these creatures couldn't do much to display their prowess for some reason, and continued to get powerlessly massacred at the assault team's hands.
It's like they are too scared and can't even think about resisting us. That was Park Jong-soo's assessment after observing the monsters and their strange behavior. He even thought that maybe there was no need to bring Hunter Seong Jin-Woo along when things were this easy. Seriously, man.
You really can't tell what's going to happen inside a dungeon.
Who'd have imagined that they were clearing a highest difficult ranked dungeon this painlessly? Even still,
being able to end a raid without a single person getting injured was always a good thing.
There might have been an unnecessary loss of profit here, but result-wise, it sure was a big relief. On the other hand, Jin-Woo was inwardly feeling quite disappointed. Here I was, really hyped up because this place was supposed to be the hardest ranked dungeon there could be, There was still that enormous magic energy leaking out from the deeper part of the dungeon, but would he even be able to earn any experience points if things continued on at this rate? Because of the spirited attacks by the members of the Night Order Guild, he didn't even have a single chance to step forward at all. Jin-Woo inwardly sighed out. But then, he abruptly halted his steps.
When Jin-Woo looked behind him, healer Jong Yirim also came to a stop as well.
What's the matter, Sung Hunter Nim? Is something following us? Jin-Woo didn't answer her.
As a matter of fact, his heart was beating so madly that he didn't even have any leeway to answer her questions.
Could it be,
Jin-Woo's eyes, as they stared towards the outside of this dungeon, began quaking violently. Only then did Jong Yirim also realize that something was wrong as well.
Song Hunter Nim? It was then.
Jin-Woo's expression hardened like stone.
You walk. Kayak.
Heartbreaking screams rose up from all corners of the school. Less than half of the students managed to escape from the school alive. As for the rest, either they had all ended up as corpses, or were busy running around inside the school's premise trying to evade the orcs.
Unfortunately, their futile resistance could only buy them a brief respite.
The hunts of the orcs that started from the lowest floor continued on to higher floors and drove all victims caught in their wake to gruesome deaths.
You walk.
The students who couldn't run away in time and remain trapped in their classrooms could only cover their ears as more screams rose up from the lower floors. The classrooms for the third-year students were located on the top floor of the school building. Gina was also among those third-year students who couldn't run away in time. The doorway shoddily blocked up with junk was the only thing that could defend them against the marauding orc horde.
F***ck me.
The male students grabbed onto chairs and mops or whatever that could serve as weapons with their trembling hands. But none of them helped to instill a sense of confidence in the scared students. No, all they could do was to wait and pray fervently for the hunters to show up before those orcs stepped foot inside their classroom.
Kwang. The bent classroom door was flung away. You walk. Kayak.
As the screams of the frightened students resounded out, 2 orcs covered in the blood of the countless number of people they had murdered stepped into the classroom.
You walk.
A male student holding a mop near the door threw away his makeshift weapon and ran to the back entrance, before yanking it open. However, another orc was lying in wait there, and it slammed an axe down on the forehead of this fleeing male student.
Kwajiek.
The male student fell powerlessly, the light of life leaving his eyes.
Kayawak. You walk. Both entrances of the classroom were now blocked off by the orcs.
The remaining students screamed out loudly and crowded against the windows, but they all knew that the results would largely end up the same regardless of whether they chose to jump out from a 6th-story window or get caught by the orcs.
Appa.
Finding herself stuck in the middle of the students fleeing towards the corners of the classroom as they tried to get away from the orcs, Gina squeezed her eyes shut and called out to Jin-Woo.
Her Appa, the rank S hunter.
If she called out to him, it felt as if he'd show up here right away.
That was her only hope. Kururoruk. Kuyuk.
The orcs stopped advancing after they surrounded the students from all corners.
They began conversing to each other in their native tongue. Boss. There is a human with magic energy coming off. Kill that one first. Unlike regular humans, those that knew how to wield magic energy were dangerous opponents.
Therefore, these orcs had to deal with a threat like that first.
The orc, having received the boss's order, began scanning the students before eventually locking onto Gina's location. Ah!
The orc grabbed her wrist and dragged her out to the middle of the classroom.
Is this female the one?
It is, boss.
The underling was right.
Although faint, they could sense magic energy coming from somewhere on this girl. Whether that came from this female's abilities or some sort of a weapon she possessed, it didn't change the fact that she had to be eliminated first before everyone else.
The boss raised its axe up.
Gina saw the axe rising up high above her head, and eventually squeezed her eyes shut.
Korak.
The boss twitched its nose and swung the axe down with a disinterested face.
Swish dash. Appa.
But then, this happened.
Rumble dash.
A veil of black smoke suddenly exploded out from Gina's shadow and took on a solid shape.
Grab.
The brows of the advanced scouts boss shot up high in surprise. Because, it just realized that a high orc wearing black armor suddenly appeared out of nowhere to grab onto its wrist, that was why.
Koruk.
Before the puzzled orc could say something, a high orc threw a simple punch and shattered the head of the monster like an exploding watermelon.
Kwajiek. Chapter 140 Fin.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 141. Chapter 141. How should one go about deciphering this situation? The jaws of the students watching this sight fell to the floor.
They were about to avert their gazes before the scene of their classmate getting murdered played out, yet these soldiers decked out in black armor suddenly appeared without a single warning.
Soldiers?
No, hold on, was it even okay to call those things soldiers? Not.
But, these monsters looked more orcish than orcs themselves, and were at least double the size of an orc and featured red skin? Really?
When standing before the black-armored orc, that scary-looking orc now resembled a boy about to enter his teenage years, instead.
But, that was to be expected.
The shadow soldiers Jin-Woo had left behind in Gina's shadow were the high orcs serving as the guards of the boss monster Fangs from the high-ranking dungeon.
Not only that,
these guys were the cream of the warrior crop found there.
Regular orcs dared to have a go against high orc warriors? What a funny notion that was. As if to demonstrate that clear gap in power, the high orc threw a powerful punch. Quajiek. An orc's head shattered from the impact and the dead monster crashed down to the classroom's floor. Meanwhile, the students were freaking out properly now. Heek! The terrifying monsters threatening their lives up until only a few seconds ago were getting massacred by even more monsterish monsters now. Their current level of shock and fear had gone far past what they could tolerate, and caused the inside of these students' heads to completely blank out. Except for one person, that was. Only Gina knew the significance of those black armors and began crying softly. Appa? Did Appa? Gina could sense her Appa's trace from these three high orcs surrounding her like a trio of bodyguards. Garuru. The two high orcs standing behind her didn't even need to step forward. The high orc in front, having destroyed the head of the scout leader orc, reached out to grasp the scruffs of the two remaining orcs trying to flee. Koruruk. Kuwahak. Now raised up high in the air, two monsters kicked and struggled desperately. But their struggles were ultimately in vain as their heads were violently slammed into one another. Quan. The dead monsters and their shattered foreheads fell in a pair of heaps on the floor. Plop. Plop. In the blink of an eye, the three orcs invading the classroom were taken care of. That was the end. The high orcs stopped moving again from their spots and quietly guarded Gina's sides. Just how many seconds ticked by like this? The students had regained some semblance of calmness by then. While trying their best to suppress their still-pounding hearts, they silently exchanged glances with one another. What's going on here? Did those monsters save us? Are we being protected? At the bare minimum, they felt sure of these black-armored orcs weren't going to harm them. Where is Appa? Is he here? Gina tearfully asked for Jin-Woo, but the high orc soldiers didn't reply back to her. Appa? Instead, they lightly stopped her when she tried to go somewhere else. When Gina cautiously looked up at the high orc, the creature silently shook its head. The top priority for these high orcs was to secure Gina's safety. They couldn't let her roam around the building when it was packed full of enemies right now. And, sure enough, footsteps climbing up the stairs could be heard coming from outside the classroom. Step, step, step. Step, step, step. High orc soldiers began pulling out their weapons housed on their backs and waists. The students got tenser and tenser as those footsteps approached closer, but at the same time, hope wormed its way into their hearts as they watched these high orcs calmly get ready for battle. The hope that they could get out of here alive, and the sense of relief that there were powerful allies protecting them. Among them, though, there were still a few who cried from the jumbled mixture of emotions, from fear, worry, anxiety, sorrow, etc. Sob. Hic. Students hugged tightly their sobbing friends and held their breaths. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Step, step, step. And so, the orcs spread around the school building all heard the death throes of their brethren and began gathering near the classroom of the third-year seniors. The signal was coming through loud and clear. The high orcs tasked with protecting his sister were sending out powerful signals. Did something happen near Gina's vicinity? Song Hunter Nim? John Urim called out to him again, still sounding anxious. With his lips firmly shut, Jin-Woo walked past her. She tilted her head in utter confusion. What's gotten into him? The attitude of Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, who was practically a paragon of relaxation up until a few seconds ago, suddenly did a complete 180. She could even say that he had to be someone else just from looking at the expression on his face now. Hold on. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was a rank S. Such a man was now looking behind him with a grave expression etched on his face. Could that mean he had discovered something on the path they walked past earlier, something they all failed to notice back then? She suddenly felt her anxiety spiking up. Ing? John Yuntae looked behind after sensing the approach of a person. Hyun Nim? Sung Hunter Nim is walking over here. What? Park Jong-soo stopped his advancement,
which meant that the assault team's advance also naturally came to a halt, as well.
Why would Seong Jin-Woo hunter him?
He turned around to look, only to gasp out inadvertently after locking gazes with the approaching Jin-Woo in his eyes.
Heek. Jin-Woo's atmosphere was completely different from only a few moments ago. What's going on?
In that brief moment, Park Jong-soo quickly combed through his memories to see if he had done anything stupid to get on Jin-Woo's nerves. But, regardless of how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't come up with an answer.
If that's the case.
If that was the case, then how was he to interpret that young man's hardened expression and that murderous glare? Park Jong-soo nervously swallowed his saliva after finally realizing what it felt like to deal with a stronger being who was clearly not having a good time at the moment.
This here was inside of a dungeon.
Anything could happen in here and that wouldn't be seen as strange at all.
Park Jong-soo's attitude became a level more cautious. Hunter Nim, is there something troubling you?
Jin-Woo was feeling really pressed at the moment, so he didn't bother to beat around the bush.
Something urgent came up and I must leave now.
Heek. Park Jong-soo freaked out. This was a far worse situation than his expectations.
The raid had been a relatively easy one so far.
Indeed, it was chugging along so painlessly that he even wondered if it was a necessity to ask Jin-Woo to accompany them in the first place. However, Park Jong-soo was one of the very first hunters to appear when this whole started all those years ago. Meaning, he wasn't some naive rookie who might forget that accidents always happened when one was being too careless. Nothing happened until now, so we need to be even more cautious from here onwards. In a situation where no one could tell what kind of dangers were hiding up ahead, losing the most powerful combat potential would prove to be a big, painful blow.
Park Jong-soo's complexion darkened.
Without your presence, Sun Hunter Nim, we could find ourselves in great danger.
You know this too, don't you?
Park Jong-soo did his best to dissuade Jin-Woo in the most roundabout way he could think of.
He was acutely aware that agitating Jin-Woo was far more dangerous than attempting to clear this dungeon without the young rank S hunter's help. That was how badly contorted Jin-Woo's current expression was.
Park Jong-soo felt as if he was walking on a tightrope suspended at a dizzying height, as he cautiously observed Jin-Woo's reaction. As his lips dried up from the nervousness,
Jin-Woo finally raised his voice. Then, let me do this.
Ah, yes.
Park Jong-soo ended up nodding his head even before hearing what Jin-Woo had to say.
Right now, let me call on a friend that you can place your trust in, as much as you trust me. From here on, that friend will take care of everything,
Park Jong-soo's ears perked up. Not just anyone, but another hunter whose ability was guaranteed by none other than Hunter Seong Jin-Woo himself? Who could it be? Choi Jong-in? Or is it Cha Hae-in? Now that Park Jong-soo thought about it, didn't he see a document containing Hunter Cha Hae-in's profile in Jin-Woo's office yesterday? If it's Cha Hunter Nim, then yeah, she'll be more than enough. Although it was regretful that he couldn't stop Jin-Woo from leaving, but still, Park Jong-soo's expression got brighter at the prospect of the potential replacement. As long as it wasn't Ma Dong-wook from the Shining Star, then he'd welcome anyone. If you do that, then we will. Park Jong-soo's eyes sparkled brightly now.
How powerful would this hunter be, that he was capable of subbing for Hunter Seong Jin-Woo?
Anticipation began filling up the void left behind when anxiety receded in his mind.
The rest of the team members also eavesdropped on the conversation and began looking at Jin-Woo with eyes half mixed with anticipation and misgivings. Jin-Woo didn't waste time hesitating and summoned forth the most powerful soldier in his shadow army.
Baru.
The king of ants, its body shrouded in black mist, answered its master's call.
Oh, my king.
Baru emerged from the shadow and politely knelt before Jin-Woo, its head respectfully lowered. Baru didn't bother to mask its overwhelmingly evil magic energy, and that freaked the hunters out so much that they had to retreat far away immediately.
That absolutely horrendous amount of magic energy, and the exact same outer appearance as that thing. See, could that be? And no, but how come? These hunters immediately recognized the identity of Baru. Without a doubt, this was the very same mutated ant monster that toyed around with the Korean Rankes hunters back inside Jeju Island's ant tunnel. Park Jong-soo quickly asked, unable to hide his shock in his voice. Hunter Nim, isn't that the mutated ant monster from Jeju? Jin-Woo nodded his head. With these high-ranked hunters recognizing Baru, it became more convenient for him now since he didn't need to explain himself any further. The whole of the country witnessed Baru's power, after all. From here onwards, this guy will sub for me. Eh? Park Jong-soo's eyes grew extra wide. Jin-Woo knew what he was about to say. But he simply didn't have enough time to answer all of their questions. He ignored the panicking Park Jong-soo and gave a new order to Baru. Protect these humans. I shall follow. Baru made a short reply and raised its head. In that case, oh my king. What should I do about the existences besides these humans? Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to the deepest part of the dungeon for a second or two, before issuing one more order to Baru. Do whatever you wish. It was right then. Baru's repressed desire to kill morphed into an unbridled joy and spread all over its body. Kai-ik-dash. Baru stood back up and screeched out loudly, the entire cavern reverberating from that horrifying sound. Shiver. Hunters began trembling from that screech, even though it wasn't even directed at them. W8, we need to finish the raid with that thing? Cold perspiration trickled down Park Jong-soo's back. Jin-Woo didn't even pay any mind to the reactions of the hunters and simply summoned 20 more ant shadow beast soldiers to aid Baru's cause. Ki-ik-dash. Ki-ich. Having breathed in the fresh outside air for the first time in a long while, the beast soldiers began screeching out loudly as well. And quite obviously, every hunter bearing witness to this spectacle froze up where they stood. Hold on. Jong Yurim quickly turned around and called out to Jin-Woo. Are you going to leave just like that? After letting loose this monsters here? If you want, I'll simply undo the summoning. But, when that happens... Jong Yurim flinched when Jin-Woo's cold glare landed on her. I'll no longer care about what happens to the Night Order Guild. Jin-Woo made a promise. And that was, he'd protect the members of the Night Order Guild and ensure that they wouldn't get harmed. However, if the other side declined his act of goodwill first, then he didn't see the need to stay responsible for these people either. Jin-Woo's unyielding declaration shut up the mouths of not just Jong Yurim, but the rest of the Night Order's hunters, as well. Jin-Woo spun around. And almost instantly, he could no longer be seen by the Night Order's raid team members. How long do I have left until the cooldown time ends? As his distance from the raid team grew, Jin-Woo summoned up his skills window to confirm. Skill, Shadow Exchange LV.1. Class Specific. 1 hour 2 minutes and 16 seconds, remaining before the skill can be used again. D**M*N*it. Jin-Woo bit his lower lip. He needed to wait over an hour if he were to use the Shadow Exchange skill. The signals from his soldiers were still coming in, even right now. He was getting a really bad premonition here. I can't wait for another hour. He needed to exit from this dungeon first. Making up his mind thus, Jin-Woo took another step, but then... Undead monsters that were supposed to be finished off after the assault team went past here began raising their bodies up again. Jin-Woo's eyes burned brilliantly from rage. He was enraged by these worthless monsters trying to block his path. When that happened, like a lie, the undead monsters all knelt down towards Jin-Woo. Plop. Plop. There was not one exception here. Every single revived undead monster was prostrating before Jin-Woo now. But, why? Jin-Woo tilted his head. Could the reason for every monster encountered by the assault team being so terrified be all because of him? Is it because I possess a higher ranked class than a necromancer capable of controlling the undead?
The current situation was puzzling, but he didn't have enough time to think about this too deeply. He stored the short sword back in his inventory and ran with all his might to exit from the gate. The attention of the people waiting outside the gate focused on him in an instant. Why did only Hunter Seong Jin-Woo get out of the gate? They sent their curiosity-filled gazes in his direction, but Jin-Woo ignored them all.
Kai Sel.
Suddenly, a sky dragon covered in black mist revealed itself.
Kiyak dash.
The spectators immediately recognized the sky dragon, which had appeared in the news a couple of times before, and they began crying out while pointing to Jin-Woo.
Wa dash, dot.
Look!
That's Seong Jin-Woo.
Jin-Woo quickly climbed above Kaisel's back as the people cheered on, and he issued a command to his mount. To where my little sister is. At your fastest speed. If something tried to block his way, he'd smash past them regardless of what they were.
Kaisel roared out in happiness, knowing that now it could flap its wings without any restrictions whatsoever. Kiyak.
Right away, Kaisel unfurled its massive wings and took to the sky.
Chapter 141 Fin.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 142. Chapter 142. Chapter 142. The last restriction was finally undone.
Finally gaining the freedom of movement, the owner of the dungeon left the boss chamber and strode outside the gate.
It was the chieftain of the orcs, Goroktaru. Its entire body was covered in black tattoos, seemingly not leaving behind even a single patch of empty skin. Tattoos signified victory to orcs.
These were proof of how many battles this creature fought and how many enemies it had slain so far.
Goroktaru. Goroktaru.
The orcs waiting for the chieftain in front of the gate chanted out its name and lowered their heads. On the other hand, Goroktaru raised its head towards the ceiling without saying anything.
Because it was getting rather noisy up there.
It had been some time since the advanced scouts took away a few of the warriors while declaring that they would conquer this castle of humans.
However, they still hadn't ended their battle yet?
A sweating orc received the furious glare of its chieftain and hurriedly explained the situation.
High orc warriors are aiding humans. High orcs? Indeed, high orc warriors were strong. Regular orc warriors wouldn't be able to fight against them.
Meaning, it was now time for the chieftain to step up.
How many? 3.
Even if their opponents were strong, what a shameful notion it was for dozens of great orc warriors to fail at subduing only 3 high orcs.
Pathetic. Goroktaru's expression crumpled. The orcs were scared stiff from the chieftain's anger and began trembling like leaves.
It was then, the orc great warriors that had been left behind by Goroktaru's speed, finally emerged out of the gate one by one. There were a total of 5 out-of-breath orc great warriors. Confirming that all of its guards had escaped from the gate now, Goroktaru gestured at the orc making that report with its chin.
Lead the way.
The orc lowered its head and stood at the front. The chieftain and its guards strode right behind. Meanwhile, lights of madness were burning furiously within Goroktaru's eyes.
Insolent ***stards.
It was now time to demand appropriate compensation from the high orcs, who dared to interrupt the hunting of the orc warriors. Suddenly finding himself left behind along with ant monsters, Park Jong-soo was feeling rather dumbstruck at the moment.
Hyung Nim. Lead me for a bit, okay? I need time to think. Ki hack dash. Keek, keek. Ka-ahahak.
Being surrounded by over 20 of these monsters, no, summons, Park Jong-soo was getting this close to abandoning this raid altogether.
Not only that. Well, this guy over there.
This one guy, with a far bigger physique and with wings on its back.
Wasn't that guy the same mutated ant monster that made an utter mockery out of the rank S hunters?
This guy's horrifying level of magic energy was making Park Jong-soo's skin crawl just by being near the dang thing. If I think about a creature like this turning on us, He suddenly thought that the rank S hunters willing to fight against this thing were a rather amazing bunch of folks, instead. And, at the same time, hold on a sec. And, at the same time, a certain suspicion bloomed in his head. Just what was the identity of Hunter Seong Jin-Woo controlling this mutated ant monster as his summoned creature? Didn't Hunter Seong Jin-Woo solo this guy, too? When his thoughts reached that point, his heart began pounding even harder. No, wait. I've gotten sidetracked. Park Jong-soo shook his head to throw away all the distracting thoughts. Indeed, he needed to think about whether to continue on with this raid along with these monsters or not, instead of wasting time on nonsense like how strong Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was or what his true identity could be. Okay, so, let's say that we give up on this raid. If so, then how should he explain the result of this raid to the reporters waiting outside? Could he say Hunter Seong Jin-Woo had to suddenly leave the assault team and therefore they couldn't afford to advance forward anymore? Or, they had to give up on the raid because they got too scared of the new friends Hunter Seong Jin-Woo summoned here for them? What kind of an embarrassment would that be? Didn't matter which excuse was used, it had become a source of ridicule for them, probably for forever. Park Jong-soo clenched his teeth. Fine. We go forward. Did it really matter if they were scared of these summons? At the end of the day, weren't they Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's slaves? When Park Jong-soo thought about this, his mind calmed down just a tad. I mean, seriously. These guys are Seong Hunter Nim's summoned creatures, so they won't do anything weird to us, right? Park Jong-soo's confidence-filled eyes shifted over to Baru, and the latter approached the hunter after sensing his gaze. Heek. The confidence of a few seconds ago evaporated real fast, and Park Jong-soo could barely squeeze out a trembling voice. Let's get going. Rather naturally, he began speaking in a super polite tone. However, Baru showed no reaction even after hearing Park Jong-soo's voice. No. It just stood there and simply stared back. Wondering if his manner of speech was still not good enough for this creature's whims, Park Jong-soo became even more polite in his tone. Should we get going now? Even then, Baru showed no sign of budging from the spot. Park Jong-soo's consciousness was gradually getting fainter as he had to stare longer and longer into the powerful glare of the creature in front of him. It was then, Jong Yuntae approached him from behind. Hyung Nim, will we be continuing with this raid alongside these guys? Park Jong-soo was already feeling jittery, so when his deputy began pressing him, he ended up blurting out in anger. Just keep quiet, will ya? The words, or, why don't you become the leader of this assault team and tell these things we're going to give up, almost jumped out of his throat, but somehow, he managed to swallow them all back down. Park Jong-soo glared daggers at the poor Jong Yuntae for a bit before shifting his attention back to Baru. Gulp. His dry saliva went down the throat all by itself. Park Jong-soo desperately wanted this awkwardness to go away as soon as possible. But, then suddenly a thought popped up in his head. Could it be that this guy can't understand what I'm saying here and that's why it's not moving? When Park Jong-soo's thoughts reached this point, he forced his facial muscle to contort into an ungainly smile. And then, he pointed towards the interior of the dungeon. In front. Forward. In that moment, Pai shook. The mutated ant monster disappeared instantly, along with the sound of a bullet leaving the silenced gun. Where did it go? Even before Park Jong-soo could scan his vicinity with puzzled eyes, Baru returned to his original position. Baru then pushed forward something held in his hand towards Park Jong-soo's face. What the heck? When the flustered hunter took a closer look, he realized that the mystery object was actually the head of a monster. Not only that, it was the helmet of one of the most powerful undead monsters, Death Knight, with a rotting head still trapped inside. It dangled oh so innocuously in the hand of the mutated ant monster.
You walk? Park Jong-soo freaked out and plopped down his butt, real hard. The other members of the assault team also were jolted into stunned silence and hurriedly gathered around Park Jong-soo. Baru disinterestedly scanned the hunters now grouped together in one spot, then tossed the Death Knight's head away somewhere. He loudly screeched out to the rest of the ant monsters. Ki-eek! With that, the ant army began to march forward in perfect order. Baru looked down at Park Jong-soo still on the ground for a little while, before he slowly turned around and followed after the marching ants. The hunters hurriedly checked out Park Jong-soo's current condition. Hyung Nim. Chairman, are you alright? Are you okay? Park Jong-soo replied to them with a stupefied face. I'm okay. His body was fine. But, for some reason, his heart ached, instead. It felt as if he got ridiculed by a summoned creature. There's no way that's true, surely not. Indeed, a summoned creature couldn't have possessed such a level of intelligence. Whatever the case may be, though, he couldn't give up on this raid now that he even got humiliated somewhat like this. Park Jong-soo dusted off his butt and got back up. Let's go, as well. The expressions of the hunters stiffened up. You want to follow after those things? How can we go on a raid with monsters? I won't do it. Yeah, me too. Park Jong-soo spat out a groan as if he was feeling annoyed now. Was there a need for him to waste his breath convincing these folks with words here? He quickly searched for the head of the Death Knight discarded by the mutated ant monster and picked it up. Heek. Hey, isn't that the head of a Death Knight? A Death Knight, you say? The experienced hunters among the group recognized the helmet of the Death Knight and gasped out in pure shock. Park Jong-soo calmly explained it to them. You are all aware of how much magic crystals coming out of high-ranked monsters sell for, yes? Gulp. Hunters swallowed their greedy salivas. All we have to do is to follow them and simply pick those crystals up. The expressions of the hunters, filled with dissatisfaction up until a second ago, gradually brightened up. That was an expected and perhaps inevitable reaction in this situation. Park Jong-soo used a question to end his speech. So, anyone still unwilling to continue? Hunters moved in an even more orderly fashion than the ant army. Those who had already advanced far forward looked back and called out to Park Jong-soo. Chairman? What are you doing at the far back? Please hurry up. We might leave you behind, you know? Hyung Nim, how long are you planning to stay there? Park Jong-soo bitterly smacked his lips. Well, I'll be, these people. Seriously. And so, the momentarily halted raid of the Night Ordered Guild recommenced from this point onwards. Jin-Woo directed his gaze below him. People, roads, cars, buildings, rivers, trees, mountains, and even more mountains, the scenery kept changing every time he blinked over and over again. So fast. Kaisel's unrestricted speed had reached a truly gobsmacking level. If he was a simple, regular powerless person and not a highest-ranked hunter out there, then he wouldn't have been able to withstand the air pressure his body was being subjected to right now. Even then. Despite this amazing turn of speed, Jin-Woo was getting more and more anxious. The signals from his soldiers were still getting to him, but they were gradually getting weaker. Not only that. Status window. MP 8619/8770. From a short while ago, his MP began declining as well. That definitely was not a good sign. Because it could only mean that the High Orc Shadow soldiers were repeatedly being destroyed only to get revived again. An enemy on the level of destroying my Shadow soldiers are aiming for Gina. Grit. Jin-Woo's expression hardened. Even if not a single strand of his little sister's hair was harmed, he swore to never let this enemy get out of there alive. Murderous rage filled up in Jin-Woo's eyes. Faster. Faster. Kaye dash.
Kaisel heard Jin-Woo's order and screeched out again, before increasing its speed even further.
The high orc warriors were indeed strong.
Unfortunately, they were still no match for the orc chieftain, Goroktaru. The orc's leader left behind its guards in the corridor and stepped forward to fight all by itself. And then, while easily evading the attacks of the high orcs, pulled out a scimitar sheathed on its back.
Is this all you have?
The interior of the classroom was filled with the corpses of the orcs. Even at a casual count, there were 50 of them here. Over 50 of its underlings were done in by these 3 high orcs.
Make me enjoy this more, warriors of the high orc race. The chieftain's rage was transferred directly into merciless swings of its curved blade. Goroktaru's scimitar drew elaborate arcs in the air and began shaving away the high orcs, their armors and all.
Ah!
Kayak!
The screams didn't come from the high orcs, naturally, but from the mouths of the humans hiding behind them. Goroktaru's forehead creased up in displeasure.
Annoyingly noisy.
After taking care of these high orcs, those bugs would be next. Goroktaru sliced off an arm of a high orc and chopped it up in fine pieces until it got eventually bored of doing that, and spun on its heels to cut off the opponent's neck clean off.
Slice.
When that happened, other orcs who had retreated outside the classroom because of the high orcs all began raising loud cheers.
Goroktaru! Goroktaru dash!
It was then, Goroktaru's brows quivered. The headless high orc morphed to black smoke before reverting back to how it was originally, right in front of its eyes.
Is this shamanism?
Even after the orc chieftain cut and sliced its enemies several more times, the story remained the same.
Kawak! Goroktaru eventually became really frustrated and roared out.
It had sliced and hacked these high orcs numerous times to death, yet they all reverted back to their original shapes again and again.
It won't be hard killing them hundreds, thousands times.
However, there would be no end in sight if that happened.
Even right now, that D*MN voice in its head was repeatedly ordering Goroktaru to kill humans.
As a matter of fact, the orc was beginning to suffer from a migraine as the voice continuously rang inside its head. But that didn't mean it could ignore these high orcs and try to kill the humans, either.
Time to finish this. Goroktaru rolled its brain into gear.
If these high orcs were creations from some kind of sorcery, then without a doubt, there must be a shaman controlling them somewhere. Goroktaru had fought against many different kinds of sorcery in the past battles, and therefore, it subsequently knew how to end this dirty trick once and for all, as well.
That female. That human female, standing far behind these high orcs and holding her breath.
Although faint, she was somehow connected to these high orcs.
Goroktaru's eyes gleamed dangerously. So, is it you?
The monster's target for its murderous rage was redirected to her. The moment Gina met Goroktaru's gaze, her entire body shuddered uncontrollably. That human female definitely knew something, Goroktaru decided as so, and pointed at Gina while glancing behind itself.
Kill that human female, .
Even before its words were finished, the guards observing the fight from the back rushed forward to carry out Goroktaru's order.
Then, the high orcs ignored Goroktaru in front of them to desperately block against the advancing guards. I thought as much. Indeed, the orc chieftain's guess was correct.
By seizing the opening created from the high orcs being held up, Goroktaru stood before Gina.
So, it was you.
The orc used the hand not holding the scimitar and grabbed Gina's neck, before lifting her up.
Ah!
The female, with her airways squeezed tight, couldn't even scream properly.
This caused Goroktaru to tilt its head.
It was such a weak, slender neck that it'd get broken just from the monster squeezing a little harder than usual.
But, how could such a weak human manage to complete a high-class sorcery that changed warriors into immortals? There was a simple way to find out. Kill her and I'll see.
And, just as Goroktaru began squeezing the female's neck to snap it in half.
Kiyak dash!
From afar, the cry of a sky dragon resounded out.
Chapter 142 Fin.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 143. Chapter 143, Chapter 143.
Right away, Gorokteru felt every hair on its body stand up.
What is this?
As time slowed down from the extreme tension it felt, the orc chieftain's instincts of a warrior, trained to their very limit, sent out countless warning bells.
It said that a truly terrifying being was headed this way. But dump!
The sound of the orc's heartbeat rang around painfully in its eardrums, like a series of thunderclaps.
If it didn't get out of here right now, it'd be killed.
The sharp instincts of a warrior, honed like a fine blade, would sometimes display powers close to that of the gift of foresight.
Just like right now.
Gorokteru quickly discarded the human female and with the movements akin to a wild animal, fled to the door of the classroom.
Boom!
A mighty, ear-splitting explosion occurred next, the shards of glass flying out like shrapnel. Meanwhile, orcs manning the doorways began hastily retreating away after the back of their chieftain suddenly appeared in front of their eyes.
Gorokteru wordlessly glared forward, its breathing now becoming extremely cautious. It was picking up on an unusual and eerie vibe. It could see a human male it hadn't seen before standing on the spot where the human female was just now. Gorokteru shifted its gaze ever so slightly to the side. Its opposite corner was where the windows were.
Nothing remained of the entirety of that wall, as if it had been struck by a powerful siege weapon.
Did the human enter by breaking through the windows?
Even with its excellent dynamic visual acuity, the orc chieftain still failed to follow that man's movements.
Gorokteru could only swallow its saliva at the sudden entrance of a powerful opponent.
A strand of cold sweat trickled down its temple. Gorokteru's head snapped upwards after it heard that screech. Past the ceiling, beyond the roof, yet another powerful enemy was circling around above the orc's head like a hawk waiting for prey to emerge.
This might become a difficult fight.
Gorokteru's eyes were now dyed in the color of nervousness, something that didn't exist only a few moments ago. The new enemy completely ignored the presence of the orc chieftain and its underlings, and simply proceeded to confirm the human female's condition.
Gorokteru spoke to its enemy.
"I am Gorokteru, from the proud tribe of Red Blade."
That was the warrior's introduction, only granted to an opponent capable of reaping away the orc's life. Having completed its introduction, Gorokteru asked the human male, "And who are you?" Jin-Woo raised his head and quietly spoke. "Shut your mouth and quietly wait for your turn over there." A human just used the language of the orcs?
The orc's surprise lasted only for a moment. Perhaps it was because of the power carried in that man's voice. None of the orcs, which included Gorokteru itself, could even dare to budge an inch from the spot.
Cough, cough.
Jin-Woo gently patted Gina's back as she continued to cough and wheeze while he carefully checked to see if she had sustained any injuries.
Thankfully, he couldn't see any.
With the sole exception of the handprint clearly visible on her neck, that was. Jin-Woo asked, his expression hard and unforgiving.
"Are you all right?"
Appa. Gina finally stopped coughing and jumped into his embrace, tears streaming from her eyes. Jin-Woo gently stroked her hair as if he was soothing a scared child.
Appa? Gina's Appa, that means. Ah! The students finally realized who the man in front of their eyes was. He was Seong Jin-Woo, a hunter ranked S.
"We're saved." The students confirmed Jin-Woo's face and began sobbing again. These tears weren't of despair and fear like the ones from before, but were formed from the mixture of joy and relief they felt.
Sob. It's fine now. I'm here, so everything will be okay.
Jin-Woo gently soothed his sobbing sister, while extending his sensory perception to the rest of the school.
And, within this large school building, the only presence of humans he could pick up on was 17. Jin-Woo's hardened complexion was now dyed in the darkness of rage.
He very cautiously separated his sister from him as she tried hard not to leave his side.
He then called out his shadow soldiers, matching the exact number of the surviving students. "Everyone, follow my summons out of the building."
The students nodded their heads, and the soldiers proceeded to pick them up in an embrace.
As for Gina, he entrusted her especially to Ygritte. "Please wait for me downstairs, okay?
I'm going to join you very soon after dealing with this." Normally, Gina would try to stop Harappa, telling him that they should go together regardless of whether he was a rank S hunter or not.
No, she'd still say that even if he was something greater. But now, she couldn't do that.
Because Jin-Woo's current expression was far too scary for her to say those words. So, Gina could only nod her head. Jin-Woo gave out his signal, and the soldiers carrying the students jumped outside of the destroyed wall one by one. Orcs in the corridor flinched slightly at the sight of the almost caught prey making their escape.
When that happened, Jin-Woo glared at them with his ice-cold eyes. "I told you not to move." Like some kind of a lie, all orcs stopped moving altogether. None of them could go against his glare. One of the orcs, its complexion utterly pale, sneaked its gaze around and cautiously whispered to Goroktaru. "See, Chief."
"Shush."
Goroktaru was in agreement with that orc, though.
It was true that right now wasn't the time to care about those weak prey escaping. No, they should be minding the hunter right in front of their eyes. A fight between hunters would commence very soon, or who eats who would be determined.
Even then, we can't let them get away that easily. Goroktaru sent out a sneaky little signal, and two of its guards moved without making any sounds.
After confirming that all of the students had left the classroom safely, Jin-Woo turned around to face the orcs.
He didn't let them leave because he was worried about them getting injured. These measly orcs. He was confident of killing them all in the blink of an eye.
He simply didn't want to show his little sister or other kids what was about to happen in here, that was all. And now, there were no more eyes watching. Meaning, there was nothing to restrict his actions now. Jin-Woo's gaze briefly drifted towards the stairs outside the classroom. He sensed two orcs going downstairs while hiding their presence to the best of their abilities. It seemed that they were going after the kids, but it didn't matter. He had sent Ygritte there, and Kaisel was circling around in the air, too. So, the remaining task is to deal with these lot, then. Jin-Woo exhaled softly. The exiting air contained a heavy, dense amount of magic energy.
Goroktaru asked him again. "Who are you? How can you speak our tongue?"
Jin-Woo ignored the orc's words and slowly made his way over to them. Realizing that the human male had no intentions to answer back, Goroktaru bared its fangs and shouted out.
"Attack!"
The brave orc warriors pounced on Jin-Woo all at once after hearing the chieftain's order.
Kururoruk!
Korarek! When they did, the time froze. Within this freeze frame of a moment, Jin-Woo leisurely walked in between the orcs that were moving agonizingly slowly, and proceeded to destroy them one by one. He didn't even need to take his weapons out. He only needed to use his finger. Every time Jin-Woo's finger brushed by an orc, heads, shoulders, wrists, waists, and midriffs of the monsters exploded into bits. And after utterly destroying over 20 orcs in one blink of an eye, Jin-Woo stood before Goroktaru. The orc chieftain could only barely keep up with Jin-Woo's afterimage with its eyes. Its trembling lips parted with much difficulty. What? It didn't even have a chance to swing its scimitar. Jin-Woo's left hand grabbed Goroktaru's mouth and jaw, and the orc could only whimper pathetically. Kiak! Jin-Woo walked forward just like that and slammed the orc's head against the corridor's wall. Slam! The empty corridor reverberated with the thunderous boom. Jin-Woo's gaze shifted towards either end of the corridor. It was filled with the remains of the students. It was truly a hard-to-look gruesome sight to behold. However, Jin-Woo didn't avert his gaze and imprinted the sight of every single one of these kids in his mind, just so he could demand reparations from the guilty one responsible. Jin-Woo shifted his eyes to Goroktaru. Why? His voice was incomparably icy. Why does your kind want to kill humans to this extreme level? Goroktaru had long lost its desire to resist and could only tremble in fear as it replied. In our heads, telling us to kill humans. Jin-Woo became momentarily confused. Kill humans? He had heard of the exact same thing before. But, back then, he interpreted the word humans as another term for hunters. But it seemed that the word human really did mean all humans, now that he got to hear this monster's reply. Then? What about me, Jin-Woo asked the orc again. Do you not hear the voice telling you to kill me? He brought his face closer. It was inevitable that Goroktaru would look into Jin-Woo's eyes. The orc began shaking its head and shivered hard as if it had discovered something in there. Forgive. Forgive me. Something impossible happened. The brave and mighty great warrior of the orc race began shedding tears like a little child. Jin-Woo felt the inside of his head suddenly cool off as he watched the terrified monster cowering before him. So, that's how it is. He was not being seen as a human even in this guy's head, was that it? Well, it doesn't really matter. Jin-Woo wasn't all that interested in how monsters viewed him. No, he simply killed them because they were out to harm humans. Goroktaru shivered and continued sob as the fear it couldn't overcome completely enveloped it. Please. Forgive. Jin-Woo replied. I'll forgive you. And then, he summoned the Demon King's short sword. However, do not think that the process will be a painless one for you. The Night Order Guild's assault team could only gasp out in astonishment while spectating on the battles of the monsters. Heek. How could it be? How could anyone call this a raid now? Because, the ants very easily subdued the undead monsters and then, began greedily devouring them. Crunch, crunch. The eyes of the hunters opened wider and wider from this horrifying spectacle. But, if they eat up everything like that, nothing will be left behind, you know? Right. Even the magic crystals. The hunters could only anxiously look on as the top-class magic crystals all ended up in the stomachs of these monsters, summoned creatures. Unable to watch from the sidelines any longer, John Yirim hastily ran out. Don't you know how expensive that is? She tried to wrestle away the corpse of a vampire, but that only managed to annoy the ant, and the creature swung its arm at her direction. Ach! She cried out and tumbled backwards after the ant's claw cut into her forearm. Plop! Oh ouch! Just as she tried to get up while rubbing her butt. Kororuk dash! By the time she regained her wits, the ant monster that swung its arm was standing before her. The creature had its gigantic maw and its horrifying mandibles wide open as if to swallow her head whole. John Yirim's expression froze stiff at that moment. Ah! It was then. Baru had come swooping in and turned that ant around. He opened his own maw wide just like how this ant did a moment ago, and then... Kai dash! And then, he screeched out incredibly loudly. Being subjected to the rage of an existence on another level, the ant creature couldn't even meet Baru's gaze and simply shivered in fear. K-ki-ik. Baru let go of the ant's shoulder, causing the creature to hurriedly scurry away from there. John Yirim watched the scene play out in a total daze, but Baru approached her and extended his hand out. Still stupefied over everything, she grabbed the offered hand and was able to finally stand back up. She was about to say something, only for her lips to stop. Because, she saw the gentle blue light circulating around Baru's fingertips, that was why. Healing magic? John Yirim's brows shot up real high in surprise. The wound in her arm healed up immediately the moment that blue light touched her. After confirming that her wound was completely cured, Baru turned towards the ants and shouted out, "Ki ek!" That caused the ants to end their mealtime and began moving deeper into the dungeon's interior. Jong Yirim watched the back of Baru and murmured to herself, "How can a summon cast better healing magic than me?" The hunters finally arrived in the school. They followed the direction the needle of the magic compass was pointing to and climbed up the stairs. An incredible magic energy reaction was coming from the 6th floor's corridor. The man in charge of the hunters looked behind at his group and spoke. "Be careful." The hunters nodded their heads. And when they eventually arrived on the 6th floor, they got to discover two things. Heek. 1. An orc sliced up into so many pieces that it was impossible to count. 2. A lone man covered in blood standing still with a short sword in his hand. And that person is... The leader of the assault team met Jin-Woo's icy cold eyes and his breath nearly came to a sudden stop. But he recovered somehow and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Yes, Hunter Seong Jin-Woo is here." The leader took a look around and made another report. "The situation has been resolved." Chapter 143 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144. Chapter 144. Because of the nature of the incident itself, a massive crowd of people had rushed towards the school's perimeters. "My son goes to this school. Get out of the way. I need to confirm what happened with my own eyes. Ego. If it weren't for the desperate crowd control efforts by the police and the association's employees, the scene of the incident would have descended into pure pandemonium from the maddened crowd. The reporters had also rushed here as soon as word got out and were now busy snapping away with their cameras. It's Seong Jin-Woo. Take his pictures." Jin-Woo evaded their gazes and wordlessly walked over to someone that seemed to be a staff member of the Hunters Association. This staff member immediately froze up in nervousness after seeing Jin-Woo's face. That was how scary the hunter's complexion looked at that moment. Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. "Where's my sister?" Miss Seong Jina and other students have been transferred to the Seoul Ilsan Hospital. Jin-Woo nodded his head, his expression still remaining grave, and turned around to walk away. The staff member unconsciously swallowed dry saliva while watching his back get further away. Gulp. The first thing those arriving here did was to confirm the status of the student named Seong Jina, as per the instruction from the association. Thankfully, she was unhurt. With the exception of abrasions suffered around her neck and wrists, there were no other injuries on her. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo was the one who had rescued her, so he should know that fact better than anyone, yet. Even then, for him to be that P** set off. It was a good thing that he arrived on time, otherwise, how would he have reacted if something happened to his sister? The staff member shuddered from the terrifying dizziness he suddenly felt just then. It indeed was a huge relief. Contrary to the relief of the staff member, though, Jin-Woo was feeling quite gloomy at the moment as he pulled out his phone. I'm sure Mom's about to get the news. Too many students lost their lives at the hands of the monsters. Rather obviously, his mother would feel like her world was about to crumble after receiving the news. Before that happens, I need to tell her that Gina is okay. He thought as such and was about to tap the call icon, but then, he heard an unexpected voice coming from behind him and stopped. I've already sent some of the association's agents over to speak to your mother, Seong Hunter-nim. They should be on their way to the hospital as we speak. Jin-Woo looked behind him. Mr. Association President. Go Gunhui stood there, his complexion as dark as Jin-Woo's. Even though the president himself was not at fault here, as the person representing South Korea's Hunters Association, he was feeling the burden of responsibility for failing to prevent this tragedy. Jin-Woo could only express his gratitude for Go Gunhui looking out for his family even under the current circumstances. That prompted Go Gunhui to shake his head. No,
It's us that should be thanking you. 17 students survived. It was only because of Jin-Woo's arrival that those students among the trapped in the school building were able to get out of there alive. We are constantly in your debt, Hunter Nim. Jin-Woo could only smile bitterly at that. He could have saved a lot more students if he were able to use the shadow exchange and get here right away. Such regrets seeped clearly into his expression. Go Gunhui could faintly sense what Jin-Woo was feeling right now from his expression. But the older man shook his head. Now isn't the time to wallow in our emotions. Indeed, didn't he have something important to say to this young man? Go Gunhui raised his head. Will you be heading to the hospital now? Jin-Woo thought back to the gate in Gwanganri, but quickly stopped worrying about it. His MP remained the same as before. Meaning, Baru and his ants were conquering the dungeon without encountering any problem at the moment. Well, it's not just any soldier but Baru, so it'll be fine. There was no need to worry about the progress of the raid right now. Yes, I am. Please, let me give you a ride there, No, I'll be fine. Please, allow me. There is something else I wish to talk to you about on the way, as well. Jin-Woo initially declined, thinking that the offer was made out of courtesy, but he nodded his head after seeing the earnest attitude of the association president. All right, I will. Jin-Woo followed Go Gunhui's guidance and they both climbed into the back seat of the waiting car. Even though it was a full-size saloon, the back seat felt cramped after Go Gunhui's huge frame and Jin-Woo's wide shoulders climbed aboard. Woo Jin-Cheol was sitting in the driver's seat and nodded his greeting through the rearview mirror. Jin-Woo also nodded slightly as his greeting. The car slowly set forward and only then did the association president stop hesitating and speak up. In a way, you could say that today's tragedy has been foretold in advance. His expression was hard. On the other hand, Jin-Woo was feeling confused. Does that mean the association didn't do anything about an incident they could have prevented in advance? Before his confusion had the chance to transform into anger, the association president pulled out his phone and showed Jin-Woo its display. It showed a graphical chart. This shows the increase in the gate activity around the city of Seoul for the last 6 months. The dots drew a gentle curvature, but when it got nearer to present, it suddenly spiked up steeply. And this side shows the stats from around the world. If the association president didn't make that clear, Jin-Woo might have mistaken them for two of the exact same thing. That was how similar looking the inclines in those two graphs were. The numbers of gates appearing has spiked up noticeably throughout the world. Go Gunhui's complexion got darker and darker. However, that isn't the only strange thing. He returned the phone back into his inner jacket pocket and carried on. People wanting to confirm their Awaken rankings are practically lining up in a long queue outside the association every day now. The number of gates where monsters come out was increasing, and at the same time, the number of hunters who were supposed to block the gates was also increasing. As if to maintain a balance. Seeing Jin-Woo's interested expression, the association president spoke in a complicated tone of voice. We think that. Go Gunhui ended his lengthy explanation while implying that it was only his personal hypothesis. Something is changing. Jin-Woo nodded his head. This was indeed interesting information. Anyone could tell something big was afoot from that data. Unfortunately, that didn't mean Jin-Woo could do anything about them right now. It was the same story for Go Gunhui, as well. Also, a simple phone call would have sufficed if it was about sharing of information and a hypothesis. Jin-Woo thought that association president wouldn't have taken time out of his packed schedule to simply have this conversation. In that case, what you wished to talk to me about was. As if he was waiting for that, Go Gunhui picked up a briefcase resting by the footwell and pulled out various documents from there. Japan, the States, China, Russia, France, Britain, Germany, and even from the Middle East. All the nations with some international clout were brought up abruptly.
These are all the official documents sent in from those nations that wish to make contact with you, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim. I'm fairly certain that some of them even have made unofficial contacts with you already. Jin-Woo briefly recalled the incident involving the American Hunter Bureau's people, but decided not to mention it. In all honesty, we at the Hunters Association simply don't have any rights to stop these people. No, we can only protect your personal information according to your request. Jin-Woo silently listened to the older man's story. I know that everything depends on your decision, Seong Jin-Woo Hunternim, but I fear that our country will not be able to adapt to the incoming changes if you decide to leave us. Rather than a concrete answer, Jin-Woo shifted his gaze out of the car's window. As he fell deeper into a myriad of distracting thoughts, one of the biggest hospitals in the country entered his view. It was the very hospital where Gina had been admitted to. We will provide you with every convenience we can possibly provide. Go Gunui stuffed the documents back inside the briefcase and asked Jin-Woo with a tense expression. So, would you please remain in South Korea? The Night Order's assault team chased after the ants and arrived at the boss chamber's entrance. Jong Yuntae's eyes grew extra large after he spotted the ants that began entering the boss chamber. Hyung-nim, shouldn't we try to stop them? I don't think I can. Indeed, Park Jong-soo was not confident at all of persuading the summoned creatures that they needed to stop the raid for the moment, so they could start retrieving the remains of the dead monsters and the magic crystals. He could only spit out a resigned sigh. Yup, let's just forget about it. His thoughts just went and did a 180. They entered this gate in order to let the world know that the Night Order Guild was still going strong, didn't they? It'd be perfectly acceptable to show the world that they could still clear a rank A dungeon, the highest rated one at that, without a single casualty or someone getting injured badly during the raid itself. Not only that, without Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's presence, too. Wasn't it the case of no one would know of what happened inside a dungeon? Even if those ants managed to defeat the boss, the folks outside would only remember the name of the Night Order Guild, not the creatures Hunter Seong Jin-Woo summoned out before leaving in a hurry. Better still, once the boss died and the gate closed, there would be no way to confirm the truth. Judging from Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's personality, he wasn't the type to go around blabbing his mouth, either. Park Jong-soo's thought process arrived at that point and a smile floated up on his lips. Well, isn't this a fortune among misfortunes? It was then. The hunters at the back of the pack suddenly became rather noisy. Chairman? There are a lot of things coming from our rear. Yeah, I can hear them coming, too. Park Jong-soo tilted his head and walked to the rear of the team. And for sure, he could hear lots of footsteps as well. Wait, did the retrieval team enter the gate already? But, the highly trained retrieval team of the Night Order Guild wouldn't have entered a dungeon without receiving an order first, so how could this be? Just as such thoughts entered his head. Heek. Park Jong-soo's brows shot up high. Because, the undead monsters, those the ants didn't snack on, were busy rushing to where the assault team was, all of them fully revived back to how they were. See, could it be? Did the ants chow up the undead because they knew this might happen? Such a thought only lasted for a moment in his head. Park Jong-soo realized that his team wouldn't be able to deal with that many monsters, and hurriedly shouted out to his teammates. Everyone, enter the boss room, now. Their sole hope for survival was the summoned creatures left behind by Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. The assault team didn't even have a chance to confirm what was waiting for them inside the boss chamber and hurriedly jumped in. After confirming that every last hunter had entered, Park Jong-soo shouted out, veins popping up in his throat. Block the exit. Jong Yurim activated her skill, Holy Wall, and blocked up the entryway connecting the boss room and the passageway before it. Slam dash. Boom dash. The Death Knight standing in front of the rushing horde noisily pounded on the invisible barrier. Her forehead soaked in cold sweat now, Jong Yurim turned her head towards Park Jong-soo. Chairman. I won't be able to hold this for more than 5 minutes, tops. I know. Not only Park Jong-soo, but the rest of the assault team members had finished preparing for a battle in case the wall was breached. But, when they took a good look at the undead monsters pressing forward like a horde of insects on the other side of the wall, they began doubting whether they had any chances of winning here. All we can do here now is to pray that the summons kill the boss quickly and open up the path for us. Park Jong-soo looked back at the ants that should be facing off against the boss with a pair of desperate eyes. He prayed that the boss was an easy monster to fight. Oh, my dear Lord! His eyes opened even wider than before. The boss monster currently standing in a face-off against the ants was something even Park Jong-soo knew of, after hearing about it many times in the past. A pale-faced mage wearing a tattered robe, the Arch-Lich. It was the strongest undead-type monster, thought to be the creature at the top of the undead food chain. Why did it have to be a D*MN Arch-Lich? Park Jong-soo's complexion darkened considerably. He prayed for the summoned creatures to quickly kill the boss and help them out, but then, the opponent turned out to be a D*MN Arch-Lich. It'd be more realistic for the hunters to get rid of the scores of undead first and help the summoned creatures out next. It was then. Baru took a step forward towards the Arch-Lich. The Arch-Lich then immediately summoned over a dozen Death Knights around the ants and surrounded them. Ki-he dash. Baru bared his fangs and extended its claws out. The Arch-Lich recognized the black smoke continuously rising up from Baru's entire body. It was almost as if the completely empty eye sockets had widened for a second there. The Shadow Army? The language of the monsters came out from the Arch-Lich's mouth. Baru retracted his claws after hearing the boss's words. The Arch-Lich swept its gaze around the ants behind Baru and asked in a puzzled voice. Why is the king's personal army attacking us? Ka-keek. Baru leaked out a sound that sounded like a cackle of ridicule, before pointing to himself. We have been chosen by the king. And then, he pointed at the Arch-Lich. And you weren't. The Arch-Lich couldn't believe it, its voice now containing a trace of anger. That can't be. I shall personally report to the king, and ... Unfortunately, even before the Arch-Lich could finish its sentence, Baru appeared right before its stunned eyes. The shoulders of the Arch-Lich quivered momentarily. Baru was a high-class monster that the owner of a rank S dungeon sacrificed its own life force to create. Even if its overall stats had fallen a little ever since becoming a shadow soldier, there was just no way that an owner of a measly rank A dungeon, an Arch-Lich, could fight against Baru. The former Ant King simply thrust its hand into the shocked boss's chest without hesitation. Stab! The hand pierced through the chest, along with a pendant hanging on the Arch-Lich's neck. Ki-ok! Baru's hand exiting from the back of the Arch-Lich was grasping the pendant now. That piece of jewelry was basically the heart of the Arch-Lich. It wasn't all that difficult for Baru, once a top monster himself, to detect what was supplying the life force to his enemy. The Arch-Lich desperately shook its head. No. This can't be. However, Baru didn't pay any attention to the pleading of his enemy and simply crushed the pendant in his hand. Crack! You talk too much for someone about to die. Along with Baru's words, the body of the Arch-Lich crumbled to dust. Chapter 144 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. Chapter 145. Park Jong-soo's jaw dropped to the floor. He was so shocked that he needed some time to process the event his own two eyes had witnessed just now. How could it kill the Arch-Lich in one hit? There was an event that catapulted the Arch-Lich as a pretty infamous creature among the boss-level monsters. And that would be the incident of the Gold Dragon Guild's annihilation. An entire guild was completely destroyed by a single Arch-Lich. Not just any guild either, but one that was supposed to be quite powerful even within China, no less. But then again, that might have been an obvious result.
The Archlich could continuously summon out Death Knights anytime it wanted to. And one Death Knight was a very powerful undead-type monster that required the bitter struggle of multiple Ranka hunters to defeat. If you underestimated the boss monster simply because it didn't have any guards around it initially, then you'd not be able to escape the fate of total destruction. In the end, a dungeon break occurred from the gate the Gold Dragon Guild failed to close. China's own Special Authority rank hunter Lu Zhigang arrived in the nick of time so the incident didn't turn into a catastrophe, but still, many hunters got to know the terror an Archlich posed through this incident. But now, that mutated ant summon killed the Archlich in one hit. What an astonishing event that was. Maybe it wasn't only Park Jong-soo who thought like this, because Jong Yuntae standing next to him also couldn't seem to close his slack jaw at all. Oh, my god, ... As if he couldn't believe his own eyes, he asked Park Jong-soo for another confirmation. Hyung Nim, wasn't that an Archlich? Yeah, it was. The thing that came out of the gate during that Gold Dragon Guild incident. If that's true, then that ant just one-shot an Archlich. Jong Yuntae now formed a completely disbelieving expression. Other hunters also heard the conversation taking place between Park Jong-soo and Jong Yuntae, and failed to hide their extreme shock as well. An Archlich? That thing was an Archlich? And the ant took it down in one hit? Whoa! Just as the entirety of the Night Order Guild's assault team was being astonished by Jin-Woo's summon that could kill the boss of a Ranka dungeon in the blink of an eye. The multi-talented healer Jong Yirem, currently sweating profusely while trying to hold back the tide of the undead monsters, was dying of curiosity regarding what happened behind her back. What was that? What happened? However, her curiosity couldn't be maintained for long. Something quite surprising started happening right in front of her eyes, that was why. All those undead monsters, rampaging around as if they were only a moment away from breaking past the holy wall, suddenly collapsed on the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Plop. Plop. And then, they didn't stand back up again. See, Chairman? Jong Yirem was startled by this sudden turn of event and hurriedly looked behind her. Park Jong-soo was nodding his head. The Archlich must have had something to do with the defeated undead monsters reviving in full. He really did feel utterly dazed and lost at the sight of the crazed horde of the monsters rushing in like a black tidal wave, wondering what would happen to him and his group, but now it felt like he could breathe easy again. Phew. Behind Park Jong-soo busy sighing out in relief, the hunters standing there failed to hide their elated expressions. They were all excited at the idea of exiting from this dungeon safe and sound. Hyung Nim, you worked hard. What do you mean, I worked hard? It's those guys that worked hard, not me. Park Jong-soo used his chin to point and Jong Yuntae looked behind him. The summons were all standing still unmoving and staring at the human hunters as if to ask where are we going next? Well, them standing around like that and not budging makes them look a wee bit cuter. However, one of the ants must have felt bored, because, for no apparent reason, it loudly screeched towards the ceiling. Kai kai dash. Just like that, Jong Yuntae's expression that contained a hint of favorable impression towards the creatures flew away in an instant. Swish. Jong Yuntae swiveled his head back and asked his boss. Hyung Nim. Isn't this the same as Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim solo clearing this dungeon? Yup, more or less. Park Jong-soo also agreed with that assessment. In the deeper parts of the dungeon, where the difficulty was at its highest, the Night Order Guild's assault team did nothing but just followed around the ant monsters. And those ants were Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's summoned creatures. In the end, it was the same thing as Jin-Woo clearing the dungeon all by himself, just as Jong Yuntae had alluded to. What a scary power. They had seen the extent of his power in Jeju Island, but having witnessed it for real, they had to concede the fact that he possessed an incredible ability. The fact that the summoned creatures were capable of displaying levels of combat prowess easily exceeding their imagination, and the fact that Song Hunter was able to freely control these summons, left a deep mental shock in the Night Order's hunters. Which means, Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim doesn't even need to enter a gate and still gets to clear it by just sending these guys in, no?
Jong Yoon-tae spoke without thinking too much about what he was saying. However, Park Jong-soo felt goosebumps break out all over his skin after he thought about what his deputy just mentioned in passing.
Hold up. The number of summons Hunter Seong brought out back in Jeju Island was at least over 200. That was only from those that got caught on camera.
So, it was difficult to even estimate how many more he could actually summon out at once. What if he didn't even need to make a single move, but simply send out his summons to clear out dungeons? But there must be some exhaustion of magic energy when summoning out and controlling these creatures, so he might not be able to use them all at the same time, but
just half of his summons.
No, even if that guy could only utilize half of that half, his method would be so much more efficient than what other large guilds could even come up with.
Ugh.
Park Jong-soo suddenly realized that he'd have invested his entire life savings if Hunter Seong's guild was a publicly traded company. Hyung Nim, let's not waste more time and push ahead with merging our guild with Seong Hunter Nim's guild.
This guy, really now?
Park Jong-soo glared scarily at Jong Yoon-tae, before his expression became a lot more serious.
Refer to it as MNA, okay? MNA.
The new guild created by the best hunter, and one of the 5 major guilds in the country, the Night Order, pushing forward for the MNA.
How nice sounding is that? TL, MNA equals mergers and acquisitions. Kiok? Jong Yoon-tae flinched grandly. You really want to try your luck with that, Hyung Nim? Think about it.
Combine Seong Hunter Nim's abilities with our guild's know-how, even the likes of the Hunters Guild should be terrified by our potential, man.
Would Vice Chairwoman Cha Hae-in leave the Hunters Guild and join hands with Hunter Seong for no reason? Of course not.
Elation bubbled up in Jong Yoon-tae's face as he nodded, but then, he began rubbing his chin and tilted his head.
But then, Hyung Nim, you honestly believe that Seong Hunter Nim needs us?
Tisk.
Park Jong-soo tooted and explained in detail. Do you really think that Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim will be able to disregard the law if he wants to work? Excuse me? Even if it's possible for his summons to clear dungeons, he still needs to fill up the minimum headcount for the raid team, no? Oh. Hearing that plausible explanation, Jong Yoon-tae's expression brightened up once more. You're right, Hyung Nim.
As the two men stared at each other with happy smiles on their faces, the ground beneath their feet trembled ever so softly.
Rumble. Egu. Park Jong-soo stopped wasting time. With the death of the boss-level monster, the gate was starting to close up.
Well, let's carry on our discussion after we get out of here first.
Yes, Hyung Nim.
Park Jong-soo loudly called out to the rest of the assault team still waiting for his orders. Everyone, let's all get out of this place before the gate closes down.
You'll provide all the convenience you can?
Yes, that's correct. Jin-Woo's question was met with Association President Go Gun-Hui's assured answer. Officially, there were 10 Rank S hunters recorded in the Korean Hunters Association's database. But, they had lost 3 now.
2 died at the hands of monsters, while 1 abandoned Korea for America.
From the perspective of the Hunters Association, they could not afford to be hands-off in this matter anymore. They wanted to do everything they could. This wasn't just the opinion of Association President Go Gun-Hui, but the rest of the association as well.
Unless it's the other Rank S hunters.
They definitely could not afford to let Hunter Seong Jin-Woo slip away. Go Gun-Hui's eyes gleamed with the light of determination. As the representative of the Hunters Association, he had met countless hunters over the years. Several of them were those whom you'd qualify as some of the strongest in the world, as well. However, Seong Jin-Woo was the first hunter ever to make his heart race this madly. Not just as the association president, but as the citizen of this nation, he definitely wanted Jin-Woo to remain in South Korea.
We will provide you with every convenience we can possibly provide. Those words expressed the association president Go Gun-Hui's strong will to keep Jin-Woo in the country.
They also contained how highly the older man thought of the young hunter, as well.
If that's the case.
Jin-Woo thought for a little while, before opening his mouth.
Will you let me enter high-ranking gates all by myself in the future? Pardon me?
When he was faced with a completely unexpected demand, Go Gunhui's eyes opened up wide.
Are you asking me to exclude you from the minimum headcount rule? Jin-Woo nodded his head. Ha!
The regulation regarding the number of raid team members was the minimum safety net in place for the hunters.
It was a policy to prevent the incidence of hunters entering a dungeon without sufficient preparation and losing their lives. However, did Hunter Song require such a safety net when his summons could beat down countless rank S monsters?
Abruptly recalling a certain scene from the ant tunnel raid, Go Gunhui asked as his expression tensed up.
By any chance, the raid permits your guild will be issued with, are you planning to clear those gates all by yourself? Yes. Go Gunhui became speechless from Jin-Woo's straightforward reply.
There was not one trace of worry in his voice.
Could it be that he made the guild just for this? Did he do that so he could solo clear high-ranking dungeons?
There were many powerful hunters throughout the world, but none of them planned their raids in this manner. But, when the images of this Jin-Woo confidently chatting away, and the Jin-Woo back in the ant tunnel summoning countless soldiers to sweep away the ant monsters, overlapped in Go Gunhui's eyes, the older man suddenly began shivering almost uncontrollably.
A one-man army.
For Go Gunhui, who had been constantly worried about the unchecked growth of the major guilds, that proved to be one hell of an attractive concept.
Ba-dump, B-A-dump.
His heart began racing again. Go Gunhui placed his hand on the chest that began to hurt a little, and formed a bitter smile after comparing himself to the virile and healthy-looking Jin-Woo.
Will it be difficult?
Jin-Woo asked, but Go Gunhui immediately shook his head.
It's not going to be impossible, that.
Indeed, it wouldn't be impossible, but it'd be quite difficult, nonetheless.
That was what Go Gunhui thought. But, just what kind of man was he?
He was the president of the Hunters Association, a rank S hunter, and the member of the National Assembly. This was a request from not just anyone, but Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. Even if it was a tough request, there would be nothing holding Go Gunhui back from fulfilling it.
And if that was enough to keep Hunter Song in South Korea, then all the better for it. Leave it to me. Jin-Woo grinned brightly after hearing Go Gunhui's confident reply. Nice.
One of the things that could have proved to be a source of headache got resolved just now.
Thank you, Dot.
Jin-Woo smiled and expressed his gratitude, and Go Gunhui replied with a smile of his own. I always bring this up, but well, it should be us thanking you, Hunter Nim.
Screech.
The large saloon carrying the two stopped at a bit of distance away from the hospital's entrance. Let us speak again soon, Song Hunter Nim.
Of course. After sharing simple goodbyes, Jin-Woo climbed out of the car.
The news of the victims being transferred to this hospital must have gotten around, because there were a lot of reporters camping by the entrance already. The car stopping a fair distance away from the entrance was all due to Woo Jin-cheol's consideration. There was little doubt that another commotion would have broken out if the car carrying the association president came to a stop in front of the hospital and Jin-Woo climbed out from there. It's times like this that being famous can get really annoying. Jin-Woo shook his head and used stealth to conceal himself.
Inside the office of the Eugene Constructions chairman.
Chairman Yu Myung-han, who had been taking a nap on the impossibly wide desk, slowly raised his slouched torso up.
Sunlight entered at an angle through the windows.
He felt his eyelids getting impossibly heavier, and it seemed that he eventually had fallen into a bit of slumber. On the couch located in front of the desk, the right-hand man of Yu Myung-han, Secretary Kim, was sitting upright and looking back at his boss. Yu Myung-han rubbed his face to chase away the remaining sleepiness and spoke up.
Looks like I have napped for a little while. How long was I asleep for? Secretary Kim looked at his wristwatch and then raised his head back up again.
Sir, you've been asleep for 23 hours and 46 minutes. Yu Myung-han's hand rubbing his face came to a sudden stop. I've been waiting here in order to carry out your order of escorting you to the hospital if you don't wake up after 24 hours have elapsed, sir.
Was it that illness striking again?
Yu Myung-han's face, his hand no longer covering it, was frozen stiff. He would sometimes fall into a state of deep sleep without any warning signs, and once asleep, it became harder and harder to wake up. The eternal sleep disorder. Although the process was slow, this disease definitely dragged all of its victims to death's doorway. Secretary Kim strode quickly forward and stood before Yu Myung-han.
Sir, there are 2 things I need to inform you about.
What are they? As befitting his nickname of Pokerface, Yu Myung-han had already wiped off all traces of worry from his face and reverted back to his regular stoic expression. Secretary Kim picked up the newspaper resting at the corner of the large desk and politely placed it before Yu Myung-han.
Somewhat puzzled, Yu Myung-han quickly picked the paper up and browsed through it.
The article dominating the front page was about the event of a gate opening up in a school somewhere in Seoul, causing the devastating losses of hundreds of high school students.
Tisk, TSK.
Yu Myung-han grimaced after seeing that terrible news. What a terrible incident this is. Make sure our company donates something to the school and to the victims.
Yes, sir. But, Chairman, that's not it. Yu Myung-han put the paper down.
Secretary Kim bowed slightly and carefully flipped the page of the newspaper, so the next page could be seen.
There was a large photo dominating this page.
This is the photograph I wanted to show to you, sir. The tip of Secretary Kim's finger stopped by at a certain lady within that photo.
This woman.
Do you recall who she is, sir? The photo was of a hospital where the survivors of that horrible incident had been admitted to.
Secretary Kim had singled out a certain woman among the many pictured. She was hurriedly running into the hospital's entrance.
Quite coincidentally, she was someone Chairman Yu Myung-han still remembered quite clearly.
But, how? Yu Myung-han never forgot a person's face. And he definitely had seen that woman's photograph before.
She was none other than Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's mother.
But, I thought Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's mother suffered from the eternal sleep, too?
He had studied Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's profile several times in great detail. A person who, according to Yu Myung-han's knowledge, should be confined to a bed and unable to move while completely dependent on the life support machines, was walking around looking completely healthy. The thing Secretary Kim wanted to talk to him about, Chairman Yu Myung-han finally realized what that was. His hand gripping the newspaper began trembling.
Can you find out for me what happened in detail?
Understood, sir.
Thank you.
As his response to Yu Myung-han's praise, Secretary Kim bowed again for a brief moment, before raising his head again. After putting the newspaper back down again, Yu Myung-han quietly opened his mouth.
You said there are 2 things I need to know about.
Yes, sir.
What is the second matter, then?
Yu Myung-han raised his head and met Secretary Kim's gaze.
And the light in the latter's eyes wasn't so good.
This was one of Kim's old habits. He always brought up the good news first, then spoke the bad news the last. Secretary Kim displayed some hints of hesitation, before speaking up as if he decided to give up. The young miss has returned home yesterday.
As if waiting for that declaration. Clung. The door to the chairman's office was flung wide open and an intellectual-type beauty rushed inside.
Chairman Yu Myung-han's daughter, Yu Jin-Woo, saw how thin her father had become and tears began wetting her eyes.
How long have you been like this, father? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.
Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 146. Chapter 146, Chapter 146.
Camera flashes went off every few seconds as a slim woman with natural black hair assumed several different poses.
Good, that's good.
A wide grin didn't want to leave the face of the photographer as he snapped away with his camera. Click. The final click of the shutter rang out and the photographer raised his head. This is great.
Nicely done.
Cousin/older sister of Yoo Jin-ho, as well as his best friend, Yoo Soo-hyun, smiled brightly and bowed her head to the director.
Thank you for your hard work. You too, Miss Soo-hyun. All thanks to Yoo Soo-hyun's rather affable personality, the photoshoots she participated in were always filled with jovial laughter.
It was to such an extent that, even those photographers previously unwilling to work with her because of her image as the daughter of a chaebol family, would actively seek her out for more photoshoots after working with her just once.
Thank you. Thanks for your work today.
With a bright expression, Yoo Soo-hyun thanked the photographer and other staff members of the shoot, before trotting over to her coordinator who also happened to be her manager as well.
Uni, did Jin-Woo call me back? TL, Uni equals honorific to denote older female by another female, usually younger.
The coordinator shook her head, her expression one of worry. Yoo Soo-hyun had tried to call her cousin 4 times already. She could only pout unhappily at the fact that her diligence hadn't been rewarded with a reply so far.
She's supposed to be back in the country since yesterday, so how come I can't get in touch with her?
Yoo Soo-hyun heard the news of her cousin, studying abroad, briefly making a trip home around yesterday morning. She had been involved in a photo shoot that lasted the whole night and was fast asleep when her cousin's call came through.
Who'd have thought that missing one phone call would lead to such a hassle?
There was utterly not a peep from her cousin since then.
Did something happen to her? No, that couldn't be.
Yoo Soo-hyun shook her head. That girl was none other than Yoo Jin-Woo, the eldest daughter of Yoo Myung-han, the owner of the biggest corporation in South Korea. The odds of something bad happening to her was about the same as a rank S hunter entering a dungeon only to meet with a grisly end.
Uni, give me my phone back for a sec, please.
Yoo Soo-hyun took the phone back, thinking that she'd try her luck again. But then, her phone suddenly began vibrating and a bright expression immediately formed on her face.
Is this from Jin-Woo?
However, she began pouting again after confirming who the caller was.
Idiot.
Yoo Soo-hyun tapped on the answer icon and spoke in an annoyed voice.
Hello? Nuna. TL, honorific to denote older female by a younger male.
It was from Yoo Jin-ho, regrettably. Yoo Soo-hyun was well aware of the fact that this kid would only call her Nuna if he wanted something from her. She spat out a grand sigh in her heart and asked him.
Do you know by any chance where Jin-Woo is right now? Nuna? What about my Nuna? Wait, is she in Korea?
Now that she thought about it for a sec, didn't this kid get chased out of his own home after rejecting his father's order of becoming the Yujin Guild's master? Indeed, this cousin of hers proved to be of no help whatsoever, even now.
No, never mind.
Okay, so what did you call me for? Surely, he wouldn't be calling her for another drinking binge like the last time. It was then, Yoo Jin-ho's rather exhilarated voice came out of the phone.
Nuna, don't you want to join our guild? What on earth was he on about, out of the blue?
A thin frown formed for a second there on Yoo Soo-hyun's fine, smooth forehead. Your guild? She was so dumbfounded that she simply had to ask again. Instead of getting dragged to my father's guild and acting like its public relations mouthpiece, don't you think it'll be a lot better for you to leave your name on our guild's employee list and do whatever you want? And this was the rather remarkable reply she got in return. Yoo Soo-hyun's voice became quite low as she got more and more suspicious.
And why do you need my name in the first place? We're still short of one last guild founding member, you see. Wait, are you telling me to join a guild that's not even a real thing yet?
Yeah.
Yoo Jin-ho answered back oh so innocently.
Yoo Soo-hyun felt her head slowly develop a pulsing migraine simply from wondering just what this kid believed in to become such an optimistic human being.
No, besides all that. Just who could be the other person, then?
Rather than the idiot asking her to put her name down as one of the guild's founding members, she was getting a lot more suspicious of the other person's reasoning for wanting to make a guild with this idiot, instead. You aren't acting like this 'cause some shady character sweet-talked you into it, right? Who'd want to create a guild with a rank D hunter possessing a negligible amount of hunting experience other than swindlers? However, Yoo Jin-Ho's response was rather different from her expectations. Phut. From the other side of the phone line, the sound of a chuckle formed when the corner of one's lips arched up came out, followed soon after by a relaxed voice. You'll be shocked if you find out who that shady character is, you know? Okay, who is it? Phut. I'm hanging up. Ah. Hold on, wait. Her hand moving towards the end call icon stopped as the desperately pleading voice came out of the speaker. Yoo Soo-hyun smirked and placed the phone back against her ear. I'm giving you 3 seconds to tell me. 3, 2. Seong Jin-Woo. Seong Jin-Woo? Yoo Soo-hyun's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets after hearing that rather unexpected name. You mean, that hunter Seong Jin-Woo? Phut. You mean, that rank S hunter who single-handedly smashed apart Ri Min-sung's press conference before suddenly disappearing from everyone's view? I think you're being surprised by the wrong thing here, though? Are you really telling me that it's him? Regardless of what Yoo Jin-Ho's retort was like, Seong Jin-Woo would forever be the rank S hunter who stepped on the pride of that arrogant jerk-off Ri Min-sung in Yoo Soo-hyun's eyes. Just how refreshed did she feel back then? A lot. Fu. If what Yoo Jin-Ho said was true, then it was not that difficult to understand that bottomless, sky-high confidence of his. Well, Jin-Ho might like to put on airs sometimes, but he's not the type to lie, so, what? Yoo Soo-hyun pondered for a second or two, before asking her cousin again. Can we meet up and talk? Of course. Why don't you come to our office? Hyungnim said he'd be stopping by later, too. What's the address? Yoo Soo-hyun took a post-it note from nearby and quickly jotted down the address. She did her best to calm her bubbling excitement down and made her reply. I'm on my way right now. See you later, Nuna. Click. That's where the conversation came to its end. The coordinator, accidentally overhearing the contents of the call, sent out a probing question. Do you need to go somewhere? Are you even planning to drop out of the after-party? Nod. Yoo Soo-hyun rapidly swapped out of her modeling clothes and packed her belongings as if she didn't even have the time to explain herself. There's someone I wanted to meet, you see. Who? I'll explain later. Yoo Soo-hyun tried to brush it aside and was about to leave the shoot location, but the coordinator hurriedly called out and stopped her. Please tell me who it is. I need to know who it is so I can report back to the chairman. Yoo Soo-hyun's father was the chairman of the XX Pharmaceuticals. When his daughter told him that she wanted to work in the entertainment industry, he came up with a single condition. And that would be her being accompanied around by a chaperone all the time. Naturally, the coordinator was hired by Yoo Soo-hyun's father. Meaning, she was Yoo Soo-hyun's coordinator, her manager, as well as her monitor. Yoo Soo-hyun belatedly remembered that her coordinator Uni would get scolded by her father if she left without saying a single word like this. So, she turned around and grinned refreshingly before making her reply. It's Mr. Seong Jin-Woo. Yoo Soo-hyun quickly ran off after that. The coordinator's expression was slowly filling up with worry as she watched the distancing back of her charge. The chairman will throw a fit when he learns of his daughter meeting a man without permission. The coordinator tooted for a little while, before she began recalling what Yoo Soo-hyun had said. Wait. Who did she say she was meeting again? Didn't the coordinator hear that person's name before somewhere? She carefully combed through her memories only for her brows to shoot up in surprise. She quickly swiveled her head towards the exit Yoo Soo-hyun used only a moment ago. Who did you say it was again? It's not here either. Yoo Jin-Ho stared daggers at the computer screen while chewing on his fingernails.
Not here. It's not here, too.
From a certain point in time, all thread forums and posts slagging his dear Hyung-Nim off had vanished from the view.
But, then again, such a thing wasn't that hard to understand why. His Hyung-Nim rescued Rank S hunters from Jeju Island. He then closed a Rank B gate in double time and cleared up the heavy traffic.
And yesterday, he saved the lives of a whole bunch of high school students as well.
So, it'd be far stranger to find someone trying to badmouth Hyung-Nim now.
Those persistently annoying anti-Hyung-Nim idiots had been mostly driven away into oblivion, all due to Yoo Jin-ho's own concerted efforts as well as everything Hyung-Nim had done so far. Even those rarer-than-rare negative comments that cropped up on articles concerning Hyung-Nim couldn't endure against the concentrated crossfire of other commenters, and would eventually get deleted.
This was excellent news.
Indeed, it was a great development.
But, why am I? Why was he feeling so empty right now?
It felt like the things he could do was decreasing one by one, what with things going like this. Click, click. Yoo Jin-ho formed a saddened expression and operated his mouse.
In the meantime, the office's door quietly opened up.
Jin-Woo was entering the premise. Yoo Jin-ho's complexion brightened up after confirming Jin-Woo's face, and he quickly stood up to bow his head.
You came, Hyung-Nim?
Yeah. Jin-Woo looked quite fatigued.
But, that was rather understandable, really. He had been staying next to Jin-A's side from last night till this morning.
He briefly stopped by his home to get a quick wash-up before showing up here. In case a Ranka gate suddenly popped up in the hospital, he even left Baru in her shadow to deal with all the threats coming from there.
Yoo Jin-ho asked in an anxious voice. Hyung-Nim, is your sister doing okay? Fortunately, yeah.
Jin-Woo kept his answer short. He was trying hard to show that everything was fine, but then, he was still her older brother and couldn't stop worrying about her. Even the doctor in charge recommended that she needed to be in close observation for the time being, as the mental shock she suffered would have been quite serious.
I hope she can quickly overcome this.
After all, she was a bright, energetic kid to begin with. All Jin-Woo could do now was to cheer her on in his heart.
It was then. Oh my gosh.
You were telling the truth. The surprised voice of a woman came from Jin-Woo's side. He turned around to find Yoo Soo-hyun exiting from the conference suite with a pair of very large eyes staring back at him. Jin-Woo shifted his gaze over to Yoo Jin-ho and silently asked him.
And she is, dot.
Yoo Jin-ho replied with a pair of tense eyes.
It's her, Hyung-Nim.
Before arriving here, Jin-Woo had already heard the gist of the situation from Yoo Jin-ho.
There is this one person that perfectly fits your criteria, Hyung-Nim. How about meeting her, at least once?
Someone who carried around a hunter license but couldn't be bothered about the matters of the guild, yet worthy of their trust.
And, she's even a Ranka hunter, too.
Her rank wasn't all that important, though. In any case, the first impression she gave off was not bad at all, perhaps owing to her clear eyes and her bright smile.
They shared quick and simple introductions.
Excuse me. Before they could sign the contract, Jin-Woo decided to ask her about something he was curious about. If you do this, your relationship with your uncle might get a lot more tricky.
Will that be fine with you? That's still better than getting mixed up with Yoo Jin-sung, you know. Yoo Jin-sung?
Jin-Woo looked back to Yoo Jin-ho, and the latter embarrassedly scratched the back of his head.
He's my older brother, Hyung-Nim. Ah, that bad personality older brother he talked about.
Right, Yoo Jin-sung was supposed to take over the guild if Yoo Jin-ho failed to cut the mustard, wasn't it?
Jin-Woo quietly nodded his head.
This wouldn't have happened if Yoo Jin-ho did as he was told and took over the Yujin guild. In a way, Yoo Soo-hyun was another victim of the choice Yoo Jin-ho made.
Because of this kid, many people are being greatly inconvenienced, aren't they,
Jin-Woo shifted his slightly narrowed eyes over to Yoo Jin-ho. The latter formed a happy smile, not knowing what was in the former's mind. While Jin-Woo was groaning inwardly, Yoo Soo-hyun cautiously walked up to him.
Excuse me. Yes? She was blushing just a little bit.
It seemed like she had something important to say to him, judging from how her eyes were quietly trembling like that. Jin-Woo also formed a serious expression.
Is there something you'd like to ask me?
Yoo Soo-hyun hesitated slightly, but after hearing his words, she worked up enough courage to ask him. Her eyes even began sparkling.
Can we take a selfie together? I wish to upload it to my SNS profile. The chairman's office of the XX Pharmaceuticals.
The younger brother of Yoo Myung-han, Yoo Suk-ho's expression was far more grave and serious than ever before.
Are you telling me the truth?
Yes, sir. The coordinator nodded her head. She looked quite scared at the moment.
My little girl is meeting up with Hunter Seong Jin-Woo?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Can it be another man with the same name?
I was also feeling unsure about that, but this. The coordinator rummaged through her pockets and cautiously pulled out her phone.
Yoo Soo-hyun's SNS profile was displayed on the phone screen.
Yoo Suk-ho's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets after he saw the last uploaded image.
Wasn't that really the face of the hunter that kept showing up in the news lately?
This is. Yoo Suk-ho glared daggers until he could almost bore a hole through the photo, but eventually, he began massaging his forehead and spat out a soft groan.
Ha! Hey, are you alright, sir?
Please leave me alone for a while.
Pardon me? Aha! Didn't I say to leave me alone?
Yoo Suk-ho returned the phone back to the coordinator and almost literally chased her out of his office. And then, having made sure she was gone for good, he quickly switched on his computer to read every article concerning Jin-Woo online.
Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, what could be his true worth? Propositions flooding in from every country in the world. What will Hunter Seong Jin-Woo choose to do next?
Chairman Park Jong-soo of the Night Order Guild, Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's abilities are impossible to evaluate.
Hunter Seong Jin-Woo, did the Americans contact him in secret already?
Experts describe Hunter Seong Jin-Woo as the walking, talking large corporation. Public's interest in that hunter had gone through the roof ever since the raid on Jeju Island.
The clear indication of that was all these articles found online.
As Chairman Yoo Suk-ho continued to read the articles one at a time, the look of admiration formed on his face.
Ha!
2 hours passed by like that. He leaned back against his chair as his fatigued eyes ached rhythmically. He had been concentrating so hard that his forehead was soaked completely in sweat. He dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief and put a cigarette between his lips. But, before he could light it up, he remembered something. He put the cigarette down and picked up his phone instead.
Ring. Click. Is it you, dear? A voice of a middle-aged woman came from the phone. It's rare for you to call me at this time of the day. What's the matter?
Who, dear?
Do you happen to know who our little girl is getting acquainted with lately?
Excuse me? I'm telling you, my dear.
I sure have raised our girl properly, haven't I? What are you even talking about all of a sudden?
Chairman Yoo Suk-ho was utterly sure of it. Just who was his little girl, Soo-hyun?
Wasn't she his daughter who did not lack for anything when it came to her looks, her background, and even her academic achievements?
Even if he supposed that these two young people were nothing more than just acquaintances now, it was only a matter of time before they developed a far more intimate relationship.
What's gotten into you, dear?
The voice of his wife coming out of the phone speaker sounded puzzled now. You hated the idea of a boy sitting next to our Soo-hyun, so didn't you go and speak to her school's administrators every single year until her graduation to make sure she'd be paired up with only girls?
Hoo. Did I really do that? Just who is she seeing that you're behaving this way? Stop building up the suspense and please tell me already.
Yoo Suk-ho suddenly guffawed loudly enough to almost shake the chairman's office.
You'd be just as surprised as me when you find out. Ah. Chapter 146 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. Chapter 147. You will acknowledge summon creatures as members of a raid team? Do you think such a thing even makes sense? Nam Jun-wook yelled out at the top of his lungs. Formerly a prosecutor, he now served as a member of the National Assembly. No one in this country came remotely close to this man's ability to sniff out and latch onto a person's wrongdoings. The association president Go Gun-hui maintained his silence as he sat on the opposite side of such a man. Nam Jun-wook was actually smiling inside as he was staring at his current verbal sparring partner. Indeed, even if you had 10 mouths, you'd not have anything to say. The victor had been decided already. No matter who it was, they would say this was association president Go Gun-hui going too far. He must have known this too, because he showed absolutely no signs of counterattacking yet. However, Nam Jun-wook was not thinking of easing up here. His style was to keep up the pressure when the enemy was on the back foot. He'd push his opponents hard until they were driven to the edge of a cliff. Veins bulged in his neck as he raised his voice high, not at Go Gun-hui, but at the entirety of the third conference hall, currently filled to the brim with the interested parties and a cordon of reporters. Hunter Seong Jin-Woo has barely finished creating his guild, yet you already wish to pass this nonsensical regulation? If this isn't the case of preferential treatment, then what is? The Hunters Association, a supposedly neutral organization, was actively getting behind Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. There was such a rumor doing the rounds already, yet the so-called new regulation was this nonsensical? It was no wonder serious questions were being raised regarding this matter. Today's hearing was convened in order to hear the reasonings, but for some reason, Association President Go Gun-hui was resolutely keeping his mouth shut. Very good. Nam Jun-wook sensed his impending victory. Go Gun-hui's fame had skyrocketed recently due to him pulling off the Jeju Island raid so brilliantly. But now, Nam Jun-wook got to deal two powerful blows to that man, with the recent high school dungeon break incident, and the controversy surrounding the preferential treatment Hunter Seong Jin-Woo had received. Basically, politics was a turf war of sorts. If he got to bring down Go Gun-hui, a man standing at the opposite end of the political battlefield, then Nam Jun-wook would get to enjoy his share of the benefits sooner rather than later. He imagined himself dominating the front pages of tomorrow's newspapers and glared at Go Gun-hui with an arrogant expression etched on his face. Please say something, Association President Go Gun-hui. Whoa-on. For the first time today, Go Gun-hui's mic was turned on. Tap, tap. Go Gun-hui lightly tapped on the end of the mic to confirm that it was working properly, and brought his lips closer to it. Just what is it that you wish to hear from me? Nam Jun-wook's eyes narrowed to a slit. What a thick-faced geezer. He expected Go Gun-hui to start by offering up an apology. But, could it be that the old man still had some things to say? Nam Jun-wook raised his voice even higher. The new regulation you put into place. Is this a preferential treatment for Hunter Seong Jin-Woo or not? So, now, how will you dodge this one? Nam Jun-wook was waiting for a cowardly excuse, but then, Go Gun-hui went and threw a wet blanket on his parade. Yes, it is preferential treatment. His answer was short, but the impact it carried was enormous. Noisy, noisy. Not just the spectators in the gallery, but also the reporters and politicians were busy exchanging knowing or shocked glances with people sitting next to them, which only served to further add fuel to the chaos. Of course, the one most surprised among them was Nam Jun-wook. Did this geezer finally go senile? Go Gun-hui was supposed to deny everything till the end, or start groveling for mercy when things went sideways, yet he came out and straightforwardly admitted to his wrongdoing. However, his eyes were far too calm for someone making a confession. Such a calm and audacious demeanor only managed to bring up a sense of an inexplicable nervousness in Nam Jun-wook. Gulp. Dry saliva painfully slid down his throat. And sure enough, Go Gunhui began speaking again. There is one thing I'd like to ask everyone that has gathered here today. He possessed an overwhelming presence.
As if everyone had made a prior agreement, they all shut their mouths at once when Go Gunhui spoke up. An assault team comprising of 20 Ranka hunters, or an assault team comprising of just one person, Hunter Seong Jin-Woo. Go Gunhui slowly stood up and swept his gaze over the faces of every attendee present as he continued on with his speech. If you were to accompany either one of those teams during a dungeon break, which one will you choose? No one could offer up an answer. Because, it was pretty much the same thing as the answer already being set in stone. There was no reason to answer back at all. Everyone tried to avoid meeting Go Gunhui's gaze, and soon, the association president's head stopped moving in the direction of Nam Junwook. Even Nam Junwook himself couldn't utter a single thing. Perhaps thinking that he got a satisfying enough reaction from the crowd, a smile floated up on Go Gunhui's lips. Do you still believe the preferential treatment given to Hunter Seong Jin-Woo is unfair? A hunter who could ably execute the role of an elite raid team from a large guild all by himself, Go Gunhui was now asking the crowd if they should hold back such an individual with a regulation that didn't even apply to him anymore. Nam Junwook was about to say something. But before he could, Go Gunhui was a step faster and continued on. A total of 21 countries, including the United States, Japan, China, etc., have demanded more information on Hunter Seong. Go Gunhui waved around thick official documents for all to see. Every single one of them is hell-bent on stealing away Hunter Seong to their countries. Go Gunhui took some time to look at the cordon of reporters, before shifting his gaze back over to the member of National Assembly, Nam Junwook. Our current situation is like this, yet are you really telling me that you want Hunter Seong to remain in our country even though you are not willing to do a favor this small for him? Nam Junwook's complexion was getting darker and darker. He could definitely sense that the tide had turned against him now. Unfortunately, Go Gunhui wasn't thinking of letting his opponent go this easily. He kept his gaze firmly locked on Nam Junwook before throwing another question. Let me ask you this, do you wish to see a repeat of the incident of Huang Dongsu abandoning us for America? Look. Nam Junwook bit his lower lip. As Go Gunhui put the documents down, he was now overflowing with a certain relaxed air, something he had kept hidden until then. Nam Junwook knew what that look signified. That was the look of the victor he used to make often, just as he was closing in on yet another political victory for himself in situations similar to this one. Nam Junwook gritted his teeth and tried to raise his objection. However, you still need fairness in. This is why I'm raising this point right now. Go Gunhui cut Nam Junwook's words right off. Honorable Member Nam Junwook, didn't you move house recently to a brand new apartment building located near the Hunters Guild? Nam Junwook's face reddened so much that even a casual glance could detect the change. What was your reason for changing your residence to a location where the cost of the real estate is several times more expensive than the surrounding area? If only his opponent wasn't a rank S hunter, Nam Junwook would have run over there and punched the old man in the face. His own face was now in the alternating shades of red and blue as seconds ticked on. Too bad, Go Gunhui also knew how to deal with an opponent that was on his back foot, perhaps even better than Nam Junwook himself. I'd like to urge you to think about this carefully. If and when another rank S gate appears in our land, just who will step up to protect your life? And with these following words, Go Gunhui finished the proceedings off. You will not be able to buy back your life even if you are willing to pay hundreds of times, no, make that thousands of times the price you paid for your new residence. Standing before a Ranka gate for the first time ever in his life, Eugene Ho's bulging eyes were trying to look up at the top of this enormously tall gate. He needed to look really high up just to barely spot it. Seeing how Eugene Ho couldn't close his mouth for the last 20 minutes or so, Jin-Woo began thinking that his own reaction of seeing the Ranka gate back then was perhaps too reserved for a first-timer. Hey, Jin-Ho? Your jaw will come loose if you keep doing that. Sorry?
Ah, yes. My bad, Hyung Nim. It's just that, I've never seen a gate this big before. How would he even react if he saw the Gwangan-ri gate, then?
Jin-Woo smirked softly to himself. Yu Jin-ho scratched his head as if he felt embarrassed for being so shocked by the gate size.
Hyung Nim, will it be really okay to not hire any retrieval teams or mining teams? Nah, it'll be fine.
Jin-Woo summoned 30 of the elite-grade shadow soldiers that had been with him the longest. These guys will carry out those jobs. Yu Jin-ho flinched just a little after all those shadow soldiers suddenly appeared behind Jin-Woo, but eventually, he began nodding his head.
Aha!
These guys with black armors and their black eyes. They always seemed to be overflowing with dense pressure whenever Yu Jin-ho looked at them.
With excellent timing, the employees dispatched from the association approached them from afar.
One of them happened to be a rather familiar face, as well.
Good day, Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim. Hello, Section Chief Woo.
The chief of the monitoring division, Woo Jin-cheol, received the portable magic energy measuring device shaped like a speed gun from one of his subordinates.
Will it be okay if I go ahead and measure them?
Please do. Jin-Woo moved aside and the shadow soldiers all uniformly took a step forward. Woo Jin-cheol began measuring the magic energy emission of each of the soldiers.
Oh my god, dot.
His eyes were opening wider and wider as he checked each one of these so-called soldiers. He thanked his lucky stars that no one got to see the look of sheer shock on his face due to the sunglasses he was currently wearing.
All of his summons are either rank S or rank BS.
Indeed, Jin-Woo had easily exceeded the criteria for earning the raid permit for a rank A gate such as this one.
But then, these weren't all the summons Hunter Seong Jin-Woo could call out, were they? If the remaining summons all possessed similar levels of magic energy, then...
The corners of Woo Jin-cheol's lips arched up.
All those people arguing over the preferential treatment are simply idiots.
He smiled and lightly shook his head, before turning around to face Jin-Woo.
I'm finished with the confirmation. There are no issues. Nod.
Jin-Woo nodded his head with a smile, as well. And now, there should be nothing else that would get in his way of starting this raid.
That's what he thought, but then... Seong Jin-Woo Hunter Nim.
Please look this way. Please tell us how you feel regarding the very first raid of your guild, Ajin.
Was there a special reason for naming your guild as Ajin?
What is your relationship with the fellow founding member, Miss Yu Soo-hyun? From just beyond the police line, the proverbial torrent of questions from countless reporters were barreling down on Jin-Woo. This was the first raid Jin-Woo's guild was about to embark on. So, countless reporters camped out here since early morning to capture this historic moment with their cameras, and inevitably, there was no more space to even stand around near the gate's vicinity. If there was one thing different from other guilds and their raids, then that would be the employees from the association holding the reporters back, instead of a guild's own personnel doing that job.
Jin-Woo pointed to the reporters with his chin. I thought you were protecting my information.
Yes, we are indeed protecting your private information, but regretfully, there's not much we can do about the locations of gates, Seong Hunter Nim.
Woo Jin-cheol grinned and made his reply. We will hold the reporters back, so you can ignore them and simply focus on the raid, Hunter Nim.
Watching the association employees giving their all to fight off the frenzied reporters, Jin-Woo thought that he could momentarily feel the considerate hands of the association president patting him on the back. Please, express my gratitude to the president.
Yes, I will definitely do so.
Woo Jin-cheol bowed deeply and turned around to leave. And soon, all those uninvolved had left and the only people remaining in front of the gate were Jin-Woo and Yu Jin-ho.
The former asked the latter. Are you really sure about this? Yes, Hyung Nim.
Yu Jin-ho gritted his teeth and replied.
Even if it's the ends of hell itself, I shall follow you wherever you go, Hyung Nim. Yu Jin-ho sounded so gravely determined that Jin-Woo couldn't help but let a smirk escape from his lips. All right. Yu Jin-ho was only a rank D hunter.
It was the same thing as committing suicide for a rank D to step inside a rank A dungeon. Jin-Woo tried very hard to change Yoo Jin-Ho's mind, but the kid insisted that he'd stay as his Hyung-Nim's porter. In the end, it was Jin-Woo who gave up first. Well, I can definitely protect this one guy, so it's not a problem. He was thinking that the kid would give up on his own volition after having a taste of a rank A dungeon. And also, he figured that it wouldn't be so bad to have someone to talk to inside the dungeon as well. Okay, so. Shall we get going, then? Yes, Hyung-Nim. Indeed, let's get going. The heads of Jin-Woo and Yoo Jin-Ho simultaneously swiveled back after hearing that voice coming from behind them. And that's where they spotted Woo Jin-Cheol, his usual black business suit now replaced by various armors covering from head to toe. I thought you already left. Jin-Woo asked, puzzled. The association president ordered me to find out if it is really safe during Song Hunter-Nim's raid. Go Gunhui was planning to use Woo Jin-Cheol as a witness if the issue with Jin-Woo going on solo raids was raised up again in the future. Is that why you want to come with us? Woo Jin-Cheol replied as his face reddened slightly. It was unknown whether that was due to him not being used to the armor or he was embarrassed by the current situation. Will it be a problem for me to accompany you? Well, the guy was just doing his job, so was there reason not to let him tag along? What? It'll be fine as long as you don't try to hunt monsters. My department isn't called the Monitoring Division for nothing, Hunter-Nim. I'll only monitor the situation quietly from the back. That'll be fine. Jin-Woo easily agreed to it and Woo Jin-Cheol bowed his head again. Thank you very much, Hunter-Nim. Well, in that case, let's get going. Along with that declaration, Yoo Jin-Ho and Woo Jin-Cheol stepped inside the gate, Jin-Woo following closely behind them. When he did, the system message welcomed him again along with the familiar mechanical beep. T-ring. You have entered a dungeon. Chapter 147 Fin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. Chapter 148. The raid must have started by now. The association president Go Gunhui looked at his wristwatch and smiled softly to himself. The raid in question was, of course, Hunter Seong Jin-Woo's. If it was at all possible, he wanted to see for himself, but due to the nature of his job, it was simply not feasible, so all he could do was to send in an association employee he trusted greatly as a proxy, instead. He was getting all worked up already, thinking about what Section Chief Woo Jin-Cheol's report would entail. Ah, right. I shouldn't be doing this right now. Go Gunhui shook his head lightly to get rid of the distracting thoughts. There were mountains of documents sitting on top of his desk right now. They were practically forming the towers of documents at this point. Ever since the dungeon break inside the high school happened, this pile of documents didn't want to decrease no matter how hard he worked every single day. No, they seemed to get even taller, instead. That was how insanely busy he was, yet his interest in Hunter Seong Jin-Woo didn't wane one bit. If only his body was healthy, wouldn't he have cleared some dungeons together with Hunter Seong, too? I'm also being hopeless, aren't I? Go Gunhui shook his head one more time and returned to his work with a smile on his face. And so, just how long did he concentrate on the documents? Knock, knock. He raised his head after hearing the knock on the door, and realized that 3 hours had flown by. It's Woo Jin-Cheol, sir. The news he was waiting for had finally arrived. Without a single hint of fatigue visible on his countenance, Go Gunhui welcomed Woo Jin-Cheol into the office. Please, come in. Creak.